The setting sun dipped in the west, stretching the shadow of the city into a long, ragged silhouette. At this very moment a scene was unfolding here so formulaic it could have been printed in a textbook for the worst kind of cheap television dramas. No. Help! A girl's piercing scream tore through the stillness of the dim alley. A young girl in an exquisite white summer dress was pressed tightly into the corner of the wall, trembling all over. She was slender and delicately featured, her long, straight black hair, usually smooth, now hanging a little messily over her shoulders. The three thuggish men surrounding her stared, their eyes glazing with crude desire. "Tisk, what luck." The scar-faced leader let his greedy gaze scrape up and down the smooth thighs of the girl, named Xia Yao. "We only came out to scare up some cash for internet fees, and we stumbled onto a top-grade catch instead. This is exactly my taste. Those legs alone are enough for me to play with for a whole year." The tattooed punk beside him swallowed hard and rubbed his hands together impatiently. "Boss, look, there's no cameras here and it's secluded. Even if she screams herself hoarse, no one's coming." He showed a filthy grin. "Why don't we have our fun first?" Xia Yao clutched her school bag, tightly staring at them in terror, so frightened she seemed unable to move at all. "Step! Step!" Just then a set of unhurried footsteps sounded at the mouth of the alley. The three men snapped their heads around, scowling. Against the dusky backlight, a sturdy figure was walking toward them at a measured pace. It was a tall, lean boy, just over 1.80 m, with black hair, dark eyes, and sharply cut, austere features. The summer uniform for students in the Mi Kingdom was notorious for how thin and light it was. Now dampened slightly with sweat, and clinging to his body, it traced out the taut, compact lines of his physique. Yet half of that icy aura was undercut by what he carried in his hands. His left hand slung a school bag over one shoulder, while his right hand held a very domestic-looking white plastic bag, whose transparent sides revealed a carton of discounted eggs and a few green-tipped scallions sticking out. Where'd this little brat come from? The tattooed man hefted the wooden stick in his hand, bearing a vicious look. "What are you staring at? If you don't want to die, get lost." The boy walked on as though he hadn't heard a thing. His steps did not falter in the slightest, his expression bland like a deaf and blind cripple who perceived none of it. But his steady approach was answer enough. Being so completely ignored made the gang leader flare with rage. "Trying to play the hero and save the beauty, are you? If you won't drink the toast, you'll drink the forfeit? Beat him to death." The three sturdy grown men moved in on him in a triangular formation. Their steps were solid, their bodies well built. They were clearly not the sort of petty hoodlums who only knew how to bluff. Thud, thud, crack, ea. After a few rapid, muffled impacts, the three men, who had been swaggering moments ago, were curled on the ground like dead dogs, howling in pain, unable even to stand. Expressionless, the boy flicked his wrist, collapsing the black, expandable baton in his hand and slipping it back into his school bag with practiced ease. His breathing had not quickened in the slightest. All he did was lift the bag of eggs a little higher to keep them from cracking. "Sob? Lin Guang, you saved me again." Xia Yao threw herself toward him with teary eyes, clinging to his arm, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "You always appear at the most critical moment to rescue me. I've already lost count of how many times it's been, 90 or 100. It must be fate's arrangement. I can only repay you by offering myself to you." Faced with the beautiful girl pressing herself against him, the boy Lin Guang did not even bother to respond. He calmly drew his arm back, set the bag of eggs on the ground, and took a small notebook from his pocket. Seeing this, Xia Yao craned her small head closer to peek at the notebook. The yellowed pages were filled line after line like account records with densely written names. Behind each name was a phone number, and after that 1 or 2 lonely tally strokes. Only behind the name and phone number, Xia Yao, the gray-black ink was shockingly dense. 8 neatly arranged tally groups lined up like bricks across 2 full rows, silently protesting this girl's outrageous frequency of causing trouble. Lin Guang held his pen and added the second stroke to the 9th tally. "Huh, so it's only the 42nd time." Xia Yao's previously pitiful expression vanished, at once replaced by a little devil's sly smile. She raised a hand to her lips and let out a wicked little cuckoo laugh. Right in front of Lin Guang, she lifted the hem of her skirt just a fraction, revealing a flash of dazzlingly fair, tender thigh. Her eyes all but melted into sticky threads. "Instead of marking it in a notebook, I'd rather you leave your mark here on me." Lin Guang did not even lift an eyelid. He snapped the notebook shut and simply extended an open hand toward her. "Tisk, you really don't understand romance." Xia Yao puffed out her cheeks, looking thoroughly disappointed. She dug into the small bag she carried and pulled out a white and green wallet printed with a cartoon scallion green mascot. With practiced ease, she counted out several bills, 6 red 100 yuan notes, 4 blue 10s, and 8 green 1 yuan bills. Xia Yao herself had no idea why this boy always demanded this exact amount down to every last bill. She rolled her eyes. Here, you money grubber." With a sharp slap, the bills landed squarely in Lin Guang's palm. Lin Guang caught the money with his thumb, pinching it in the middle. He rubbed it lightly, his fingertips skimming along the edges to confirm the thickness, then swiftly folded the stack and slipped it into his shirt. The motion was smooth as flowing water, quicker and neater than his fighting had been, after which he simply turned and strode away. "Hey, you're just going to leave like that?" Xia Yao shouted after him, disbelief in her voice. "Abandoning a delicate, helpless maiden in a place like this, eh?" Lin Guang did not look back, his steps remaining as steady as ever. After all, this entire scenario had been orchestrated by Xia Yao herself. Ever since Lin Guang had saved her by accident a year ago, this rich young lady had seemed to flip some strange internal switch and had latched onto him completely. At first, she only had people stuff supermarket discount flyers through the crack of Lin Guang's front door, then watch for the time he would go out to shop. She would deliberately wander about in remote, empty alleys timing it, so she could send him messages like, "I'm scared," or "I'm lost," with her location attached, afraid he might not be able to find her. It wasn't that Xia Yao was flat-chested and empty-headed, completely defenseless about it all. In fact, Lin Guang had long ago caught a glimpse of a high-voltage taser and a powerful tear gas spray nestled inside her bag, with its zipper half undone. Besides, rumor had it that she was the daughter of the chairman of some major conglomerate, and she most likely had bodyguards shadowing her at all times. Lin Guang, however, had little interest in her background. Later, after Xia Yao realized that wild street punks were not enough, and actually somewhat dangerous, she simply began paying her family's own bodyguards to act for her. The kidnappers, lying on the ground now, were familiar faces. No matter how carefully they made themselves up each time, even going so far as to stick on fake tattoos, Lin Guang recognized them at a glance, seasoned actors, every one. Though he saw through all of it, since this young lady was happy to throw her money around, he couldn't be bothered to expose her. At most, when he beat up these familiar long-suffering bodyguards, he went a little easier on them, ensuring they would be bouncing around good as new the next day, without a bruise or lasting injury. For rich people, all kinds of bizarre fetishes were normal. Xia Yao's little kidnapping kink was already fairly mild. At least she wasn't harming anyone else. Besides, this was not the country of his previous life at all, but a super metropolis named Fengdu in a nation known as the Mi Kingdom. The city covered an enormous area and paired with an environment where even surveillance cameras had yet to be widely installed. Although the technology here was not backward, public security was rather worrisome, worse even than the world of his previous life around the years 2000-2010. There were plenty of chaotic, energetic organizations thriving in the cracks. Yet it was precisely because of this that he could move through this place like a fish in water. "Hey, wait up." Xia Yao, unwilling to give up, ran after him and blocked his path, lifting her chin like a swan. "Why are you always so perfunctory with me?" Lin Guang halted and let his gaze drop briefly to her chest, a genuine look of disdain flashing in his eyes. "I am a man destined to save the world. Women only get in the way." With that, he sidestepped the somewhat petrified girl and strode off in big, decisive steps. Xia Yao stood rooted and placed the corner of her mouth twitching. He had turned her down with that same line for the 25th time already. Just whose famous quote was it supposed to be? She'd never even heard it before. Even after cramming information about the so-called second-dimension anime circles and all kinds of games just to chase after Lin Guang, she still couldn't make sense of how his brain worked. Was this what people meant by the legendary Chinibyu? But they were already in their third year of high school, fully grown adults. How did I end up falling for a guy whose head is full of holes? She pressed a hand to her forehead with a sigh, yet the next moment a genuinely eager gleam lit up her eyes. If her own head weren't just as full of holes, she would never find him so fascinating. Xia Yao skipped after the boy ahead of her. "Hey, Lin Guang, I want to go see your place." Lin Guang seemed too lazy to even refuse, so Xia Yao simply took his silence as tacit consent. The two of them, one in front and one behind, made their way out of the maze of alleys. What met their eyes was a massive windmill standing in the distance. It was the hour of sunset. The afterglow of the setting sun set the sky ablaze, its fiery hues mingling with the newly lit neon at the heart of Fengdu, blending into an ambiguous purplish-red tint. The weather was clear and the visibility exceptionally high. From this vantage point, one could even faintly discern the contours of the city center dozens of kilometers away. Clusters of high-rises stood densely packed, elevated expressways coiled around the torso of the city, and the never-ending stream of rush-hour traffic upon them flowed like blood through its veins. Yet before the colossal structure at the very center, all surrounding buildings seemed to sink into insignificance. Atop a 1,000-meter-tall gray tower, four enormous white metal blades were slowly turning, driven by the wind. Whether in the bustling central business district or out in the suburbs, one only had to look up to see this edifice known as the Fengdu Tower. 18 years ago, this structure was completed, and the name of the city Fengdu was born from it. To outsiders, it was an industrial miracle beyond imitation. To the locals of Fengdu, it was a commonplace landmark, a city totem etched into their very bones. The two of them walked along the crowded street, and before long they arrived at an old, worn apartment block. As they passed beneath the shade of the trees downstairs, a few elderly men playing chess saw Lin Guang and immediately gathered around him with animated exclamations. "A Guang. Ever since he lost to you the other day, that Wang DePeo hasn't dared show his face around this neighborhood," one of them cried. "He kept bragging about being amateur level 9, yet you wiped him out in 5 minutes. The look on his face, I can still see it now." Another elder cheerfully rubbed his bald head. "If something like that happens again, I'll have to trouble you once more. And of course I won't forget our usual arrangement." Lin Guang nodded and headed for the stairwell with the grocery bag in hand. Amateur level 9. Were they talking about Chinese chess? Following behind him, Xia Yao's eyes shone with curiosity. "You beat an amateur player?" Lin Guang neither confirmed nor denied it. More accurately, he simply could not be bothered to explain himself. Xia Yao's eyes widened. "I thought all that talk about you being some gaming expert was just bragging or a bout of Chinibyu. I didn't expect you to actually beat an amateur. Where did you learn to play?" "In elementary school." Amateur, after all, was only in contrast to professional players. Between amateur competitors and ordinary hobbyists, there was often a vast chasm in strength. "Every day, Xiangqi," Lin Guang replied, taking out the key he had long prepared, not even bothering to look back. Is that the name of a chess academy? Xia Yao was perplexed. On QQ Games. Huh. QQ Games. What was that supposed to be? Some kind of arcade where kids hung out after school. Or some street game parlor. Xia Yao paused, thinking she had more or less figured it out, and then grew even more excited. So you taught yourself just from playing in a game, and you can already beat an amateur. Don't tell me you're one of those novel protagonists who finds a bloodstained xiangqi board in some old warehouse back home, then gets possessed by the soul of a chess sage from 1,000 years ago, all to pursue the legendary move of God. You're overthinking it. Click. With the light sound of the key turning, Lin Guang pushed open the door to his home. Xia Yao slipped past him like she owned the place, darting inside. She stood at the entryway, her large eyes whirling as she looked around. The furnishings were unexpectedly simple, even somewhat bare. There were no superfluous belongings, the wooden floor was mopped spotless, exuding a cool, austere monotony. Yet beneath that cleanliness lay an unmistakable sense of age permeating the entire place. In the center of the living room stood a dark red solid wood square table of a heavy old-fashioned design, the sort popular more than a decade ago. The varnish on its surface had long since peeled away, exposing mottled grain beneath. Its corners were polished smooth from years of use, and the cushions of the matching wooden chairs had sunk slightly. Only the area in the corner of the room bore a certain hardness. There neatly arranged were a pair of adjustable dumbbells, a power rack, several resistance bands, and a grip strengthener polished glossy from constant use. While she was taking all this in, Lin Guang had already walked into the kitchen. Xia Yao turned and was about to close the door when her hand touched the doorknob, and her movement halted for a moment. In the dim lighting of the stairwell earlier she had not noticed, but the exterior of the door was plastered with cheap little flyers for professional locksmith services, drain unclogging, and certificate processing, grimy and peeling, blending perfectly with the shabby corridor of the old tenement building. Only now, standing within the apartment, did Xia Yao realize that it was actually a brand new solid security door with extra reinforcement on the frame, meticulously disguised. She gently closed the door. The heavy muffled thud of its shutting made the corners of her lips curl into a meaningful smile. Lin Guang, you might as well write, I have a secret across your face. But if that is the case, why were you still willing to let me in? Whatever had crossed her mind suddenly put her in an excellent mood. She kicked off her sandals without a care for whether the floor was clean, her pale bare feet pattering across the boards as she padded into the kitchen beside the busy Lin Guang. Lin Guang, what did that elder mean by our usual arrangement just now? She asked curiously. Put on the slippers in the shoe cabinet. I just mopped the floor before going out, he said. Tisk. Xia Yao stuck out her tongue, but obeyed, going to slip on the house slippers. He's the landlord here. The whole building belongs to him, Lin Guang said, sorting the groceries into their proper places. He made a deal with me, win a game, and next month's rent is half off, so I did it while I was at it. Then Lin Guang suddenly uttered a line that would sound inexplicable to most people. In simple terms, it's just a side quest that doesn't cost me any time. But Xia Yao understood exactly what he meant. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Since you're already playing a real-life game and enjoy doing quests for rewards, wouldn't it be even better if you played a boyfriend game with me and I rewarded you instead? The rent around here is at most $1,500 a month. I'll calculate it for you. How about $800 for 5 minutes, $9,600 for an hour? Of course, during that time you must obey any command of this young lady. If you perform well and keep me happy, doubling the pay wouldn't be out of the question. She raised her chin, a beautiful curve hooking at the corner of her lips, as if she had firmly grasped Lin Guang by the tail. But what she met instead was the boy's pitying look that seemed to say, are you stupid? He spoke with perfect self-assurance. Games are for fun, not for putting up with things. And romance isn't worth my time. The smug expression on Xia Yao's face froze. She ground her small canine teeth, silently cursing him for being utterly impervious, then was forced to change the subject. So you really aren't considering going professional in chess? There's no point, he said. Having witnessed the development of artificial intelligence in his previous life, Lin Guang shook his head. I'm not particularly gifted at purely mental games anyway. In his previous life, even the brightest star in the Go world, the youngest 8-time champion, had ultimately drifted toward abstraction. Xia Yao seemed to catch on. She glanced at the chicken breast he had taken from the fridge and the vegetables he had already chopped, and spoke thoughtfully. So that's why even as a so-called gaming expert, you still train your body. Because you want to delve into games that require physical coordination and reflex speed, like darts or bowling. Not entirely, he replied. Expression unchanged. Lin Guang took 4 eggs from the carton with one hand. His fingers tightened slightly. With a light tap on the rim of the bowl, each shell cracked, and the yolk slid cleanly inside. His motions were precise and steady without the slightest unnecessary tremor. Then what is it for? She asked. So I can transform into an Ultraman, he answered. Lin Guang's tone was devoid of any fluctuations, as if he were stating the obvious, like saying for dinner. Even she was hearing Lin Guang say this for the first time. By the way, what is Ultraman? Lin Guang picked up his chopsticks and stirred the egg mixture, the metallic chopsticks clinking rhythmically against the porcelain bowl. He didn't look at Xia Yao, merely adding a calm and seemingly objective analysis. This is the preferred option. It is sufficiently strong with a high lower limit and an even higher upper limit, and often possesses a strong idealistic quality. Kamen Rider can also be considered for similar reasons to Ultraman. As for piloting a giant robot, that's also possible. But it must be a single pilot model. After all, I personally find the Super Sentai style of teamwork quite off-putting, as it typically requires 5 people to form a team, which not only reduces individual combat efficiency, but also incurs a significant cost in interpersonal communication. So something like Gundam or Saint Seiya with a trio configuration wouldn't work either. Of course, if one could grow stronger through effort alone, a fantasy system with clear delineations of realms would be even better, but that would imply a more brutal world ecology. Xia Yao watched Lin Guang, who was seriously analyzing things she had never heard of elsewhere, feeling her brain short-circuit. Is this guy serious? Is there really something wrong with his head? This was her first reaction. A normal person would say such things as a joke, or they would be a typical Chinibyu. But Lin Guang was different. While preparing dinner, he spoke confidently, with no hint of jest on his face. That expression, which treated absurdity as a matter of course, instead produced a peculiar persuasive power and allure, drawing Xia Yao's attention and mind deeply in. Is my head really a bit problematic too? Shaking her head vigorously, Xia Yao reached out to poke Lin Guang's forehead as he cooked, but his movements were inexplicably quick, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't poke him. She rolled her eyes. Don't turn the beautiful girl into a complaining role. Not to mention that although I can't understand, it sounds like a ridiculously high requirement. How can you be so sure that this world has all those chaotic things, and on what grounds do you think you are the chosen one? Without stopping his stirring, Lin Guang looked at the ever-mixing egg liquid, his voice steady and resolute. Because I am indeed the chosen one. This was neither arrogance nor a joke. Lin Guang was completely serious. For Lin Guang, who was a transmigrator, this was a logical necessity for survival. If there were no extraordinary phenomena in this world, it would mean that his transmigration was a lie, that his current breathing thinking and the soul and memories from another world were merely hysterical delusions and fantasies produced by cortical lesions, a complete denial of his past life. That would imply he had been trapped in this world all along, on this ordinary mundane planet devoid of miracles. Lin Guang absolutely refused to accept such a reality. He firmly believed that this world was extraordinary. Only in this way could his transmigration be logically valid, and his past life would not be a mere ephemeral illusion. So, this world must have extraordinary elements. Lin Guang was certain of it. Xia Yao looked at him, her prepared retort stuck in her throat, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. As Lin Guang spoke these words, his originally somewhat expressionless handsome face revealed a resolute aura under the light, making it impossible for her to look away. The girl reached out and poked his abdomen, feeling the firmness and the outline of his muscles. She understood something. It was precisely because of this almost obsessive belief in being the chosen one that Lin Guang, as an orphan, maintained such a disciplined life. Oh, I'm really starting to get a bit infatuated. Xia Yao's smile grew increasingly uncontrollable. Lin Guang turned on the gas stove, the flames licking the bottom of the pot, as he said, "You should go back now." "No way." Xia Yao immediately followed his line of thought. "Prepare a dinner for Miss Xia Yao. The task rewards are generous." This is indeed the most efficient way to communicate with Lin Guang. He nodded slightly. "As long as you don't mind the chicken breast being tasteless." "What? I've been controlling my diet for the sake of my figure, okay? Don't look down on me." Lin Guang paused for a moment, revealing a pitying expression. No wonder her chest was still so small at 18. They finished the meal quickly. Although Xia Yao complained about controlling her figure, she still ate the boiled chicken breast, which had barely a few grains of salt, with a grimace. The only dish she cleaned up completely was the perfectly cooked steamed egg with no air pockets, which she generously offered Lin Guang several portions. After sending off the noisy young lady, the room fell silent once more. Lin Guang efficiently tidied up the aftermath, finished washing up, and walked straight to the somewhat sagging old sofa in the living room. At this point, the sky had completely darkened. He didn't turn on the main light, but only left the old tungsten bulb overhead. The filament emitted a weak, buzzing sound as it released a circle of dim, murky light, barely illuminating a corner of the coffee table. Lin Guang sat quietly there, the boundary of light and shadow slicing through him, splitting his form into halves of light and dark. One half bathed in the dim glow, the other half shrouded in deep shadows. He enjoyed this environment. The dimness and tranquility, along with the heavy security door blocking the outside noise like a tide, minimized sensory disturbances, allowing his thoughts to operate at peak efficiency. This could be considered a form of meditation, as well as a means of self-control. For Lin Guang, physical training was indeed the foundation for carrying strength, but the mental training aspect might hold even greater significance. Without matching control and willpower, even the mightiest power would merely be a wild beast out of control. Thus, even if the mysterious veil of the world had never been lifted for him, Lin Guang remained ever prepared. The reason he could persist in this almost ascetic lifestyle for 10 years was not just to complete the logical loop, but for the unknown possibilities. Since he had miraculously transmigrated into this world, the gears of fate could certainly start turning at any moment. Therefore, as long as he was alive, as long as he was breathing, preparation could not cease. Perhaps it could be the next moment. Ding! A crisp notification sound which only Lin Guang could hear unexpectedly exploded in his mind. Lin Guang's face in the shadows slightly trembled as his eyelashes fluttered, and then he opened his eyes. Before him in the void, a line of pale blue translucent text suddenly appeared, covering the image of the old coffee table. System charging complete. The strongest hero system has been activated. Would you like to claim the novice gift package? Lin Guang stared intently at the line of text, his black eyes devoid of ecstasy or surprise. Even his breathing remained steady. Yet a change was indeed present. In the dimming light, the usually tight and cold corners of Lin Guang's mouth slowly began to curve upwards, ultimately forming a distinct and somewhat unrestrained arc. It was as if the long-awaited delivery had finally knocked on the door. It was like the second shoe had finally dropped. It was as if a long-anticipated game had finally been officially released. In this moment, Lin Guang calmly, yet joyfully accepted this inevitability. The smile vanished in an instant as he pulled out his old brick phone, the buttons worn down to the paint, found Xia Yao's name in the contacts and dialed. "Hello, what's up?" A surprised voice from Xia Yao came through the phone, accompanied by the sounds of traffic. She seemed to be in a car. "Is this your first time calling me? Could it be that you've had a change of heart and want to accept the task of becoming my boyfriend? But that's not okay. The limited time task won't wait unless you beg." Lin Guang interrupted her, his tone firm and without room for doubt. "I might be busy in the next few days and I will take leave from school, so I won't have time to play the hero-saving beauty game with you." The voice on the other end went silent for a moment, then suddenly exploded, her tone rising by 8 degrees. "Huh? You can't just decide not to accompany me. It's an honor for you to play with me. Others can't even ask for such an honor." Lin Guang showed no intention of indulging her, simply continuing with a calm tone. "So you need to be careful, don't go running around." After about 2 seconds, the previously arrogant tone deflated like a popped balloon, and a noticeably worried voice came through. "Sigh. Not going to school? Is there really something going on? Do you need my help? As long as you don't bother me, then I'll wait for you to finish. Before we talk, suit yourself." Lin Guang hung up the phone and casually tossed the device aside. After tidying up the trivial matters, the world finally fell silent. He looked back at the blue panel in the void, adjusted his breathing, and calmed his heart before silently reciting in his mind. Claim. Boom. In the next moment, his consciousness seemed to be sucked into a massive whirlpool. Lin Guang watched countless bizarre scenes flash before his eyes, a silver giant struggling against 2 roaring monsters under the setting sun. An armored knight clad in a false mask leapt high amidst the explosive flames, executing a deadly flying kick, a brilliance akin to a nuclear explosion igniting beneath his feet. A steel giant jetting blue particles stood in the starry sky, unleashing boundless brilliance in the face of countless foes. A girl in a splendid gown confronted numerous oddly shaped abstract monsters, releasing miraculous powers from her hands. An indistinct celestial figure crossed the vast expanse, wielding magic as if it had its own will, capable of transforming into living beings, becoming immortal beasts. Amidst a sea of blood and with hair like a waterfall, a figure battled until the stars shattered, as if the very laws of reality were about to collapse, each gesture reminiscent of the dawn of creation, chaos surging around. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Countless incredible images swept through his mind, all of which he had either witnessed or imagined before. It seemed that the so-called awakening of talent was indeed related to his past memories and experiences. Lin Guang slowly opened his eyes, his black pupils still showing little fluctuation, only a sense of inevitability firmly grasped in his heart. According to the conventions of novels, the works one was watching or playing just before crossing over will have a decisive impact on the abilities one possesses after the transition, even serving as the very key to success. This has been documented in countless works. As if stating an axiom, Lin Guang slowly raised his right hand, his index finger pointing towards the sky, his gaze following suit. "Although I'm just a half-hearted special effects enthusiast, since I was revisiting Kamen Rider Kabu, it indicates that the Kamen Riders must exist in the world I have crossed into." At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, you have awakened the A-level talent, Precision Operation Engine. Precision Operation Engine allows you to serve as the core engine, linking and perfectly mastering all humanoid constructs. In your operations, you can rationally eliminate all fear and hesitation, unleashing their various abilities at maximum efficiency." Lin Guang nodded slightly, clearly satisfied with this. Precision Operation Mastering Armor. Isn't that cool? As a gaming expert, he found it incredibly cool, perfectly aligning with his imagination of his own talent, combining technology with challenge. However, the system's notification sound did not end there. "Ding. Congratulations, you have awakened the A-level talent, Soul Link. 2 talents at once." Lin Guang raised his eyebrows slightly. This was somewhat beyond his expectations, yet it did fit the narrative of having lived 2 lives, appearing to be a positive mutation fully within the acceptable range of variables. Speaking of dual levels, what level is that? In some works where power levels inflate, SSS is merely the beginning. In some clever combat stories, dual levels are already labeled as invincible. In some original works, a level side story exchanges. Let's skip that. A 5th-tier saint only has millisecond-level reactions, and a worldview with low absorption rates to the point of leaking is just too absurd. Nevertheless, he definitely did not want to end up like Xia Yao. Lin Guang's thoughts were more active than ever, as if the spirits of countless past travelers had possessed him, until the next line of text appeared. Soul Link allows your soul to transcend material boundaries, linking and activating those miraculous powers born from strong emotions and desires, for example, magical girls. The air suddenly fell silent. Lin Guang stared at the 4 characters magical girl, falling into a 3-second silence. Although he had indeed seen and played various related works, could it be? Wait a minute. So that's why he saw magical girls during the talent awakening, and based on strong emotions and desires. Isn't that completely contradictory to the previous talent of precision operation? One relies on rationality, while the other relies on emotion, or won't they conflict? Is there a bug in this system? He might just be eternally plagued by a case of Chinibu, but he certainly doesn't exhibit any symptoms of schizophrenia. Before Lin Guang could process this enormous contradiction, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected host talent combination precision operation engine soul link matching you with an exclusive profession. Congratulations, job transfer successful. Your profession is Holy Frame Driver. Holy Frame Driver. Lin Guang frowned. The name conjured an unpleasant association. Before Lin Guang could think further, a pop-up window radiating crimson light appeared. Please select the difficulty for the novice trial task. This is a beginner's benefit and can only be chosen once. F easy S purgatory. Note: failure or abandonment of the novice trial task will have no impact on the host. Without any thought process. At the moment that option popped up, as a hardcore player who had conquered countless games and never compromised on such choices, Lin Guang's right index finger clicked down, driven by terrible muscle memory, before his conscious mind could react. A true expert should choose the highest difficulty. Are you a professional player? I believe I am. S-level. Difficulty confirmed. S-level purgatory. Novice task loading. Matching you with a suitable dungeon. Match successful. Initiating consciousness link and body deployment. For some reason, Lin Guang's premonition of something ominous regarding Holy Frame Driver and Magical Girl reached its peak at this moment. Dungeon loaded. Your character identity is Magical Girl Ming Mingxiang. Just before being sucked into the whirlpool, Lin Guang's eyes widened, his voice trembling and breaking for the first time. No. Eerie whispers echoed from afar, an omnipresent sense of dissonance and searing pain across his body. These jolted Lin Guang awake from his stupor. Before his eyes, icy blue characters hovered in the air. Game rules. 1. You assume the role of a game character, unless otherwise specified in the rules. Revealing or being exposed as a player results in immediate game failure. 2. All tangible items acquired during gameplay may not be taken beyond the game boundary. Intangible assets may only be retained under special conditions. 3. Upon successful completion, the system will award rewards based on your completion evaluation. In this session, your assigned identity is Magical Girl Ming Mingxiang. Your objective in this game is to become a true magical girl. Game start. As the text faded, Lin Guang's vision finally snapped into full focus. His first sensation was excruciating pain and an indescribable dissonance. It felt as though he had been crammed into a vessel ill-suited to his form. Every nerve shrieked in protest, burning and aching like a siren wailing in alarm. Yet his 5 senses were rapidly returning. Lin Guang drew a slow, deep breath, savoring the air, damp, frigid, thick with the metallic tang of soil and the faint coppery taste of blood. His line of sight was unervingly low. Only clusters of dew-laden weeds filled his field of view. He realized he was lying face down on the ground. Gritting his teeth, he forced his limbs to obey, dragging himself upright until his back pressed against something rough. Turning his head, he saw a massive gnarled tree, and only then did his breathing steady as he managed shakily to sit upright. He found himself in a dim, shadow-draped forest veiled by thin, drifting black mist. Faint stars glimmered through the tangled canopy. His visible range barely stretched 7 or 8 meters. The agony surged without relent. Instinctively, Lin Guang looked down at his injuries and froze. Before him lay a pair of unfamiliar hands. Slender porcelain pail with long, elegant fingers tipped in orangered nail polish. Smudged with dirt, yes, yet undeniably beautiful. Moreover, an unfamiliar constriction pressed against his chest, the rigid bite of underwire against his ribs. Though modest in volume, barely an A, the gentle swell unmistakably belonged to no man. His loose white shirt gaped open at the collar, revealing a pendant strung with a crimson ruby. Strands of hair, gradually deepening to cherry blossom pink, fell softly over his shoulders. Beneath impossibly short black shorts extended 2 slender legs clad in black bubble socks, ending in elevated black heels. Not only had his height shrunk and his center of gravity shifted, but even between his thighs a chilling hollow coolness lingered. Lin Guang hesitated, then reached down, gently pressing through the fabric. He fell silent. Indeed, the demonic core was gone. Ming Mingxiang. His lips parted, and out came a voice, crystalline, sweet, unmistakably girlish. A soft sigh escaped him. A magical girl. In that instant, everything clicked into place. His consciousness now piloted the body of a magical girl. Though Lin Guang harbored not a shred of regret for selecting strength difficulty, this situation had clearly spiraled far beyond expectation. Before crossing over, he hadn't even been reading Afterwork Demon or Soul Sovereignty Across Eternity. Where were the Ultraman, the Kamen Riders, the super robots? Piloting a magical girl's body, that wasn't a pilot's role at all. Suppressing the urge to groan aloud, he focused inward and silently summoned his status panel. Lin Guang Ming Mingxiang in Talents Precision Control Engine A Soul Linkage in Overall Assessment F Baseline for ordinary individuals in the primary world F in Character Ability Magical Girl Transformation C in Overall Assessment D Baseline for ordinary individuals in the primary world F. How could such a rating even be calculated? 2 are ranked talents yielding an F. Were talents excluded from evaluation? And was that panel text actually glowing in another color? Staring at the skill name rendered in vivid sakura pink, its aesthetic clashing starkly with the rest, he lapsed once more into quiet contemplation. So this body could transform. Yet, where had Ming Mingxiang's own spirit and will vanish to? Had it never existed? Was this identity merely fabricated by the game itself? Or, St. Carcass pilot? Carcass. Before he could delve deeper, a sharp, brittle snap of breaking twigs pierced the mist ahead. In an instant, Lin Guang stood rigid, muscles coiled, every fiber locked into combat readiness. As seconds ticked by, the girl's body grew increasingly responsive to his will, strength and fluidity blooming from his fingertips and toes. His rank talent, precision control engine, had already activated, allowing him to command this lithe, yet vastly superior physique with growing mastery. This body's attributes surpassed his former self by 2 full-letter grades. Hypothetically, a single kick could shatter his past incarnation. As for the lingering phantom pain, if it didn't impede neural conduction, sheer willpower could override it. Rustle. 2 grotesque figures emerged slowly from the forest shadows. They resembled lifeless puppets, one clad in a tailcoat stained dark brown with dried blood, like a butler, while the other wore tattered maid attire, lurching crookedly from the gloom. The butler stood weaponless. The maid puppet gripped a chipped kitchen knife, its blade dull and rust-darkened. Even in the feeble light, Lin Guang discerned their skin, pale lifeless violet, and the conspicuous spherical joints at each limb's articulation. But most horrifying of all were their faces, or rather the absence thereof, where features should have been only hollow, lightless voids gaped, empty, infinite, and utterly desolate. The moment Lin Guang laid eyes upon them, they turned as one, blank, featureless visages locking unerringly onto him. Then, abandoning their sluggish gait, they lunged forward with terrifying speed. Whoosh! These were no neutral NPCs capable of dialogue. The suffocating pressure and naked malice surging toward him left no room for doubt. If this was a game, then these were the inevitable opening adversaries. Not merely the first battle, but one he could no longer evade. Distance had collapsed to zero. There was no choice but to fight. But how? He possessed no memory of the original host, and his understanding of magic remained purely theoretical, confined to textbooks and speculation. His physical prowess exceeded all expectations, should he engage them barehanded. The blades slashed ever closer. When at the very brink, an extraordinary sensation welled up, not from his body but from the depths of his soul. Was it soul linkage activating? Or precision control engine surging? In that flash, Lin Guang understood this was Meng Mengxiang's muscle memory, instinct carved into bone and marrow. Character ability: magical girl, transformation rank C. Now if he surrendered to that instinct, he could channel the power. He raised his hand, preparing to strike the pose his body remembered, the opening gesture of transformation. Yet in the next breath, his pupils trembled violently, as if struck by an 8-magnitude quake. That same instinct whispered the truth. In this world, magical girl transformation demanded, unavoidably, both incantation and pose. At this moment, the 2 faceless dolls were almost upon him, and he could even hear the whistling sound of blades slicing through the air. There was no time to hesitate. In 0.01 seconds, Lin Guang's brain severed the emotional module known as shame. It was impossible to complete this task without transforming. Since this is the game rule, let it be executed. What games have I not played before? It is merely a matter of shame, just consider it as watching CG. She took a deep breath, relinquished control over her body, and with the soul link obeyed the instinct that arose from the depths of her soul, perfectly replicating that feeling with the precision operation engine. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Lin Guang revealed a sweet smile, and the girl's body suddenly began to move in sync with an invisible rhythm that only she could hear. She lightly rested her fists against her chin, her toes turned inward, and executed a delicate jump filled with youthful modesty and vigor. As the blade swung toward her, the body spun gracefully, narrowly avoiding the glinting dagger. Lin Guang's waist swayed naturally with the dance-like steps, her hands tracing a large heart shape in front of her chest, then enthusiastically pushing open to the sides, as if showcasing her youthful charm and cuteness to an imaginary audience. However, this motion just happened to press her hands against the dolls' faces, gently pushing them aside. Meanwhile, Lin Guang's crisp, sweet voice accompanied this energetic movement as she exclaimed, full marks for the smile. Courage at 100%. With the incantation spoken, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from her body, forcefully dispelling the surrounding darkness. Immediately afterward, Lin Guang felt a chill across her body. The originally loose white top and hot pants disintegrated and vanished in the light. Although her vision was tightly surrounded by a 360-degree, impenetrable holy light, in that moment Lin Guang distinctly felt the sensation of being completely stripped bare. The cold night breeze in the forest swept across every inch of her delicate skin without hindrance, and that completely exposed, chilly feeling instinctively made her want to clamp her legs together, but her body continued to twist her waist dutifully in the holy light, continuing the vibrant performance. Let feelings and flames bounce and burn together. Her tone was innocent and carefree, bordering on the extreme of shamelessness. However, as those mystifying lines were spoken, a warm surge of heat erupted within Lin Guang's body. That feeling was quite marvelous. The previously heavy limbs became light, and the energy drifting in the air began to converge towards her. Is this the magic power used by magical girls? Faced with the overwhelming sensation of extraordinary strength flooding her body, Lin Guang even felt a flicker of emotion as she abandoned her shame. She could sense that this power was seeking an outlet, and the key to guiding this force was the forthcoming lines and movements. The dolls had reacted once more and turned back to charge at Lin Guang again. Super joyful flame. Following the almost frenzied flow of power within her, Lin Guang instinctively made her final move. She raised one fist beside her cheek, extended two fingers, pointed the other hand towards the sky, and closed one eye, executing a super energetic wink that seemed only to appear in retro animations. Are you ready? Omega, the energy swirling in the air, gathered frantically, and Lin Guang's anticipation reached its peak. After reciting her lines and striking her pose theoretically, shouldn't something akin to spiritual attire or battle clothing be forming? Is there also a staff or other magical girl combat equipment? Wait, no. At the moment when the magic surged to its peak, Lin Guang's pupils constricted, sensing that some balance within her was shattered in an instant. There was almost no process in between. Her vision was suddenly enveloped by a blood-red flame light, followed by a dull explosion. In the forest, a massive explosion of flames and shockwaves erupted, engulfing both dolls. Boom. The intense pain even had no time to reach her brain. Consciousness fractured in an instant, plunging her into endless darkness. Lin Guang abruptly opened her eyes, her body springing up from the old sofa. She exploded. A physical explosion in place. The dim tungsten filament lamp above still buzzed, and the night outside was tranquil like water. He had returned to reality. Instinctively, Lin Guang raised his hand and touched his chest, flat, firm, with a heartbeat, larger than the body from before. Lin Guang sighed in relief, but couldn't help but rub his brow. The phantom pain of being torn apart still seemed to linger at the nerve endings. However, what just happened? Did he fail the task? At this moment, a light blue information box reappeared before his eyes. You died. Task evaluation failure, reward none. Due to the special nature of the strength difficulty trial, if you are dissatisfied with the task evaluation, you can restart at any time and anywhere without any cost, without limit on attempts, as long as you do not trigger a special plot. There is no system standard answer for this trial. Evaluation levels range from F to S, and achieving F is sufficient to settle and conclude the trial. Shall we start another round? Yes, no. Lin Guang did not rush to click, instead furrowing his brows and muttering panel once more. Lin Guang Meng Meng Xiang permission, newcomer talent, precision operation engine, A soul link, A ability, none, overall evaluation, F the average standard for ordinary people in the main world is F. Game character ability, magical girl transformation, C magic power, E magic power aptitude, D overall evaluation, D the average standard for ordinary people in the main world is F. He could not find the status bar. He wanted to check, unable to know what exactly happened to the body just now. But he had already begun to think rapidly. Setting aside the reason for the explosion, the initial setup was quite strange. Meng Meng Xiang had an overall evaluation as high as D2 letters stronger than his real body. Logically, such quality should be able to get up even after a stroke of great fortune. Yet before encountering those two monsters, there was clearly not a single wound on him, and even the clothes were intact, yet he felt so much pain that he could hardly stand up lying on the ground. Could it be that this body had some issues from the start? As for the final explosion, Lin Guang recalled the sensation from that moment. When the magic power was awakened, it indeed flowed along the path of instinct, eventually converging in his chest. That process was smooth, even making Lin Guang feel filled with strength, but for some reason in the next moment the power went out of control, and he just exploded. At this moment consciousness had returned to the real body, but perhaps due to the effects of the precision operation engine and soul link, the sensations from just now were vividly remembered. He instinctively felt that something had been missing. Were the lines and movements inappropriate? Or was it the expression, attitude, or emotions that were not fitting? Thinking of this, Lin Guang suddenly stood up. Lin Guang walked to the window. Even though most residents of this old community were hard of hearing, elderly people at this late hour, it was highly likely that no one would notice him, yet he still closed the window and drew the curtains. After finishing all this, he stood in the center of the living room, took a deep breath to ease the throbbing headache, and repeatedly savored the feeling of power surging from deep within his spirit and body. Having experienced that extraordinary power, the identity of a magical girl seemed less unacceptable. Since the rules stated that intangible things meeting the conditions could be brought back, could he bring something back this time? Failing the task as soon as it started was likely unacceptable, but even if the probability was low, he still needed to experiment and verify. Lin Guang stood still like a statue for a full 5 seconds, a glimmer of determination flashing across his expressionless face. Then a smile that was extremely incongruous with this youthful body appeared on his face, and he began to strike a pose. As he posed, his lips moved slightly, reciting lines in a male voice. Full of smiles, courage 100, Omega. Seconds passed. After finishing the set of actions, he completed the lines. However, the air remained quiet, the tungsten bulb overhead still dim, with no magical light effects or the sensation of a warm current. There was absolutely nothing. Lin Guang's tense shoulders relaxed as he exhaled deeply. Sure enough, the power from the game could not be so easily brought into reality. He sat back down on the sofa, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. Meng Meng Xiang was evidently already a magical girl, so what did the main task of becoming a true magical girl mean? Did it refer to strength? For instance, must one train from clevel abilities to level, or even a levels level to be called a true magical girl? Or did it refer to responsibilities? For example, must one protect the city, safeguard friends, and defeat so-called witches and monsters? Or was it more about the mental aspect? Did it mean to genuinely harbor love and hope? Or perhaps there was something wrong with the body of Meng Meng Xiang. He could control like a retired soldier, needing some means to return to the ranks of magical girls. It seemed all of these possibilities could be true. Thus the task objectives were quite ambiguous. Lin Guang speculated that it should be related to his choice of level-held difficulty. This information gap was part of the challenge itself. In other words, it could be seen as the puzzle-solving part of the game. And based on the inexplicable self-detonation at the start, it seemed the puzzle-solving aspect of this game had already begun. Recording, summarizing, and questioning were things he enjoyed doing while strategizing in games. However, the previous death had been too swift, yielding little information. Lin Guang closed his eyes, held his breath, and sank his consciousness into his body. First, he needed to confirm whether the sensation of dying pain had truly dissipated and whether there were any side effects from dying in the game. After all, frequent mental deaths equated to physical deaths, a matter documented in various works, which should not be taken lightly. Starting from his fingertips, he gradually sensed and controlled his muscles until he confirmed that there was no longer that cold stabbing sensation at the nerve endings. Only then did Lin Guang slowly exhale a breath of turbid air, his eyes sparkling with clarity. His control over this body had not been affected. Not only that, Lin Guang even felt that he had surpassed his previous bottleneck, able to perceive many extremely subtle details. The sound of blood flowing, the movement of internal organs, and even many muscle groups that originally could not act independently, as if they could respond to his will beyond physiological limits. There was no doubt he had become stronger. This phenomenon was also documented in traditional martial arts. Perhaps this was some form of the extraordinary. Was it the effect of the precision operation engine? Moreover, there were no strange feelings mentally. The state was confirmed to be accurate. Then it was time to dive in again and continue gathering information. Lin Guang opened the panel and decisively selected yes. Link start. In the next moment, his consciousness sank back into darkness. The familiar smell of blood and the damp, cold air floated to his nose, and the familiar nerve pain struck again. However, it was noticeably less intense than last time. The girl lying on the grass had only rested for a few seconds before she stretched out her hand to prop herself up, curled her body and legs, and her slender pale legs knelt naturally on the wet grass, steadily supporting her body as she stood up. With the movement, the unfamiliar cherry-red tips of her hair swayed slightly in her field of vision. Lin Guang showed a thoughtful expression. Were his two talents constantly adapting to this body? It seemed that after a few more experiences, the body would completely adapt. It appeared to be a good sign for now. She made a preliminary judgment in her mind. At that moment, faint footsteps were heard ahead. Lin Guang frowned and looked in that direction. He could vaguely see two extremely blurred human figures staggering toward him in the darkness. Were they the same two? Blindly fleeing or confronting them were not wise choices. After all, this was about gathering information. Lin Guang hoped to explore more possibilities. Her gaze instantly locked onto the large tree behind her, raising her head to look at the branch capable of supporting the weight of a girl. The physical quality of this girl's body was double that of her original, and an ordinary person would feel uncoordinated due to the enhanced physical capabilities. However, Lin Guang did not feel anything unusual, if it were only to this extent. Controlling it wouldn't be difficult. She exploded with an indescribable power from her slender feet, gracefully leaping to a height of 3 meters, grasping the branch with both hands, and then performed an extremely standard pull-up, her movements flowing like mercury. She flipped over and crouched atop, silently using the thick trunk and leaves to conceal her figure. The footsteps of the two figures grew closer, but there was still some distance. This time was sufficient to observe herself a little. Lin Guang lowered her head, gently grasping the pendant on her chest. To be honest, this object was very conspicuous. After all, this body was too flat in the chest area, and the pendant was exceptionally large, swaying around in her shirt with the slightest movement, making her collarbone feel a bit itchy. Moreover, there was nothing in the pockets of her hot pants. The only thing worth examining on her body was this pendant. Lin Guang raised it above her head, carefully observing it in the faint starlight with this body's excellent eyesight. The end of this pendant hung a smooth gemstone, overall a dull red color with speckled impurities inside, looking unremarkable even with many cracks, while the surrounding silver setting that fixed the gemstone was crafted more exquisitely. To be honest, this item was quite concerning. Was this a proof of this body's identity as a magical girl? But even when held in hand, it showed no reaction, not even during her previous attempt to transform. Could it be that? Crack. The familiar footsteps approached again, and the puppets in the darkness drew closer. Lin Guang focused her mind and held her breath. Those strange monsters could easily sense the scrutiny they were under, which was not surprising. However, their range of detection was also a point worth investigating. If she did not provoke them, would they, seemingly lacking high intelligence, be able to discover her hiding in the tree? If they could not, she would be able to buy more time this time and see what would happen next. Two mysterious murmurs seemingly coming from nowhere, and the suddenly powerful, rapidly approaching footsteps provided the answer. Lin Guang cast his gaze towards the tree below, staring directly at the two uncanny puppets that had discovered him. He took a deep breath, his slender figure standing steadily on the branch. She smiled and raised her hand once again, performing the transformation gesture that was etched into her very bones. Full of smiles. Courage at 100%. Such things as principles are cautiously guarded when possessed, fearing their loss, yet once lost, one loses the desire to reclaim them, as if shedding a heavy burden. She lightly danced and spun like a butterfly descending from the tree, the heels of her small boots landing steadily on the ground, her long, beautiful legs showing no sign of wavering. Her slender waist twisted, the magical energy in the air surged towards her youthful and beautiful body like a tide. Lin Guang felt that scorching, expanding power flooding through her once more. The transformation process was reignited. In that moment, Lin Guang noticed details she had overlooked during her first transformation. As the first line of dialogue was spoken, it felt as if an unchangeable force urged her to continue with her actions and words. That force akin to flames flowed through her body with her dance, as if possessing its own consciousness attempting to gather at her chest. Lin Guang danced gracefully, white light radiating from her body, causing her clothes to vanish without a trace, leaving only her slender and beautiful form. Her hands traced a massive heart shape in front of her. The next move should be to spread her arms wide and push outward. Lin Guang's voice was sweet and passionate. Let the flames and feelings leap and dance together. Yet at that very moment, her sweet voice suddenly turned somewhat cold. She exclaimed, "Along with you all." In the next instant, her previously outstretched hands abruptly changed course, slender fists wrapped in white light, slicing through the air, striking forward with a whoosh. Simultaneously, her whole being surged forward like a streak of light. With magical energy filling her body, radiating a brilliance akin to holy light, Lin Guang's speed was astonishing. The maid puppet holding a kitchen knife had just begun to lift its hand when the girl had already vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, a white light afterimage flashed eerily to its right side. Her cherry-colored hair flew up in the rush as the girl twisted her waist and hips, her long fist carrying terrifying explosive power crashing towards the hollow face of the knife-wielding maid puppet. This punch even bore a hint of red flames, tracing a striking path through the dark forest. Poof! Crack! With a muffled sound, it was sent flying. Without any hesitation, Lin Guang turned and lunged towards the nearby steward puppet. Transformation as a movement and ability etched into this girl's very being was perfectly read and replicated by Lin Guang through the influence of the soul link. The indescribable instinct to continue transforming was evident proof. Logically speaking, this should be difficult to suppress, just as one can hardly restrain their knee-jerk reflex or blinking action. This instinctive impulse from extraordinary abilities was even more deeply ingrained than the Bodhi's neural reflexes. However, Lin Guang possessed more than one talent. The precise operation engine also began to exert its power. In that moment, relying on the mastery that was so powerful it even transcended her physical form, Lin Guang halted the words and actions that were about to escape her lips, directly interrupting her transformation process. At this very moment, the magical energy that had just dissipated was firmly trapped within her body. The sensation of that power rampaging within her, accompanied by intense pain, spread throughout. Yet she could still continue to act. Lin Guang lowered her body, a long leg shining with holy light sweeping out like a steel whip, precisely striking the joint of the steward puppet's calf. Smack! A dull explosion echoed. This kick was even stronger than the previous punch. Instead of a scene of blood and flesh flying, only dry wood splinters scattered everywhere. The steward puppet's fragile spherical joint instantly shattered under absolute force, its body losing balance and tilting to one side. Without any hesitation, Lin Guang used her waist and abdomen to power up her entire being, springing up like a compressed spring, her right fist clenched tightly as she delivered a textbook-like rising dragon fist. The fist, wrapped in increasingly violent, scorching magical energy, due to her actions and emotions, even formed a fiery trajectory, smashing fiercely into the faceless visage of the steward puppet. Bang! It sounded as if a watermelon had been smashed by a hammer. The puppet's head exploded into a shower of wooden splinters, its headless body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The girl stumbled slightly as she landed, the chaotic, scorching magical energy swirling within her body, and the external magical force continued to surge and growing even more chaotic and intense, causing Lin Guang, whose pain tolerance was extremely high, to feel veins pulse on her forehead. The precise operation engine was not a mechanical mind. This sensation of pain was fully affecting her consciousness. The maid monster should not be dead yet. Can I still fight? Lin Guang gasped, her thoughts racing in an instant. The magical energy within her seemed increasingly violent, meaning that her next punch would carry even greater power. So as long as she could hold on for 3 more seconds and deliver the next move, she could win. Yet, at the moment this thought arose, an unexpected change occurred. Perhaps the series of high-intensity, explosive movements from earlier had in some way guided the magical energy within her. The power, which had merely been barely suppressed, seemed to have received some sort of stimulus, accelerating and boiling wildly within her. This violent energy surge, compounded with the tearing phantom pain already present in her body, instantly broke through her defenses. Lin Guang's exhaled breath suddenly emitted wisps of fire. In that moment, the magical energy spiraled out of control beyond a certain threshold, as if flames had ignited in her trachea, threatening to scorch her internal organs. Her thoughts momentarily stalled for 0.3 seconds, her vision darkening for an instant. Even though the precise operation engine was continuously active, it could not prevent this blow. For this was a loss of control of magical energy, not a halt caused by instinct. At this deadly moment, another maid puppet that had silently crawled back into the battlefield made its move. It slid across the ground in a bizarre posture that defied ergonomics, swiftly extending its rusted kitchen knife. Puff! The cold metal pierced through her skin, embedding itself in Lin Guang's soft abdomen, covered by white light. The holy light seemed to generate some repelling force against the attack, but not much. Ugh! The intense pain surged up her spine like an electric current. Lin Guang's eyes widened suddenly, her forehead instantly beaded with cold sweat. But this soul-piercing pain instead acted like a shot of adrenaline, forcibly bringing back her scattered consciousness as she elbowed the opponent's head. Man. Once again a crisp sound echoed as the head of the maid doll followed in the footsteps of the steward, its body twitching and collapsing. Clutching her abdomen, Lin Guang staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the large tree as blood seeped through her fingers, the searing pain radiating from her belly and lungs, indicating that her organs were not yet fully cooked, and at least they still hurt, suggesting there was hope. The white light gradually faded, her clothes returned to her body, beginning to be stained red with blood. This signified that the transformation process seemed to have truly come to a halt only at this moment. Should she feel at ease? Not at all. Lin Guang's acute senses picked up the movement beside her. There was the faint sound of a hard object crushing dry leaves. She quickly turned her head. Emerging from the thick black mist 7 meters away, 3 new dolls were slowly approaching, closing in step by step. Lin Guang glanced down at the wound on her abdomen and then swept her gaze over these 3 fully operational new enemies. With a battle capability diminished by over 30 continuous blood loss and damage to her respiratory system, she swiftly pulled up an assessment chart in her mind. Faced with 3 new dolls possessing the same complete combat strength as the previous ones, her chances of victory were below 1. The girl coughed a couple of times, letting out a hoarse laugh. Ha. I've died again. GD game. Indeed, she had performed quite well. This time there was significant progress. Leaning against the tree trunk, her pale face showed no sign of fear of death. Rather than being cut down by these worthless wooden dolls, she preferred to try the complete self-destruction process once more. The first time the explosion happened too quickly, and she hadn't even grasped it yet. Don't waste it. The girl murmured to herself, then forcibly stirred the nearly collapsing magical energy within her body, hoarsely speaking while playing with jokes that no one here could understand. Just watch. My final transformation. She raised her head, her calm eyes fixed on the approaching monsters, a sweet curve of excitement forming at the corners of her mouth as she began to dance lightly, like a stunning butterfly flitting toward the flames. Full marks for the smile. 100% courage. As the incantation was chanted, the magical energy surged like a tidal wave. Lin Guang focused all her attention inward, instinctively guiding her emotions and movements, trying to capture the trajectory of her collapse in the last milliseconds. In the next moment, boom! After a resounding explosion, Lin Guang found herself back in her shabby yet clean room. You died. Task evaluation failure. Reward none. He looked at the system's indistinguishable evaluation, rubbing his brow, somewhat dazed. The nerve-wracking sting from this death lingered, accompanied by a sudden relaxation after extreme tension. Yet Lin Guang felt she had somewhat grown accustomed to it. In the next instant, he sprang up like a carp, showing no sign of rest, immediately sitting down at his desk, taking out paper and pen, his pitch-black eyes shining brightly in the darkness. A good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen. Just like after waking from a dream, one can only remember the emotions of the dream for a short time. Now was the best moment to record and summarize. Swish, swish, swish. He began to write furiously. The known information from before was written down at an incredible speed, including the rules of transformation just experienced and the specific lines that surged from his instincts. Then came various analyses of the mechanism. Why did the magical energy continue to surge for a period even after stopping the transformation lines and actions? Is it related to my unauthorized modification of the lines and changes in actions? Can the lines be changed? Can the actions be changed? Can the emotions change? Will this have a positive effect on the transformation? If operated correctly, will the holy light protection during transformation become stronger? The last appearing child-type doll seemed to pose no threat on the surface, thus requiring more vigilance. Should it be dealt with immediately? The final self-destruction still felt like something was missing from her chest. Is it related to that pendant that showed no reaction? Lin Guang's brain operated relentlessly at high speed. Who hasn't played a puzzle game? Its fun is quite simple. List all the clues and then analyze all possibilities. And then, it was time to strategize. He revealed an exceptionally pure smile, like a gourmet encountering a feast filled with delight. All right, let's begin the experiment. Third game. Link start. The black mist surged, and the scent of blood swept again through the cold, damp forest. Everything seemed to reset, returning to that initial starting point. The girl with cherry-colored hair sprang up swiftly, the pain receding faster than last time, her slender and beautiful figure appearing brisk and agile, exuding a youthful vitality. She extended her delicate hand, covering her rather ordinary and somewhat pitiful chest, gently touching the pendant in front of her, her face revealing a thoughtful expression. In the first 3 transformations, there were 2 complete and 1 interrupted. The searing magical energy flowed to this point before completely going out of control. However, that time purposefully interrupting the transformation process did make her sense something extremely important. She moved her limbs a couple of times, and the sound of the doll's footsteps approached from nearby. She saw the steward doll and the maid doll staggering into her line of sight, suddenly lunging at Lin Guang the moment they saw her. Lin Guang closed her eyes, took a deep breath as if reviewing and confirming a plan that had long been prepared. Then she opened her eyes and a hint of red seemed to light up in her pupils. Without any hesitation, Lin Guang raised her hand, performing the initial pose for the magical girl transformation. In the next moment, this girl's body began to dance lightly and confidently, reciting the lines. However, this time, there seemed to be a subtle difference. Smile, full marks. No longer was it a cute pout, but rather a confident smile that stated a fact. Courage 100%. No longer a prayer, but a declaration of readiness. Although the transformation words were identical, the emotions embedded in the lines and actions had changed significantly. As she moved, the brilliance of the magical energy illuminated the silent forest flowing into her slender body with emotions. That searing current surged as expected. However, this time the originally chaotic and difficult to control, searing magical energy upon sensing Lin Guang's transformation process that had been modified by her will from the start unexpectedly felt a sense of inexplicable fitting. It wasn't as turbulent and violent anymore. It was truly different. She continued her lights spinning and dancing, but no longer using that overly sweet and affected voice. Instead, she lowered the pitch of her original voice, speaking in a tone that was still quite pleasant, but dignified, confident, and full of penetrating power. Let the mood and flames burn together. With that instinctual impulse, she forcibly modified the wording, skipping over the four words bouncing and jumping, causing the trajectory of the magical energy to undergo a subtle change, becoming somewhat unstable. Yet the hidden patterns seemed to unfold a corner under her perception of the precision operation engine. Just as expected, Lin Guang's lips curled slightly as she harnessed her emotions and the lines she had to deliver, transforming into a graceful silhouette enveloped in radiant holy light in an instant as magic surged forth. Once again, her body maintained a state of being surrounded by holy light, and the magic absorbed into her brought a feeling of fullness and intense heat. However, Lin Guang felt the chaotic sensation brought by the intense power within her body diminish significantly. Moreover, with this experience in mind, it seemed that the magic could vaguely be restrained by her while feeling at least 30% better than before. Just before the instinct to fully complete her transformation overwhelmed her reason, Lin Guang forcefully interrupted the transformation lines, locking the raging energy within. Her elegant dance transformed into a poised stance in an instant, her eyes sharp and ready, the girl shrouded in holy light. Then, she became a blur facing the two approaching dolls. This time Lin Guang did not recklessly charge in by simply pressing yes. She pondered for a long time, making numerous guesses and plans based on her previous experiences, then obediently took a nap, had a meal, and activated herself with daily training, ensuring her mental state was at its peak before choosing to start the task again. In this third opportunity, she neither chose to run around aimlessly nor did she attempt to see what she could accomplish without using any magic. Even with limitless trial and error, there are priorities to consider. After all, the most important thing for a magical girl is the transformation, and each of her previous transformations had ended in uncontrollable explosions. There had to be a problem in the process. Most likely a key link had broken down, preventing the transformation from being completed. Therefore, this time Lin Guang's plan was to verify a crucial hypothesis, the transformation mechanism of this body. During the second transformation, her attempt to alter the lines and movements had interfered with the magic, making her sense something amiss. Does this mean that the lines, movements, and emotions can truly have a significant impact on the magic and the transformation process? Lin Guang certainly remembered that in various fantasy works, characters who cast spells often rely on their lines and actions before using their abilities as necessary means to guide their hearts and emotions, allowing them to wield their power effectively. This could even lead to advanced techniques like altering incantations or omitting them altogether, symbolizing greater control. This phenomenon has been recorded in works such as Boundary, the Legend of the Five Villages, and various ancient chronicles. Since there are limitless trial and error opportunities, there's no reason this body shouldn't explore this direction. After all, the original persona Meng Xiang might have a soft and adorable character, but the one in control now is Lin Guang. If she forcibly mimicked those overly soft and embarrassing actions, Lin Guang could remain composed even as the magic core vanished. She could indeed avoid rejection, but nonetheless there would still be some disparity in mindset compared to the original Meng Xiang. However, if she directly switched to a fully masculine and tough style, the gap would be too wide and her physical instincts would resist. If the magic could truly be interfered with in such a way, it might explode even faster. Thus, this time, she chose the modified compromise plan she had outlined. She would retain the girl's qualities and cuteness and liveliness while trimming away overly affected aspects, slightly shifting towards a handsome and capable style. The girl's lithe body shimmered as it began to glow with the red holy light intertwining with the approaching dolls in an instant. Without any suspense, the first wave of two monsters failed to mount any reasonable counterattack. The butler was shattered at the chest, and the maid's head was exploded by a high-pressure kick from those beautiful legs. The idea is feasible. Lin Guang stretched her youthful and beautiful, yet far stronger body compared to her original self, standing still and exhaling a hot breath that carried a fragrant scent. Hoo! Hiss! Feeling the intense magical energy boiling within her chest again, due to the interruption of the transformation, causing her entire body to ache painfully, the girl smiled as her lips curled up, and instinctively, she tidied her hair around her ears. Her emotions also invigorated alongside the magic. This transformation should allow for personalized customization within the character range of this body, and as long as the emotions are genuine enough, making partial changes to the lines should be fine. Or rather, it might even be better this way. After all, for magical girls in any world, the more sincere they are, the better they face their true hearts. Without stopping her footsteps, three figures shot out from the black mist. As if startled by Lin Guang's earlier momentum, the second wave of attacks followed closely. This time there were three enemies, a new butler and maid doll along with a relatively short maid holding a broom. However, Lin Guang gave no chance for the new doll with the long broom to strike. With the magic within her boiling painfully, she swiftly charged towards the opponent. Swish! Her left hand, covered in holy light, transformed into a blade, cleanly and decisively severing the neck of the apprentice maid. Yet at that moment the critical point was reached once again. The balance of magic was disrupted, and it felt as though flames were coalescing within her chest, burning fiercely, threatening to sear through her ribcage. Yet the intense pain did not elicit a hint of surprise in the girl's eyes. She forcefully swallowed the scorching breath, barely maintaining her form without distortion through the centrifugal force, and her right fist crashed through the butler's head. Puffed! A rusty kitchen knife plunged into her waist from behind. Blood gushed forth. But in the next second, that beautiful hand covered in holy light, which seemed to have only ever played musical instruments and never done heavy work, pressed against the face of the maid doll, which was devoid of anything. Then she squeezed. Crack! The maid wobbled and fell while the girl swayed, but stood up smiling, opening her arms to face the approaching figures emerging from the black mist. At this moment, what shone in her beautiful eyes was an expression filled with hope and joy, unwavering in the face of fear. This game is truly interesting, isn't it? Are you ready? Omega. A crimson mushroom cloud surged into the sky. The 10th descent. The sting lasted only a moment before fading. The girl didn't even wait for the black mist to dissipate. She anticipated the first wave of monsters' appearance and surged forward rapidly. Smile full marks. Courage 100%. The magic surged, and the youthful and beautiful figure lit up with red and white holy light, zipping past the two dolls in an instant. They fell silently. The moment the second wave appeared was the same. 3 dolls were instantly exterminated. The girl chanted, "Let the feelings and flames burn together." If the first transformation was overwhelmed by an uncontainable torrent, this time, it was like navigating a small boat through that tumult. Though the torrent remained fierce and the small boat faced peril, the navigator became increasingly adept. This meant that the magical turmoil caused by forcibly extending the transformation process was being controlled and delayed by Lin Guang, as much as possible enhancing her combat strength. The apprentice maid was decapitated the moment she appeared, and the remaining 2 were reduced to wood chips, within 5 seconds suffering only minor injuries. Then came the third wave, the fourth wave. Fists and feet sliced through the air, and blazing streaks of light illuminated the surrounding darkness. Nearly 20 broken doll remains were strewn in a complete circle around her, with wooden debris and limbs scattered about. However, apart from a few scratches on her arm, Lin Guang sustained no additional injuries. She felt the increasingly restless magical energy within her on the verge of breaking through the critical point. Adjusting her breath, she turned to gaze deeper into the darkness. Speaking of which, how many enemies are still nearby? Could it be that this is the lair of these dolls, driven by some inexplicable power? Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of footsteps approached. The 5th wave of enemies tore through the black mist. Aside from 2 seemingly standard-made dolls, a massive shadow emerged in the middle. An oiled carpenter doll wielding a jagged handsaw in its left hand and dragging. Though it appeared to be a carpenter, the atmosphere was more akin to that of a butcher. Sensing the boiling magic within her, a serious expression appeared in Lin Guang's beautiful eyes. In the 9th game, she had died at the hands of these 3 guys, never even managing to attempt a complete transformation. The strategy had long been decided. In the post-game review, prioritize eliminating the 2 familiar maid dolls before focusing on the carpenter. This time Lin Guang didn't even glance at the clumsy carpenter. Her slight frame darted past the carpenter's slow swing, targeting the 2 accompanying maid dolls. The red and white skirt swirled in the air as the girl resembled a red butterfly dancing on the tips of blades. The first maid doll was struck with an elbow to the heart. The second maid doll was sidekicked, its head exploding. The distractions were eliminated. Only the carpenter doll, dragging its hammer and just now turning around, remained. Its pitch-black button eyes moved slightly, raising the handsaw in its left hand, seemingly realizing that its allies had been completely annihilated. Next, Lin Guang took a deep breath, her toes touching the ground, her figure soaring. The first punch, a light strike to the chest, unleashed overwhelming power. Bang! With extreme hardness, the recoil traveled up her arm, but Lin Guang had prepared this time. As soon as she made contact, she slipped away, her slender and beautiful body narrowly dodging the fatal hammer strike. Whoosh! The heavy wind pressure brushed against her cheek, the strong gust tousling her cherry red hair, as she narrowly escaped the attack that could have left her dizzy or dead. But this time she did not retreat. At the moment the hammer struck the ground, the old force spent, and the new force yet to arise, the girl's figure closed in like a specter. With her second punch, she leapt high, delivering an uppercut to the opponent's jaw. Do. The sound changed. A hint of looseness appeared in that unbreakable quality. The third strike. The fourth strike. The girl transformed into a white blur, frantically attacking the clumsy carpenter. Her attack frequency was astonishingly fast, each punch precisely timed to fit into the gaps between the carpenter's attacks, as if she were dancing on the edge of a blade. The holy light enveloping the girl began to flush red. The saw swept through the air, unleashing a shriek like a vengeful spirit. Lin Guang crouched to evade, delivering a blazing, heated whip kick to the opponent's leg. The fifth strike. The hammer slammed into the ground, earth flying in all directions. Lin Guang dodged and delivered a heavy punch to the opponent's lower back. The carpenter doll's once indestructible workwear began to show spiderweb-like cracks, its movements visibly stuttering as if rusted gears were about to break. Just as it lifted the iron hammer again, attempting to strike once more, A fierce light blazed in the girl's eyes as she seized the opening. It's over. The holy light gathered around her right fist, and instead of retreating she advanced, delivering a decisive punch directly into the center of the crack on its body. The seventh strike. Crack, boom. No sound of metal clashing. The iron carpenter which had once left her defenseless disintegrated in that moment, like an exploded tower of blocks collapsing into a chaotic shower of splintered wood and scattered parts. Clatter. Countless fragments fell like raindrops. Lin Guang stood at the center of the ruins, shaking her slightly reddened fist, gazing into the empty depths of the black mist, exhaling a breath of foul air. But it wasn't over yet. More intense footsteps echoed from the deeper darkness. However, at this moment, due to the exertion and emotional turmoil, the critical point of transformation had been silently breached. Fiery flames began to brew in her chest, bringing forth pain that transcended limits. This meant she could only risk her life one more time, as her journey was about to come to a halt once again. Yet the girl merely revealed a relieved smile. About to die again. Well then. Omega boom. 12th arrival, 14th arrival, 18th arrival. The black forest spread out before her once again. The first 7 waves of enemies held no secrets anymore. Although everything was 100% real, indistinguishable from reality for Lin Guang, who possessed the precision operation engine, as long as she was familiar enough with the backboard, this was merely a rhythm game in terms of engaging the enemy. The girl's confident smile seemed to illuminate this darkness. Perfect smile, 100% courage. The first wave, 3 seconds. Second wave, 7 seconds. Fifth wave shattering the carpenter's core, 12 seconds. With her body enveloped in holy light, the girl danced elegantly and stylishly among the enemies. Even the steps she took exuded a rhythm unique to high-end players possessing a certain artistic flair. The last of the 7th wave of dolls fell. Finally, the enemies of the 8th wave emerged from the black mist. This lineup was also quite familiar to her. Aside from 2 familiar May-type enemies, there were also 3 bouncing-eyed furballs on the ground, along with a stone statue in armor wielding a large stone sword. 6 enemies. Lin Guang wasted no words. Her foot stepped down, her figure leaping up. The 3 suspected furry balls were about to launch an attack, but Lin Guang didn't even glance at them. In her calculations, the flight trajectories of these balls were already etched in her mind. The girl sidestepped, gliding gracefully, and then a flash of red light appeared. A few tufts of fur brushed past her cherry red hair, as Lin Guang had already dodged and reached the side of the apprentice maid wielding a broom. However, just as Lin Guang ignored the stone statue wielding the large sword about to smash the maid doll's head with her fist, buzz. Black ripples expanded. An extremely nauseating sense of disharmony suddenly erupted from within the girl, causing the magic that had previously remained obedient within the limited time to become slightly chaotic, resulting in her movements becoming a bit stiff. This was the ability Lin Guang referred to as taunting. If she didn't prioritize attacking the soldier statue, the flow of magic would be obstructed, making actions even more difficult. Although this wasn't absolute, as she could force her way through with willpower, doing so could easily disrupt the already difficult manipulation of magic, hastening the arrival of the uncontrollable critical point. Starting from the 8th wave, these enemies not only possessed physical attacks, but also extraordinary powers. Yet facing this nauseating mechanism she had already experienced, Lin Guang didn't even raise an eyelid. It was all anticipated. She didn't attempt to forcibly resist the rules like the previous 2 times. Instead, she smoothly utilized the stiffness brought by the chaotic magic, forcibly twisting her waist, redirecting a punch originally aimed at the maid towards the chest plate of the soldier statue beside her. The reason she initially targeted the maid was to force the soldier statue to unleash this taunting ability and prevent it from doing anything else. After all, in the last game when she attempted to directly attack the soldier statue, it behaved as if it had intelligence, not using taunt, but simply swung its sword to strike, wasting an opportunity for the opponent to act. Bang! Her fist struck the statue, producing a muffled sound. Using the recoil, she spun like a top, the large sword narrowly slicing past her hair as her leg whip accelerated again with this rotational force. The red light erupted, and that prepared double whip kick directly exploded the soldier statue's head before it could react. Snap! With the mechanism released and the threat eliminated, only the remaining garbage time was left. Lin Guang made several movements, clearing away all the hairballs and maids. The 8th wave was cleared in merely 15 seconds from start to finish. The girl stood amidst the scattered debris, feeling her emotions and magical power boiling, gasping slightly. Finally, it's over. It wasn't easy. The backboard was actually quite simple, just a few patterns repeated. Formulating strategies against the enemy wasn't difficult either. After all, they were not real humans and lacked the high adaptability of intelligence, and their hard power was indeed inferior to her current state. But what if she had to find a way to delay the bomb's detonation during this process? At first, even without any external interference, as long as she maintained this half-transformation state, she would break through the critical point in less than 15 seconds, damaging herself. However, Lin Guang managed to extend this time to over 1.5 minutes through modifications of her emotions, actions, and lines, along with the increasingly familiar magical trajectories and operations. Moreover, as the time maintaining this critical point lengthened, her power became increasingly formidable. According to Lin Guang's estimation, her physical qualities were about 5 times that of her original self. In reality, this had far surpassed the physical limits of an ordinary person. Scaling walls and walking on roofs was merely trivial enough to be called a minor superhero. But the cost was also quite evident. At this moment, the magical power within her was nearing its boiling point, coursing through Lin Guang's organs and flesh. If she continued to force herself to maintain the half-transformation state, she estimated she had at most 15 seconds before losing control. She took a deep breath, exhaling a wave of scalding air, feeling the condition of her body. Before crossing that self-harming critical point, her body, enhanced by magic, seemed to have developed a special resistance to high temperatures. Although her body temperature was extremely high, it curiously suffered no damage. Having cleared all enemies in the vicinity, could she safely stop this transformation process? Without any hesitation, her gaze turned towards the deeper darkness. The enhanced senses from magic detected something. However, in that instant, the girl's expression suddenly turned serious. Clearly not. Her slender body tensed to its utmost. From the depths of the darkness, an unprecedentedly powerful presence was approaching, exuding a heavy, cold, and suffocating sense of oppression. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by elegant and rhythmic footsteps, a figure slowly emerged from the black fog. It was still a female doll, but it was completely different from the previous low-level maids clad in coarse fabrics and moving awkwardly. If the ones before were lowly maids, then this one was undoubtedly the head maid. She wore an intricate and luxurious maid outfit, the fabric smooth silk with a blue and white layered skirt, and the collar and cuffs embroidered with exquisite lace patterns resembling dark patterns formed from dried blood. Her face, devoid of features, was smooth without cracks or holes, yet it looked in Lin Guang's direction. She tilted her head slightly, and her silver-braided twin tails moved along. In that moment, an icy chill sparked in Lin Guang's heart. This presence was on an entirely different level from all the monsters before. An elite monster, or perhaps a boss guarding the level. Yet the other party did not immediately attack after locking onto Lin Guang. Under her gaze, she gently extended her human-like hands, crossing them in front of her, and then slightly bowed towards Lin Guang. The movement was impeccably elegant, akin to a true head maid. The next moment, without any prior warning, a red and white figure almost teleported to the side of this seemingly courteous doll. The red and white trajectory in the air showed no signs of fading as a hand blade wrapped in flames aimed for the neck of the head, producing a loud sound that sliced through the air. Bang! Two equally slender and pale arms collided in the air, bouncing off each other. The head maid's empty face eerily turned 180 degrees, aligning perfectly with Lin Guang's eyes. However, in that instant, Lin Guang's whip kick had already drawn back with the momentum of her spin. An eerie event occurred once again. The other party vanished silently from her spot, and this heavy blow was kicked into thin air. Lin Guang spun twice like a dancer to dissipate the force, then stood firm, looking towards where the opponent reappeared, her eyes filled with vigilance. The strength was not inferior to her own, which was somewhat understandable. But how could she not see the opponent's movements? There was no sound of wind breaking, no warning. It was as if the frames had been skipped alarmingly fast. Just as Lin Guang pondered her abilities, the poised head maid suddenly moved. She elegantly lifted her skirt, revealing a glint of cold light beneath. Then, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Silver gleams shot out like a peacock spreading its tail. There were 16 glimmering metal flying knives moving so swiftly that they even surpassed Lin Guang's current dynamic visual capture limit. So fast. Lin Guang's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't even seen how they were thrown. She could only react instinctively, forcibly twisting her body to deflect the flying knives. Thud, 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 thud. The muffled sounds of blades piercing flesh rang out consecutively. Despite her utmost efforts, 8 flying knives still stabbed deep into her body. Thigh, shoulder, side. 3 of them had even penetrated her organs, causing excruciating pain as blood gushed out instantly. It was at this moment that the second wave of slicing sound struck. Again, several silver knives. Lin Guang struggled to hold her damaged body, rolling awkwardly on the ground. She barely avoided most of them, but 2 still lodged into her left arm. She knelt on the ground, panting, heavily, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she looked at the opponent, only to see the other party still calm and composed, not a speck of dust on her, quietly holding 2 small knives, slowly approaching Lin Guang. She lowered her head, looking at her body, now resembling a porcupine. The precision operational engine could clearly sense the current condition within her body. Her organs were damaged, and her body was beginning to bleed profusely. The magical power also grew more agitated due to the intense pain and the passage of time. Even in an unknown situation, even if the opponent did not display any new abilities in her current state of injury, there seemed to be no hope at all. A dead end. Would it start over again? It seemed there was no sense of unwillingness. This time she had made significant progress, not only clearing the 8th wave and encountering the formidable enemy of the 9th wave, but also gaining many crucial pieces of information. Once she returned and carefully reflected on it, she would surely know. At this moment, amidst the pool of blood, the girl instead let out a low laugh. I refuse. With her hoarse laughter, the flames clearly visible as they surged from her mouth and nose. Being able to start over infinitely is certainly wonderful. Each time there is progress, indeed, it is something everyone dreams of. In such circumstances, the occasional retreat or fatigue seem to become trivial matters. However, treating reality as a game regarding the arrival of the extraordinary as a matter of course, Lin Guang had always deeply understood one point. A true master of the game would never make excuses for themselves, but would face each game and every attempt with the utmost seriousness. For Lin Guang, treating something as a game does not mean negligence, but signifies that she must always strive to do her best no matter when or where. This is what matters most to Lin Guang. Entertainment. She shook herself upright, ignoring the 10 flying knives embedded in her body, disregarding the elegantly approaching headmaid. The magical power surged like a turbulent current about to explode within her, bringing familiar, intense pain. However, her fighting spirit and joy burned even more fiercely within her heart. In that instant, it seemed she sensed something from the depths of her soul link. That was a premonition from the very core of it. She pressed a hand against the dim pendant at her chest. Did something go wrong that prevented her transformation? It doesn't matter. 17 deaths, 17 rebirths. At the moment the precision operation engine was activated, Lin Guang's control over magic, her endurance to pain, and her understanding of every cell in this body, along with every thought and analysis from her past experiences, all of her accumulations reached a critical point at that moment. Even without external objects, her soul was gradually approaching that realm. The girl raised her head, her delicate face pale, yet her eyes burned with an unprecedented fighting spirit, a confident smile already gracing her lips. She lowered her voice and declared in a commanding tone, a smile full marks. The magic in the air seemed to heed her command, wildly converging towards her, forcing the silver, flying daggers out from her wounds, dropping them onto the grass. Fighting spirit 100%. The incantation was revised once more under an inexplicable sensation, and the holy light surrounding her began to glow redder. She took a deep breath and then uttered a brand new incantation born from her soul, derived from the original transformation words of this body, yet infused with a stronger will. Her voice, like singing or chanting, resonated through the forest, burning heart fire. Crush them. The holy light transformed into crimson flames, enveloping Lin Guang's bare and slender body, as if ready to consume her. The girl spread her arms as if to embrace the power that could incinerate her entirely, her face alight with excitement and fervor. Her hands returned in front of her, forming the standard starting posture. Are you ready? I've been ready. Omega boom. This time magic did not betray her. A crimson fire pillar 2 meters in diameter shot up from the ground, completely engulfing the girl. The out-of-control explosion did not occur. It was a cheer of power surrendering. In an instant, massive magic surged into the ground, causing the surrounding soil to slightly vitrify in the high heat. In that brilliant glow, the holy light covering her body finally began to weave and solidify. The girl's originally smooth cherry-red hair instantly transformed under the wash of magic into a raging crimson flame, the tips dancing wildly in the wind, much like flowing lava. Her once normal eyes were now ignited, turning into 2 transparent red gemstones. The light condensed into a tangible spiritual outfit that covered her body. It was a set of idol-style battle attire, primarily in deep red and pure white, sharply tailored with a red skirt resembling a blooming spider lily. Yet for some unknown reason this outfit appeared somewhat damaged, many parts looking battle-worn, perfectly matching her current injured state. But even so, this spiritual outfit finally emerged, bringing her an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. This meant, Magic Girl Meng Meng Xiang has arrived. As the flames subsided, the crimson girl looked at the slightly wary maid doll, casually spinning her wrist in the air, causing the swirling magical particles to crazily converge in her palm. Buzz. A long rod-like object materialized out of nowhere, spinning rapidly in her hand, creating a whistling wind. The girl firmly grasped it and slammed it down onto the ground. It was a uniquely styled staff that resembled a microphone, entirely presented in a muted crimson color, with a mechanical structure resembling a loudspeaker in the upper middle section, its lines sharp, and at the very top was a pentagram-shaped mount. At the very center of the pentagram, a deep red gemstone floated, pulsating with the fluctuations of Lin Guang's magic and emotions, emanating a dangerous aura. Lin Guang gripped the staff and swung it fiercely in the air. In that instant, passionate music erupted from this staff, resonating through the forest. It resembled the music of a carnival parade, with voices intertwining within. Like the grand opening of a festive celebration. The pale face once again flushed with excited color, like the final flicker of light. The girl slowly spoke, uttering a line that no one here could comprehend. Come on, it's showtime. In that moment, intense and dazzling flames poured forth from her staff. Eek! Accompanied by a clearly trembling cry, dense fog was violently ripped apart by the continuously erupting muzzle lights. Bang! 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 Blue-colored trajectories sliced through the air as the maid doll, resembling a specter, was struck in midair by a barrage of energy bullets, her body convulsing like being electrocuted, shattering immediately. The damaged puppet was propelled backward by the immense kinetic energy of the bullets, crashing heavily into the grass, its broken ends exuding wisps of black smoke. The attacker was a striking girl. She stood just over 1.60 meters with long azure hair, cascading down her back, flowing with a water-like gentle glow. The girl wore a sleek azure battle skirt, her long legs mostly exposed, tightly gripping 2 streamlined azure pistols. And at her feet on the decaying soil, besides the recently slain maid, lay 2 nearly unrecognizable broken dolls. It was over. Only after confirming that the monster no longer moved did the girl's tense nerves finally relax, her legs gave way, and she slumped down into the mud without any grace. Huh. The pistols in her hands slipped away, dissolving into streams of water as she supported herself on the ground, gasping heavily, her shoulders, slightly trembling, beads of cold sweat covering her forehead, making her already pale face appear even more so. Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound erupted. A soft white light burst forth from the girl, and her splendid blue spiritual outfit dissipated into countless points of light. When the light receded, the magical girl who had wielded 2 guns vanished, replaced by a much smaller figure. It was a girl who appeared to be in her first year of middle school. The girl wore a sailor suit, a pristine white short-sleeved shirt paired with a bright red scarf, a black pleated skirt, and brown round-toed sneakers, with white long socks wrapped around her slender calves, exuding a youthful and innocent aura. Her blue hair reverted to its original wynard color, her hands resting on her knees, breathing heavily, and in her green gemstone-like transparent eyes lingered a hint of lingering fear. Clap, clap, clap. A slow and steady applause emerged from the depths of the mist. Su Fong, startled, lifted her head and saw a tall figure slowly approaching. It was a girl about 1.70 meters tall, with silver-gray hair casually falling over her shoulders, glistening with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Her figure was slender, wearing a snug black tank top casually layered with a short khaki tactical jacket, and her lower half clad in a pair of faded, slightly worn-out jeans wrapping around her straight legs. This slightly wild outfit perfectly accentuated her curves, which were not exaggerated, but just right. Especially the Halfinger tactical gloves she wore added a touch of heroism. And behind her was a long sword that couldn't hide its cold gleam even in its sheath. Su Fong, well done. The silver-haired girl walked up to her, wearing a smile of appreciation. You are the most talented magical girl I have seen in many years. Su Fong was taken aback for a moment, then shyly scratched her cheek, her fair face tinged with a hint of blush. Senpai, you're overpraising me. I just got lucky and defeated 3 monsters, which is nothing compared to you. Not at all. The girl known as Irwin retracted her smile, her black eyes gazing at her with utmost seriousness. Ordinary people often need to undergo immense emotional trauma or experience a life-and-death crisis to transform into magical girls. Yet you, Su Fong, were able to cross that threshold so calmly and naturally. Irwin paused, her tone growing heavier. You were just an ordinary girl going to school, living a mundane daily life, and yet your first transformation allowed you to effortlessly slay 3 minions without any guidance, which is a testament to your talent as a magical girl. Most importantly, Irwin looked up at the swirling black mist around them, her eyes filled with emotion. Your presence in this misty forest is proof enough. You are the prophetic girl of this generation. In other words, you are the one with the greatest hope of leading us to reclaim the shards of hope from the abyss and purifying the tainted holy tree. You might be able to save the world. Su Fong was taken aback, her face turning beet red. Prophetic girl. Save the world. Her small hands hurriedly waved in front of her chest. No. How could someone like me bear such a huge responsibility? I'm just an ordinary middle school student. Irwin shook her head. What has happened has happened. It's not something you can choose to ignore. The abyss fears you, and while you are yet to awaken, it has hypnotized you and lured you here to eliminate you early. Of course, the holy tree sensed this and guided me through the barrier to rescue you. Su Fong clearly struggled to accept this. Irwin observed her panicking demeanor, simply reaching out to pat her head. Without further argument, her gaze deepening slightly. Time will make you understand everything. Boom. Just then a muffled explosion echoed from deep within the forest. The violent tremors even transmitted to the ground beneath their feet, and a faint crimson blaze pierced through the layers of black mist, casting a slight red hue across half the sky. Accompanying this was the faint sound of stirring music. That is, Su Fong exclaimed, looking in that direction. What's happening over there? Irwin also frowned slightly, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes revealing a look of contemplation. The misty forest does not harbor dangerous flame-wielding creatures, so the commotion is likely due to another magical girl battling other magical girls. Su Fong's eyes lit up. Could it be someone you know? Hard to say. Irwin shook her head, extending a long finger to lightly touch her lips. Red-themed magical girls are relatively common in our system, so I can't be sure if they are acquaintances. What is a red theme? Su Fong asked curiously. It refers to the primary color scheme of a magical girl after transformation, usually representing the attribute of power. Irwin patiently explained. The commotion over there should be a red-themed magical girl. This type typically controls fire or possesses great explosive power. And Su Fong, your blue outfit just now represents water attributes and exceptional agility. Before she could finish, flames and crashing sounds erupted once more, and the music grew increasingly intense. Oh, Su Fong immediately said earnestly, let's discuss this knowledge later. The noise over there is too loud, if she might need help. Irwin was momentarily taken aback, said nothing, and nodded. The two quickly made their way toward the flickering light. Soon a devastated battlefield came into view. Su Fong's eyes scanned a disassembled, made dull, glancing at the broken wooden joints with a hint of surprise. As she ran, she spoke. These wounds show no signs of being cut by any blade. It seems to have been shattered purely by brute force. Senpai, my observations aren't wrong, right? Irwin slightly outpaced her, nodding at her words. It is indeed damage caused by bare hands. The two continued deeper, and the more Su Fong walked, the more alarmed she felt. Along the way there were severed limbs and many kinds of monsters she had never seen before. That is, a soldier made of stone. Su Fong looked at a stone statue with its upper body crushed on the roadside, unable to suppress a gasp. Even such a seemingly high-defense monster was taken down, and it looks like it was a single blow. The person fighting ahead must be an incredibly powerful magical girl. Boom! The explosions and flames ahead grew increasingly fierce, and the air was filled with a scorching and foul, burnt smell. Yet, the noise suddenly ceased. The music stopped, the roaring ceased, everything fell silent as if it had come to an abrupt halt. For some reason, Su Fong felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. She could not help but quicken her pace, following Irwin toward the center of the battlefield. It's just ahead. Finally, they pushed through the last layer of black mist, and their vision cleared. In the center of that devastated clearing, they saw two figures. One stood in the center of the scorched battlefield, while the other knelt on the ground. The standing figure wore a scarlet spiritual outfit, leaning on a massive staff, facing away from Su Fong, and Irwin, her posture as upright as a pine. The fallen doll no longer resembled its original form. Irwin's voice, somewhat inexplicable, echoed in Su Fang's ear. That is a lower-tier, dangerous species, the maid puppet leader. In this misty forest, its danger level is second only to a few monsters. Dangerous species? Su Fang's eyes widened in disbelief. It should be noted that the three puppets she had perilously slain before were merely the lowest-tier minions. Most of the corpses she saw along the way were also lower-tier minions, with only a few being upper-tier. This maid leader, having reached the category of dangerous species, was actually taken down by this magical girl alone, after having consecutively defeated dozens of low-tier monsters. So impressive. She must be an incredibly powerful senpai. Su Fang's heart bloomed with excitement as she fixed her wind-tousled bangs, preparing to step forward and greet her with a friendly smile. However, just at that moment, the splendid spiritual outfit on the red-haired girl suddenly flickered, and countless red lights like fireflies detached and scattered from her. In the blink of an eye, she transformed back into an ordinary appearance, wearing a blood-stained white shirt and black shorts. Without the suppression of the spiritual outfit, the shocking blood holes were once again exposed to the air, blood gushing forth like a breached dam, completely staining the white shirt red. Senpai. Su Fang's pupils constricted. You need healing. However, the other party did not respond. An inexplicable unease surged in her heart, and Su Fang cautiously approached, her voice trembling slightly. Senpai. She walked around to the front of the other girl, her words coming to a halt. The Sakura-haired girl's eyes were still open, her face as pale as a sheet, yet a hint of satisfied smile remained at the corner of her mouth, her gaze devoid of any sparkle. Life had completely flowed out of this body. Yet even after losing her life, she did not fall, but stood tall like a banner. What? No. In the next moment, Su Fang's piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. No. If only she had transformed and rushed over sooner, perhaps she could have helped her senpai, and she wouldn't have died in battle. Could it be that it was all her fault? In the midst of her tears, Irwin slowly approached and stood beside Su Fang. Yet at that moment, looking at the upright corpse, Irwin's black eyes held no trace of surprise or regret, as if she had witnessed far too many similar events. Irwin simply lowered her head, her eyes revealing a faint sadness and weariness. Consciousness suddenly returned, and the body seemed to still retain the fiery resonance of standing upon the earth, where flames consumed everything, ultimately reducing strong foes to ashes. The sensation of transformation was fully etched into Lin Guang's memory, merging with his consciousness. He had won, completely triumphed. Not only did he reverse the impossible transformation in a dire situation, but he also delivered his lines and played the references. For Lin Guang, this was an achievement as intoxicating as the finest wine. For those who do not enjoy drinking, perhaps it could be replaced by that first sip of ice-cold soda on a sweltering summer day just before it freezes. As for what form he had taken, he couldn't see his own appearance just moments ago, so he would simply consider himself a phone knight. Lin Guang forced down the corners of his mouth, which were harder to control than a parallel rifle, a thug, or an AK, and slowly opened his eyes, looking at the panel that appeared with the prompt. You died. Mission evaluation, F grade. Achievement unlocked. Why are you so skilled at transforming? Reward, cute aromas, magic, crystal minor, F grade 1. Note, given the special nature of this grade difficulty trial, each new evaluation achieved will directly grant corresponding reward items independent of the trial's final rewards. Would you like to settle for an F grade evaluation? Yes, no. Lin Guang clicked a no without any hesitation. The ability to settle was akin to a leap from nothing to something, meaning that if Lin Guang wished, he could already conclude the novice task. But of course he would not do so. Clearly, even though he found inspiration in a near-death state and successfully transformed, defeating that silver-haired maid, he had merely scratched the surface, far from perfect completion. Since he had chosen grade difficulty, there was no way he would settle for an F-grade conclusion. He did not even need to think far. Just one more attempt would surely yield better results. How could it end here? Lin Guang paused his thoughts and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes, squinting towards the window. At this moment, the blinding sunlight was piercing through the curtain's gaps like golden swords, stabbing into the dimly lit living room just right against his stern profile. The midday sun hung high, and faint sounds of electric scooters and the clattering of pans from neighbors cooking blended together, forming a picture imbued with the aroma of life. Lin Guang returned to his senses, exhaling deeply, sitting up straight, and rubbing his slightly swollen temples. As the excitement faded, a familiar fatigue rose from his heart. Surprisingly, feeling exhausted after a successful transformation was even more so than transforming into a massive fireball in a clean, decisive failure. Under these circumstances, continuous entries were clearly unsuitable. Although death itself brought Lin Guang no sense of defeat, his previous measurements and experiments showed that the progress within the instance consumed almost no time in the real world. This was a conclusion he derived from personally recording it with an old camcorder, timing it with a stopwatch. However, the key was that even if dying in the game had no lasting side effects, the mental exhaustion was very real. On average, although each instance lasted only a minute or two, he had to undergo the entire process of intense combat leading to death, which was a significant burden. Each death following a focused battle came with immense mental fatigue and a sense of nerve-wracking pressure akin to repeatedly tackling extremely difficult exam papers, leaving one dizzy. This was also why, despite having the opportunity to respawn infinitely without consuming real time, it took him a full 4 days to reach this point. He strictly controlled his game entry frequency to maintain absolute concentration required for conquering grade difficulty, refusing to stay up late, and avoiding fatigue. Driving unsafely leads to tears from loved ones. Although he had none, but this reward, he chose to claim it. With a thought, Lin Guang opened his palm. The air slightly distorted and a red crystal in an irregular rhombus shape appeared in his hand. The crystal was about the size of a thumb, its edges refracting a warm and faint red light, as if it contained a flickering flame. Item: Cute Aromas Magic Crystal Minor, F1. A small crystal formed from condensed magic that can slightly enhance the magic limit when used. Within it was sealed a timid girl's unfinished song, which ultimately dissipated like a flickering candle flame, having warmed others. Lin Guang's gaze lingered on the description that seemed to hint at something for several seconds before moving away. Furthermore, the description of increasing the magic limit was hard not to connect with a shocking fact. Could it possibly have effects in the real world? But how should he use this Cute Aromas magic crystal? Should it be dissolved in water or boiled into soup? Was it necessary to pair it with medicinal materials? Speaking of which, if it wasn't consumed, could he find a way to salvage it? Lin Guang fell into contemplation. However, before he could decide how to handle this item, the hard crystal in his palm suddenly became soft. Wait a minute. Lin Guang wanted to remove it, but it was already too late. Like a cotton candy thrown into warm water, the red crystal melted quickly in his hand, transforming into a warm red flow that seamlessly seeped into his pores, disappearing without a trace. A fleeting and indescribable sensation of warmth spread through his body along the meridians of his arms. In an instant, the feeling of physical strength enhancing coursed through him, accompanied by a warm and blazing flame. Lin Guang was acutely aware. This was the sensation of magic surging within the body of the Cute Aroma. Meanwhile, this power gradually ascended, reaching Lin Guang's head. In that split second, a strange, yet warm emotion flickered through his mind, clearly captured by the soul link. A hint of timidity, yet accompanied by evident gratitude. In the next moment, when he opened his eyes again, the world seemed to have been wiped clean of a layer of mist obstructing the lens. His vision became unprecedentedly clear, akin to a computer's graphics quality maxed out after an upgrade. In the rays of sunshine, he could even distinctly track the trajectory of every minuscule speck of dust floating, perceiving the tiny wood grain patterns on the edges of the coffee table. The entire world appeared more vibrant and sharp in his eyes. The pervasive feeling of fullness and vitality within his body seemed to indicate that his physical functions had also ascended. Lin Guang immediately summoned the panel to check. Lin Guang. Comprehensive Evaluation, FE. Ability Magic E. The ability was no longer null, and a new entry appeared. Without any hesitation, Lin Guang rose from the sofa, then placed his hands on the ground easily, starting to perform a handstand. He attempted several push-ups while inverted, finding it not difficult, and then he surprisingly retracted one hand, supporting his weight with just one hand. Time ticked by. He had to admit that having lived 2 lives had indeed caused some sort of transformation in Lin Guang's spirit, allowing his mental will to easily overpower bodily instincts, thus enhancing his training efficiency far beyond that of ordinary people. Yet even so, he was still bound by the limitations of the human body and its development, the laws of physics and biology, so maintaining a one-handed handstand for about half a minute was already his limit before acquiring the precision operation engine. However, at this very moment, his long left arm appeared so effortlessly relaxed, with no heavy tremors other than the fluid muscle movements from precise exertion. The minute hand on the clock had already completed a full circle. In the next moment, Lin Guang made an even more exaggerated move. He lowered the right hand that had been resting behind him, placed his thumb on the ground, then retracted his left hand, while his body, supported solely by his right thumb, remained stable, even performing several one-handed one-finger push-ups. With no hint of instability, Lin Guang could even consciously slow down his movements to create resistance. Ultimately, he gracefully pushed off the ground, with both hands landing upright, quietly observing his hands. After a slight warm flow passed through, the soreness quickly dissipated, leaving no trace whatsoever. Undoubtedly, the limits that had troubled him for so long had been effortlessly surpassed. He had transcended the limits of what was possible for ordinary people, termed extraordinary. Although he was still far from the initial state of the Cute Aroma's body, this made Lin Guang certain of one thing. E grade should be the initial threshold of the extraordinary. Lin Guang took a deep breath and then exhaled. It seems that this micro-crystal can significantly enhance magical power, which is already a remarkable transformation for an ordinary person. Although he had anticipated this matter and had already benefited from the precision operation engine allowing his body to subtly progress to a higher level. However, he He never expected such a huge feedback in just 4 days, propelling him into the extraordinary stage. Lin Guang couldn't help but exclaim, "This magical girl indeed has her merits. I admit I disparaged her too loudly when I first saw the mission. I promise I won't disparage her again." He took several deep breaths to quickly calm his emotions. Regardless, officially stepping into the extraordinary realm was a tremendous surprise. He had initially prepared for a long-term battle, expecting no gains before the mission was settled, but the appearance of this crystal meant he could fight to sustain himself, gradually approaching the extraordinary while tackling dungeons. It was just that absorbing this crystal so hastily felt somewhat regrettable. It would have been better to keep it for research or to test any unique properties. However, that emotion, just now. Lin Guang suddenly fell silent, his expression serious, striking a pose. Smile full marks. Fighting spirit 100%. Omega. The entire process ended and nothing happened. That emotion earlier seemed to be an illusion. Lin Guang let out a long sigh. Thankfully, it should only be a residual emotion, not some possession. The master transferring all his life's cultivation and memories. This kind of trope is not uncommon in novels. After calming his mindset, Lin Guang picked up the old-fashioned phone with its buttons worn down and looked at the date. It has been 4 days since he first entered the game. In these 4 days, his daily routine had not changed much. He simply used the time he would have spent in class to play games and summarize strategies, while the rest of the time remained the same: sleeping, eating, and light exercise. In less than 20 attempts, each lasting only a minute or two, there were countless calculations and rehearsals behind them, and the energy expended was no less than if he were fighting fiercely inside. To ensure that his strategies were not disturbed by other factors, Lin Guang hadn't even touched his phone in these days, and now there were many missed calls and messages piling up, but it was time to check. The phone screen lit up, and a few unread messages appeared. They were from his homeroom teacher. "Lin Guang, are you feeling better? I've approved a week's leave for you. If you're still not well, take a few more days off. Your health is the foundation of everything." Lin Guang was undoubtedly an excellent student, not only excelling in academics, but also frequently winning awards in various sports competitions for the sake of scholarships, and he never skipped classes without reason, so his leave request faced no resistance. There were several messages of concern from classmates, probably because they were anxious about not being able to copy homework. But the most were messages from someone in particular. "Hey, why aren't you replying? Are you alive? Something hasn't really happened, has it? If you die, I'll go eat at your house. Seriously, just respond from home. I can see your lights are on. You stingy person definitely wouldn't waste that bit of electricity. Are you really going crazy? You haven't stepped out to buy groceries for 4 days. Can the last few things you bought last you? I ordered takeout and left it at your door. Remember to eat." The last message was sent half an hour ago. Xia Yao was still in her usual noisy style, with a strong scent of surveillance, either wandering downstairs or calling people to keep an eye on her movements, knowing exactly whether she had left her house or not. Upon opening the door, he indeed found a rather high-end insulated takeout bag outside. Lin Guang casually brought the box of takeout inside and opened it. The packaging was a thick, insulated bag. Inside was an extremely understated yet exquisite 3-tiered wooden food container, looking like it came from a well-known restaurant that required reservations. Lifting the lid, a wave of steaming aroma instantly wafted out. The first layer contained shiny red braised abalone coated in thick sauce, gleaming under the light, with the fatty meat quivering, looking as if it would melt in the mouth. The second layer featured stir-fried asparagus and Lily's vibrant green and tender white. The bottom layer held a bowl of clear, oil-free, old-fire chicken soup. Lin Guang touched the edge of the soup pot. It was still hot. There was also a box of rice. Usually Lin Guang chose boiled chicken breast and broccoli because they were cheap and quick, providing most of the necessary nutrition. Lin Guang didn't engage in bodybuilding or fitness, and he wasn't particularly strict about body fat percentage. After all, too low a body fat percentage could actually hinder various athletic abilities, so occasionally indulging in such food didn't burden his conscience. He picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised meat, and placed it in his mouth. The tender and sweet flavor instantly exploded on his tongue. Lin Guang's lips curled into a slight smile as he devoured it without hesitation. After a few bites, he seemed to remember something, put down his chopsticks, and took out a small notebook from his pocket that recorded marks. Flipping to the page labeled Xia Yao, the densely packed pencil handwriting was shocking, with 8 correct marks arranged neatly, with a horizontal and vertical line representing 42 instances of hero saving beauty. The last mark was made when he saved her in the alley last time. Lin Guang picked up the pencil and expressionlessly added another stroke to the correct that had only 2 strokes. 43 times. There weren't many people who held a grudge against Lin Guang. He usually repaid any grievances on the spot, so most of the correct marks were favors he had noted down. Although hero saving beauty was purely Xia Yao's somewhat twisted interest, Lin Guang's saving people actions mostly posed no risk, and he wouldn't receive such compensation. Plus, she often arranged for discounts at supermarkets to get him out, saving him a lot. Regardless of Xia Yao's intentions, this had indeed helped Lin Guang tremendously. Although he had his own sources of income, they involved some shady dealings which were both dangerous and troublesome. From an emotional standpoint, a woman with an abnormal mindset could be quite troublesome, but if she could release high-value missions, that would be another matter. Lin Guang tapped on the screen, sending a message: alive, not coming to school for now, too busy, do not worry. Given his style, a message exceeding 10 characters just to reassure was already exceptional. After replying to the message, Lin Guang continued to enjoy this sumptuous lunch. After finishing the meal ordered by Xia Yao, Lin Guang took a brief rest before picking up his phone and dialing a number. Yes, it's me, he said calmly. I'm available today, and I have ample time. The voice on the other end sounded genuinely delighted. Understood. Please inform the others. Those who can spare the time should come. Hanging up, Lin Guang dressed quickly and stepped out the door. Bathed in dappled sunlight filtering through the trees, Lin Guang walked out of his residential compound, mounted his silver bicycle, and merged seamlessly into the city's bustling traffic. Originally, his schedule had reserved this period solely for grocery runs, to avoid the awkward predicament of running out of food mid-game, leaving no room for anything else. Yet now that he had officially ascended to a rank and glimpsed an entirely new realm of possibility, the situation had fundamentally changed. All along the way, his silver bicycle sliced through streets and alleys at astonishing speed, leaving behind streaks of light, like meteors, etched into the memories of drivers and pedestrians alike. That meteoric trail blazed southward across the city until it halted before an unassuming yet stately building. Exquisitely restored and classically styled on the outside, the interior blended modern aesthetics with traditional architecture, its halls resonating with deep rhythmic shouts and the sharp ringing clash of blades. A carved plaque above the entrance bore 7 bold calligraphic characters, Fengdu Youth Palace Fencing Academy. Without hesitation, Lin Guang lifted his bicycle and strode straight inside, placing it unceremoniously in a corner of the grand hall, while junior disciples watched him with quiet awe as he advanced deeper into the training grounds. Back in early high school, when his physique had already been honed to exceptional condition, Lin Guang had embarked on a daring experiment to test whether extraordinary powers existed in this world. He visited nearly every renowned martial arts academy across Fengdu, not as an observer, but as a challenger. Leveraging his extraordinary physical prowess and reflexes, far surpassing those of his peers, he swept through most youth trainees under the guise of friendly sparring, compelling even senior instructors to step onto the mat. His prodigious talent left masters astounded, who one after another extended fervent invitations vying to take him as their private disciple. Yet Lin Guang posed the same question at every academy at your highest level. Can you project chi blasts or fly on a sword? The answer was invariably negative. Once convinced these academies held no trace of the supernatural, Lin Guang declined every offer without hesitation. That is until he arrived at the Fengdu Youth Palace Fencing Academy, a SAL specializing in historical European martial arts. Originally an extension of the Fengdu Youth Palace, the academy had begun as an internal class taught by its master. Its growing popularity, even among adults, prompted a relocation just hundreds of meters away while retaining the prestigious Youth Palace affiliation. He remained here for 3 reasons. First, swords and sabers are in reality far from optimal weapons in conventional close combat warfare. Yet in tales of the extraordinary, they reign supreme. In other words, if transcendence truly existed, pursuing mastery along this path would yield the highest probability of discovery and serve as foundational cultivation. This principle has been recorded countless times across diverse traditions. Second, Master Chu, the academy's head instructor, possessed remarkable insight and integrity. Not only was he a genuine master of martial discipline, but he also revered true talent, never diluting instruction into mere child's play. After witnessing Lin Guang's aptitude, Master Chu waived all tuition fees and volunteered to cover the steep costs of specialized training equipment and premium nutritional supplements. Later, he formally hired Lin Guang as a special assistant instructor, inviting him weekly to guide newcomers at a staggering hourly wage of 500 yuan. For Lin Guang, it was nothing short of a paradise-paid cultivation. Third, and most crucially, the people here shared Lin Guang's temperament. The logic was simple. If Lin Guang could reject romance out of personal conviction, or refuse to exploit Xia Yao for swift transactional profit, then naturally he possessed distinct preferences and inclinations, even if they defied conventional expression. By comparison, the Fengdu Youth Palace Fencing Academy felt refreshingly authentic. Senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. The moment he entered the dojo, several sweat-drenched trainees paused mid-exertion and bowed deeply. Several tall, powerfully built practitioners, clearly seasoned martial artists, lit up with unmistakable excitement. Lin Guang gave a slight nod in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the changing room. 2 hours later. Snap. A wooden sword cleanly parried another heavier blade. Snap. Its wielder staggered backward under the recoil, collapsing breathlessly onto the floor. Lin Guang withdrew his blade. Your shoulder strength is imbalanced. Your left endurance exceeds your right. In prolonged combat, you instinctively overcompensate, twisting your sword alignment progressively off-center. Strengthen targeted drills. I'll assess your progress next time. Yes, sir. Rest now, and next session try a lighter blade. Yes, sir. In a corner of the dojo, a novice, newly enrolled and still practicing basic swings, watched in disbelief as veteran trainees took turns confronting Lin Guang. Tall, heavily padded seniors lunged forward with thunderous precision, their strikes carving audible gusts through the air. Yet this equally tall youth wore no protective gear, only a single wooden sword, and effortlessly deflected every assault, then countered with such controlled force that his opponents spun like toppling gyroscopes. And he did not merely spin one opponent. He spun them all, each eager trainee seeking guidance whirled away in turn, while Lin Guang remained poised, unruffled, and utterly in command. Unable to contain his wonder, the novice nudged the senior beside him and whispered, "Brother, who is that guy? Incredible, isn't he? Of course he has replied the senior, wiping down his gear with reverent hush. He's our Fengdu Youth Palace Fencing Academy's senior brother. No wonder at all. The novice's astonishment melted into sudden clarity, then deep reverence. Senior brother is absolutely right. The senior sighed softly, even Master Chu himself has admitted. He may soon be unable to match the senior brother's skill. Wow. As the novice gazed awestruck, the senior paused, then murmured, thoughtfully, come to think of it, the senior brother is especially formidable today, and unusually talkative, offering detailed feedback to everyone. As the two spoke in hushed tones, a man in deep blue kendo attire strode into the center of the dojo, his compact frame radiating coiled explosive power. Several veterans poised to re-enter the ring instantly straightened with solemn respect. It was Master Chu, the academy's founder. Ordinarily, he never interrupted Lin Guang's instruction sessions. Doing so would imply Lin Guang had already expended energy, rendering any contest inherently unfair. But today curiosity had kindled an irrepressible urge to test his own mettle. You've grown stronger again. As he stood before Lin Guang, a hint of a smile appeared on the serious face of Master Chu, but it quickly faded, replaced by a look of seriousness and gravity. He too wore no protective gear, merely grasping a bamboo sword, striking a middle stance. His middle-aged face lit up as if with excitement. Come, let's stretch our muscles and see how strong you've become. Please give me guidance. Lin Guang wasted no words, bowing slightly, holding his sword with both hands, standing quietly in place. Then, accompanied by a fierce shout, the bamboo sword shot forward like a dragon leaping from the sea, piercing straight for Lin Guang's face with a sharp whistle. The onlookers gasped in shock. Is Master going to be so merciless today? However, Lin Guang's reaction was completely different from what everyone expected. He suddenly moved from a standstill, advancing forward in a mirror-like posture. Before the eyes of the crowd, two figures rushed closer, as if victory would be determined in an instant. Meanwhile, the wooden sword in Lin Guang's hand was nonchalantly thrust forward. Yet the stability and power it carried exceeded everyone's imagination. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Master Chu's wooden sword veered off course. Their movements came to a sudden halt. Lin Guang had merely tilted his body slightly, the bamboo sword steadily poised before the other's throat, less than a centimeter from the skin. Master Chu's decisive thrust was easily deflected, completely missing its mark, as though it had intentionally grazed past his ear. The dojo fell instantly silent. The new student gaped, oblivious to the sword that had fallen from his. How is this possible? The senior student wore a ghostly expression. Master said just before that he could last at least another year. Master Chu stiffly retracted his wooden sword, gazing at the calm-faced youth before him, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Such a fierce gaze, such a swift sword. But amid the shock, he revealed some clarity. Indeed, when you were guiding them earlier, I started to suspect. Master Chu took a deep breath, his tone difficult to steady. You have comprehended it. The truth in youth fears not the old is indeed a reality. Lin Guang is still on the rise while Master Chu's body has begun to decline. Thus, it is inevitable that Lin Guang will surpass him in the future. However, what just happened was clearly not merely a matter of physical advantage. It was as if every nuance was seen through, akin to facing a master who had immersed himself in the sword path for decades, where every action was fully understood by the opponent. This was truly outrageous. In these past few days, I've revisited my studies, finding some tranquility, and have gleaned a bit. Lin Guang stood with his sword in hand, his tone as calm as if discussing what he had for lunch. This was the very purpose of his visit today. Beyond testing his physical limits in a safe environment, he had come to grasp his reaction capabilities through repeated guidance, gradually familiarizing himself with new strength. The effects of the precision operating engine were truly terrifying. In fact, Lin Guang's original body was also considered a part of the humanoid constructs. After all, humans could be seen as flesh and blood golems crafted by their parents. Aside from a significant enhancement in physical capabilities, mastering it felt as easy as moving an arm, even allowing him to perceive the actions and strength of others. After these few hours, he had completely adapted to his current body, the feeling of being able to act freely returning once more. Very good. Good. What a wonderful grasp you have. Master Chu didn't show any anger at being outdone by his junior. Instead, he appeared excited, even slightly flushed. As swordsmen, we ought to be this way. These words resonated with strength, full of vigor. However, the new student couldn't help but be taken aback, a puzzled expression on his face. Wasn't this a line from that recently popular novel? Lin Guang's demeanor remained calm and proud. That is only natural. Without such awareness, why come to learn the sword? Upon hearing this, the senior students erupted in excitement. Regardless of age, whether adults or youths, whether male or female. Wow. Senior brother, we admire your teeth. Senior brother has defeated Master. Senior brother is invincible in the Wind City. Senior brother, you are the pride of our Wind City Youth Palace. The atmosphere became extremely lively, akin to bursting into a mental hospital. The senior student beside the new student revealed a somewhat unnatural expression, awkwardly explaining, ahem, you haven't been here long, so you might not know. Our sword dojo has always been like this. Those who can afford to let their children study swordsmanship are unlikely to come from ordinary families lacking essentials, and those who persist usually have something extraordinary about them. Simply put, there is a latent sense of Chinibu lurking within, with fantasies of being a so-called sword cultivator or swordsman appearing in abundance. Can you unleash chi waves or fly with your swords? When Lin Guang initially asked this question, he received not awkward glances, but a look from Master Chu, as if he had found a kindred spirit. I am also searching for a way to achieve that. The reason Lin Guang stayed was precisely because he had given this heartfelt response. And since they were no longer pretending, the rest naturally didn't behave any more normally. The senior students attempted to explain a few more things only to find the new student's expression was akin to discovering a new continent. Wow, so intense. Senior brother. Master Chu looked at Lin Guang and suddenly shook his head with some regret. Lin Guang, sometimes I truly feel it's a pity. If you were willing to inherit the sword dojo and continue your studies, your future achievements would surely astonish the entire nation, perhaps even establish a sect of your own. But he shook his head, seeming to lament that Lin Guang's aspirations lay elsewhere. For you, an ordinary sect establishment is surely insufficient. Lin Guang nodded seriously. Let's talk about it once I can fly with my sword. Heh. Master Chu waved his hand, indicating that Lin Guang could go rest. But as Lin Guang turned, he seemed to recall something, his expression suddenly becoming serious as he lowered his voice to call out to him, by the way, Lin Guang. Lin Guang paused, turning his head. What's the matter? Master Chu glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, then quietly said, things haven't been peaceful around here lately. I have a few friends in the police station who said they've received several reports of disappearances this week, all occurring at night, and Master Chu paused, his face serious, his eyes sparkling with intensity. There are even witnesses who claim to have seen some unclean things, and some people have gone insane because of it. Lin Guang was slightly taken. I rushed over at the time, but found nothing. However, the disappearances are indeed real. I don't know if it's right or wrong to tell you this. I suspect you might feel compelled to investigate if you hear it. But although you're skilled, even stronger than I am now, don't be careless. Unclean things. Lin Guang's heart jolted. Master Chu was somewhat similar to him, always concerned about such matters, just as many believed in feng shui and spirits in the past life. Given his character, he wouldn't make unfounded claims, so he must have genuinely heard something from the police station. In the past, Lin Guang might have thought it was mere hearsay, especially since he had struck out numerous times before. But after absorbing that magical crystal and having encountered true transcendence, Lin Guang was acutely aware that this world might indeed harbor a so-called dark side. I understand, thank you for the warning. Lin Guang nodded, not displaying excessive emotion. Yet at the moment he turned to leave, a glint of predatory light flashed in his black eyes. After returning home with a bag of discounted vegetables from the evening market and closing the heavy security door, the outside world was once again cut off. In the afternoon, during the military training, Lin Guang felt his spirit gathering once more, and his state was lifted to its best. The existence of the extraordinary was a self-evident fact for Lin Guang. So even if Master Chu's words were true, he was indeed very intrigued, but there was no need to rush into pursuing something as elusive as a mirage. With the system laid out before him, it was clearly more important to first carry out the trial tasks at hand. Therefore, Lin Guang did not hesitate and directly immersed his consciousness into the system. Yes, the moment his consciousness descended, a chill and the scent of blood rushed to meet him. A slender girl opened her eyes and stood up decisively. She paid no mind to the faint, barely perceptible sting in her nerves, nor the approaching footsteps, as all her focus was concentrated on the surging power within her. At this moment, this blazing power seemed to have undergone a qualitative change, becoming an integral part of Lin Guang's consciousness. That roaring tide transformed into an extension of his consciousness, and he could no longer sense anything unusual. Following the emotions were already burning fiercely. Smile, full marks. Fighting spirit 100%. Ignite the heart's fire, crush them. Are you ready? Omega. Buzz. The crimson light erupted instantly, as if a small sun within her was ignited. A massive torrent of magical power surged through her body with unprecedented smoothness, every inch of muscle and every bone resonating with a joyful hum. The girl's beautiful fair skin was covered by a cool spiritual garment, while a murky, dull, slightly broken pendant lay quietly on her slightly rising chest. The blazing microphone staff fell, and at this moment the surging power within her seemed to be on the verge of overflowing, and her body felt so light that it seemed to defy the shackles of gravity. She carefully savored this burning sensation of emotion, unable to resist a slight smile that revealed a breathtakingly beautiful grin. The transformation had indeed succeeded. The 18 deaths she had experienced now seemed infinitely worth it. Losing the magic orb was inconsequential, at least she was still a high-level player. And at this moment, she snapped back to reality, her gaze sweeping over the two puppets that had just leapt forward. She couldn't even be bothered to make any complicated moves, and casually waved the microphone in her hand, as if swatting at flies. Whoosh! The microphone, carrying flames and immense force, crushed the two puppets into fragments upon contact. Lin Guang's figure moved and transformed into a streak of crimson light, actively charging into the depths of the black mist. What followed was a pure crushing. Those monsters that once required cautious handling were as fragile as paper in front of Lin Guang, who had chosen to fully transform and was in peak condition. Servants, maids, apprentice maids, carpenters, statues, and fluffballs. No enemy could make her stop for more than a second. Each attack contained explosive power, leaving behind a path paved with charred remains. Her physical condition was at least twice that of her untransformed state, and the magical flames ignited with every move significantly enhanced her striking power. Although the magic released into the air as flames still wasn't entirely obedient, it was certainly powerful enough and wouldn't harm herself. This all-encompassing enhancement granted her absolute dominance as she faced these familiar monsters. However, Lin Guang did not let passion cloud her judgment, even intentionally conserving the magic within her. Because being caught off guard in a gutter is something a high-level player cannot tolerate. Finally, the elegant and rhythmic footsteps entered her ears for the second time. The head-made puppet was about to make her entrance. However, just as the figure clad in a blue and white maid outfit with silver twin tails stepped out of the black mist, still not fully visible, and habitually bowing slightly to prepare for a formal greeting, the massive microphone staff seemed to awaken, and a stirring music erupted from it, shattering the silence of the forest. And that slender crimson figure appeared before her, without any warning, like a ghost. In that instant, the head maid's blank face seemed to freeze her bowing action just halfway through as she flickered and retreated in a series of rapid blinks. Without any warning, the speed exceeded the limits of visual capture, and even the transformed girl could not perceive it. Yet this time the girl finally sensed the peculiar magical fluctuation within her that was exceedingly difficult to detect. Super speed. If the head maid had a capability, then there was only one. It activated and entered a state of extreme speed, but could not be used continuously. Last time, after transforming in a near-death state, the girl had entangled with her for about a minute before determining the victor, narrowly defeating her, before completely exhausting her strength. But this time it wouldn't be so troublesome, because the strategy had already been developed during that minute of entanglement and subsequent review. First acceleration of flash to create distance. The second acceleration's dagger throw was forcefully blocked by the fiery light trail ignited by the staff in the girl's hand. The third time was still a dagger throw, but the time was noticeably shorter and the number of throws was fewer. This indicated that using this acceleration continuously also had its burdens on her. As the maid was forced back for the third consecutive time in a flash, unable to accelerate any longer, the uniquely shaped microphone staff in the girl's hand pointed at her. Magic power and the surging emotions seemed to resonate as two syllables were chanted from her lips: fire. In the next moment, her eyes widened involuntarily. Wait, the power after the chant. In the next instant, a torrent of intense flames stronger than she had anticipated surged forth from the tip of the pentagram staff. In the dim forest, huff, huff. The magical girl, clad in a deep blue spiritual garment, gasped as she stepped out of the black mist, arriving at the edge of the battlefield. That explosion just now, and the music. Behind her, the silver-haired, capable girl followed closely, her right hand clad in tactical gloves, already gripping the hilt of the sword on her back, a phantom-like sword light faintly refracting from the sheath. The forest ahead seemed as if struck by a meteor, leaving a terrifying fan-shaped scar on the ground. Countless trees were still burning with residual flames, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of charred remains. She also noticed the shattered fragments of broken dolls around her, and judging by the exquisite hem that had not yet turned to charcoal, it was indeed the troublesome fellow that AI Irwin had mentioned. It was this girl who had ventured so deep into the forest alone, and even defeated the dangerous demonic creature known as the doll-made head. Su Fong could hardly suppress a gasp of amazement. Wow, so impressive. She looked towards the girl standing in the center of the scorched earth. She was a red-haired magical girl clad in a costume woven of crimson and pure white, holding a peculiar microphone staff. Facing away from them, her surroundings were still shrouded in the heat-distorted air, resembling a Valkyrie who had just emerged from the depths of hell. Su Fang's throat moved nervously as she hurriedly stepped forward, calling out with concern, Senior, are you all right? She had seen the unusual happenings from far away in the forest. The black mist had the property of blocking sound and light, yet despite that, the earlier flames were still vividly visible, indicating just how fierce the battle had been. Hearing the voice, the red-haired girl's body jolted sharply. With a whoosh, she turned around at an astonishing speed, raising her microphone staff. Almost instantly, the sharp star-shaped tip aimed directly at Su Fang's throat. Su Fang caught a glimpse of a pair of burning eyes glowing like rubies. The magical girl's eyes bore no trace of contemplation, reacting purely on instinct, prepared to deliver indiscriminate strikes against the sudden intruder. Su Fang lost her voice for an instant. However, at that moment, a hand pressed down on her shoulder, forcibly pulling her back, while stepping forward to stand in front of Su Fang. At the same time, the red-haired magical girl also reacted immediately, forcibly halting the movement of her wand. A fierce gust of wind blew, lifting the hair of AI Irwin, and Su Fang seemingly carrying sparks and a searing aura. The three stood in a precarious standoff, separated by a very subtle distance. The crimson magical girl remained silent, maintaining her stance of raising the wand, while AI Irwin's hand had tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, her black eyes narrowing slightly, though a hint of shock lingered deep within. The atmosphere felt as if it had plunged to freezing point, as if any further movement would lead to immediate combat. Oh, wait. Su Fang suddenly realized something. Everyone calm down. She quickly responded hurriedly, putting her twin guns back into their holsters, and raising her hands to signal she meant no harm, then gazing at the magical girl before her. Senior, we're not bad people. We sensed the magical energy fluctuations and thought a magical girl was fighting, so we came to provide support. Su Fang stepped forward from behind AI Irwin, stumbling over her words. It was at that moment that she suddenly noticed something. The magical energy within this magical girl had already weakened significantly, as she must be on the verge of exhausting her power, her expression showing signs of considerable fatigue, and her breath was quite erratic. Yet even so, her grip on the wand showed no sign of trembling. Upon hearing Su Fang's words, the red-haired girl seemed to slowly regain her senses, blinking her eyes, yet she did not speak, but maintained her posture, directing her gaze towards AI Erwin, who was gripping the sword hilt. Looking at this girl who remained in a combat stance, radiating distrust towards both of them, Su Fang bit her lip. Even the youngest child in Wind Whisper Town knows that magical girls embody love and hope, and they would certainly help one another. On television, magical girls are often seen collaborating to fend off invading monsters, protecting the town together. Yet the vigilance and unfamiliarity in her eyes were so glaring. Why? What on earth had she experienced that led this senior to instinctively reject their presence and choose to fight alone in this terrifying forest filled with monsters until her strength was completely exhausted? My name is Su Fang. Su Fang took a deep breath. With a crisp sound, the layer of azure spiritual light around her shattered like water, and her magical outfit transformed into countless sparkling fragments. As the dreamlike light and shadow faded, she reverted to a middle school girl dressed in a black and white sailor uniform, her winered hair cascading down, with only a blue magical gem resembling a brooch remaining at her chest. Look, I have de-transformed. I won't harm you, senior. After saying this, she turned to the silver-haired girl beside her with a pleading look. Erwin Senior. AI Erwin seemed to hesitate, glancing at Su Fang, and then at the red-haired girl, ultimately slowly releasing her grip on the sword hilt. Su Fang patted her chest, a naive smile unique to her age spreading across her face as she looked sincerely at her. Senior, what is your name? The red-haired girl still did not lower her weapon. Her red eyes remained fixed on Su Fang, scanning back and forth between her and AI Erwin, as if confirming whether she truly posed no threat. The air felt as if it had solidified. After a prolonged silence of over 10 seconds, the fierce light in the red-haired girl's eyes gradually began to fade. With a hum, the red light flickered and danced, the splendid magical outfit and staff dissipating. Her crimson hair and eyes were tinged with a shade of pink, and a white shirt and black hot pants returned to her form. Her clothes appeared somewhat disheveled from the earlier intense movements, the collar slightly open, revealing a delicate collarbone, and the fierce gaze finally softened, revealing the deep fatigue she had been concealing. At this moment, Su Fang realized. This senior's brow and face naturally carried a hint of timidity and gentleness, even exuding a sense of innate childishness. It was just that the intensity of her previous gaze had overshadowed this trait. And now, showing clear signs of exhaustion and no longer revealing her fangs, she appeared surprisingly endearing. Wow. Su Fang gazed at Lin Guang after she de-transformed, her eyes brightening instantly, unable to suppress a gasp of wonder. Senior, you're so beautiful. Moreover, she looks only slightly older than me. Yet even after de-transforming, the expression on the cherry-haired girl's face remained a blank indifference. She stared at Su Fang and AI Erwin in silence for a long time before slowly speaking, her tone heavy with unfamiliarity and a sense of unreality. I don't remember. The girl's voice matched the impression given by her face, sweet, and even carrying a hint of softness and youth. Su Fang was taken aback. The girl before her lowered her eyes, looking at her empty hands, as if the fiery passion of battle had completely burnt away her inner emotions. I don't remember anything. I woke up here constantly fighting. Su Fang's eyes widened. Amnesia. In this realm filled with demons, having forgotten everything, was she left with nothing but a reflexive fighting instinct and an extreme vigilance towards the outside world, battling alone until now. How could this be? The girl slowly raised her head, looking at Su Fang and AI Erwin. Magical girl, Emotion. This body's remaining memories. Looking at Su Fang's face filled with shock and concern, as well as AI Erwin, who remained silent, yet whose eyes displayed shifting emotions, Lin Guang felt a slight determination in her heart. The language spoken by the two before her was not one she had ever heard, yet the existence of a soul link allowed her to extract the knowledge of prophecy from this body, understanding their words effortlessly, and even speaking this language after a brief adaptation. They should not be monsters, they were beings capable of communication and had even shown her goodwill. Yet at this moment, Lin Guang's condition was indeed quite poor, so she remained vigilant. The incantation and emotional resonance released an unimaginable torrent of flames. However, as a price, her magical power was nearly exhausted. This attack had directly drained her completely. Indeed, it provided Lin Guang with new inspiration and direction, indicating that even after successfully transforming, she could still exert a strong influence over her power through words and emotions. But from a strategic standpoint, this was a rather dangerous mistake, as she had not intended to waste all her magical power on that headmate. Magical power seemed to be linked to physical stamina and energy. While being drained of magic wouldn't cause injury or accidents, it would result in a complete loss of combatability. Lin Guang now felt her spirit was quite scattered, as if she couldn't muster the energy for anything. Nevertheless, relying on an extraordinarily formidable willpower, she forced herself to think quickly. Last time she entered the game, she seemed to have sensed someone approaching before she collapsed from exhaustion. Was it them? It seemed a bit foolish to keep clashing with these enemies. Perhaps asking for their help from the beginning would have been an easier path. But whether they would have noticed her if she hadn't burned herself out was still unknown. However, encountering other magical girls was indeed something she had anticipated. The background and circumstances of this trial remained enigmatic. Thus, Lin Guang had long prepared her plan for when she encountered beings capable of communication, as well as the complete logic of her identity. The trial required her to play the role of Mo Xiang without being recognized as an outsider, yet it provided no memories. This was undoubtedly critical. After all, dying here wasn't frightening, but being recognized would directly declare a failure of the trial and lead to immediate consequences. Based on her own situation, magical girls were known for their keen senses, and it wasn't impossible for them to detect emotional fluctuations. The most perfect plan she could devise was to speak the truth. Since the words, "I don't remember," were indeed the truth, they should suffice for most situations. For her, an identity of amnesia was the best disguise, as it required no explanation for her presence here and concealed her lack of knowledge about this world. Most importantly, it wouldn't expose her if she encountered someone familiar with her true self. At this moment, Mo Xiang's cherry-red eyes were already looking into AI Irwin's. From the constantly changing and complex emotions reflected in her gaze, she recognized herself. Had they once crossed paths? Like a meeting of minds, AI Irwin also snapped back to attention and looked at her, nodding. "Yes, you are indeed Mo Xiang." She spoke with certainty, stating seriously, "You are a member of the Magical Girl Association, just like me, a realm investigator." Su Fang's eyes widened. "Ha. Does Senior AI Irwin actually know Senior Mo Xiang?" This time, AI Irwin shook her head. "Not exactly. In the past we weren't very familiar, but at least I have seen you recognized your face and your transformed appearance." "Ah, this is good news." Su Fang sighed in relief. "At least when we return to the town, as long as you accompany us back to the association, we can quickly find familiar faces." Yet her expression remained somewhat worried as she turned to AI Irwin and asked, "But why has Senior Mo Xiang lost her memory?" There are numerous possible scenarios. After all, this is the realm outside, a disaster zone formed by the erosion of reality by abyssal powers with severe pollution, so it's not strange for anything to happen. AI Irwin explained, "Thus the risk of one's mind being affected or memories being disrupted certainly exists. Ordinary people have spent their entire lives in hospitals. However, to be honest, as long as one can survive, everything else can be negotiated." The girl named Mo Xiang blinked expressionlessly and lowered her head again, looking at her own body, as if accepting this setting. "Is that so? I understand." She nodded and said no more. Each sentence was short and devoid of any warmth, only carrying a sense of vigilance and estrangement along with a hint of confusion. This deepened the pity in Su Fang's eyes. "Senior, truly you remember nothing but transformation and battle, like ashes left after a complete burn with only the warmth of embers remaining. Let's leave here first." AI Irwin didn't explain much, casting a deep glance at her. "This is not a place for conversation." The terrain of this black mist forest was horrifically complex. Surrounded by identical withered ancient trees and the unyielding black mist, there were no obvious signposts or reference points, and the decayed soil beneath their feet concealed the original path, making it easy to lose direction with a moment's carelessness. Yet AI Irwin, walking at the front, moved exceptionally easily. She didn't check any maps or use any magical means to navigate, merely strolling through the dense forest with her hands in the pockets of her tactical jacket. She seemed to know exactly where to turn and which tangled roots to avoid. That level of familiarity gave the impression that she had walked this path alone thousands of times. Thanks to AI Irwin's precise guidance, the return journey was surprisingly smooth, without any trouble. "We've arrived." The leading AI Irwin stopped. Lin Guang raised her head, and through the gradually thinning black mist saw the so-called exit. It was a sight that evoked a sense of fear of colossal creatures. At the edge of this dark forest stood a vast curtain of soft white light. It was immense, so colossal that Lin Guang, even craning her neck upward, could not glimpse its apex. To either side it stretched endlessly, an infinite luminous wall, enclosing something entirely within its embrace. Logically, such a monumental structure should have been visible from the spawn point, yet in truth nothing of it appeared there at all. Perhaps the dense black mist permeating the forest uniquely dampened the curtain's radiance, thus once lost and disoriented one would most likely succumb to exhaustion amid the monsters haunting these woods. "Is this the barrier?" The cherry-haired girl gazed upon the awe-inspiring sight, and for the first time a subtle ripple crossed her otherwise impassive face. Su Fang, too, seemed momentarily spellbound. Only after a long pause did she snap back to awareness, nodding vigorously, her voice tinged with reverence. "Yes, this is the barrier erected by the sacred tree. It has long safeguarded humanity's last refuge. I only learned this just now from Senior Elwin. Consider it fresh knowledge straight off the source." Elwin smiled, gently interrupting their exchange. "Let us proceed. Beyond this veil lies reality." With that, she stepped forward, first her form passing seamlessly through the luminous curtain. After traversing an intangible barrier akin to rippling water, the world around them opened wide. The oppressive black mist and twisted forest vanished instantly. Before them unfurled an asphalt road winding through towering majestic mountains. They clearly stood at an extraordinary elevation. Emerald forests rolled across undulating hills in every direction, while above the sky blazed with crystalline azure. Warm evening sunlight poured unobstructed from the heavens, gilding every leaf with molten gold. "Ah." Su Fang closed her eyes and drew a deep, slow breath of air fragrant with grass and timber, her expression softening into serene feline contentment. "We're finally out." Indeed, the air here is incomparably pure. That stifling odor inside was nearly suffocating. Lin Guang tilted her head upward, squinting slightly with her cherry-red eyes. Though she displayed none of Su Fang's exuberance, the tension that had long coiled rigidly across her shoulders eased subtly, and the chilling aura clinging to her presence dissolved completely. Elwyn alone remained unruffled, having crossed such thresholds countless times before. She stood bathed in sunlight, calm and composed, as if stepping from hell into paradise held no weight for her whatsoever. Sensing their glances, she offered quietly, "Should you, Su Fang, become an exo-world investigator like us, you too shall move through such transitions with equal equanimity." Elwyn strode directly toward the roadside shade where a fiercely styled, heavy motorcycle rested. Its metallic frame gleamed pitch-black, stripped of all ornamentation. Massive exhaust pipes and exposed mechanical architecture exuded raw brutalist elegance, flecked with dried mud betraying frequent ventures into untamed wilderness. Reaching the bike, Elwyn swung a long leg over the seat in one fluid motion, mounted gracefully, and slotted her longsword, still sheathed, into a custom recess at the front. Then, without hesitation, she tossed the helmet hanging from the handlebars to Su Fang. "Only one helmet. Make do. Climb on." She patted the narrow rear seat, behind her voice steady. "The town lies over 30 kilometers away along mountain switchbacks. If we don't transform, walking would take far too long. Though cramped, you'll need to bear it if we wish to return swiftly. We're riding this." Su Fang clutched the helmet, startled, glancing first at the rear seat, clearly designed for a single rider, then at the cherry-haired girl beside her. Though all three were slender young women, squeezing three onto one bike felt awkward, especially since Meng Mengxiang Sr. had lost her memory. Wasn't this rather presumptuous? Yet Elwyn showed no concern whatsoever, and Lin Guang merely glanced at her, puzzled, as if utterly baffled by her hesitation. Su Fang paused, then chuckled awkwardly. "All right, I'll sit in the middle. Senior Meng Mengxiang, you take the rear." In moments they settled into position. To accommodate all three, they pressed tightly together, body heat circulating among them, carrying faint, distinct scents unique to magical girls. Elwyn commanded firmly, "Hold on." Roar. The engine bellowed like a caged beast, and the motorcycle shot forward like a released arrow. The speedometer surged past 100 kilometers per hour in 3 seconds, violent acceleration slamming them backward with crushing force. Waya! Startled beyond measure, Su Fang lurched backward instinctively, her entire back colliding squarely against Lin Guang's warm, supple torso, then reflexively wrapped her arms around Elwyn's elegantly sculpted waist, shouting wildly into the wind. I'm so sorry." Neither of the others responded. Instead, Elwyn's silvery gray hair streamed forward, brushing Su Fang's nape, mingling with her own wynard locks, while the quiet, steady embrace behind her carried a gentle, sun-warmed fragrance. Suddenly, she felt profoundly grounded. Ever since her first transformation into a magical girl that very day, Su Fang had developed an uncanny sensitivity, an ability to perceive both others' magical energy and emotional resonance. Feeling the warmth radiating from both front and back, her earlier tension, sparked by the breakneck speed, steadily subsided. It seemed neither senior harbored any aversion toward her. Wind howled, trees blurred past in streaks. "Hey, Senior Meng Mengxiang." Su Fang shouted, her voice straining against the gale. "It's all right. Even if you remember nothing, I'll tell you everything." As she spoke, the motorcycle emerged from the serpentine mountain pass. Ahead, the vista burst open. A magnificent crimson bridge arched majestically across a deep canyon. "This is the Kamyanabi Bridge. Once we descend it, we'll be home in no time. Look, there's Fumino Town." Following Su Fang's pointing finger, Lin Guang lifted her gaze gently, and in that instant her cherry-red eyes reflected a sight of breathtaking beauty. It was a town cascading down coastal slopes in tiered harmony, vast swathes of architecture flowing gently from hillside to seashore, while beyond lay an endless expanse of deep sapphire ocean. The sun hung low, sinking slowly beneath the horizon, painting half the sea in shimmering liquid gold. "Isn't it stunning?" Su Fang declared loudly, pride swelling in her tone. "The view grows even more spectacular once we enter the town. I live right there. I attend Keshu Private Middle School second year." Unperturbed by the senior's silence, she continued earnestly, "Besides sweets, my greatest passion is photography. Our town boasts extraordinary scenery. I'll show you some secret vantage points next time." And, her voice grew increasingly animated, radiant with youthful innocence. As though at last emerging from sudden upheaval, she truly grasped how irrevocably her life had transformed. "I'm a magical girl too." She beamed with unfeigned, dazzling joy. "Senior Elwyn, Senior Meng Mengxiang, please guide me well from now on." The motorcycle roared as it crossed the red bridge spanning the gorge, following the road into Kazumamachi. The bike began to slow down, and the internal scene gradually unfolded before the three of them. As Su Fang mentioned, this is a town with a population of 1 million, where the buildings are neatly arranged according to the varying terrain. In the distance, the skyscrapers at the town's center unfold in the most prosperous area by the sea, while the streets around are bustling with pedestrians and vehicles. Although the roads are not particularly wide, they are exceptionally clean and tidy, with shops and residential buildings closely lined on both sides, giving off a retro feel. Elwyn's motorcycle moved along with the flow of traffic before stopping at an intersection. Ding, ding, ding. A crisp and rhythmic warning sound came from ahead. The red and white striped barrier slowly descended, cutting off the not-so-busy flow of cars and people. A vintage tram consisting of only 2 carriages rattled along the tracks, passing through the sunset's afterglow. Students just out of school laughed and played by the roadside. Couples walked together and housewives carrying vegetable baskets chatted casually. The setting sun cast a warm amber hue over everything, creating a peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. The black motorcycle continued toward the city center. Eventually, it came to a slow stop in front of a 7-story apartment building in the bustling area. Elwin parked by the roadside and turned off the engine. Her elegant long legs clad in jeans rose gracefully as she got off the bike and walked towards the vending machine nearby. She pulled out a few silver coins embossed with tree patterns from her pocket, inserted them into the machine, and turned back to ask, "What do you want to drink?" Su Fong raised her hand enthusiastically, saying, "I want strawberry milk. What about you, Mingmingxiang senpai?" Then she noticed the pink-haired girl behind her was intently gazing at the various patterns on the vending machine, but was slow to respond. Just as Su Fong was about to ask again, she suddenly realized why she wasn't answering. She probably didn't recognize any of these drinks. She pursed her lips and suddenly flashed a bright smile at the girl. "Then let's both drink strawberry milk." Lin Guang glanced at her, but said nothing. Ding. 2 cans of strawberry milk in pink packaging dropped down. Elwin deftly tossed the milk to the two while she opened a bottle of black coffee for herself. Su Fong took the lead in twisting off the bottle cap and gulped down the drink, wiping her mouth with her sleeve. "This brand of strawberry milk is super delicious. I've been drinking it since I was little." On the other side, Lin Guang grasped the bottle, unscrewing the cap with her slender fingers. She took a tentative sip of the pinkish-white liquid, not indicating her opinion on the taste, and then drank it all. It was very sweet and somewhat thick, likely containing a good amount of sugar, just what her body needed to counter the current lack of energy. After replenishing her hydration, Su Fong glanced at Lin Guang and then at Elwin, suddenly asking with concern, Elwin-senpai, since Mingmingxiang senpai has lost her memory and her phone is missing, doesn't that mean she doesn't even know where she lives? What should we do? Should we ask the association? I can check it out myself." Compared to the girl, Elwin, who actually had a more mature figure, put down her black coffee and took out a black smartphone, her long fingers swiftly swiping across the screen as she explained at a leisurely pace. "The out-of-world investigator can check the identity information of everyone in the city except for magical girls. However, both she and I are investigators, so we have the authority to view each other's information." After a few seconds, Elwin looked at the information on the screen, paused slightly, and then raised her head, her face showing a hint of regret and apology. "I have some bad news." She turned the phone screen towards the two. The screen displayed a brief profile: name Mingmingxiang, magical name Mingmingxiang, age 16 years, address Kazumamachi, 3 Chome, 12 Banshee, living alone, identity student, first year of the private Jialing High School, guardian none, parents deceased. The profile shows that your parents have passed away and you currently live alone. Su Feng's expression froze, her smile gradually fading from her face. She looked cautiously at her senior beside her, who was quietly holding the milk bottle. She saw the girl silently gazing at the information on the screen with her cherry pink eyes. The slightly childish sweet face showed no reaction. Perhaps she had no memories at all, or maybe she just didn't know how to express her feelings like a normal person. Out-of-world investigator. Although Elwin didn't elaborate from her few words and various behaviors, it was evident that this title was special even among magical girls. Both parents deceased, yet she became an out-of-world investigator all alone. Senior, what exactly is the reason? Elwin sighed softly. Although it's regrettable, if you want to recover your memories through family, it may have become an impossible task. However, your belongings at home may help you. Your magical power and mental state are quite stable now. You can rest at your home tonight, and tomorrow when I take Su Fong to the association, I will also bring you along to see if the association has any way to help, whether it's medical treatment or something else. Elwin pointed at the address and said, "So we'll take you there next." "No, absolutely not." Before Elwin could finish, Su Fong excitedly interrupted her. Her face flushed, and she grabbed Lin Guang's soft hand. "Mingmingxiang senpai just went through such a dangerous battle, and now she doesn't remember anything. How can we let her go back to live alone? What if she encounters danger again?" She turned to Elwin, her gaze resolute. "Elwin-senpai, I want to invite Mingmingxiang senpai to stay at my place for one night. Mom definitely won't say anything." Elwin looked at Su Feng's protective demeanor, seemingly surprised, and then glanced at the pink-haired girl. "What do you think?" Mingmingxiang looked at the concerned girl beside her, and the gem on her chest that shimmered with a blue glow, her eyes flickering for a moment. Free accommodation, and she would be living with a magical girl who posed no threat to her. This was undoubtedly the best choice for her, given that she had zero information about the backdrop of this scenario. She slightly lowered her eyelids and spoke the first words after returning to the light screen. "As long as you don't mind the trouble." In an instant, Su Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Definitely not." She puffed up her little chest and clapped her right hand on it. "Mingmingxiang senpai can stay as long as she wants. Mom will welcome her too." Lin Guang nodded, gently accepting the proposal. "Thank you. Then it's settled." Su Fong excitedly took Lin Guang's hand. "No need to be polite. We're both magical girls, so helping each other is what we should do." Elwin nodded. "Then I will leave it here." She glanced at Su Fong, who seemed to want to say more. "Before I set off, the association had already dealt with the unrest at the school, suppressing the news of your disappearance for today, so your mother is still unaware. Moreover, after today's events, you must be quite exhausted, so regarding becoming a magical girl, let's find a suitable opportunity to confess later and let her not worry tonight. Also, don't forget that as the prophecy girl, you need to report to the Magical Girl Association tomorrow." Su Fang paused, then gently nodded. Prophecy girl. Lin Guang blinked, her gaze quietly sweeping across Aylwin's and Su Fang's faces. However, Aylwin clearly had no intention of explaining. Get a good night's sleep and digest everything that happened today. After saying this, before Su Fang could respond, she put on her helmet and twisted the throttle. Accompanied by the deep rumble of the engine, the wild, heavy motorcycle sped away, leaving only a stylish silhouette. Aylwin's sister is so cool. Su Fang watched her leave with a look of admiration, then immediately turned around, her bright green eyes sparkling as she naturally took the hand of the pink-haired girl beside her. Let's go, senpai. By now, Mom must have cooked dinner. I'm back. On the 7th floor of the apartment, Lin Guang let herself be pulled along by this energetic girl as she pushed open the door. As they opened the main door, they entered a sunken entrance with a height difference, the air filled with a faint lemon fragrance. On the steps of the entrance, 2 pairs of outdoor sports shoes were neatly arranged. At the same time, a rich and inviting aroma of spices wafted out from inside the house. Today I brought a friend back too. While skillfully taking out a pair of pink guest slippers with rabbit prints from the shoe cabinet, Su Fang called out. Lin Guang's gaze naturally fell upon a delicate photo frame above the shoe cabinet, which contained a picture of a young Su Fang and a red-haired woman. Though there was no third person, the two smiled brightly. That's my mother and me. As for my dad, he disappeared when I was very young. Even when mentioning this, her tone seemed unconcerned, and she smiled as she said, now there are just the 2 of us at home, but we've long since gotten used to it, and we are super happy together. Oh, you're back. A woman in an apron hurried out from the living room. She sported a neat short burgundy hairstyle, her features resembling Su Fang's, but appearing more mature and spirited. Although she still held a soup spoon, her energetic demeanor immediately revealed that she was the type who managed a household well and had a cheerful personality. Makuya, Asa, Su Fang's mother. You must be the Ming Xiang that little Su Fang mentioned in her text. You are truly beautiful. Su Fang's mother looked Lin Guang up and down, and upon seeing her face, which though expressionless was exceptionally pleasing, a warm smile instantly appeared on her face. I heard from Su Fang that you had an accident and can't remember things for now, and you have no place to go. Don't worry, although it's not big here, having one more pair of chopsticks is no problem. Just treat this place like your home. Faced with this overwhelming warmth, Lin Guang's originally prepared cold defense slightly loosened. She imperceptibly nodded. Sorry for the trouble. Not a trouble at all. I just happened to make something delicious today. Su Fang's mother waved her soup spoon cheerfully. Go wash your hands. To welcome a new friend, I specially made hamburger meat curry. After washing their hands, the two quickly arrived at the dining table. On a steaming plate beside the rice drenched in rich brown curry sauce lay a piece of thick hamburger meat large enough to fit in a hand and perfectly fried to a fragrant crisp. Su Fang's mother was evidently a practical person, not only generous with the portions, but also had specially added a runny yolk egg to Ming Xiang's plate. Come on, eat more. Look at you, this child is so skinny, this is the time to grow. Thank you. She picked up her spoon and cut a piece of hamburger meat to put in her mouth. The meat was firm and juicy, combined with the mildly spicy and rich curry along with the rice, creating a solid satisfaction that instantly exploded in her mouth. This home-cooked meal, filled with warmth, was enough to soothe a stomach that had just experienced life and death. Delicious. Su Fang was already stuffing her cheeks full, her face beaming with happiness. Indeed, Mom's curry is the best in the world. You're just being glib. Although Su Fang's mother pretended to scold her, the smile in her eyes was impossible to hide. Seemingly noticing the deep exhaustion hidden within Ming Xiang, she did not inquire too much about the details of her amnesia, but simply urged her to eat more, showing warmth, yet with a sense of propriety. Dinner concluded in a warm and lively atmosphere. After everyone was full, Su Fang's mother efficiently cleared the dishes and urged the two to wash up and rest. Follow me, my room is upstairs. Su Fang naturally took Lin Guang's hand and walked up the wooden stairs to the 2nd floor of the duplex apartment. There's a separate bathroom on the 2nd floor, so you don't have to run downstairs at night. Su Fang pointed at the stairway, then indicated the 3 doors in the hallway, saying the left side is an empty guest room, but it's not cleaned up right now. And this room on the right, this is mine. She twisted open the outermost door and slapped her hand against the wall. Slap. The soft ceiling light turned on. What came into view was a pink world filled with girlish charm. Pink floral wallpaper, pink curtains, and a fluffy light pink carpet on the floor. In the center of the carpet was a white low round table, and on the bedside and in the cabinet, even in the corners of the carpet, there were all kinds of plush toys. One side of the room had an entire wall of bookshelves filled with art collections, fairy tale books, extracurricular tutoring books, and a large number of photography technique books and albums. Wow! Su Fang suddenly let out an adorable exclamation, releasing her hold on her senior's hand and sprinting to the low round table. There on the backrest of the chair lay a very childish pair of underwear printed with kittens. Su Fang picked it up with one hand, her face turning red as she hurriedly stuffed it into the drawer, turning around somewhat awkwardly, her gaze wandering as she tried to change the topic. Senpai, look. These are the photos I took. She pointed at the bulletin board covered in photographs on the desk, proudly presenting her collection. Lin Guang walked over, gazing at the photographs with her cherry-red eyes. The photos were not framed in any professional manner, but were simply secured with thumbtacks or cute stickers. The content of the photos was almost entirely landscapes. There were golden-hued farmland under the setting sun, towering skyscrapers amid bustling traffic, a blue coastline beneath summer storm clouds, and lazy wild cats basking in the sun in unknown alleys. Although the composition and lighting techniques did not seem particularly sophisticated, even appearing somewhat juvenile, the image quality was not high, resembling that of mobile phone photography. Yet each photograph exuded a natural clarity that brought a sense of calm to the viewer. Noticing Lin Guang's momentary distraction, Su Fong chuckled. "You don't remember Fengming Town, do you, senior? Just so happens I go out to take photos every weekend." She sat at the desk chattering away as she began to introduce various places in Fengming Town to Lin Guang, seemingly hoping to spark her memories. After a while of introduction, Su Fong seemed to realize something, gently sniffing her nose, and then feeling a bit embarrassed, she stuck out her tongue. "I'm sorry, senior. Are you feeling a bit unwell? Are you tired? After all, you just had such an intense battle with those monsters using up all your magic. You must feel sticky and sweaty, covered in dust. You must really want to take a bath." Lin Guang's scattered gaze refocused as she shifted her attention from the photographs to Su Fong. What she said was indeed the truth. Even after a satisfying meal, her current state was not good, and she felt even less inclined to move. Today was the first time she encountered the situation of running out of magic. More precisely, the first time she survived after depleting her magic. Thus, she became aware of its nature. The power of magic was subtle, seemingly linked to the spirit. Its recovery was slower than she had imagined, perhaps not merely a matter of sitting still. She indeed needed a thorough rest to regain her combat power, otherwise her mind would remain unsettled. Su Fong eagerly grabbed Lin Guang's hand, pointing towards the bathroom downstairs with sparkling eyes filled with anticipation. "Let's go, let's go. The hot water should be ready, and a bath together will greatly aid in restoring energy and improving sleep quality." "Wait, what did she just say?" Su Fong very naturally said. "My bathtub is quite large, 2 people can fit in comfortably." In that instant, the pink-haired girl's pink eyes widened slightly, as if the precision engine of her soul had momentarily jammed, and an instinctive alertness arose. "Wait a minute, this isn't how it goes in a gal game. Su Fong should be like Xia Yao, constantly using various means to boost her favorability, gradually shortening the social distance until she could suggest visiting her home, which he would not refuse. But even so, the distance between agreeing to bathe with Xia Yao and engaging in whatever game with a boyfriend that might come up was a great gulf, likely impossible to cross in this lifetime. How could they just meet today, and Su Fong directly wants to unlock her special CG? This isn't right. By the way, senior, do you remember what bathing is?" Su Fong continued to explain to herself, raising her index finger and adopting a mentor-like pose. "It's soaking in hot water after cleaning the body, allowing the mind to empty, which can help relax both body and spirit. Never underestimate bathing, the optimal water temperature, the best duration for soaking, and how much chilled strawberry milk to drink afterward for comfort. There's so much knowledge involved." Then she realized she couldn't pull the adorable girl along. "What's wrong?" Seeing the pink-haired girl standing still, not being pulled along, Su Fong was a bit puzzled, and then tentatively asked, "Could it be that you don't want to bathe with me?" Although Lin Guang did not reply, this itself was an answer. Su Fang's previously high spirits visibly sank. She let go of Lin Guang's hand, slightly lowering her head, her big green eyes looking a bit downcast. "I was hoping we could scrub each other's backs while chatting about magical girls." Lin Guang fell silent again at the sincerity of the girl before her. It seemed so. She was not her original self, but a magical girl. So Su Fong did not want to unlock her special CG. She just wanted to engage in normal interactions between magical girls like a means to progress the story in the anime. Although it wasn't like that in Gal Games, magical girl works seemed to indeed function this way. They could enhance friendship and extract information better. Refusing might actually hinder story progression. So was it indeed her overcaution leading her to misjudge the type of work? At that moment, Su Fong keenly sensed the pink-haired girl's hesitation, and her expression brightened instantly. "I knew you wouldn't refuse, senior." She excitedly ran to the wardrobe, quickly rummaging through a pile of colorful fabrics. "Our figures are similar. My pajamas will definitely fit you." She held up 2 sets of pajamas against Lin Guang, her eyes sparkling with the interest of a dress-up game. "How about this one? The one with pink lace, or this one? The pure white one with a bow at the neckline. The fabric is super soft and comfortable. And this one with the bear print." Lin Guang finally snapped back to reality, looking at Su Fong, whose eyes were filled with an irresistible pleading, and the fabrics adorned with ruffles, lace, and cartoon patterns. She hesitated for a moment, pointing to the relatively simple white set. "They'll go with this one." Su Fong seemed a bit disappointed, but didn't say much more. She stuffed the pajamas into Lin Guang's arms, and then took out 2 sets of underwear, excitedly leading her towards the bathroom. "Even if you remember nothing, it's fine. They'll help you get nice and clean." The bathroom was foggy with steam. An hour later, as the bathroom door swung open, a wave of warm, fragrant steam from the shower gel rushed out. So comfortable. Indeed, taking a bath is justice. Su Fong, while drying her wet hair with a towel, sighed contentedly. She was wearing the pink lace nightgown with a blue gemstone brooch still fixed in place like it had a magnet, her cheeks glowing healthily due to the steam as she turned to look inside the bathroom. "Senior's skin is so beautiful, just like an idol on TV. So smooth." Behind her, the pink-haired girl stepped out awkwardly. If it weren't for the perpetual expressionless look on Lin Guang's face, resembling that of a person with facial paralysis, her outfit alone would be enough for any idol company to want to sign her. However, at this moment, her face finally bore a subtle glow and blush akin to that of a living person. She felt as if her special CG had been unlocked, but looking at the innocent and carefree Su Fong, she felt there was no evidence. At this moment Lin Guang was already wearing the white pajamas she had chosen. It was a one-piece plush sleep dress with the hem just covering her knees. The collar and sleeves were lined with soft white fluff, and two fuzzy pom-poms hung in front, with a murky gemstone pendant slightly lifting the fabric. After removing the seemingly mature black hot pants and white shirt, this body appeared somewhat more delicate, even comparable to Su Fong in age. Indeed, it seemed they were only 2 years apart. Holding Lin Guang's hand, Su Fong returned to the room filled with pink hues. As if finally shedding all burdens, she slumped onto the bed, yawning widely, and even shedding a few tears at the corners of her eyes. I'm so sleepy. Let's go to bed early today, Senior AI Irwin said. We need to get up early for the association tomorrow. As she spoke, she skillfully pulled back the cute strawberry-patterned comforter and wriggled inside like a caterpillar. Su Fong turned to her side, patted the large space beside her, signaling Lin Guang. Come on, the bed is very soft. Didn't you say the next room was empty? But Lin Guang was too lazy to say anything and simply lay down while Su Fong clicked off the main light with a snap. The room instantly plunged into darkness. A sliver of cool moonlight seeped through the translucent lace curtains, casting mottled shadows on the carpet. It was very quiet around, only the faint chirping of unknown insects outside and the gentle sound of the wind. Mengxiang Sr. In the darkness, Su Fong suddenly spoke. This time her tone lacked the previous excitement and liveliness. Instead, it was very soft. Actually, today was my first time transforming into a warrior. Before, I was just an ordinary middle school student, only able to see magical girls on TV and in the news. But today I unknowingly ran outside and suddenly had this on me. Then for some reason, I suddenly learned how to transform. The girl delicately took the blue gemstone brooch from her body and raised it, watching it glow in the darkness. AI Irwin Sr. said, I am the prophesied girl that I can lead everyone to reclaim the fragments of hope from the abyss and purify the polluted sacred tree. But I don't understand anything. What are these? What is the abyss? What are the fragments of hope? I have no clue. Moreover, I only defeated 6 monsters today, not even close to the number you took down in one go, at least over 40, Senior. The girl did not respond. Perhaps the amnesiac did not know how to reply, or perhaps she was simply too tired to want to answer. Su Fong thought this and pinned the gemstone back to her chest. Silence lasted for a few minutes. She felt her eyelids growing heavier, but suddenly heard the girl beside her softly ask a very strange question. What is a magical girl? Su Fong, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly became a bit more alert. What is a magical girl? This question, coming from a senior who was a magical girl, made Su Fong regard it as a kind of test, a challenge, an inquiry for her junior. However, in the next instant she suddenly realized something. Since the girl was completely amnesiac, in other words, her question was truly just a question born out of confusion. As a magical girl, she had forgotten what a magical girl was, what it represented. Was this senior who only remembered transformation and battle, exploring lost memories in this way, wanting to recall the original intention of becoming a magical girl? A magical girl is love and hope. Su Fong almost instinctively blurted out this answer. But soon she realized that this answer was too vague for someone who had forgotten so completely and had to reorganize her words. In short, it's about protecting others, carrying love and hope. A beautiful warrior. You must help each other with your companions, stepping forward when others are in trouble, never giving up on anyone, always carrying love and hope. As she spoke, Su Fong suddenly felt a bit less confident. Although magical girls appear on TV, the truth is kept secret from ordinary people, and she had not been a magical girl before, just a middle school student who admired them. So all of this was merely Su Fang's perception of magical girls. But it should be like this, right? Isn't a magical girl just such an existence? Would the senior be satisfied with such an answer? I see. The girl's tone revealed no emotion, simply providing a flat response. After that, the room fell silent again, leaving one to wonder if the girl was thinking or had already fallen asleep. In the lengthy wait, drowsiness reclaimed Su Fang's mind. In a daze, she spoke. Hey senior, what do you like to eat? What do you want for breakfast tomorrow? They'll have my mom make it. I don't know. Then a sandwich. Or scrambled eggs with toast. My mom often makes tamagoyaki for me, sweet and delicious. Su Fong felt her eyelids grow heavy once more, her voice becoming softer, tinged with the haze of impending sleep. Next time, let my mom make it for you. Gradually the voice beside her faded away, replaced by the steady long breaths of sleep. Lin Guang turned her head and, using the moonlight, glanced at the now sleeping girl. Her slightly childish face appeared peaceful and serene, her winered hair reflecting the silver glow of the moonlight. Feeling Su Fang's warmth, her tense spirit relaxed at that moment. This endlessly repeated day was finally coming to an end. This meant that the Slevel trial had finally entered a new realm. She no longer needed to be trapped in the infinite cycle of life lasting only 1 or 2 minutes, akin to an ant, but could now eat, sleep, and live as Mengxiang, gradually progressing towards higher task evaluations. The worldview of this realm was far larger than Lin Guang had ever imagined, as if she had crossed into an entirely new world. Mengxiang's past, what would happen in this world in the future, what is the sacred tree, what is the abyss, what is the prophesied girl? How long would she spend here? The trip to the Magical Girl Association tomorrow might yield answers. As exhaustion washed over her like a tide, Lin Guang's consciousness sank into darkness. The next day, Lin Guang opened her eyes on Su Fang's bed. She felt something was off, as if a rusty spoon was stirring restlessly in her abdomen. Was she poisoned? Or was it an internal injury? Did yesterday's transformation and battle leave after effects? However, after a good meal and sleep, it seemed her magical power had already recovered, no longer feeling exhausted like the day before. What was going on? She instinctively tried to rise and check, only to find herself tightly entangled by Su Fang, who had wrapped herself around Lin Guang like an octopus with one leg resting on her waist. Suppressing the cramping pain in her abdomen, Lin Guang struggled to pull Su Fang's limbs away, then lifted the air conditioning blanket she was under and looked down at the source of her discomfort. In the next second, her pupils trembled violently. Under the hem of the pure white onesie, and on the inner thigh, a glaring crimson mark was unmistakably visible. Lin Guang suddenly fell into deep thought. Was this? Just then the movement beside her roused Su Fang from sleep. Senior, what's wrong? Up so early? Su Fang rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up groggily, following the gaze of the pink-haired girl. When she saw the glaring red mark, the drowsiness in her eyes faded significantly, and she exclaimed in surprise, did that come? No wonder I felt like you couldn't sleep well. She quickly reacted and showed no signs of disgust, comforting Lin Guang with a relaxed demeanor. It's okay, it's okay. Such things are quite normal. If it gets dirty, just wash it. They'll go get you a new pair of pants right away. However, Lin Guang remained motionless. As Su Fang was about to get out of bed, seeing Lin Guang lost in thought, she seemed to realize something. She turned her head and asked tentatively, Senior, did you forget even this? Oh my. Su Fang slapped her forehead and sighed. So you forgot even the most basic physiological knowledge. Though she complained, there was no trace of annoyance on Su Fang's face as she first retrieved a pink packaged sanitary napkin from the bedside table, then got a new pair of panties and squatted down in front of Lin Guang. Let me help you clean up. A girl's body is quite delicate. Let me handle this for you, Senior. You must remember it well. Of course, if you can't remember, it'll just teach you again next time. Now take off the dirty ones first. The pink-haired girl widened her eyes. Is this right? It's not like this in gal games, and it doesn't seem to be like this in magical girl shows either. Why is being a magical girl so troublesome? Don't be willful. Su Fang's tone was gentle, yet carried an undeniable hint. Do you know how to apply this? Do you know how to handle it so it won't leak? This is a very precise operation. A girl's body is delicate, and if you mess around without understanding, what if the position is wrong or it causes an infection? All you remember is fighting. You have no common sense about life at all. Looking at the pink-haired girl before her, who seemed to radiate a maternal glow, she said, Since you are staying at my house, I have the duty to take good care of you, and this is for your health. Struggling is useless. Su Fang didn't give her a chance, grabbing her nightgown. Whoosh. I told you this outfit really suits you, Senior. The chaotic physiological reactions were expertly handled by Su Fang, and at this moment Lin Guang was reluctantly dressed in Su Fang's casual wear. Her cherry red hair cascaded over a light yellow off-shoulder chiffon shirt paired with a light blue denim skirt, and under the hem her long and fair legs were youthful yet charming. Coupled with Lin Guang's slightly aloof yet exquisite face, it created a strange chemistry that could only be described as a cool beauty. The morning light fell perfectly on her profile, with even the fine fluff of hair clearly visible, making Su Fang's heart flutter. Senior, you look really good. In the next moment, she had already picked up her phone. Click, 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 click. The simulated shutter sound of the phone exploded like a machine gun, and it ended with Su Fang affectionately wrapping her arm around Lin Guang's shoulder as they took a close-up selfie. Yage, Lin Guang. Perhaps it was an instinct brought about by their soul connection. When taking the close-up picture, she almost struck a pose like during her final transformation Omega. Fortunately, she managed to suppress it with remarkable willpower. Let's go, Senior, it's time for breakfast. Mom has already prepared it. The girls walked into the living room and took their seats at the dining table, which was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Thick slices of butter toast were baked to a golden crisp, accompanied by golden tamagoyaki, several crispy sausages, and a bowl of colorful vegetable salad. Mikami Asa, wearing an apron, was already seated at the dining table, smiling as she watched her daughter interact with Lin Guang, occasionally serving them food and praising Lin Guang in a duet with Su Fang. Lin Guang could only maintain this silence while continuing to eat. She didn't know how to respond to such compliments regarding modeling, so she chose to remain silent. Before long, breakfast was quickly finished. Su Fang took out a tissue to wipe her mouth, looked at the time, and said to her mother, Mom, we're going out with Senior. I'm taking her to the town to look around and see if we can jog her memory. Go ahead, but be safe. Su Fang's mother was cleaning the dishes. Upon hearing this, she immediately wiped her hands on her apron, turned back to the room, and took out a wallet. Here, take this. She unceremoniously pulled out 2 bills and stuffed them into Su Fang's hands with an image of a towering tree embossed on them, looking like a substantial amount. When taking friends out, don't be stingy. If you see something delicious, buy it. Don't let anyone go hungry. Got it. Thanks, Mom. The two of them walked down from the 7-story apartment to the street. The bustling scene of cars and people came into view. The bustling downtown of Fengming Town was no different from the big city Lin Guang remembered, with vehicles passing by, bright shops, and crowds of pedestrians. Not far away was the city center filled with skyscrapers. Lin Guang stood by the street, ignoring the astonished gazes of many passers-by, revealing a contemplative expression. In a city with a population of millions, although not small in scale, it clearly shouldn't be able to sustain such a level of industrial and agricultural foundation under normal circumstances. There are even weekends off. How on earth is this achieved? Is this truly the last gathering place for humanity in the world, as Elwin said? Or did she misunderstand? Senior. Su Fong stood at the street looking back at the pondering Lin Guang. What's wrong? Today is a day of rest. She changed into a white short-sleeved hoodie with a hood paired with khaki suspenders shorts. Her vibrant wynard long hair was tied up in a high ponytail, swaying with her movements like a little bunny full of energy. The blue gem brooch still hung on her left chest. Su Fong glanced at the screen of her phone. Senior AI Irwin said she has arrived. Oh. The next moment, a sleek black car stopped right in front of her. Though she couldn't tell the exact brand, the streamlined body, the exquisite paint job, and the expensive-looking silver emblem on the front indicated that this was definitely a high-end vehicle. The car window rolled down, and AI Irwin was sitting in the driver's seat with her long sword secured in the passenger seat with a seatbelt. Today she had changed into a black suit, her silver hair tied into a high ponytail, looking less like an investigator and more like an overly youthful company CEO. Get in the car, she said succinctly. Wow. Su Fong circled around the car, cautiously touching the paint. Senior AI Irwin, is this your car too? It looks so luxurious. No need to be surprised. The silver-haired girl took off her sunglasses and casually hung them around her neck. Investigators risk their lives for the sacred tree and humanity. Such privileges are only natural. The association is never stingy in material matters. She glanced at the pink-haired girl standing quietly behind them. Ming Xiang might not remember, but if she desires it, she can have these things at any time. Wow. AI Irwin turned her head looking at Su Fong, who showed a hint of envy in her eyes, and added calmly, you can too. If you want, I can contact the association right now to send you a car or arrange a driver for you. No way. Su Fong hurriedly waved her hands, shaking her head like a rattled drum. I'm not an investigator like you seniors. Just because you are a prophetic girl. AI Irwin's voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of certainty. Just this identity alone makes you deserving of the same treatment as us. Su Fong was stunned, her mouth opening slightly, as if she wanted to ask why, but seeing Lin Guang already opened the car door and sat in the back, she instinctively followed suit. The car smoothly started, and the scenery outside began to retreat. With the cool breeze flowing in, Su Fong quickly recovered from her earlier shock and shifted her mood. We are finally going to the association. She leaned against the car window, her emerald eyes sparkling with excitement. That means I can meet the legendary sacred tree. Seeing Lin Guang's gaze beside her, Su Fong immediately enthusiastically explained, Senior Ming Xiang may have forgotten. The sacred tree we mentioned yesterday is actually a great being that protects humanity, and it grants us the power to defend our home. Without its help, humanity would have been extinct long ago when the catastrophe occurred. Human history and civilization would not exist. This is from the middle school history textbook. Catastrophe. Lin Guang paused slightly. She eagerly added, it is said that such a great existence is actually located in the headquarters of the Magical Girl Association. Only official magical girls and a select few staff members whose backgrounds and abilities have passed strict scrutiny are qualified to see its true form. Lin Guang listened quietly, and AI Irwin showed no intention of correcting or adding anything, silently driving the car. As the girl excitedly shared her knowledge, the scenery outside gradually changed. Su Fong widened her eyes in confusion. The car was not heading towards the suburbs, but rather drove straight into the bustling city center. She looked outside at the bustling commercial street, a bit dazed. The association and the sacred tree are actually in the city center. I thought it would be in the suburbs or on a mountain. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and clapped her hands. I know. It must be like in movies and novels, cloaked in an invisible illusion barrier in the bustling area, or a hidden space that can only be seen by crashing into a wall right. While driving, AI Irwin glanced at Su Fong, whose imagination was running wild, with a meaningful look through the rearview mirror, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, but she said nothing. After a while, the sedan left the main road, turning into a relatively quiet business street, and finally stopped in front of an unremarkable building. It was a 6-story building, outwardly quite ordinary, with gray tiled walls lacking any special magical decorations or mysterious signs. Superficially, it looked like just an old office building. Lin Guang and Su Fong both looked up at the rooftop terrace. There stood a somewhat aged signboard written in a blocky, unappealing font, Happiness and Peace Committee. We've arrived, get out of the car. AI Irwin parked by the roadside, turned off the engine, locked the doors, and led the way towards the building entrance. The glass door appeared to be one way, obscuring the view inside. AI Irwin approached and pressed her palm against the sensor lock. The glass door slowly slid open with a soft hum. Su Fong, filled with anticipation, hurriedly followed her inside, blinking her eyes, trying to find the so-called magical barrier or a suddenly transforming fantastical hall. However, the scene before her showed no signs of change. It was just a very ordinary, even somewhat old-fashioned company reception area. The white tiled floor was only half shiny, the air filled with a faint scent of air freshener, and a rhythmic thumping sound of music came from an unknown source. Behind the reception desk, directly opposite, sat a young woman in a white shirt and black skirt uniform. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, with a beautiful face, downturned eyes, long eyelashes, and skin as delicate as porcelain. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, giving her features a fox-like charm. However, she seemed clearly unfit for her role as a receptionist, squinting her eyes and nodding off. Her curves appeared quite impressive, nearly straining her receptionist uniform, and each nod seemed to bury her face deeper into her chest. Su Fong instinctively looked down, revealing a subtle expression, then looked towards Lin Guang's chest, sharing a sympathetic look. Lin Guang. This seemed a bit disrespectful to the senior. What was more incongruous was the giant solid vintage wooden cabinet standing beside the reception. Atop that cabinet was an inexplicably placed old-fashioned gas stove with no visible switch, upon which a stainless steel kettle perched, currently steaming, with a white vapor clearly on the verge of boiling. Su Fong glanced around a few times, turning her head in disbelief, her voice wavering slightly. Are you sure this is the right place? It looks like a small company on the verge of closing down. How could the Great Tree be in a place like this? AI Irwin remained silent, simply pointing to an inconspicuous corner of the hall. Su Fong and Lin Guang followed her finger. There sat an ordinary ceramic flower pot containing a small tree only half a human height, with slightly yellowed and wilted leaves. If he hadn't said anything, Lin Guang might have thought it was a money tree. Su Fong was momentarily stunned, then her pupils shook. Could that be? Before she could finish the words great tree, she saw AI Irwin nodding seriously. Is this a joke? Watching AI Irwin's expression, which showed no sign of fluctuation, Su Fang's smile gradually froze, her voice becoming smaller. Suddenly, the kettle on top of the cabinet let out a sharp, piercing whistle. Boom. After the water boiled, a loud bang followed as the solid wooden cabinet door was kicked open from the inside. The once faint sound of music instantly became clear, and with the lively rhythm, a bird the size of a soccer ball floated out of the cabinet. Su Fong and Lin Guang's eyes widened in shock. In that instant, they finally saw a fantastical creature that could not exist in the normal world. It was a fiery red phoenix. Unlike any real bird, this one was covered in dazzling crimson feathers, its eyes golden, and its long tail feathers flowed gracefully, like several drifting red ribbons, emanating a warm light that was not scalding. It looked as if it had flown out of a fairy tale book, both sacred and adorable. However, its appearance was quite mismatched, as this exquisitely small head wore a pair of black and red headphones. The music was leaking from them. Through the open cabinet door, Su Fong and Lin Guang caught a glimpse of what was inside. The space inside had been transformed into a luxurious mini lounge divided into several layers, with a plush long carpet on the floor, a small red sofa in the middle surrounded by various figures of magical girls, and a range of comics. The trendy bird glanced at the few people standing at the entrance, then flapped its splendid fiery wings and flew to the nearby snack cabinet, using its golden red claws to take out a beautifully packaged box of tea leaves, which it then placed into a delicate ceramic teapot adorned with golden patterns. After doing all this, it flew back to the stove on top of the cabinet, easily grabbed the steaming steel kettle, and with a graceful glide began to pour hot water into the teapot. The rich aroma of black tea wafted through the air. It set down the kettle deftly, used its claws to cover the teapot, then lifted the teapot and flew over to the yellowing potted plant. It tilted its head and slid its claws. Splash! Under the dazed gaze of Su Fong and Lin Guang, the scalding yellow tea poured out with white steam, without any buffer, directly soaking the last few withered yellow leaves of the great tree, running down the trunk and into the soil. Su Fang's pupils shook again. The great tree. After pouring an entire pot of tea, the phoenix-like bird, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, returned to the snack cabinet, refilled the kettle with water, and then fetched a few cups, starting to pour tea into them. As it poured, the bird turned its head to look at the speechless Su Fong, then opened its beak and spoke in human language. The great tree will not be harmed by such trivial matters. It surprisingly emitted a clear and sweet voice akin to that of a young girl. Waving its beautiful fiery wings, it admonished in a tone that was entirely mismatched with its lovely appearance. You should know the first brew of tea is the richest and most fragrant. This is a top-notch tribute. Little girl, this is to let the great tree feel our passion. Passion, do you understand? Since it is half alive now, we should use boiling souls to warm its withered heart. After saying this, it held the cup like an old official, extended its neck, and took a sip of the black tea, revealing a satisfied expression. Looking at the small tree that showed no unusual signs despite being doused with boiling water, Su Fang's green eyes were clearly filled with confusion. Is it really like this? Most people are visually driven, and this bird looks simply too extravagant, too fairy tale-like, and even speaks perfectly fitting the impression from those fantastical works. Even though it was not very serious, Su Fong was clearly captivated by its words. However, Lin Guang suddenly realized something, a subtle glimmer passing through her eyes. This bird clearly just didn't want to drink overly strong tea, so it casually used the first brew to water the tree. It smells so good. Senior Phoenix, is the black tea ready? The next moment, the girl at the front desk, who had been dozing off, was awakened by the aroma, mumbling a couple of words, and when she raised her head, her lips even bore a glistening trace. Her amber eyes suddenly saw AI Irwin, and she instantly sobered up, flustered as she wiped her mouth and loudly defended, Senior, I wasn't sleeping. I really wasn't sleeping. I was meditating. AI Irwin seemed somewhat helpless towards the behavior of these two. I should have informed you yesterday about their situation and that I would be bringing them here today. So what? This doesn't delay anything. The little phoenix stood on the snack cabinet, drinking tea with righteous indignation. The girl sitting at the front desk said weakly, well, if I didn't know there was a reservation today, I would have gone shopping with Miss Ba. I wouldn't be here. AI Irwin silently stared at her. Lin Guang and Su Fong also silently watched her. It seemed that this magical girl association was indeed not a proper place. A moment later, the 4 humans and 1 bird sat down at the round table in the reception room. The decor of the reception room contrasted significantly with the outside's plainness, featuring a soft pink tone with a plush red carpet, and the furniture clearly reflected a girlish style. On the pristine marble table, an array of exquisite pastries and sweets was displayed, looking quite delicate and clearly high-quality handmade goods. The freshly brewed black tea was served in porcelain cups in front of everyone, emitting an enchanting aroma. Combined with the girls' strikingly high average looks, it indeed felt like a magical girl tea party. AI Irwin, dressed in a suit, was the first to speak. "Let me introduce you. This is the Happiness and Peace Committee, the official name of the Magical Girl Association. This entire building belongs to us magical girls." Su Fang's eyes sparkled with excitement. It meant that she had been recognized as one of the magical girls. Aylwin pointed to her car at the door. "Actually, there could be more supplies, but everyone doesn't really need them." 80 years ago, in order to regulate and guide the powers of magical girls, the 3rd generation of magical girls established the Magical Girl Association, which has continued to this day. She turned to look at the magnificent bird. "It is the only remaining guide of the association, calling itself a phoenix." "What do you mean by calling itself?" "I am the phoenix, and a phoenix that never dies. No matter what bacteria or virus it gets infected with, or what incurable disease it suffers from, no matter how severe the injury or how tragic the death, I can be reborn through the fire of nirvana. That's me." The bird proudly chirped, pecking at the light blue macaroon in front of it. After eating a few bites, it lazily glanced at Su Fang, who was curiously observing it, and introduced itself. "It was I who informed Aylwin to rescue you yesterday." "Oh." Su Fang's eyes widened in shock as she sat up straight. Aylwin added, "I was able to arrive just in time yesterday to bring you and Ming Mingxiang back, because she received the divine message from the sacred tree and conveyed the coordinates to me. Although this fellow has a terrible personality, it indeed possesses the ability to communicate with the sacred tree and is currently the only spirit capable of doing so." "Now you know my prowess, don't you?" The phoenix raised its head proudly, its golden eyes sparkling. "And not only am I responsible for delivering messages, but I am also the permanent council member and the atmosphere group's leader of this shabby place. If it weren't for me, Amber would slack off, and Aylwin, this gloomy person, would have already fallen into depression." Aylwin replied blandly, "Me depressed? It's you who has no one to accompany you. You can't even leave the vicinity of the headquarters within a 50-meter radius." The phoenix shook. "What did you say? Do you know what the safest place is?" It pointed with its wing to the money tree in the lobby outside, with the embodiment of the sacred tree stationed here. "This is the safest place in the entire Kazemina town, and even within the sacred tree itself. This place receives extra protection from the concept of the sacred tree, and even those nightmare seeds can't step in here." Aylwin remained unfazed, her black pupils even showing a hint of pity. "It's just a sturdy birdcage." "You." The phoenix fluffed up instantly, its brilliant tail feathers igniting, and the room was suddenly ablaze with light. "All right, forget that homebody bird." The silver-haired girl completed her strike against her colleague, then gently clapped her hands. "Amber." At this moment, the receptionist was enjoying a cream cake, suddenly waking up with a start. "Huh? Oh, that's right." She suddenly remembered the newcomer ritual. Amber immediately sat up straight, her formidable bosom shaking with strong elasticity, almost popping a button, and said seriously, "Since you, Su Fang, have just awakened and know nothing about the real world, and Miss Ming Mingxiang has lost her memory, I will take this opportunity to briefly introduce you to magical girls and the truth of our world." Amber's expression became gentle, yet solemn, as she pointed out the window. At this moment, the sky was bright and vast. However, everyone present knew that although they couldn't see it, there was indeed a massive light screen covering the skyline at a certain boundary, preventing the endless black mist from invading. First, there is the sacred tree. More than 100 years ago, the terrifying abyss suddenly expanded, swallowing the land, oceans, and skies. The world was destroyed in a very short time, and civilization was on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at the last moment, the sacred tree descended and opened the barrier, saving this last city, Kazemina town, while bringing the last batch of survivors from around the world here. For the past 100 years, the sacred tree has not only protected us from the erosion of the abyss, but also continuously generated food, water, minerals, and other survival resources within the barrier through the power of miracles, even taking over repetitive activities like factory production, allowing humanity to survive until now. You should know that when you return from the outside world, the enormous light screen protecting the city was actually the domain transformed from the body of the sacred tree. Essentially, we all live inside the body of the sacred tree. This, above all, is the common knowledge that most people in the city can understand. Su Fang stared wide-eyed, as if she were a student attending a lecture. Lin Guang was also earnestly absorbing the information at this moment. And the sacred tree we usually refer to in the Magical Girl Association, or rather the potted plant in the hall, is more like an extension of the will of the sacred tree, a terminal for communication with us. The phoenix propped its head up with one wing lying on the plate. After finishing the macaroon, it communicates with me. Geographically speaking, the association is the center of the entire Kazemina town, so here the response speed to any unexpected incidents is the highest, as is the sensitivity of perception. Amber's eyes, the same color as her name, flickered as she softly spoke. At the same time, it is also more suitable for the sacred tree to perform miracles. Lin Guang, who had been silently listening, suddenly spoke up, throwing out 3 questions in quick succession. What is the abyss? Is Kazemina town really the last city in this world? And what is a miracle? Amber was taken aback for a moment, seemingly surprised that this familiar face had forgotten even these basics, having lost their memory so thoroughly. But she patiently replied, the abyss is actually a collection of negative concepts such as negative energy, malice, and death, and its purpose is to destroy all tangible and intangible beings capable of generating positive energy. As for whether it's the last, although theoretically there is no evidence to prove that there are absolutely no other survivors outside. In reality, in the 100 years since the city was built, we have never seen a single human being come in from the outside, and no signals have ever received a response. And as for what a miracle is, at this point Amber paused, saying matter-of-factly, a miracle is a miracle, something that cannot be explained by existing theories. It is a power that humanity currently cannot comprehend, a great feat that can only be performed by beings as great as the sacred tree. Therefore, what follows is about magical girls. In summary, magical girls are the beings that protect Kazemina town and resist invasions from the outside world. Lin Guang and Su Fang's expressions suddenly grew serious. Amber looked at the girl with long wired hair and asked, Su Fang, yesterday was your first transformation. What did it feel like? At that time, Su Fang pondered, shrinking her neck as she glanced at the blue gem on her chest. When I regained consciousness, I was in that dark forest, and then monsters were about to attack me. At that moment, I suddenly noticed a gem appeared on my body and I transformed quite naturally. Yes, that's how it is. Not everyone can become a magical girl. Amber nodded seriously. Only girls with sufficient aptitude can be chosen by the great sacred tree and granted a soul gem directly. Generally speaking, the age range for awakening is between 10 and 15 years old. By the way, the magical outfits and abilities after transformation are related to each person's personality, or rather their spirit, characterized by different colors. For instance, Su Fang, you are a blue-themed magical girl, and after transformation your colors are predominantly blue. As for Mingxiang, Amber turned to Lin Guang. According to the association's registration, she is a red-themed magical girl. Su Fang looked at her curiously. No wonder you look so beautiful after transformation, with eyes and hair like rubies. Ahem, don't interrupt. Let me finish my explanation first. Seeing Su Fang making a zipper gesture with her mouth, Amber continued seriously, the work of magical girls, aside from protecting the peace of the city and repelling the occasional monsters that infiltrate the barrier, the most important task is to organize investigation teams to explore the outer realms and search for the last hope. At that moment, Lin Guang's gaze sharpened. The last hope. She was always good at grasping key points. If the entire Splash Trial Dungeon is regarded as a highly realistic game, then without a doubt, what she was hearing was definitely related to the main storyline. Noticing the two were listening attentively, Amber opened up further. Mentioning history, her tone carried a hint of solemnity. Our ultimate goal is singular, to reclaim the fragments of hope scattered beyond the realms. Lin Guang pondered over the term fragments of hope. Exactly. AI Irwin nodded, taking over the conversation. That is the core of the Great Sacred Tree's power. During the battle against the Abyss, the Great Sacred Tree was severely injured, and its core power shattered into many fragments. As long as we gather all the fragments, the corruption of the Great Sacred Tree can be completely purified, thus dispelling the Abyss, allowing humanity to break free from this confined space and venture into a broader world. After generations of effort, most of the fragments have actually been reclaimed by the heroes. Now only a few scattered pieces remain unaccounted for. Hearing this, the anxiety in Su Fang's green eyes diminished, significantly replaced by a glow of hope and expectation. So most of the fragments have already been found. It seems that victory is not particularly far away. However, Amber poured cold water on her enthusiasm. We still don't know how many pieces are left. Their locations are unknown. No matter how many monsters we kill, we cannot find them. Perhaps they are in the hands of the strongest nightmare-level monsters in the Abyss. Those monsters have been alive since the disaster and have never had any records of being hunted. Su Fang's expression froze. But indeed, it makes a lot of sense. How could they not be found if they were not the strongest monsters? Su Fang thought for a moment, put down her teacup, and curiously asked, by the way, it sounds so impressive. So, how many people are there in the association now? Everyone must be very strong, right? Also, what is the difference between investigation agents like Senior Mingxiang and AI Irwin and ordinary magical girls? What is a prophecy girl? However, as soon as this last question came out, the originally harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze. Amber's smile stiffened slightly, her gaze subconsciously drifting as if hesitating on how to phrase her response. Su Fang was unaware of what she had said wrong, and her expression tensed. Meanwhile, the phoenix's small golden green eyes finally took on a serious expression. The reason we brought you here today is indeed for this matter. You are the chosen prophecy girl of the Great Sacred Tree, and the upcoming discussion will revolve around you. However, before that, Mingxiang, I must first tell you something. She looked at the quiet girl with pink hair sitting beside Su Fang, her tone serious. Irwin brought you here to let me check on your condition. During this time, I have already sensed quite clearly. Your amnesia is different from the ordinary amnesia affected by the Abyss. It is a precursor to your soul being completely shattered. Amber's pupils constricted. And Su Fang's eyes widened, suddenly feeling an unexplainable chill spreading from her spine. This chill made her instantly turn her head to look at the girl beside her. She saw that the pink-eyed girl showed no signs of surprise or disbelief and was simply gazing quietly at the phoenix before her. At that moment, the phoenix, who had been somewhat disheveled earlier, finally revealed a semblance of the demeanor worthy of a mythical creature, and her gaze even carried an ineffable pity and warning. Do not leave the city anymore, and do not attempt to transform again. Start a new life in Kazama Town. Otherwise you might. Just as the phoenix was about to say the last part of her sentence, a piercing deep red alarm sounded abruptly within the association's building, drowning out all other noises. Oh! Amber jumped up like a startled rabbit. Su Fong, barely snapping back to reality from the implications of the phoenix's words, stood up in a bit of a panic, her gaze flitting between the flashing red lights and the people present. Lin Guang remained seated firmly in her chair, her eyes discreetly sweeping towards AI Irwin. What happened? The silver-haired girl in a suit showed no signs of panic, only slightly furrowing her brow. Amber, bring up the screen. Yes. Amber's expression turned serious, the previously somewhat silly demeanor instantly vanished, as she quickly pulled out her phone and began tapping swiftly on the screen. Click. The lights in the meeting room automatically dimmed, and the projector on the ceiling buzzed to life, casting a clear beam of light onto the screen ahead. This is the real-time monitoring footage. The screen lit up, showing the sea surface not far from Kazama Town. What should have been a picturesque scene of sea and sky was now marred by a black hole inexplicably opening in the azure sky, revealing a swirling mass of dark mist inside. The hole was irregular, its edges jagged and uneven, resembling shattered glass, and it was even continuing to expand, creating an eerie atmosphere. As it expanded, fragments of the false sky began to peel away, the facade of a normal world gradually shattering. Suddenly, a massive shadow squeezed out from the pitch-black hole, accompanied by a piercing roar appearing in the sky of the real world. That is... Su Fang's pupils widened instantly. A monster is invading. Lin Guang instinctively looked into her eyes. There was not much fear, just anxiety and surprise. This indicated that Su Fang had witnessed such scenes before. It could be inferred that perhaps in this instance it was a sort of daily occurrence. As the image zoomed in, everyone present finally saw the full appearance of the beast. It was a flying monster nearly 10 meters long. Its body was pitch black, resembling the so-called flying dragon, with a long neck, a robust tail, and a pair of enormous membranous wings that obscured the sun, but there were no claws at the ends. Instead, it had a pair of gigantic pincers that glinted with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. On its head was a beak sharp and curved like that of a bird of prey, appearing particularly menacing. Magic reaction level nightmare species. Although it is just a lower-level individual. Amber looked at the screen, her expression serious. This time the Abyss has sent such a level of monster. Even though in the domain of the Great Sacred Tree their combat power would be suppressed, it is still extremely dangerous. At least it has the combat power of a higher-level dangerous species. Nightmare species. Dangerous species. By what standard are these classified? Lin Guang did not hide the confusion in her eyes. Seemingly noticing her thoughts, AI Irwin began to explain. This is our Magic Girl Association's rough classification of all monsters outside the Sacred Tree's domain. Minions are the lowest tier of those monsters. Most of those you cleaned up yesterday belong to this level, with some slightly stronger ones having special abilities. For normal Magic Girls, minions are relatively weak and pose no threat unless they come in groups, but they are already very dangerous for ordinary people. Then there are the dangerous species, which, as the name suggests, are monsters that pose a threat even to Magic Girls acting alone. The puppet maid you killed alone yesterday belongs to this category. Ordinary people have no means to resist such beings. Even conventional weapons from before the disaster are hard to affect them, just like our magical outfits after transformation, where magical protection must be equally powerful to penetrate, otherwise they would be easily dismantled. And the next level is another realm. Nightmare species. AI Irwin's introduction became more concise word by word. For ordinary people, that is a natural disaster. Even for us Magic Girls, that is a nightmare. Su Fang's complexion paled slightly. How could this happen? But the next moment Amber's expression relaxed as she turned to comfort her. The barrier in that sea area is originally quite weak, belonging to a high-risk area, so we have always arranged for Magic Girls to guard and defend there. As soon as her words fell, two brilliant streams of purple and pink light streaked across the sky, like meteors, instantly intercepting the beast that was about to dive. The high-definition camera quickly captured and zoomed in on those two figures. On the left was a pink-haired Magic Girl. She wore a layered outfit adorned with lace and bows, her twin tails fluttering in the air. Her hair color was quite dreamy, with pink strands interwoven with hints of sky blue and snow white. Next to her floated a pink mechanical keyboard with a pair of pure white wings extending from both sides, flapping like a little fairy, quite enchanting. Although the sound couldn't be heard, it was clear through the screen that the Magic Girl wore an expression of slight anger. Her delightful weekend was interrupted. Yet even in this angry mood, she maintained a unique cuteness, as if she were coquettishly appealing to her fans. On the right was a figure with long, deep purple hair, cascading down to her waist. She had a sweet appearance, dressed in a deep purple gothic Lolita outfit, the hem and back decorated with pitch-black bat wings, while silver cross chains hung from her chest and waist. At that moment, she was dramatically leaning back with one hand covering her right eye, which wore a cross-eyed mask, holding a massive purple scythe almost twice her height, with ominous black mist swirling around the blade, her mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin. Although the sound couldn't be heard through the screen, everyone could automatically fill in the coo-coo-coo cackling of a typical Chinibu from that posture. Su Fang gasped, revealing an admiring expression. It's Tang Tang and the Purple Hermit. Indeed, these two are active magic girls in the association, known for their remarkable combat prowess. Amber timely introduced, of course Tang Tang, and the Purple Hermit are just magical names to protect their real identities. She glanced at the pink-haired girl sitting beside Su Fong, seemingly reminiscing. In the next instant the battle had begun. The girl named Tang Tang, despite her unwilling expression, moved with astonishing speed. Her fingers flew across the suspended keyboard, striking it furiously. Accompanied by her frantic tapping, countless star characters flashing with pink light, and heart energy bullets poured out like a torrential rain crackling against the bird dragon's shell, bursting into brilliant fireworks. On the other side, after striking a cool pose, the Purple Hermit swayed, transforming directly into a purple mist that dissipated in place. In the next moment, the purple mist reformed behind the beast's neck, and the massive scythe, accompanied by a mournful sound of slicing wind, slashed down fiercely at the spot where the light bullets had weakened its defenses. A massive purple brilliance shone in the sky. Thud! Ack! In an instant, black blood splattered, and a noticeable wound appeared on the beast's neck. It opened its mouth, seemingly letting out a painful roar as black mist surged around it. A tremendous shockwave emanated from its body, forcing the Purple Hermit back. It furiously tilted its head back, its beak opened wide, shooting a dazzling, scorching ray toward the airborne Tang Tang. But the coordination of the two magic girls was evidently seamless. The Purple Hermit transformed back into mist and launched an attack from another direction, while the pink-haired girl skillfully stepped on the magical array in the air, gracefully evading the scorching ray, and even winked at the camera. Although she immediately rolled her eyes afterward, she still appeared quite cute. The situation was overwhelmingly in their favor. The beast's defeat was merely a matter of time. They truly are amazing. Seeing this scene, Su Fong, who had been tense with anxiety, finally let out a sigh of relief, her rigid body relaxing. Great, it seems they can win. Lin Guang was fully focused on the battle between the two magical girls and the monstrous beast before him, rapidly calculating in his mind. Although he could not sense the fluctuations of magical power, he could still perceive their basic movements and the pressure they exerted. The movements of the bird dragon felt considerably more dangerous than that of the puppet maid. It could cause tremendous destruction on the ground, yet was being pushed back relentlessly by the two magical girls. However, the clash was simply breathtaking, entirely different from the battles with gigantic monsters he witnessed in his past life. After all, due to filming technology and the physical capabilities of suit actors, such colossal creatures were often clumsy, synonymous with slow combat. But now that was not the case at all. Is this the nightmare seed? Indeed, formidable. Moreover, according to what Amber just said, this was the result of it being suppressed to the category of dangerous species. If encountered in the outside world, it would likely be terrifyingly powerful. However, in that moment, an eerie and piercing deep red alarm rang out once more. What? Before anyone could react, a violent tremor suddenly surged from beneath their feet. The ground was shaking. The teacups in the reception room rattled violently, spilling tea across the table, while the chandelier overhead swayed precariously, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. Phoenix snorted coldly, her golden eyes glimmering slightly. In the next moment, the tremors in the building abruptly ceased, and everything that had cracked seemed to be restored, as if something had forcefully quelled it. The epicenter is nearby. Elwyn immediately lowered her head, her dark eyes fixed on the ground beneath everyone's feet, and spoke in a deep voice. Something is rising from deep underground. In truth, there was no need for her to remind them. Everyone instinctively lowered their heads. Even Lin Guang sensed something amiss. In that unique awareness possessed by those with magical power, he could clearly feel a massive and turbulent surge of magic rapidly approaching. Location: right below. Amber's expression changed dramatically as she swiftly operated her phone, cold sweat instantly beading on her forehead. This time she was genuinely alarmed. The second nightmare seed. The ocean battle scene that had occupied the entire screen was instantly minimized to the upper left corner. Immediately, a new surveillance image was magnified in the center of the screen. It was the bustling area right in the heart of Windwhistle Town, less than a kilometer away. The camera angle seemed to be from a drone, the image shaking violently, as if interfered with by some powerful signal. Coupled with the visible tremors of the ground, the entire scene appeared chaotic. Phoenix's expression became completely serious. This nightmare seed has evaded my perceptive range, approaching from the depths of the ground to the city center before rapidly ascending. It is not that what you're saying now is meaningless. Elwyn interrupted Phoenix, asking, how long until it reaches the surface? Phoenix realized something, exchanging a serious glance with Elwyn, and replied, its burrowing speed is absurdly fast. 3 minutes. I can summon the power of the Great Holy Tree to delay for a maximum of 3 minutes, and I can also restrict its emergence location. Someone will be coming soon. Elwyn took a deep breath and suddenly stood up. Amber, immediately issue a level 1 evacuation alert. Notify all citizens in the Central Business District and the 3 surrounding blocks to abandon their belongings and evacuate immediately. Hurry. Yes. Amber snapped out of her daze, her fingers flying over her phone. Within seconds, the piercing alarm directives spread throughout all buildings in the designated area. 3 minutes to evacuate. Su Fang's eyes widened, her demeanor suddenly appearing somewhat relaxed. In preparation for the invasion of magical creatures, evacuations were often practiced in the city. In that case, they should have enough time to wait for those few. However, to her astonishment, the silver-haired girl in a suit did not hesitate and reached for the sword beside her, preparing to head outside. As she turned, Elwyn cast a glance at her with her dark eyes. Su Fong, stay here. Huh. You only awakened yesterday. Despite having a high innate magical power level, you haven't had the chance to accumulate combat experience yet. So you are to stay here and not go anywhere. Su Fong instinctively replied, Elwyn-senpai, what about you? Elwyn seemed about to say something. However, in that moment, the sweet, yet unassuming voice had already interjected. Because 3 minutes is not enough. Buzz, under the gaze of the three people and one bird, the pink-haired girl beside Su Fong had also stood up at some point. A wave of scorching magical energy accompanied by a rising heat surged forth, spreading unabashedly through everyone's senses. Hey, what are you doing? Phoenix was stunned, her eyes wide in shock. Didn't we say you can't control your magic anymore? Amber's eyes also widened. Momo Xiang. Su Fong hesitated slightly before realizing they had just been interrupted in their discussion about her condition. Momo Xiang's soul was on the brink of shattering. That was why Phoenix had suggested her to retire. In that moment, the girl suddenly became aware of something. No wonder the red soul gem on her chest looked murky and cracked. Even Elwyn at this crucial moment gazed at Lin Guang for a full 5 seconds before speaking. I never said I would kill it alone, I just need to hold it off for a moment until reinforcements arrive. Not enough. Yet at this very moment, the pink-haired girl's sweet face displayed neither fear nor hesitation, not even an extra expression, merely calmly articulating her thoughts. There will be casualties. Elwyn's dark eyes locked onto the pink ones while Lin Guang remained quietly observing them. She was not being alarmist. After all, this was the city center where the population density was exceedingly high. 3 minutes under orderly conditions might suffice to evacuate from tall buildings, but they would not get far. This monster was also a nightmare seed of the same caliber as the one that appeared on the sea surface. A casual spell akin to a light cannon would undoubtedly wreak devastation on nearby small structures. Moreover, even if it's just to buy time, you might not be safe yourself. The moment those words left her lips, a flicker of indescribable shock crossed Elwyn's eyes. This girl, does she want to protect me? Is she serious? Who? Huh. Lin Guang's breath was deep and steady as he felt the magical energy in the air surge into his body, merging with the magic already within him, becoming searing. Bang. In the next moment, the glass windows of the reception room shattered instantaneously. Glass shards splintered outward. A crimson streak of light shot forth like a cannonball, with an unstoppable momentum directly bursting out of the association building and speeding toward the epicenter. Phoenix and Amber stared in disbelief. Wait, Senior Meng Xiang. Su Fong instinctively wanted to chase after, but suddenly Erwin pressed down on her shoulder. Su Fong. Erwin suddenly spoke, her expression more serious than ever, even with a hint of sternness. You stay here, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Here beneath the protection of the holy tree is the safest place. Su Fong was clearly taken aback. Remember this. Erwin slowly extended her hand, gripping the hilt of her sword. The magical fluctuations spread, and the gemstones embedded in the sword gleamed with a silvery light. The holy tree is a conceptual existence. With it here, the association is absolutely safe. In this game of chess, the holy tree is the board, and you are the king who cannot afford any mistakes. After saying this, she gave Su Fong no chance to retort and transformed into a streak of silver light, vanishing through the window. The wild wind howled past her ears, turning into a sharp whistle as the cherry blossom strands of hair trailed like long ribbons behind her. Lin Guang did not possess the ability to fly, but at this moment her running speed on the ground nearly left a shadow in her wake. The magical power within her began to gradually heat up like fuel in a high-pressure pump, causing every push against the ground to unleash inhuman propulsion, and it was getting faster. Facing her were crowds of panicked people fleeing like a tide. The sounds of screams, cries, and car horns intertwined. Lin Guang had anticipated this. No matter how well trained one was in drills, when faced with reality, ordinary people could not suppress their fear completely. Yet in her full-speed sprint, everything appeared as a slow-motion backdrop. The slender figure of the crimson-haired girl leaped forward against the dark tide of people. To those bewildered passers-by, they barely registered what had happened, only feeling a strong gust of wind rush past, leaving behind a fleeting crimson silhouette that disappeared against the flow of people at the end of the street. Smile full marks. A sweet yet plain expression finally revealed a smile on the girl's face that could make anyone's heart race. Fighting spirit 100%. A voice reminiscent of a chant or recitation floated through the chaotic city as the girl danced like a sprite in the urban jungle of steel and concrete. Ignite the heart's fire, shatter them. Are you ready? Omega Buzz. The crimson light instantly engulfed Lin Guang's slender body. Within the radiance, the casual clothes that Su Fong had dressed her in vanished, replaced instantly by a magnificent crimson magical outfit, and a uniquely shaped microphone staff appeared in her hand. Her cherry blossom-colored hair and pupils transformed completely into a burning flame-like crimson. Magic Girl Meng Xiang reporting for duty. In just a minute. In the time it takes an average person to wait for a red light, Lin Guang had already crossed several blocks, reaching the center of the disaster. The bustling central business district of Fengming Town. The tremors of the ground grew increasingly intense. Standing at this intersection, one couldn't shake the feeling that the very heavens and earth were shaking. Lin Guang could clearly feel the massive surge of magical energy beneath the ground, violently churning and changing direction, as if encountering countless obstacles, forcing it to either detour or take time to clear the way. Was Phoenix summoning the power of the holy tree to obstruct? Suddenly Lin Guang heard a melodious voice resonating beside her, imbued with magic. Clearer than silver, more dignified than moonlight. She looked up. A figure covered in silver holy light was rapidly approaching. The black suit vanished, and the magical attire rapidly coalesced around her body. I swear fealty to order. Grant absolute fairness to all the illusions and injustices that corrupt this world. Manifest silver of judgment. Buzz, a flash of light passed. The silver-tall girl stood beside Lin Guang, standing shoulder to shoulder with her. She wore a silver lightweight armor radiating a chilling light, the metallic flow of silver perfectly contoured to her body, not heavy at all, but rather exuding an extreme sharpness and swiftness. Silver hair cascaded over her shoulder armor, and the long sword in her hand finally unsheathed, surrounded by layers of phantoms, making the sword's body nearly indistinguishable. It's Meng Mengxiang and Silver of Judgment. They're here. So fast. Why does it feel like Meng Mengxiang is a bit different from before? The distant cheers of the citizens sounded as if they had seen a guardian deity. It seemed there was only a trivial amount of time left before the colossal magical mass broke through the surface. Boom, 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 boom. The silver magical girl and Lin Guang stood together on the violently shaking road. Under the influence of magic, Erwin's black eyes turned into a clear silver color at this moment, gazing at the crimson magical girl beside her, her eyes revealing an unmistakable complexity and confusion. Why, oi? The fire-eyed girl slowly turned her head, looking at Erwin, seemingly not understanding the meaning of her question. After a good 5 seconds, she seemed to finally react, uttering a baffling response. Because I am a magical girl. Erwin's complexity deepened further, as if she wanted to say something. But she ultimately did not speak, merely standing silently shoulder to shoulder with the red-haired girl. Lin Guang slowly raised the microphone staff in her hand while music began to play from it, and fierce flames stirred in her eyes. Meanwhile, Erwin grasped the hilt with both hands, lifting the phantom sword in her grip, using the layered phantom-like blade to shield half of her face. At the same time, within the Magical Girl Association. Prepare yourselves. Phoenix suddenly spoke. I am about to open the true projection. Edge. Su Fong was taken aback. The next moment, boom. The once bustling intersection collapsed like a fragile cookie, forming a terrifying pit several meters in diameter. The surrounding asphalt surface displayed a radiating pattern of cracks, countless fissures spreading toward the surrounding skyscrapers. Amidst the billowing dust, a massive claw caked with dirt and concrete debris suddenly grabbed the edge of the pit. Boom. Dirt and stones flew as a pitch-black creature emanating a suffocating pressure crawled out from the depths. Roar. It stood over 10 meters tall with an extremely ferocious appearance. Its overall outline resembled some giant lizard covered in thick black armor, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with a brutal aura, while its forelimbs appeared incredibly sharp, shimmering with an ominous gleam. The monstrous beast's tail was thick and serpentine, its massive lower limbs resembling twin pillars holding up the heavens. With a thunderous guttural roar, the scene on-screen transformed into a vision of hell on earth. The moment its colossal feet struck solid ground, it unleashed its fury, spewing forth a terrifying breath from its maw. A jet of inky blackness erupted from its blood-stained jaws. Boom. A five-story commercial building was struck, heated by the beast's black breath, shattered cleanly at the waist as if made of paper, sending countless chunks of concrete and twisted rebar plummeting like a storm of iron hail. Within the association headquarters, Su Fong froze in place. It was merely a projection. She had seen beasts of comparable size on television before. Yet this nightmare-class entity felt horrifyingly real before her eyes, as though standing right there, every ridge of its stony carapace, every tremor of destructive force radiating from its breath rendered with unbearable clarity. So terrifying. Was this the creature Elwin and Meng Mengxiang had so casually declared they would confront? The televised footage conveyed not even 1% of the visceral dread present here. She felt her body trembling uncontrollably. Feng Wang did not relent. Her gaze, deep and unblinking, pierced Su Fong's resolve. This is a nightmare-class entity. Any physical strike from such a behemoth, even without magical reinforcement, is tantamount to a natural cataclysm. Even magical girls shielded by potent arcane energies could never withstand a direct hit. The puppets she'd encountered yesterday were scarcely larger than humans. But this was a mountain in motion. That chasm-like disparity in scale plunged Su Fong into profound self-doubt. Was she truly expected to fight such monsters in the future? She would surely die. A single blow from those claws would pulp her into crimson slurry. Her primal instincts screamed, danger, with deafening urgency. Su Fong's shoulders trembled faintly, her breath ragged and shallow, until in the next instant her eyes snapped wide open. A vivid crimson figure leapt skyward, blazing like a streak of living light. Thud! Her right foot slammed into the monster's jaw with full force, yet the impact only tilted its massive head slightly. No wound, no crack, no sign of injury. The beast's glacial gaze locked onto her. Its forelimb rose and lashed out, a blur of lethal speed. Clang! Under Su Fong's agonized scrutiny, the crimson figure evaded the colossal claw, not with brute speed, but with an almost balletic grace, twisting aside by mere millimeters. A fraction more, and she would have been torn asunder. As the beast lunged to pursue, it whirled abruptly, its elongated tail whipping forward, shattering the sound barrier and unleashing a concussive shockwave and deafening sonic boom. In the next heartbeat, that titanic tail collided midair with a phantom silver blade descending like starlight, blinding light erupting from the clash. Clang. As dust settled, only a faint scar marred the beast's armored hide. For a suspended moment, both stood locked in tense silence. Then, combat erupted anew, furious and unrelenting. The silver-clad magical girl became a whirlwind of afterimages, soaring high and slashing down wave upon wave of radiant sword light. The crimson figure darted in with surgical precision, closing distance, feinting, provoking, never striking true, yet never granting the beast a moment's reprieve. On the surface, the battle seemed contained, yet to those watching it was a perilous tightrope walk, one misstep away from total collapse. Su Fong finally broke free from the monster's oppressive aura and blurted, "How long until reinforcements arrive?" Amber replied swiftly, "3 senior members will reach the battlefield within 5 minutes at most. But this one is stronger than the one we fought at sea." She spoke heavily. Even with Saint Trisama's barrier suppressing its magical abilities, its monstrous physical strength and vitality remain near nightmare-class thresholds. Fortunately, Meng Mengxiang hasn't attempted spellcasting. She must have realized her own magic is utterly unstable. What exactly is wrong with senior sister Meng Mengxiang? What does her soul is fracturing even mean? Why is she unfit to transform? Su Fong's pupils contracted sharply. Feng Huang turned abruptly, voice edged with impatience. "Do you not grasp the literal meaning? Don't be deceived by her lack of visible wounds. Her soul sustained catastrophic damage during her extraplanar investigation. She has lost all memory. Theoretically, she should already be dead. That she returned alive, speaking, eating, moving with such vitality accompanying you here, defies all logic. It is nothing short of a miracle. Even transformation places her on a razor's edge. Any slip, and she falls into irreversible oblivion. No one knows how she succeeded. And even if she transforms successfully, her current state renders her magic dangerously volatile, just as you witnessed yesterday. Yet, she remembers nothing correct." A flicker of deep confusion crossed Feng Huang's eyes. "Elwin told me just yesterday that Meng Mengxiang recalls only transformation and combat, doesn't recognize us, even regards you and her with hostility. So why now does she act so deliberately? A simple truth. When memory erodes to such an extent, when even basic life knowledge vanishes, only combat instinct, language capacity, and reasoning remain intact. In theory, she should feel no attachment to Fengming Town, nor any sense of morality or duty." Su Fong paused, her emerald eyes shimmering with fresh shock. An intuitive certainty surged through her. Suddenly, everything clicked. Senior sister Meng Mengxiang wasn't fighting for any external reason. To support one another as comrades, to step forward when others are in peril, to abandon no one ever, holding fast to love and hope. She was simply enacting those very words. The definition of a magical girl Su Fong herself had spoken aloud to Meng Mengxiang the night before as she drifted off to sleep. This was her lifelong ideal, her deepest understanding of what it meant to be a magical girl. Yet Su Fong had never imagined her casual words would take root so profoundly in a mind as blank as untouched parchment. A magical girl is precisely this. Before uttering those words, Su Fong had no idea Meng Mengxiang's condition was so dire, nor had she fathomed the sheer magnitude of the foes magical girls must face. This morning, as she stepped out the door, her thoughts had been light and bright. After completing the association registration, the rest of the weekend will be joyful time spent with my seniors. She'd already mapped it out in her mind. First, take senior sister Meng Mengxiang to that famed cafe for maple pancakes, then stroll the shopping district buying her several elegant outfits. After all, Meng Mengxiang was so beautiful, wearing only her worn-out clothes was a tragic waste. This should have been the ordinary rhythm of a girl's life. Death for her past self was a word impossibly distant, utterly alien. Now, however, it was no longer abstract. It loomed tangible and imminent, threatening to claim someone standing right before her. It was terrifying to face such a monster. Yet far more terrifying was watching someone die before her eyes, doing nothing. Su Fong bit her lip hard, drew a deep, steadying breath, and though her body still trembled, her hand rose deliberately to rest upon the soul gem pulsing softly over her heart. "Wait, what are you about to do?" Phoenix instinctively retorted, "You'd only get in the way. Even so, I must go, because this is my vow to Senior Meng Mengxiang." The girl rose to her feet. The fear in her emerald eyes gradually settled, her trembling ceased, and her bearing transformed into a serene water-like stillness. "Because I am a magical girl." Su Fong closed her eyes, then opened them anew. A soft azure radiance bloomed across the hall. Gentle blue ripples shimmered outward from beneath her feet, and her garments dissolved into luminous cerulean light. She slowly opened her eyes, chin lifted with quiet resolve. Her emerald irises now seamlessly transmuted into sky blue, brimming with tenderness and unwavering conviction. "I swear." She folded her hands over her chest, uttering her vow like a sacred incantation. "By these gentle waters, I shall protect all that I hold dear." She gently extended her arms outward to either side, the magical attire coalescing along her slender frame like liquid light. Arcane energy fluid as rippling water traced down her arms and solidified in her palms into 2 crystalline pistols, sculpted as if from flawless sapphires. In an instant, the cerulean figure shot forth from the building, a slender sun-yellow leaf clinging delicately to her hair. "Senior Phoenix, is it truly safe?" "It is fine." Phoenix lowered her outstretched wings. Under the holy tree's protection, abyssal entities cannot perceive her. With that she sighed, a deep, weary exhalation, and her gaze softened with ancient sorrow as though speaking from centuries beyond her years. Ah, why do all these prophetic girls share the same flaw? Reinforced concrete crumbled like brittle paper beneath the Nightmare-born's monstrous strength. The building's midsection shattered instantly, its structure listing violently before collapsing. Yet from the billowing dust and cascading debris, a crimson silhouette darted forth, graceful as a swift lithe, as a swallow in flight. Flames unfurled around her like a radiant curtain, shielding her from every manner of concussive aftershock. A fierce, pulsating melody surged from her staff, reverberating across the battlefield, ethereal voices rising within it chanting the chorus in haunting resonance. The inferno blazing within Lin Guang's scarlet eyes burned ever more fiercely. Her mind raced at blinding speed. 2 minutes and 30 seconds into combat, her magical reserves remained at approximately 72%. This foe was slower than anticipated, but its raw power was staggering. And that carapace, even magically reinforced blunt force, barely dented it. TCH, troublesome. Lin Guang gave a soft, dismissive hum, adjusted her posture midair, and lightly tapped the sole of her boot against a plummeting slab of concrete, using it as a springboard. She leapt again, anticipating the beast's supersonic tail strike, with uncanny precision narrowly evading it, and countered the shockwave with searing flame erupting from her staff. Fire blossomed around her, like a crimson flower of the afterlife. The precision operational engine embedded within her soul operated ceaselessly, extracting every iota of strength from this body and refining her reflexes to flawless perfection. Even the acute physical distress of menstruation was but a minor obstacle, one easily overcome with focused intent. In this protracted duel, the truth rang absolute: if you cannot strike true, your attack holds no meaning. The colossal beast, exasperated by this gnat-like harassment, gathered black breath once more within its maw. Yet in that very instant, silvery light flickered behind it, phantom bright. The silver-haired girl materialized at its back. Radiant sword energy carved a vast luminous cross through the air, sending the beast reeling once more, yet still failing to pierce its hide. Elwyn's blade and movement were swifter than the monster could track, but her strikes dealt comparatively little damage, struggling even to breach its defenses. Its charging breath disrupted impatience finally flickered in its savage, bloodshot eyes, not erupting into blind fury, but shifting instead into cold, deliberate motion as it pivoted and began advancing toward a new direction. Boom. A five-story commercial building snapped cleanly in half, as if made of paper, countless slabs of concrete and twisted steel raining down like a storm. Skyscrapers, storefronts, vehicles. Anything lying directly in its path was flattened without hesitation like a runaway industrial bulldozer. Lin Guang and Elwyn froze simultaneously. That direction was the association's headquarters. The headquarters itself might be secure, but countless civilians still lingered along its path, unable to evacuate in time. After all, barely 5 or 6 minutes had passed since the alarm sounded. 2 streaks, one silver, one crimson, blazed across the sky like falling stars, closing in once more to disrupt the beast's relentless advance. Yet the Nightmare-born did not falter. Not even when swordlight struck home or crimson flames flared in close-quarters assault. It held absolute certainty they posed no real threat. Lin Guang suddenly halted atop a rooftop and shouted, "Elwyn." The silver-haired girl, having just unleashed a sweeping slash, instinctively turned her head. "Hold it in place for me. Just a few seconds. Ideally immobilize it completely." Elwyn replied reflexively, "What are you planning?" "I must wound it deeply. Otherwise it will never turn back." Lin Guang drew a deep, steadying breath and summoned the surging magic coiling within her. Phoenix's perception was indeed extraordinary. She had nearly divined the full truth of Lin Guang's current state. Indeed, at the outset of the trial, Ming Mingxiang had been as good as lifeless. Her transformation would have detonated her on the spot. Even upon successful transformation, the slightest emotional fluctuation or loss of control would cause her magic to flood uncontrollably outward. All of this aligned perfectly with their earlier deductions. But now, everything had changed. The terrifying potency of her dual A-rank talents had already manifested in full force. Soul Link and Precision Operational Engine did more than allow her to wield Ming Mingxiang's body in flawless harmony. They magnified the invaluable experience gained from her 18 deaths to exponential effect. To put it inadequately, with these 2 talents, each death Lin Guang endured granted her growth and insight equivalent to 10, or perhaps even 9, ordinary fatalities. Nourished by this hard-won life-paid wisdom, she was no longer who she once was. And if those mortifying spoken phrases chanted during transformation could channel magical surges and even influence post-transformation potency, then language itself served as a key, a vessel for magic, a catalyst for spellcraft. This was in essence the art of word magic. Such lore existed even among the clan. For Lin Guang, whose precision operational engine already enabled feats bordering on the impossible, word magic required no rigidly codified syntax or formal structure. Rather, its symbolic weight, emotional resonance, and associative memory held far greater significance. Lin Guang rotated her wrist, the heavy microphone staff still resonating with music spun deftly in her palm before settling firmly into her grip. Its tip, a ruby pentagram, leveled unerringly at the beast's colossal skull. The crimson light blazing in the girl's eyes had reached its zenith, incandescent, unblinking absolute. Therefore, reciting the lines that left the deepest impression in the past yields the best results. As long as one plays the trope earnestly, it is enough. Because the trope is an invaluable part of her memories and emotions. It is something truly engraved in her DNA and her sole proof of her belief in the existence of her past life. Lin Guang's lips curled slightly, a beautiful faint smile appearing on her face. Let's see my magic. The crimson magical girl opened her mouth, her voice inexplicably resonating with the magic echoing clearly on the chaotic battlefield. "Oh, you who reign." The sound reached AI Irwin's ears, followed by a brilliant crimson light gathering on the rooftop. The wild music gradually turned solemn and grave. This guy. AI Irwin's eyes widened. Aren't you afraid of losing control? Yet in the next moment, she seemed to have made up her mind, transforming into silver light and landing on the ground before the giant beast. She held her long sword upright before her chest, her expression solemn, and plunged the sword into the ground. Buzz! Suddenly a massive silver brilliance array lit up the ground, enveloping the advancing giant beast. In the next moment, 3 identical phantom longswords, magnified countless times, soared within the circular array, forcibly trapping the black giant beast's body and absorbing all the impact from its movements. However, fine cracks also began to emerge on the sword body. It seemed that it could break free in just a few seconds. Mask of flesh and blood, myriad forms, sore hide. Lin Guang's recitation continued. Veins slightly bulged on her forehead, indicating that this process was far from easy. The magic surged within her body, bringing excruciating pain, yet the girl's voice remained steady. Thus, terrifying red light began to gather at the tip of her staff. In the name of humanity. With the progression of the chant, not only was her internal magic being compressed to the limit, but the ambient magic in the air seemed to respond to her call. Searing heat and turmoil reversed the waves to the south. Across the sea, stepped forward. The phantom sword array was already teetering, but her chant had reached its climax. The music resonating from the microphone had reached its peak. Buzz! Countless crimson light points frantically converged towards the tip of the staff. The immense magic was compressed and ultimately coalesced into a terrifyingly high-temperature crimson sphere at the front of the pentagram. The air around the sphere twisted due to the heat, emitting crackling sounds. This was a strike that gathered 60% of her magic. Yesterday, Lin Guang only needed 2 syllables to unleash all the magic within her body, turning that dangerous puppet made into charred remains. So, at this moment, what difference would it make for her to use so many words to frame and restrict the direction of her magic and emotions, condensing its power? Could it pose a threat to this monster? Lin Guang's eyes burned with flames as she locked onto the beast's head, her sweet and clear voice now sounding like the final judgment being released. The 31st of breaking the way. Crimson fire cannon. In the next moment, the scorching sphere, now over 2 meters in diameter, shot out like a meteor, accompanied by a piercing howl, crashing into the head of the massive monster that was about to break free from the phantom sword seal. Boom! Flames soared into the sky. The highly compressed magic sphere exploded, instantly transforming into a blazing inferno that engulfed its head. Roar! AI Irwin, who was maintaining the seal within the circular array, widened her silver eyes slightly. Under this strike, cracks appeared on the magical armor protecting the head of the nightmare creature, and the searing flames and magic seeped into the breach, eliciting a tortured and enraged roar from it, its massive body oscillating violently. Regardless of the injury, being able to breach the defenses of this nightmare creature suppressed by the domain of the sacred tree meant that the power of this strike was sufficient to injure a high-ranking dangerous creature. Yesterday's puppet maid was merely a low-level dangerous creature. Yet it seemed that the pain allowed its power to manifest further. In the next moment, the phantom sword array that had bound it shattered into a flurry of silver light. Roar! The giant beast no longer advanced towards the headquarters. Its scorched head immediately turned, its eyes filled with madness as it gazed at the crimson magical girl who was panting on the rooftop 100 meters away. Rumbling. It began to run wildly again, heading towards Lin Guang's position, shaking the ground as it went while it began to gather its black breath once more. Clearly, Lin Guang's strategy had succeeded. She successfully attracted the monster's hatred and attention, drawing it back to the now cleared battlefield. But the cost was, this beast, now awakened to its ferocity, had completely set its sights on her. The silver figure kept up at an astonishing speed, the phantom sword leaving behind overlapping afterimages in the air, the silver light once again slashing at it, yet there was no sign of it stopping. At this moment, Lin Guang's magic was less than 10%, and her entire body was faintly aching. Could she hold on? The girl propped her staff against the ground, locking her crimson eyes with the furious eyes of the giant beast, drawing nearer, ready to dance once more on the tip of her blade. But just at that moment, I won't allow you to harm Senior Meng Mengxiang. From a distance, the blue magical girl had somehow arrived at one side of the battlefield. Bang, 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 bang. Gunshots echoed above the battlefield. Suddenly, dozens of azure energy bullets shot out from one side of the battlefield like a torrential rain, heading straight for the giant beast's eye on one side. Roar! The blue cross light exploded at its eye socket. This hasty strike should not have been able to breach its omnipresent magical defenses, at most only weakening them. However, in the next moment, a dozen silver small phantom swords shot out, hitting that spot again with impeccable timing. Puff! Accompanied by a series of explosions and splashes, the black wave of light from the monster exploded, emitting an excruciatingly piercing roar. It painfully covered its face, its massive body staggering backward, crashing into an overpass. When the dust settled its left, I was left with a terrifying pitch-black blood, whole thick black blood gushing down its stone armor. It seemed somewhat confused, the remaining, I resentfully wandering among the three. We succeeded. The blue magical girl landed beside AI Irwin, her face glowing with excitement. AI Irwin glanced at her. You came after all. Sorry, Senior, AI Irwin. Su Fong exclaimed in surprise. AI Irwin, clad in silver armor, frowned slightly, but did not blame Su Fong for her defiance. She simply looked at her deeply. No, it's fine. Because support has arrived. As soon as the words fell, 3 beams of light, each a different color, streaked across the sky, like comets carrying a powerful aura, and came to a steady halt atop the 3 tall buildings surrounding the monster. Su Fong instinctively looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief, her serious expression instantly replaced by immense joy. That's spirit, gear. Forest Fairy. An explosive hammer, and shadow blade. She was so excited that her voice trembled like a fan seeing her idol. I saw them on TV and in magazines when I was young. They are the unyielding aces of the association. On the left building stood a girl in emerald spirit gear wielding a massive vine staff, her ears pointed like an elf. On the right was a very petite girl, yet she wore bright orange heavy armor, holding an exaggerated alloy war hammer, exuding a striking sense of power. The last one landed in front of Lin Guang, shielding her from behind, her tone calm, yet reassuring. Don't be afraid, just leave it to us. Lin Guang was momentarily taken aback. Before her stood a cold girl dressed in black and white ninja attire, her face masked, holding a giant boomerang with a diameter of over a meter. The fluctuation of magical power within her felt even stronger than AI Irwin. Is this hulking brute really that tough? The explosive hammer with orange armor smirked slightly. Indeed, it's just right, my old partner hasn't gone all out in a long time. The fairy-like magical girl sighed. Don't go too overboard, otherwise Phoenix will nag you for half a day after the repairs. I can always skip the association. In the next moment, the tricolored light shone brightly on the battlefield. Bind. The forest fairy was the first to strike. She thrust her staff into the ground, and countless thick thorny vines burst through the concrete, growing wildly, and quickly wrapping around the giant beast's legs and torso, immobilizing the 15-meter-tall monster. Shatter. In the moment it was restrained, the explosive hammer leaped from the tall building, her alloy hammer bursting forth with dazzling orange flames propelled by thrusters, smashing down onto the monster's neck. Crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking echoed through the street. Amidst the monster's agonized roar, its neck's shell exploded, and the surrounding magical barrier instantly dissipated. Heaven's punishment. The previously silent shadow blade flickered and appeared right in front of the monster. Her giant boomerang spun rapidly in her hand, emitting a piercing hum, transforming into a black crescent moon. With no flashy movements or incantations, the black crescent moon traced a perfect arc, flashing past the monster's neck, which had been breached. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. The giant and hideous head of the beast slowly slipped from its neck. Thud. As the head struck the ground, a pillar of blood erupted from the clean cut, as if a black rain had fallen. Its massive body swayed and ultimately collapsed with a resounding crash, kicking up clouds of dust and disintegrating into a myriad of black particles. Only the scarred street and lingering smoke remained. In less than 10 seconds, the high-tier magical creature that had posed a challenge for Lin Guang and her companions was effortlessly dispatched by this well-coordinated team, as if slicing through melons. The clamor of battle abruptly ceased, leaving behind a profound silence. Huff. As the crimson glow faded, Lin Guang released her transformation on the rooftop. A thick weariness born of drained magic washed over her. The pale yellow off-shoulder chiffon top and light blue denim skirt that Su Fong had lent her in the morning were intact. This youthful attire, paired with the girl's slightly haggard yet charming face against the backdrop of ruins, created a sense of battle-worn fragility. Lin Guang looked up, her gaze deep as she stared at the 3 beams of light hovering in the air, her cherry blossom-colored pupils sparkling. So strong. The destructive power that could determine life and death with effortless movements, and that enviable ability to fly. It felt as if these 3 were even stronger than Tang Tang and the purple seer who were battling the flying dragon. Perhaps even without the suppression of the sacred tree, these 3 could have forcefully slain this nightmare beast at its peak. Is this the limit of magical girls in this trial world? Though being a magical girl comes with various troubles, one cannot deny that such extraordinary power is indeed captivating. Lin Guang felt a subtle warmth blooming in her lower abdomen. Even the impending arrival of her monthly cycle was forgiven. Just then a rush of hurried footsteps approached. Mingmingxiang senpai. Before Lin Guang could turn around, a sobbing voice collided into her embrace. Su Fong, dressed in a white hoodie, dashed over and tightly hugged Lin Guang. But after just a second, she seemed to panic like she had been electrocuted, loosening her grip and frantically checking Lin Guang's body, mumbling, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Really sorry." The girl had tears at the corners of her eyes, her face filled with guilt and fear. "Are you hurt, senpai? Does your body hurt? It's all my fault for saying those things last night, making you feel like you had to force yourself." Su Fang's words gradually trailed off. She saw the cherry-haired girl looking at her calmly with no trace of pain in her pink eyes, only a hint of confusion, as if she didn't understand what Su Fong was feeling guilty about. Su Fong stared blankly at her senpai's usual expression, suddenly at a loss for words. Yet her heart felt as if it had suddenly settled. At that moment, a soft breeze blew in from nowhere, gently brushing against their hair and the scarred ground. Lin Guang widened her eyes in surprise. In that gentle wind, the originally broken and cracked asphalt road seemed to flow back in time, rejoining and smoothing out, with countless concrete fragments automatically lifting and piecing together, restoring into pristine walls. Even the gigantic hole the monster had emerged from was visibly healing. Even the interior decor and furniture were restored. In just a few seconds, the ruined street returned to its former state, with the streetlights flickering back to life, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. This? Lin Guang's eyes widened. Su Fong smiled and said, "This actually happens quite often. You must have forgotten because you lost your memory." AI Irwin also landed beside her, looking at the restored scenery. "This is the power of the sacred tree. It is because of this power that our city can still maintain normal operations and life even after enduring repeated attacks from magical creatures for centuries. As long as there are not too many casualties, life in Wind Whisper Town can continue as usual." She closed her eyes to feel the rhythm of the wind. It is said that the name of this city was derived from this. Soon the final fragment of stone slotted into place. Whoosh! 3 streaks of light descended from the sky. The 5 figures converged on the street and immediately reverted from their transformed states. As the radiant glow faded, Su Fong's eyes, previously brimming with reverence, widened in stunned disbelief upon beholding the true appearances of those 3 legendary senior cultivators. Standing before them were 3 mature women who bore not the slightest resemblance to magical girls. The forest fairy who had just wielded the vine-wrapped staff was in truth a gentle middle-aged woman dressed in an elegant floral print long dress, her long braids cascading down her back, her eyes crinkled with warmth, and her features softly refined, exuding the serene, nurturing aura of a devoted homemaker. "Oh my, how adorable. You're just like my own little one." She reached out tenderly and patted Su Fong's head. Meanwhile, the explosive hammer wielder, whose earlier presence had radiated overwhelming dominance, now stood utterly unguarded, scratching her tousled orange bob with both hands and letting out a cavernous yawn. Though it was nearly noon, she looked as though she'd just tumbled out of bed, her loose tank top hanging empty, no undergarment beneath her well-proportioned chest subtly shifting with each careless motion. "You're flashing, everyone." After reverting, she revealed an unexpectedly statuesque frame, nearly 180 centimeters tall, clad in casual home-wear sleeveless top and shorts. All trace of her earlier petite, violently contrasting Bataloli persona had vanished. Noticing Lin Guang's and Su Fong's unervingly bewildered stares, she bristled. "What? Is it forbidden for older sisters to develop late? Being small at awakening doesn't mean I won't grow tall." Finally, the 3rd magical girl, the one who had embodied the cold precision of a shinobi, reverted the most conventionally. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, her silver-white hair flowing like Elwyn's, her figure impeccably sculpted in a sleek black business suit and skirt. Her bust rivaled Amber's in fullness, yet heavy dark circles shadowed her eyes, and she reeked unmistakably of instant coffee, her gaze hollow, her very presence whispering of imminent collapse by the roadside. Less a magical girl, more a corporate drone who happened to transform. Su Fong's mouth hung agape, speechless. This was the association's long-heralded ace. This was the idol she had once fervently admired. She blinked slowly, her emerald eyes darting between the 3 women, then instinctively turned toward Elwyn. But Elwyn offered no reply, merely gave the trio a quiet, composed nod. "Long time no see. Oh my, little Elwyn. Truly ages since we last met. You've been operating beyond the boundary lately, haven't you?" Long time no see." The explosive hammer waved listlessly, her eyelids drooping heavily. "Morning." Shadow Blade uttered a single word, terse and flat. "Since we've crossed paths so fortuitously, and it's been far too long since we all gathered." The forest fairy clapped her hands together, eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Why wait for another day? Let's head to the association now, have tea, catch up, and properly welcome our lovely new recruit." Spare me." The explosive hammer recoiled, scratching her rear. "The monster's down. I need to go back and sleep. Stayed up all night gaming, utterly drained. I must return to the office." Shadow Blade glanced at her wristwatch, her expression vacant. "I had a psychologist appointment today, but I'll miss it entirely if I go now. And arriving late means disciplinary action." The explosive hammer rolled her eyes. "Just ask Elwyn to approve your leave. Isn't your psychological distress just occupational burnout? Then quit this wretched job altogether. The association can support you, no problem." Shadow Blade's gaze remained lifeless. "If I stay home, my parents will nag me endlessly about marriage. Then live with me. We're not short on funds. Don't even joke. I'd end up your personal maid. Now, don't be such spoilsports." With astonishing strength, the forest fairy seized both bickering women by the arms and pulled them firmly toward the association. Wait for me, my bed is calling. My perfect attendance." Ignoring their groans and protests, she marched them forward undeterred. Shall we follow them too?" Though still reeling, Su Fong quickly grasped Lin Guang's hand and hurried after the group. Before citizens could return to the commercial district, this delightfully incongruous procession had already arrived at the association's headquarters, a stately building bearing the sign, Happiness Peace Committee. The moment they pushed open the entrance, Amber, standing at reception, immediately stepped forward, her delicate face alight with joy and relief. Welcome back. Moments later, the group had settled into the reception lounge, seated around a circular table laid with freshly prepared tea and pastries, the fragrant steam still rising from the warm, just-poured cups of black tea. Amber soon served steaming fresh tea to the three newcomers, then approached the explosive Hammer, who sat bare-chested in her tank top, with a practiced smile producing 2 flesh-toned adhesive pads. Here you go. Thanks, Amber-chan. Always counting on you. The explosive Hammer scratched her head without restraint, accepted the pads, tore open the packaging, and, without hesitation or modesty, slipped her hands deep into the wide neckline of her top. A soft rustling followed. Then the awkward protrusion smoothed into a seamless, graceful curve. Su Fong, what's so strange? Magical girls grow up too. Phoenix shot her a sharp, exasperated glance, and turned toward the forest fairy. Surely you didn't think transforming into a magical girl froze you forever in adolescence. She's been active for 20 years straight. She's well into her 30s, mathematically speaking. At those words, Phoenix was abruptly seized by a slender hand. The forest fairy, appearing barely in her 20s, smiled sweetly, but her eyes gleamed with quiet danger. How terribly careless, to disclose a magical girl's age so freely. Gugagaga. Su Fong and Lin Guang. For 30 seconds, Phoenix writhed under that grip, until meeting her desperate gaze, the forest fairy finally released her, turning instead to Su Fong with a warm, knowing smile. Oh dear, lately Auntie's been taking far fewer assignments. After all, the new generation is truly exceptional. We may retire sooner than we imagined. The explosive Hammer placed a firm, encouraging hand on Su Fong's and Lin Guang's shoulders. Today's victory belongs to you. We owe you everything. Absolutely. Amber settled into her seat, clasping her hands before her chest, her eyes shining. Casualty reports are complete. Only minor injuries during evacuation. Not a single fatality. She patted her mighty chest, her expression filled with lingering fear. This is the invasion of 2 nightmares akin to natural disasters. The last recorded occurrence of such an invasion was 15 years ago. If it weren't for Miss Meng Mengxiang and Miss Erwin holding them off for those crucial 1 or 2 minutes, the casualties might have reached a new high in the last decade. No, the key factor is Meng Mengxiang. Erwin shook her head, looking at the pink-haired girl. Without you, I would indeed find it difficult to contain that guy, and the casualties would be unthinkable. As soon as these words were spoken, the gazes of those present were drawn to Lin Guang, their emotions in their eyes varying. The phoenix finished arranging her feathers, looked at Meng Mengxiang, took a sip of tea, and shook her head. TCH, this is really chaotic. The forest fairy stared at the expressionless Lin Guang, her eyes flickering, revealing a hint of reluctant brilliance. Erwin, I remember this child is just like you, right? Yes. Erwin nodded. She is one of the only 4 outsider investigators in the association. 4. Su Fong and Lin Guang were momentarily stunned. However, it seemed that no one present was inclined to provide an explanation. No wonder. The Shadow Blade, who had been silently sipping red tea, suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. That reckless battle style can only be executed by investigators who are constantly putting their lives on the line. Investigators. The explosive Hammer took out her phone, opened a 2-dimensional style mobile game, and sighed. Those days, I really do miss them. Su Fong felt a bit confused and couldn't help but raise her hand to ask him. All you seniors are very strong, right? Aren't you the elite of the association? Why did you stop? Upon hearing this question, the atmosphere in the reception room grew slightly heavier. Because we have grown up. The forest fairy did not provide a complex explanation, but simply smiled wryly, pointing to herself. Although our magical power has reached its limit, and nearly all dangerous creatures are no match for us, we can even face nightmare species hidden alone. But as we age, the resistance of the majority of magical girls to the ever-present abyssal black mist from outside gradually diminishes, becoming similar to that of ordinary people. She looked at the Shadow Blade beside her. Back then, she was also an outstanding outsider investigator, and one could even say she was the ace of that generation. The Shadow Blade lowered her head, staring at the red teacup in her hand, her tone calm, as if she were recounting someone else's story. A year ago, I was stubborn, believing I could still manage, and I recklessly ventured out once. What happened? Su Fong instinctively asked. In less than 10 minutes, I was delirious. I forced myself to return, and just as I got back inside the barrier, I fainted, waking up in the hospital, where I lay for 3 days and 3 nights. The Shadow Blade self-deprecatingly tugged at the corner of her mouth. Some doors once closed remain closed. The explosive Hammer helplessly shrugged. That's how it is. We possess power greater than yours, yet we can only serve as guards for the home. Only children like you who have yet to grow up can venture out to forge a future for humanity. Su Fong was taken aback. She looked at the 3 powerful seniors before her, and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of helplessness. It was the frustration and helplessness of clearly possessing power, yet having to watch the juniors struggle in the outside world, while she could only wait in the safety zone. Then, the forest fairy seemed unwilling to let the atmosphere become too heavy. She smiled and turned her gaze to Su Fong. Erwin, who is this lovely child? Is she your new junior? Yes, she is Su Fong. Erwin set down her cup, her expression becoming unusually serious as she spoke each word deliberately. And she is also the girl foretold by the holy tree over 100 years ago, the one who can save the world. Su Fong quickly waved her hands. I am not that remarkable. She said this from the heart, feeling quite ordinary. However, as her words fell, the atmosphere, which had just eased a bit, instantly froze. The smiles of the three seniors vanished, their gazes converging on Su Fong, seemingly filled with complexity. Silence lingered for a long time. Su Fong felt a bit uneasy. Did I do something wrong? At this moment, the shadow blade finally cooled the steaming red tea. As if completing a task, she tilted her head back and drank it all in one go. Clink. The empty cup was placed heavily on the table. She broke the silence. The tea is as delicious as ever. Thank you for your hospitality. I must take my leave. After saying that, she hurriedly left the reception room, not so much for the attendant's reward, but more as if she wanted to escape this building quickly. Then I shall take my leave too. The explosive hammer stretched and stood up. It's getting late, I shall withdraw as well. She waved her hand, and with a series of soft footsteps walked out her back, conveying a sense of urgency. Really? The forest fairy puffed up her cheeks, looking like an angry pufferfish complaining discontentedly. It's rare for us to gather, yet they don't spend more time with the newcomers. She took out her phone and glanced at the time. Suddenly her expression changed drastically. Oh no. How did it get to this time? The once calm and elegant housewife suddenly panicked, getting up while muttering, "It's time to cook. If I return late, my dear will definitely starve. I haven't even dealt with the discounted beef I bought last night. I'm sorry, Ming Mengxiang, and dear Su Fong. Next time Annie will definitely bring delicious snacks to make it up to you." After saying that, the forest fairy dashed to the door like the wind, stopping just before crossing the threshold. She turned back, made a small fist to the people inside, revealing an extremely complex, yet genuinely blessed smile. Ming Mengxiang, Su Fong, always keep hope in your hearts. Then her figure vanished outside the door. In just a minute, the once lively reception room instantly became empty, regaining its quietness. Only a few cups of lingering hot tea remained on the coffee table. Lin Guang and Su Fong were left in stunned silence. They ran away. Why did mentioning the prophesied girl make them? Looking at the forest fairy's figure disappearing at the entrance of the Happiness and Peace of Mind Committee, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but blink. To be honest, even someone like Lin Guang could feel their hasty and conflicted departure, and that somewhat desperate feeling of fleeing. Su Fong took a full 10 seconds to come back to her senses, looking uneasily at Erwin. Did I do something wrong that disappointed them? One must hold on to hope. This is indeed a phrase of blessing, yet the heavy implication embedded within leaves one at a loss for understanding. What kind of grim future necessitates a reminder to not lose hope? Under Su Fang's puzzled gaze, Erwin plucked a yellow leaf from her hair. She softly said, "Indeed, a bit of power within has been consumed." Su Fong was taken aback, recognizing something. This was a leaf projected from the sacred tree at the entrance. In the next moment, Erwin uttered a statement that she could barely accept. "The abyss." Which means that this attack by the monsters was aimed at you, Su Fong. The girl's emerald eyes suddenly narrowed. Because me? Erwin's tone was flat. Had you not left the association at that very moment, the phoenix would have concealed your existence with the power of the sacred tree, and that monster would have immediately targeted you at any cost. Aren't you going to thank Miss Phoenix? The phoenix fluttered its magnificent wings. At first I was curious why the abyss would choose to spend such a great cost to conceal its aura, allowing a formidable nightmare species to invade the city center. You must understand that this consumes enough power to spawn several nightmare species, and the monsters themselves would be severely weakened, akin to seeking death. Now that I see, it was entirely because you happened to be at the association headquarters today that it ventured to the city center. Fortunately, when you went out on your own, I directly placed a leaf on you, otherwise that monster would have locked onto you immediately. This fellow seemed to be waiting for praise, but found no one paying attention. The reception room was eerily silent. Erwin was the first to break the silence. "I admit I underestimated the situation." The silver-haired girl in a suit took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "I should have brought you to the headquarters immediately yesterday, if not for the late-night invasion. We can only say it was good luck." Su Fang's expression froze completely. Lin Guang's gaze flickered. Amber covered her mouth. Almost in an instant, everyone present realized a fact. If the invading monster had not chosen today, and if Su Fong had not been at the association headquarters where defenses were tight and magical girls were stationed, what would happen in Su Fang's home or at her school in those densely populated yet poorly defended areas? The answer is evident. As long as there were any minor errors, if the monster appeared, and there was a window of tens of seconds without management, or if there were slight ripples spreading, the casualties would be catastrophic. Lin Guang stared at the somewhat dazed Su Fong, watching as it took her half a minute to sort through her thoughts before she spoke hesitantly. "Why?" Erwin softly replied. "Because you are the prophecy girl." Long ago, 100 years back, the sacred tree observed the future, foreseeing that a remarkably gifted magical girl would awaken to become the prophecy girl. To us, ordinary magical girls searching for fragments of hope seems merely like finding a needle in a haystack. However, the prophecy girl is different. She possesses radar-like abilities to sense the existence of hope fragments. Su Fong dazedly raised her head, looking into the profound black eyes of the silver-haired girl. "The reason you involuntarily moved toward the outside world yesterday is partly because after awakening the powers of a magical girl, you subconsciously felt the hope fragments scattered in the outside world. But more so, it is because the abyss sensed your existence and exploited your instinct to find the fragments, thereby confusing you." She gazed at Su Fong and revealed the truth. Indeed, the sensing is mutual. The phoenix finally adopted a serious demeanor. It began to explain, when you gaze at the hope fragments in the abyss is also gazing back at you. As long as the hope fragments are gathered, the sacred tree will restore and the abyss will be repelled. Even if it cannot be completely eradicated, the situation will improve significantly. So what do you think the abyss will do? Even if it lacks individual will in the traditional sense, just like the sacred tree, it remains ignorant. Yet the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm, to eliminate threats, still exists. Thus it will entice you when you are at your weakest. But if you have already become a magical girl and are under the protection of the sacred tree, making it impossible to entice you, what will it do? Everyone fell silent. Because the events of today are the best portrayal. Su Fong slowly lowered her head, her fists clenched. AI Irwin said nothing further, simply watching the silent girl with her black eyes. Lin Guang slightly lowered his gaze. Everything seemed to have been clarified. Su Fang's very existence would attract monster attacks on this city. If she chose to hide within the city, it would draw an endless stream of monsters to attack. Once or twice she might withstand it through luck, but who knows how much the abyss would invest. By then countless lives would be lost because of her. If Su Fong does not want to drag this city down, does not want to see innocent people shielding her from danger, she has only one path to take. Becoming an outsider investigator like Lin Guang and AI Irwin and actively stepping into that hell, swiftly bringing an end to all of it. Unlike ordinary outsider investigators, she has no option to pause to retire and enjoy a normal life. Though no one is explicitly forcing her to sacrifice herself, nor is anyone holding a gun to Su Fang's head demanding her selflessness. However, presenting this reality before a mere 14-year-old girl is already cruel enough. Either she steps into the abyss herself or countless others will die in her stead. This is the fate that the prophecy girl must face. She finally understood why the 3 senior magical girls had reacted in that way earlier. Being retired personnel who can no longer leave the sacred tree's barrier, as adults they have no standing to say anything to Su Fong. Unable to help her decide, they could offer no encouragement either. Thus they could only mask their helplessness with silence. But what choice would Su Fong ultimately make? Lin Guang was uncertain. But it would undoubtedly be a choice capable of changing the entirety of Fengming Town, even the entire trial mission's route and structure. Looking at Su Fong, who had her head bowed, AI Irwin suddenly stood up. I won't ask you to make a decision right away. Regarding the monster invasion, Phoenix can still think of some ways that is not so urgent. However, there are still some things I hope you can take a look at. I need to tell you something. Follow me. AI Irwin turned and suddenly looked at the silent Lin Guang, adding, Meng Xiang, you too. Amber, who had been quietly listening on the side, paused, as if she understood something, pursing her lips. Senior, do we really need to take Su Fong up right now? Isn't it a bit too early? Sai, I won't stop you. The phoenix perched on the bird rack turned its head away and covered its eyes with its wings, speaking in a perplexed tone. But just so we're clear, if that little girl starts crying, I won't be responsible for comforting her. As for Meng Xiang, never mind, I doubt someone as reckless as you would feel anything. By the way, does a person's personality change so dramatically after losing their memory? It mumbled. AI Irwin showed no intention of responding, simply leaving the reception room and heading straight towards the staircase behind the front desk, while Su Fong silently stood up to follow, and Lin Guang quietly walked alongside her. Currently, Fengming Town has more than 30 active and retired magical girls. Knowing this, you might wonder why there are so many people, yet the headquarters is so deserted with no one showing up on weekends. As they ascended, AI Irwin's voice echoed in the empty corridor. The decor of the office building was different from what one might imagine. It was a long hallway with old wooden floors featuring only 2 large wooden doors on either side. AI Irwin reached out and pushed open the left wooden door. The hinges were well-oiled, making no sound. In the next moment, the scene inside the room was revealed. Su Feng's eyes widened. The furnishings inside resembled a somewhat cluttered school club activity room, brimming with a sense of life. Against the wall were 6 vertical cabinets, 5 of which bore handwritten names with the delicate and charming handwriting typical of young girls. The cabinet doors were open. The owners of these cabinets seemed to be a group of very ordinary girls. Apart from the empty 6th cabinet, the items inside clearly showcased the personalities of a few individuals who once engaged in activities here. Some loved sports, some were engrossed in music, others tinkered with machinery, and one appeared to be a bookworm, with a corner piled high with yellowed comic books. On a shelf beside the room was a group photo. Su Fong looked at the picture. In it were 5 girls dressed in blue and white sailor-style uniforms, linking arms and laughing joyfully. The photographer seemed quite amateur, as the proportions of the people to the background were slightly off balance, with a lot of space left on the left, but anyone could feel the joy and camaraderie overflowing from the photo. The silver-haired girl softly said, this was the activity room of the first generation of magical girls after the disaster. Magical girls typically span about a decade per generation, but most awaken around the same time, making it relatively easy to distinguish between generations. The 3rd generation of magical girls, after establishing the association, moved it here intact. AI Irwin looked at the photo, her expression neutral. According to the records of the association, they were originally members of the same school's club and were among the first chosen by the sacred tree. This generation had the fewest members in history, only 5, yet all served as outworld investigators, collectively retrieving 21 fragments, making them the most illustrious generation. 2 retired. Normally 2 went missing in the outworld and 1 died in the outworld while protecting a companion. This means that the abnormal death rate for the first generation of Outworld investigators was 60. Before the two could respond, AI Irwin led them to the room opposite. This was also an activity room, but with an entirely different style. The walls were plastered with colorful star posters and shiny laser stickers, and in the center of the room stood a makeshift stage complete with a full set of band equipment. Though covered in dust, one could still sense the fervor from back in the day. The second generation of magical girls had many more members than the first, most of whom loved music, so they formed several bands in their spare time. AI Irwin looked up at several posters on the wall featuring nearly 20 magical girls with varying hair colors, all performing in their transformed states. Among them, 11 chose to become Outworld investigators, 3 retired normally, and 2 became permanently disabled. They collectively retrieved 18 fragments. The group continued up the stairs. The third floor also had 2 large rooms. To the left was an activity room filled with the scent of books with plaster statues and unfinished oil paintings. In one corner, paints long dried up, and a corner piled with numerous books presenting a generally quiet character. This belonged to the third generation of magical girls, the ones who established the Magical Girl Association. A total of 12 became Outworld investigators, 5 survived, and they retrieved 11 fragments. To the right was a room resembling a tea room. That was the base of the fourth generation of magical girls. They retrieved 8 fragments. Lin Guang and Su Fong quietly watched AI Irwin, who introduced the magical girls who served as Outworld investigators across generations along with their data. It was evident that as time passed, the number of fragments found by magical girls had plummeted drastically as the fragments that were easier to find had become increasingly rare. According to AI Irwin and the Phoenix, before the appearance of the Prophecy Girl, humanity had no means of locating the Hope fragments, relying solely on the most primitive method, venturing deep into the abyss and taking chances in various dangerous places. The group stepped onto the 4th floor, where the layout suddenly changed. No longer spacious and lively large rooms, but a long corridor with tightly closed small doors on either side. Starting from the 5th generation, the search for Hope fragments became increasingly difficult as the fragments near the barrier had almost all been recovered, requiring the magical girls to delve deeper into the Outworld. And since the abyss continually birthed monsters, even previously explored areas were by no means safe, making the collection of fragments increasingly challenging. The enthusiasm of the magical girls also waned over time. AI Irwin's voice echoed in the empty corridor, carrying a hint of melancholy. Thus the number of Outworld investigators dwindled. Friendships within groups and privately remained, but those magical girls who decided to join the Outworld investigators often reserved a room in advance to store their belongings, because no one knew if they could return from this outing. It was like a grave dug in advance. Lin Guang thought softly to himself. Over time, everyone became increasingly unwilling to gather within the association, and the once lively association began to grow desolate. Only these rooms continued to multiply. AI Irwin stopped in front of a door labeled Xingna. As she approached, the automatic door emitted a soft beep and slid open. The scene inside startled Su Fong slightly. It was a dreamscape straight out of a fairy tale picture book. Cloud-shaped lamps drifted from the ceiling, the walls were painted the color of the sky, and the table was strewn with crystal orbs and music boxes. On the most prominent spot of the desk sat 2 framed photographs. One was a warm family portrait of 3, the other was a sticker-style selfie. The girl in the photo wore fluffy pink curls, pulled a silly face at the camera, and had a fleck of cream at the corner of her mouth, the very picture of a charming younger sister. "I don't know who proposed it first," someone murmured. Building on the 5th generation from the 6th onward, every magical girl upon joining the association arranges a room here that belongs solely to her. AI Irwin leaned against the doorway, without stepping inside, her voice soft. "Not to live in, but to keep proof that one once existed." Proof of existence. Su Fong repeated the heavy phrase in a daze. "Exactly." AI Irwin continued. "Even if one never ventures into the hazards beyond the boundary, a magical girl might still fall in combat against invading monsters, so people leave their most treasured possessions, memories, or words they wish to speak in this room." AI Irwin looked at Su Fong and said mildly, "Whether or not you become an outside realm investigator as a newly initiated magical girl, you must choose one of these rooms as your own. Magical girls may appear glamorous on the surface, but the association wants every recruit to see clearly what they and their predecessors truly face. Then whatever choice you make, timid or brave, at least it will be a decision weighed with thought. This was the first reason I brought you here today." Su Fong stared silently at a room whose owner was long gone, and then Lin Guang and AI Irwin moved on. From this point onward, some doors were shut and would not open. AI Irwin pointed at a closed door. "Everyone's soul gems are bestowed by the Xingshu, and our contracts are bound with the Xingshu, so the Xingshu can sense whether we live or die. A living magical girl's door remains locked unless she herself approaches and unlocks it. In other words, a door that opens by itself means its owner is no longer here. Shall we go?" AI Irwin led them onward. Along the corridor, sensor doors slid open one by one, revealing the inner lives of their former owners to those who followed. Some rooms were piled with dumbbells and exercise gear unmistakably belonging to an energetic athlete. Others had shelves wall to wall with no space to step the last traces of a quiet girl who loved books above all else. Every open room held a vivid life. They climbed higher, 6th generation, 7th, 8th. On this landing, Su Fong noticed a tightly shut door bearing a nameplate that read Sun Lin Yaojing. That gentle domestic senior was still very much alive, so naturally the door remained locked. They reached the 6th floor where rooms were sparser. Lin Guang saw doors labeled Belai Zhongchui and Ingji Ren both locked as well. At the end of the corridor began the section for 10th generation magical girls. What greeted them was Duanzue Jiyin. AI Erwin taking the lead pressed her hand to the reader beside the door. Click. The door opened. Su Feng's eyes widened. Even Lin Guang, a true minimalist, couldn't help frowning slightly. Inside was only a hard plank bed, a desk, and a computer. There was no decoration, cold and stark like a temporary cell suffused with a resolute sense that one could leave at any moment. AI Erwin caught their expressions and said lightly, "Don't misunderstand, I do not intend to die. I simply felt there was nothing worth leaving behind, and that was all." Finally the three reached the 7th floor. It was currently the newest and most open level of the corridor, dotted with only a few doors. Su Feng saw doors labeled Inja Ji and Tang Tang, the two who had just shown such prowess on the screen. At the end of the corridor, Su Feng and Lin Guang paused. On that door hung a hand-drawn nameplate in red marker with a cheerful, smiley face, Meng Meng Xiang. Lin Guang walked over first. Before she could reach out, the door emitted a soft sound and slid open automatically. Huh, Su Feng blinked. No need to unlock it. AI Erwin explained coolly, her dark eyes deep. Perhaps Feng Wang upgraded the technology when building this floor. It opens when it detects the owner's magic. Su Feng glanced instinctively at Lin Guang, but the amnesiac senior showed no special reaction, as she simply stepped inside. The room was not large, but it was arranged with unusual warmth, beige wallpaper, curtains patterned with small flowers, and a few beanbag sofas tucked into the corner. Most striking was an old, bulky television tucked on the cabinet opposite, its rump connected to a videocassette player beneath. The display cabinet beside it was crammed with videotapes, each labeled, and neatly perched atop the cabinet sat a handheld DV camcorder. Lin Guang stepped into the room and let her gaze sweep over the tapes. The handwriting on the labels ran from tidy at first to hurried and messy later, marking the passage of time. 233203001 First Outside Realm Expedition, 233203008 Second Outside Realm Expedition, and so on. Lin Guang reached out and pulled the tape from the very edge. Click. The cassette slid into the player. With a buzz of current and the television's snowy flicker, the picture at last came to life. The background was this very room. The camera shook slightly as if it had been adjusted several times before settling. A pink-haired girl sat at the desk in a black and white sailor uniform, her hands folded tight on her knees, visibly nervous. Even her smile looked a little forced. Ahem, is the recording on? I'm Meng Meng Xiang, 14 years old, and I'm a magical girl, she said. My hobby is singing, although I'm not very good at it. She added quickly, but if I can retire successfully, I should try to become a singer. The girl drew a deep breath, and though her eyes still trembled, forced a look of resolve for the camera. Today is my first day as an outside realm investigator, and I've decided to record every exploration I undertake, even though everyone doubts me, and even though I'm afraid of pain. For the sake of finding the fragments of hope, I will try my best. I will never give up. She clenched her small fist and made a self-encouraging gesture to the lens. The footage cut off abruptly. Lin Guang expressionlessly withdrew the tape and inserted it into the second volume. The date was set for a week later. In the scene, Meng Meng Xiang had a band-aid on her face, her hair a bit messy, but her eyes sparkled. I didn't find the fragments last time, but I took down several minions. Hee, although my hands were still shaking when I encountered the monster, I managed to escape unscathed. She made a wink. Meng Meng Xiang's great victory. This time I will put in my best effort for the exploration. The date displayed on the recording is 3 weeks after the last exploration. In the frame, Meng Meng Xiang sits at the table wearing simple casual clothes, her face still bearing a pale hue of someone recovering from illness. On the bedside in the background, a pair of medical crutches can be seen. Last time I accidentally encountered a dangerous species. I barely escaped, but broke my leg. Although a senior from the healing department treated it, it was so painful at that moment. I never want to experience that again in my life. She recoiled slightly in fear, then, as if recalling something, she shyly scratched her head in front of the camera, but everyone doesn't need to worry. Saying this, the girl stood up and playfully hopped in front of the camera, her skirt fluttering. I'm completely well now. My body has also adapted to the flow of magic. Although I rested for a long time, this time my fighting spirit has not been extinguished. She sat back down, clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and showed a bright and determined smile to the camera. No matter if I can find the fragments or not, I will continue to push forward and uncover that possibility. The scene ends with her vigorously waving. On the side, Su Feng clenched her fists, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Lin Guang continued to watch, expressionless, flipping through the tapes. The girl in the footage was injured time and time again, recovering repeatedly. She gained nothing. When facing the camera, the light in the girl's eyes occasionally dimmed, revealing frustration and fear, and she would hug her knees and softly say, "It's so scary." But each time she would muster her courage and set off again, until Lin Guang picked up the 10th tape. In the footage, Meng Meng Xiang sat cross-legged on the carpet, her expression somewhat serious. Today Miss Amber asked me why I strive so hard. The girl spoke to the camera as if talking to herself. The Phoenix Lord also said that someone with average talent like me will probably never reach a high level of magic, and encountering the weakest nightmare species would be a dead end. I might as well just study honestly and later work in the association like Miss Amber as an office magical girl. It also said that the seniors saved me from that disaster 10 years ago, not to let me think irrationally and seek death. At that time I didn't say a word, I just smiled and skipped the topic. But indeed I had thoughts in my heart. Meng Xiang pressed her lips together. All these years the seniors have not found any fragments of hope. Everyone believes that the fragments must be in the hands of the most powerful abyss creatures farthest from the barrier. But, is there another possibility? What if our luck is just really poor and we have missed something right under our noses? After all, the abyss continues to give birth to new creatures. Perhaps, among the remaining fragments of hope, there are 1 or 2 pieces that are actually in the hands of those inconspicuous dangerous species, or even their minions. They might be too weak, constantly hiding among the monsters, and thus have not been discovered by everyone. Someone like me, in terms of defending the city, is definitely no match for those experienced yet unable to venture out retired seniors. Going outside to hunt high-level monsters I can't be of any help. So I thought for a long time the only thing I can do is to seek that glimmer of possibility for the association. I will clean up those small monsters that everyone looks down on and explore those corners that everyone deems worthless. What if even a weak person like me can find the fragments? That would be a huge inspiration for everyone, right? Surely everyone would regain hope. Doesn't this thought seem a bit arrogant? So I didn't dare to tell anyone, only recorded it here. Hey, the girl in the recording giggled, filled with beautiful expectations for the future, suddenly reciting her transformation phrase, softly smiles, full marks, courage 100%. The scene abruptly halts. Lin Guang instinctively reached for the next tape, but that slender hand touched nothing. The box was already empty. Su Fang's eyes widened, realizing something. After this, was it when she encountered the senior with complete memory loss yesterday outside? She cautiously watched the back of the pink-haired girl from one side. Su Fang clearly saw that at the moment of touching empty space, the senior's entire demeanor seemed to freeze, as if stuck in place. However, this daze dissipated like an illusion less than a second later. The pink-haired girl stood up, turned to look at Su Fang, her face as cold and calm as ever, but her cherry-red eyes were now eerily deep. Let's go. Su Fang cautiously spoke. Senior, have you regained your memory? No. Watching Lin Guang turn and walk towards the door, without hesitation Su Fang pressed her lips together and gently lowered her head. However, the next moment, as if recalling something, the pink-haired girl at the door spoke, without looking back. But at least there's one thing I remember. Su Fang raised her head. She softly said, regardless of whether there is a prophetic girl or not, regardless of whether I can find it, no matter how many times I return empty-handed, I will search for the fragments of hope. Su Fang's greenish eyes suddenly trembled. The pink-haired girl's voice remained calm, yet carried an indescribable seriousness and determination, because I am Meng Xiang. Magical girl Meng Xiang. No matter how many times I repeat it, I will remember this name. Su Fang stood frozen in place. At this moment, AI Irwin was watching her quietly, listening to her somewhat inexplicable declaration from the perspective of outsiders. Those black eyes were inexplicably lost in thought. Outside Foming Town, Kaminabi Bridge. This bridge once connected this town to the outside world's roads, serving as a landmark structure. However, with the occurrence of the calamity, isolation ensued, and the glory of this bridge became history. Although repairs have not ceased for a century now, aside from a very few people, hardly anyone travels across this bridge, thus one can go half a day without seeing a vehicle pass. A black sedan was quietly parked at the center side of the bridge. After returning from the 7th floor of the association to the 1st floor, sitting silently in the reception room with everyone for a while, Su Fang, who had remained silent all this time, finally made her request. She said she wanted to come back here to take a look. Naturally, there was no reason to refuse. At that moment, Su Fang stood by the railing, her palms resting upon it, as the gentle evening breeze lifted the winded strands of her hair. Her gaze drifted far across the horizon toward the distant sea line. Beside her stood a cherry blossom-haired girl, silent and still. The setting sun gilded her already rose-hued eyes with a luminous radiant red, the very hue she assumed when transformed. A silver-haired girl in a tailored suit watched their silhouettes from behind, then stepped forward to join them, standing shoulder to shoulder as they all gazed upon the sinking sun. Before them, the immense blazing sun descended slowly toward the sea's edge, its blinding radiance softening, casting shimmering fragments of molten gold across the water's surface, illuminating the 3 girls' vividly distinct hair and eyes. The 3 stood wordless beneath the fading light, each lost in private contemplation. After a pause, Elwyn parted her lips, as if preparing to speak. But Su Fang interrupted her before a single word escaped. I understand it all truly. It was the first time the so-called prophetess had spoken since leaving the association building, her voice low, tender, and faintly hushed. If I hesitate, everyone will be burdened with uncertainty. Even sitting quietly at home, monsters might invade, lives could be lost. Yet if I resolve to step forward, hope may become visible, not guaranteed perhaps, but undeniably nearer. At the very least, no one would suffer harm because of me. For Mother, for the city, for humanity's future. I grasped these grand truths, and I know without doubt what choice is right. Her voice grew softer, still nearly dissolving into the damp sea breeze. Of course I know. But fear remains fear. Her emerald eyes reflected the dying sun. Knowing something is right does not banish fear. When I first heard it, I was terrified, so paralyzed I could not even move. I feared never holding a camera again, never tasting Mother's cooking, never returning to school. I feared dying alone, forgotten like those who came before me. And truthfully, I can feel it. The forest sprite we met today blast hammer shadow blade. Even Amber and Phoenix. Su Fong lowered her head. Others, it seems, do not hold much enthusiasm for the prophetess. As though none placed great expectations upon her. Or rather, as though they had long abandoned hope of gathering the shards of hope. Her words settled into a brief, heavy silence, broken only by the sigh of wind and the rhythmic hush of waves against the shore. Elwyn remained mute. Lin Guang did not utter a word either. Yet just then Su Fong turned, her delicate face suddenly alight with a smile bright as a shaft of light piercing through twilight clouds. But now, I think I'm not afraid anymore. Her gaze rested softly upon the two before her. Because I've realized, I'm not alone. The silver-haired girl's indifferent eyes widened slightly. Lin Guang froze utterly stunned, because Su Fong's hand had already reached out and clasped hers. Two slender hands overlapped, Su Fong's cool, faintly damp palm transmitting warmth from its center straight into Lin Guang's own. Senior sister Meng Mengxiang. Su Fong looked up at Lin Guang, her signature sunlit smile blooming across her face. Even if I choose not to go, you will still venture beyond the boundary, won't you? No matter how many setbacks you endure, no matter how grievous your wounds, no matter how much you forget, you will charge forth again and again seeking the shards of hope. Lin Guang gazed back, her cherry-red eyes steady and unwavering. She nodded without hesitation. Today's visit to the association had resolved countless questions she carried about this world. And now the true objective of this rank trial surfaced unmistakably: gather the shards of hope and utterly repel the abyss. Thus, no matter what lay ahead, the existence known as magical girl Meng Mengxiang would never remain confined within Fengming Town. She would surge outward again and again. Su Fong gently squeezed Lin Guang's soft hand. Senior sister really is quite the handful, isn't she? Then her gaze shifted to Elwyn beside her, and she took her hand too. Senior sister Elwyn is the same, aren't you? The silver-haired girl in the suit paused momentarily, taken aback. When nearly everyone had given up, you chose to become an outer boundary investigator. Surely you carry something you simply cannot let go. Su Fong studied Elwyn's expressionless face, so like Lin Guang's, and the elder's obsidian eyes held hers steadily. That uncanny familiarity with paths beyond the sacred tree lingered vividly in memory. How many times had she ventured forth alone? What memories dwelled within that near-prison-like chamber at association headquarters? Su Fong did not know, but one truth had crystallized within her. So at the very least, even at my most vulnerable, I will not be alone. She turned, facing the sunset, her hands still clasping theirs. I am truly grateful, she said, her gaze clear and unclouded as she looked upon Lin Guang and Elwyn. After becoming a magical girl, the first people I met were senior sisters like you. Sunlight slanted across her irises, kindling an indescribable resolve. The abyss is terrifying, but if I may remain with senior sisters like you, it ceases to be so. So, she drew a deep breath and delivered her final answer. I still wish to be a magical girl. Time itself seemed to suspend in that instant. Lin Guang watched her silently. Elwyn's black eyes, so still, so guarded, finally flickered, visibly stirred. The silver-haired girl closed her eyes, waited 5 seconds, then opened them and spoke softly. Let's go home. Huh? How did senior sister know? And is it really still possible? One thing at a time. Elwyn, clad in her black suit, murmured the phrase lightly. She opened the car door and slid inside. You must eat well and rest deeply. To meet tomorrow's trials with strength, yes. That's incredibly reasonable. The three returned to the vehicle. Beneath the setting sun, the black sedan turned once more toward the heart of the city. Su Fong's voice rose gently within the cabin. By the way, senior sister Meng Mengxiang wasn't always this powerful, was she? After losing your memories, you suddenly became so formidable and appeared in the Mistwood Forest. Could it be that senior sister Meng Mengxiang is the true prophetess? Elwyn, driving, hesitated, then replied, if the prophetess awakened 2.5 years ago and had only reached this level. I hesitate to speak too bluntly, but if that were true, both the sacred tree and humanity would have no hope left. In the next moment, searing crimson light flared within the car. Senior sister Meng Mengxiang, please don't get angry. Stay calm. Don't transform inside the car. The next day, in Su Feng's home, the morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on the dining table, while the aroma of fried eggs and toasted bread filled the air. The television nearby was still on, broadcasting the morning news. Yesterday afternoon, the 2 giant magical creatures that appeared in the city have been successfully repelled. It is reported that this attack did not cause serious casualties. A voice was heard from the entrance saying, did you pack everything? Change of clothes, underwear, socks, and insect repellent. There are many mosquitoes in the mountains, so make sure to bring enough. Lin Guang and Su Fong were standing at the door with their luggage, while Su Feng's mother Mu Goma followed closely behind, looking worried, her reminders never ceasing. Su Fong helplessly dragged her suitcase, saying, Mom, I've grown up. Of course I know. What do you know? Last time you went on a spring outing, you lost your water bottle. Mu Goma shot Su Fong a gentle glare, then stuffed a box of ibuprofen into the pink-haired girl's hand. Meng Mengxiang, you need to keep warm these few days and avoid eating anything cold. This is the medicine I bought this morning. If you feel severe stomach pain, take one to alleviate the pain. Looking at the medicine bottle, the pink-haired girl seemed to freeze for a moment before obediently nodding. Thank you, Auntie. Mu Goma turned to her daughter again, gently poking her forehead. Take good care of Meng Mengxiang on the way. Don't just think about having fun. It's her period now, and it's inconvenient to do anything if she's feeling unwell. Okay, In the next moment, she leaned close to her daughter's ear and whispered in a tone she thought Lin Guang couldn't hear. She has lost her memory and doesn't feel secure, so make sure not to get her into any strange situations. I know. I wouldn't do anything strange. Lin Guang. Really? Then why did she insist on dragging him into the shower last night, when she clearly said she could wash alone and made him help change her sanitary pad? Having had enough of the commotion, Su Fong pushed open the door, intending to step out. However, her movement suddenly halted. Under the silent gaze of the pink-haired girl, Su Fong suddenly turned around and hugged her mother tightly. Mom, I'm leaving. Mu Goma was momentarily taken aback, patting her daughter's back and smiling gently. All right, take care and be safe on your journey. With that, Su Fong took Lin Guang's hand and walked toward the sunny doorway. The busy streets in the morning were far from quiet, as if yesterday's disaster had never occurred. Perhaps the citizens here had long adapted to a life where monster invasions could happen at any moment. The association is indeed impressive. To help cover up the matter of the Outworld investigators, they actually created the guise of a field training summer camp, complete with the Education Bureau's official seal. I saw a message from Senior AI Irwin yesterday. It's not just our Juyo Middle School doing this, but all schools are on board. The association is truly remarkable. Now, wherever we go this month, our mothers won't mind. Su Fong held Lin Guang's hand, her sunny smile unchanged as she looked at the people and vehicles on the street. A Senior AI Irwin has arrived. In the next moment, a familiar black car came to a precise stop at the corner in front of them. The trunk popped open and the window rolled down, revealing a silver-haired girl wearing sunglasses in the driver's seat. She had changed back into the sharp jacket and vest that they had first seen her in, and her jeans only reached mid-thigh, revealing her long snow-white legs. She tilted her head toward the two by the roadside, her high ponytail swaying slightly. Get in the car. The two tossed their climbing bags into the trunk and slid into the back seat. At the moment the car door closed, the atmosphere of everyday life was completely cut off from the world outside the car window. Su Fang's smile gradually faded, but her right hand holding Lin Guang's left hand showed no sign of loosening. In fact, it tightened, even more slightly sweaty. The so-called summer camp was undoubtedly just a facade. From today onward, what awaited them was real training and the long journey of searching for the so-called fragments of hope. This time the vehicle headed straight for the edge of the city. Exiting the bustling streets, it followed the rising suburban roads, soon driving onto the Shinwu Pai Bridge and then into the mountains. Today's weather was exceptionally fine, with bright and radiant sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the asphalt road that had somehow been built into the mountains. Lin Guang remembered. Previously, AI Irwin had ridden her motorcycle to take him and Su Fong back to Fengming Town. It seemed to be in this direction. You're not wrong. Following this road is the shortest route to the Outworld. But we're not taking this route now. Saying this, AI Irwin turned the steering wheel and the car immediately veered onto a side road. We're going to gather at the forward base. AI Irwin glanced at Lin Guang's pink eyes in the rearview mirror and said, you should have forgotten that Outworld investigators always use that place as a starting point before heading out. By the way, the other two team members should also be on their way here. The car moved along a specially maintained road through the forest, and after about 10 minutes, a somewhat inconspicuous multi-story apartment finally came into view. We've arrived. AI Irwin parked the car and turned off the engine. She opened the car door, took her sword out, and explained, this is a safe house built during the third generation of magical girls. Its initial purpose was for training and dealing with abyss invasions, but it has gradually become the last stop for our Outworld investigators before setting out, where we can take a brief rest. At that moment, the fresh mountain air rushed in. Su Fong took a deep breath and raised her head. The apartment looked quite nice, with 3 floors, clean windows, and not a speck of dust on the windowsills standing out against the surrounding weeds. A gentle breeze rustled through the lush nearby mountains and forests, and the vibrant green scenery was refreshing. However, Lin Guang's gaze passed over these beautiful sights and landed on something by the roadside, not far ahead. There lay an oval stone, smooth on its surface, appearing unremarkable. Yet in Lin Guang's magical perception, that stone emitted an extremely faint but undeniable wavelength, like a silent warning sign, standing out starkly against the surrounding environment. Noticing Lin Guang's gaze, AI Irwin nodded. That's right. That stone is a marker. Cross over it, and 10 meters ahead is the Outworld. It seems the other two haven't arrived yet. AI Irwin glanced at her watch. We arrived a bit earlier than expected. Upon hearing this, Su Fang's eyes brightened. The 2 new seniors. By the way, I wonder what the seniors are like in real life. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the 3 at the scene heard something and turned to look behind them. The sound of the engine grew closer, and a pure white car came to a stop before the 3 of them, eliciting an uncontainable anticipation in Su Fang's eyes. However, the moment the car door opened, she was taken aback. For stepping out was a seemingly inconspicuous young girl. She wore a slightly oversized school sports outfit, heavy black-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and a white cotton eye mask covering her right eye. For some unknown reason, her long black hair styled into 2 rather frumpy braids hanging down her back, giving her the appearance of a bookworm. With her head down, the girl stepped out of the car, clutching a large backpack. She lifted her head to look at the 3 standing at the apartment entrance, her light purple left eye suddenly showing a hint of panic. Good morning. I am. Looking at Su Fong, who seemed a bit dazed, the silent Lin Guang, and the perceptive when the girl almost buried her head in her school uniform, her voice growing softer. Lin Guang. Su Fang's smile froze on her face. Before the girl could finish her sentence, another voice interrupted. Zihan, her name is Zihan. This voice was lazy and somewhat impatient, yet it still sounded extraordinarily pleasant. To be honest, every time I hear you greet strangers, it truly tortures me in every sense regardless of your transformation. As she spoke, the owner of the voice also stepped out of the car. She seemed to be the true owner of this luxury vehicle. Another girl with perfectly styled black twin tails, her pupils a bright and luxurious golden color. She wore an intricately designed pink Lolita dress. Her long legs, reminiscent of AI Irwin's, were covered in black stockings, and on her feet were shiny little round-toed shoes. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, her features radiant, adorned with a touch of mature makeup, forming a stark contrast to the plain girl named Zihan beside her. The girl with the eye mask shrank back, her neck drawn in sorry. The girl resembling a young lady suddenly became angry, crossing her arms and exclaiming, "I've told you 1,000 times, have you done anything wrong? If not, then don't apologize. You make it seem like I'm bullying you." "Sorry." Sigh. Watching her friend, who was impervious to reason, she seemed defeated, shaking her head and turning to Lin Guang and the others. The young lattice gaze swept across Lin Guang and AI Irwin's faces, seemingly familiar, finally pausing on Su Fang's face, and the next moment her expression changed abruptly, revealing a smile as flawless as a salesperson's. She tilted her head slightly and playfully blinked. Hi, you must be the new junior M. Tank here." Her voice was sweet, contrasting sharply with her earlier scolding of her companion. Su Fang's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, are you?" Seeing Su Fang's shocked expression, the girl seemed pleased, tossing her twin tails and smiling even sweeter. "That's right, I'm exactly who you think I am." Seeing that they seemed to have a lot to discuss, AI Irwin shook her head with a hint of helplessness. "Let's talk inside." 10 minutes later, in the living room of the apartment, the 5 people casually tidied up their luggage and sat around an old dark red wooden dining table. The idol-like girl relaxed in her chair, her long legs wrapped in black stockings crossed elegantly, her delicate little shoes swaying absent-mindedly. "In any case, I'm Tang here, a second-year student at Jianlong High School." She tilted her head. "You must have noticed too. Yes, my magical name is Tang, an active explorer from outside the realm." "So it's Senior Tang." Su Fang exclaimed excitedly, nearly jumping up, the currently trending virtual streamer online. "I've watched your streams. That series Magical Girl Never Gives Up was so cool." Of course." Tang Kier raised her chin proudly, showing no sign of modesty. "After all, whether as a streamer or a magical girl, I have to be the best." Next to Tang Kier, the girl in the eye mask, who looked rather plain, seemed to have finally managed to overcome her social anxiety. She pushed her glasses up her left eye, not daring to meet anyone's gaze, only staring at the table corner as she softly said, "You." "Hello, I'm Zihan, a first-year student at Jianlong High School. My magical name is the Purple Hermit. I am also an active explorer from outside the realm." Su Fang's eyes widened in excitement, while Lin Guang's gaze flickered. They were the magical girl duo that had teamed up to repel another nightmarish creature just yesterday. According to AI Irwin, even among all existing magical girls, their strength was considered quite impressive. Moreover, like them, they were all part of the 10th generation of magical girls. Su Fang, feeling a bit nervous, said, I am Su Fang, a third-year student at Juyo Private High School. My magical name. I haven't thought of it yet. Speaking of which, this senior Zihan is quite different from her real-life image." After the introductions, Tang here turned to AI Irwin. "So what did you call us here for? From your look, it shouldn't be just to introduce us to a new member. Indeed, there is an important task." AI Irwin's voice rang out. She seemed quite familiar with Tang Kier's character, glancing at the somewhat anxious Su Fang. "The sacred tree has issued a divine decree, and Su Fang is the prophetic girl we have awaited for 100 years. Upon hearing this, Tang Kier's eyes widened in surprise. As soon as these words left her mouth, Zihan suddenly stood up. This seemingly ordinary girl looked at Su Fang in astonishment, her left eye suddenly shining brightly. She took a deep breath, suddenly bent over, gripping her right arm's wrist tightly. A deep purple gemstone chain fell from her sports outfit, and a look of both pain and ecstasy crossed her face. "Ugh. I can't hold it back." The next moment, Zihan straightened up, jumped to the center of the living room. As AI Irwin and Tang Kier looked on with a hint of helplessness, and Su Fang was shocked, while Lin Guang shot her a look of confusion, she yanked off her frumpy black-rimmed glasses and tossed them into the air, her entire body erupting with a purple-black magical energy field. She placed one hand over her right eye mask, her other hand splayed open as if tearing apart some invisible thing in the air. "Hypocritical illusion known as reality shatter before my magical eye." Her chant reverberated with layers of resonance due to her magical energy. Magical power gathered from all directions, tinged purple by her inner energy, and then formed a reversed cross shape behind her, entwined by chains. The girl suddenly waved her right hand, as if tearing open an invisible curtain. Chains on the cross behind her suddenly shattered, and black flames seeped out, enveloping her body in an instant. 13th restraint mechanism. Activate. "Oh, black flames that devour light, entwine my body and transform into the blade of judgment." In a moment, a graceful figure appeared amidst the flames. The deep purple gothic attire, adorned with pitch-black bat wings and silver cross chains, had already enveloped the magical girl before them. The black flames condensed into a massive scythe on her arm. "Descend. Hermit of Purple." Buzz. In the next moment, the purple magical girl appeared before everyone, her delicate face impassive. "The ancient covenant sleeping in the abyss is calling for my true name. The next moment, a wickedly charming curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Friends, I have returned. Before that forbidden magic eye opens, I shall unseal my right arm. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stiff, yet she remained oblivious. Tang Qier couldn't help but sigh. This guy, whether transformed or not, is a paragon of difficulty in communication. AI Erwin seemed to have long been accustomed to her appearance. Just ignore her, let her immerse herself in her own world. Su Fong was also stunned. However, she soon became somewhat puzzled. Why did the two seniors only greet her? Speaking of which, at Mizuki High School, could it be? She blinked and suddenly realized. This was the information about Meng Mengxiang that AI Erwin had shown her earlier. She couldn't help but ask, are the two seniors from the same school as Meng Mengxiang? Could they be acquaintances? As she spoke, her gaze flitted between Lin Guang, Tang Qier, and Zihan, seemingly pondering their relationships. Hearing her words, Tang Qier finally focused her gaze on the pink-haired girl beside Su Fong. However, to her surprise, this time she showed not even a trace of cordiality towards Su Fong, instead furrowing her brow. Friends, she snorted coldly. This young lady is quite busy. The virtual idol career is thriving, and I have no time to play friendship games with a fool looking to get themselves killed. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere suddenly stiffened. Am I wrong? Tang Qier raised an eyebrow, looking at the silver-haired girl who had not spoken. AI Erwin, since the prophecy girl has appeared, you gathered us together to conduct an investigation outside the realm, right? Then why did you still bring her? Seeing AI Erwin's lack of response, Tang Qier's tone turned slightly sharp. A magical girl who has only barely resisted lower-tier dangerous monsters for 2.5 years. What's the necessity of her being called here? I think this girl has survived until now entirely thanks to the blessing of the Holy Tree Lord. Just a few words, and Su Fang's expression had already turned stiff, while the Hermit of Purple, still lost in her own world, furrowed her brow, as if wanting to say something. She stood up, looking at Lin Guang, her golden eyes revealing what seemed to be disdain. You disappeared for a full 7 days, and surprisingly did not die. What a surprise. I was truly worried that I might encounter your corpse outside one day. Tang Qier's speech quickened. Being this weak, you shouldn't venture outside, understand? I've told you so many times, why don't you understand? Wasn't breaking your leg painful enough? Go home, play house, and learn to sing like you've always wanted. Did you get a bit inflated because you helped out at the association yesterday? She snorted. You coming to team up? What difference does that make? Be sensible and roll back to school. This continuous stream of vicious remarks brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Everyone's gaze shifted between Tang Qier and the pink-haired girl. The Hermit of Purple, listening to her friend's words, displayed a somewhat sad expression. Tang. Su Fong pursed her lips, her eyes revealing uncontrolled anger, ready to slam her hands on the table. Even if she truly liked Tang, she could not. But ultimately she did not stand up, because the pink-haired girl beside her suddenly grasped her hand. She still wore that calm expression, looking at Tang Qier. No one knew what she was thinking. After 10 seconds of silence, the girl named Meng Mengxiang spoke softly. I'm sorry, I don't remember anything anymore. Tang Qier widened her eyes in an instant, thinking she was deliberately trying to provoke her, but the next moment realized the politeness and estrangement in the girl's tone. The Hermit of Purple also softly said, Meng Mengxiang. The pink-haired girl gazed at her, speaking in her usual calm tone, word by word. Thank you for your suggestion, but I no longer recognize anyone, nor do I have parents. If I die outside, not many will know, and not many will be saddened. This statement seemed as if she was speaking from a distance. However, the sincerity and seriousness in her words could be clearly sensed by the existence of a magical girl. She paused, glancing at Zihan and Tang Qier, sincerely adding, If you knew me before and I left a bad impression, I'm sorry. I no longer remember, but you need not worry that I will hold you back. I sincerely say, if I die outside, you need not feel any psychological burden. Just ensure that the shards of hope are collected completely. With this statement, the living room fell into complete silence. This should be enough, right? After finishing this statement, Lin Guang held Su Fang's hand, looking at the stunned crowd, unable to help but analyze in his heart. Blue, silver, purple, pink, plus his own red. Isn't this just a classic team configuration? Looking back, it was indeed correct that he never liked the type of mecha and super teams. Maintaining interpersonal relationships is truly troublesome. Still, no matter how troublesome, it must be handled well at present, for the exploration outside the realm is incredibly perilous, and leaving the back to someone half-baked is indeed unwise. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, rapidly showcasing her determination and courage in response to her companion's doubts. Otherwise, Su Fong might have truly clashed with her. Not even entering the game, yet just looking at the roles and querying logs, combat record system data would immediately blow the party apart, followed by a lightning-speed written essay. This incident is also recorded in F14. However, under his sincere treatment, the crisis of party blowing apart should have been resolved. This is the adaptability of a high-level player. However, after hearing this statement, Tang Qier did not calm down. Instead, her face suddenly turned somewhat pale, her golden pupils shaking violently. She gazed at Lin Guang's face, seemingly trying to discern any signs of deceit, amnesia. What on earth? The Hermit of Purple stepped forward, slamming his palm down onto the table in front of her. Tang, even if you are my dear friend, you are going too far. The fact that Meng Mengxiang suffered severe injuries and has completely lost her memory was already told to me by the spirit of the sacred tree. She fought with her life on the line yesterday. That's not what I meant. Tang Qier finally regained her senses looking at Lin Guang, whose gaze felt entirely like that of a stranger. She opened her mouth several times, but seemed at a loss for words. In that instant, Su Fong saw a certain indescribable sadness in her golden eyes. She suddenly calmed down as if she had come to understand something. Indeed, the previous Meng Xiang and the two of them were completely acquainted, right? Are they sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted? However, even so, after taking a few deep breaths, Tang Qier still forced herself to maintain a tough demeanor, snorting coldly as she sat down. Suit yourself. Just don't blame me for not saving you when the time comes. Yet everyone could see her hand slightly trembling. Lin Guang. The Hermit of Purple walked up to Lin Guang, pressing his hand heavily on Lin Guang's shoulder, lowering his voice with a somber tone. Do not feel sad, my lost friend. Losing your memory means you have severed the last chain that bound you to this mundane world. You have offered your past as a tribute to the sacred tree, thus gaining this pure will strong enough to wield a sword against the abyss. The Hermit of Purple's lips curved into a knowing smile. Cuckoo, abandoned by the world, walking alone in the wilderness. This is the proof of a true warrior. After a moment of madness, she returned to a serious expression. Rest assured, until you find your true self, this cursed right hand of mine will shatter all obstacles in your path. After all, forgetting the past does not mean that the bonds are also severed. Lin Guang. Though she completely did not understand what was being said, it felt as if she were comforting herself. The soothing effect had indeed been achieved. She nodded expressionlessly. Thank you, I will do my best. Zihan retracted her hand with satisfaction, as if she had just completed a soul resonance. Seeing that the situation had settled, AI Irwin raised her voice formally, announcing the reason for calling them. This mission is very clear. Due to the appearance of the prophet girl, we have obtained a method to locate the fragments of hope. We are to venture beyond the realm and reclaim the scattered fragments of hope. In other words, this is an unprecedented upheaval in a century. Finally, the Hermit of Purple clenched her fist, her right hand scythe seemingly trembling. The time for judgment has finally come. To vanquish the Demon King and restore the order of the world. My blood is already boiling. Let us purify this filthy world. She trembled with excitement, as if already envisioning herself proudly raising a banner amidst the ruins. And Tang Qier, not looking at Lin Guang, took a few deep breaths to calm down. Her expression became serious. Good, very good, excellent. To become the strongest idol in Fengming Town's history, one needs a dazzling presence to match. Suddenly, a dreamy expression appeared on her face, her hands cradling her slightly heaving chest, as if she could already see that beautiful future. If my performance is the best, I want the association to force the playback of my debut song and live stream highlights during the break times of all elementary schools and kindergartens in the city. AI Irwin remained non-committal. Let's talk about that when the time comes. Huh. Tang Qier exhaled, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. Though she had not yet transformed, a pink magical glow flashed in her eyes. In the future, as humans step out of Fengming Town, everyone will remember the dazzling figure of magical girl Tang Tang. I will be the greatest magical girl idol in history, and everyone will shout Tang Tang-sama. She sincerely remarked, this is truly the most perfect and glorious future in human history. Su Fong awkwardly curled her lips. During this time, every magical girl she had seen except for AI Irwin had been abnormal. However, it seems she had to admit that although the predecessors were all mysterious as the only 4 remaining investigators from this generation, they did indeed have a strong desire to reclaim the fragments of hope. And Lin Guang, watching this scene, silently nodded in her heart. Good. Very spirited. The success of this strange team's journey was undoubtedly due to her efforts. Only AI Irwin seemed completely uninterested in lamentation. She simply glanced at Zihan, who had already maintained her transformation state, and stood up. Then let us head beyond the realm first. I will explain the specific plan on the way. 5 minutes later. At this moment, the location of the 5 had already transformed from the cozy apartment living room. The scenery was still that of a forest. However, the originally bright sunlight, lush trees, and cheerful birdsong all had vanished. In their place was an oppressive gloom. A heavy black mist loomed like a wall around them, rendering visibility extremely low. The gray-black trunks and leaves twisted towards the sky, resembling the hands of a dying man. As soon as one stepped more than several dozen meters away from the light barrier, aside from a few pitiful starlights, there was scarcely any daylight to be seen, suffocatingly so. This was her first time voluntarily stepping into this forbidden domain. This was a world corroded by the abyss. Beyond the realm. In theory, an ordinary person would only need to remain here for a minute or two, and even without encountering monsters, it would be enough to pose a life-threatening danger. Even a powerful magical girl might struggle to resist due to age and diminishing resistance. Only magical girls in their prime could truly set foot here. Among the million inhabitants of Fengming Town, there were only a handful of such existences. At this moment, all 5 investigators from the 10th generation of magical girls had gathered here. Tang Qier took a deep breath, tilted her head, and slightly tapped her little shoes on the muddy ground, revealing a look of disgust. The smell of the abyss is as repulsive as ever. After saying this, she discreetly glanced at the pink-haired girl beside her. What on earth? Under her golden eyes' scrutiny, she saw Lin Guang closing her eyes, breathing steadily, seemingly experiencing something. The existence of the precision operation engine allowed her to perceive extremely subtle changes. The intense warmth circulating throughout her body seemed to be slightly trembling, which was the increasingly active magical power within Lin Guang. After stepping outside the boundary, there was indeed something disturbing affecting the mind, yet it was actively countered by the magic power within, leaving only a trivial aftershock. If one must say, it could indeed wear down the spirit, hastening fatigue. However, this feeling was not very pronounced, even mild. Is this the influence of the abyss? The black mist? To be honest, it's somewhat hard to understand why an adult magical girl would be unable to resist. Lin Guang furrowed her brow slightly, her mind flashing back to the battle of the 3 senior magical girls who had come to the rescue. Each used a single move, effortlessly dispatching the giant beast that, once suppressed, had at least a high-tier danger level. Clearly their magical strength was greater than all the 10th generation magical girls present, even having undergone a qualitative change, yet they could not withstand such a slight influence. What does growing up really mean? For now, it can only be explained as a setting in this trial task. But for some reason, Lin Guang had a persistent intuition. This setting must be hiding something very important. However, just as she was pondering, the nearby purple hermit had already begun to laugh arrogantly, interrupting her thoughts. At last the time of judgment has arrived. To vanquish the demon king and restore order to the world. My blood is already boiling. This filthy world shall be purified by us. In the next moment, with a flash of purple light, she charged towards the staggering figure, gradually approaching from the darkness. Ha! Swish, swish, swish. The massive side sliced through, not only shredding the bodies of the attacking puppets into pieces, but also cutting through the trees of the forest, as if they were tofu, crashing to the ground with a dull thud. For transforming is so cringy, but not transforming is socially debilitating, just like a diode. Forget it, I've gotten used to it. Tang Kier sighed, producing a makeup mirror from somewhere to check her idol-like appearance. Using the mirror's reflection, she glanced at the silver-haired girl standing beside Su Fong and asked, "So what's the plan moving forward?" She took out some foundation and touched up her makeup slightly. "I don't believe that you with your personality would let us depart without any preparation." Su Fong nodded vigorously. With AI Irwin's seemingly perfect preparedness, it was unlikely she would allow them to go out unprepared. Indeed, the silver-haired girl holding the sword sheath spoke. "Su Fong, can you feel the direction of the fragments of hope from this position? How many are there?" At that moment, almost everyone's breath momentarily halted, their gazes turning towards Su Fong. Su Fong also became serious. She took a deep breath, focusing her mind as she savored the oppressive atmosphere while sensing the obscure guidance. At that moment, buzz, under the gaze of the four, a blue glow illuminated Su Fang's eyes, and the gemstone brooch on her chest began to glow as well. Despite not having begun her transformation, the brilliance had already become increasingly prominent, forming a pale blue halo that radiated a gentle, yet surging wave, making the figure of the girl appear extraordinarily sacred. The surrounding black mist even seemed to show a slight tendency to retreat. Even the purple hermit, who had already rushed into the black mist, seemed to have noticed the light from behind, causing her side's swinging speed to falter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Su Fang's voice was imbued with magic, sounding somewhat ethereal, her winered hair floating due to the inexplicable magical fluctuation. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the black mist, focusing on the direction in the vague distance. In total, it seems there are still 5 pieces left. She hesitated, as if trying to grasp this indescribable feeling. Her description vague. 1 piece is the smallest, not too far, but somewhat distant. 3 pieces are roughly the same size, and they seem to be spaced quite apart. The last piece is the largest, but also the farthest. As Su Fong spoke, the blue light of the gemstone on her chest gradually dimmed, her eyes returning to a clear emerald green, a hint of unease appearing. "It seems I can't pinpoint their exact locations. Each piece can only indicate one direction." "That's already great." AI Irwin nodded, encouraging her. "Just as I thought, outside the boundary, you can sense things more clearly than inside." "Oh, that's good." Su Fong exhaled, then saw Lin Guang beside her also nodding, a radiant smile spreading across her youthful face. She reached up to tidy her slightly messy hair, suddenly feeling 2 warm gazes upon her. Turning her head, she saw Tang Kier's face, flushed with excitement. "You can really determine the direction. The prophecy of the great holy tree is indeed true." Unable to contain herself, she exclaimed seriously. "Don't make me too hopeful, okay?" With a flash of purple light, the purple hermit had somehow returned to the group, her massive scythe resting on the ground, the eye not covered by an eye patch, literally glowing. "Good. Then let us set off immediately to reclaim the sparks of hope scattered in the darkness." Then her head was struck by the sword's hilt with a thud. "Ouch! My head. Calm down first." AI Irwin retracted her sword, her dark eyes gazing into the depths of the forest shrouded in black mist. "Our ultimate goal is indeed to gather all the fragments of hope. But blindly rushing forward is no different from courting death. So before that, the primary task is adaptive training." She glanced at Su Fong. "Just now you all should have felt it. As the prophesied girl, Su Fong possesses astounding innate magical power and an extremely high ceiling, but her combat experience and experience in the outside world are virtually zero. But due to certain reasons, we don't have much time to cultivate this aspect." Slowly, Su Fong bit her lip, knowing what she meant. The threat of the abyss attacking at any moment loomed like a sword hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any time. Every day of delay represented an increase in the risks faced by Fengming Town. Thus, simulated combat is the best way, at least allowing her to quickly adapt to the external environment and her own powers. This is also an opportunity for everyone to familiarize themselves with each other's abilities and combat styles. By the way, we need to conduct a simulation. At this point, AI Irwin paused and added, theoretically the fragments of hope are part of the holy tree's power, therefore monsters cannot carry them too far from the holy tree. But distance is also relative. Although a months-long expedition isn't required and the goals are clear, reaching the farthest fragment will still likely take us a week or two even with our current operational capacity. The endurance of magical girls is countless times that of ordinary people, but the outside environment is harsh enough to drive ordinary people insane, and with no safe zones, every step is a drain on physical and mental energy. After a long trek to the end, what awaits us is very likely a powerful monster guarding the fragments of hope. Aylwin explained, even though the holy tree will provide support during the actual expedition, preventing us from being so helpless, we must still conserve as much as possible an estimate based on the worst-case scenario. Therefore, we must be prepared for continuous combat in harsh environments. The girls couldn't help but nod in agreement. Regardless of whether they were willing to admit it or not, they respected each other. As the first to awaken as a magical girl of the 10th generation, Aylwin could actually be considered a senior among everyone present. When she spoke eloquently, there was always a convincing aura about her, as if it were a matter of course. Aylwin pointed her sword's hilt forward. The conditions of this forest, which is closest to the holy tree's domain, have been thoroughly explored by the predecessors of magical girls in terms of monster distribution and the strongest magical beasts that periodically emerge. We can proceed step by step. Thus, this is our best training ground. Starting from clearing out groups of minions to selecting certain dangerous species for individual practice, while others keep watch, we will gradually familiarize ourselves with each other and our limits. The elder who had been hit with a sword sheath showed no sign of being obedient, nodding proudly. Cuckoo, as expected of the Silver of Judgment, we truly cannot proceed with the Demon King's subjugation without you, great strategist. Tang here snapped her makeup mirror shut with a clap, tucking it away, her idol-like delicate face revealing a proud expression. It's just those things from the Outworld Investigators regulations, just with higher demands. So you mean we need to maintain our transformed state for prolonged pressure testing while battling those minions and dangerous species to get accustomed to the feeling? Aylwin nodded. That's generally the idea. Tang here turned her head, her twin ponytails swaying as she looked at Lin Guang, her golden eyes filled with indescribable emotions. Do you have enough magic for such an intense endurance test? Let me make it clear, no matter what injuries you have suffered, I will not slow down out of sympathy, nor will I lower efficiency, because you can't keep up. She narrowed her eyes. If you hold us back or can't even handle a low-tier dangerous species, then you must go back to school, understood? Lin Guang ignored her cold mockery, simply raising her hand to perform the stylish initiation she had modified. Smile full marks. A slight smile curled at her lips. Fighting spirit 100%. Tang Qier looked at this version of the once familiar Lin Guang, now somewhat strange in every sense. Even the transformation words. Lin Guang's hands danced gracefully at her sides, and as the red holy light illuminated her, her slender and beautiful figure was revealed. Her cherry red hair was stained with crimson flames, and her eyes mirrored the same hue. Burning heart flames shatter their forms. Are you ready? A pillar of fire shot up into the sky from the forest. Before everyone's eyes, the splendid spiritual outfit and staff were fully formed, transforming her into a girl clad in vibrant red, who struck a cute wink that symbolized the completion of her transformation. Su Feng's green eyes sparkled. Wow, wow, wow. So this is how Senior Meng Mengxiang's transformation looks. The contrast with her usual dazed appearance is so big, she's so cute. Lin Guang's smile instantly vanished. Such a cute cow demon. She had tried modifying it before, but this final wink was something she could never change. It felt as if it was ingrained in her DNA's fundamental code. If altered, it would invariably trigger a self-detonation of the past transformation. She had even grown accustomed to it, finding it quite exciting. It could only be said that the soul link was indeed quite troublesome. As she watched that wink fade from the face of the crimson magical girl, Tang Qier gradually regained her composure. She pursed her lips with a complex expression. It's fine if you don't remember. Then let me show you once again the gap between me, the strongest idol, and you, my junior. She inexplicably pulled out a phone embedded with pink gems on the back, striking a pose for a selfie and pressing down heavily. In an instant, a smile that rivaled Lin Guang's wink appeared on her face, the pink glow completely enveloping her golden pupils. Click, live source link. Filter on. Her phone transformed into a stream of pink light that shot into the sky, exploding in midair and becoming a live broadcast UI frame flickering with neon light, enveloping her entirely within it. The pink holy light perfectly showcased the high school girl's figure, followed by countless pink ribbons appearing out of thin air, intertwining around her, accompanied by cheerful electronic sound effects. Receiving the signal named Miracle, crossing the dimensional barrier at this moment. As she chanted with magical power, light quality ribbons spun and wove into a spiritual outfit resembling her original Lolita dress, but it looked significantly more exquisite, adorned with lace and bows. Her twin ponytails instantly transformed into pink under the surge of magic, intertwined with strands of clear sky blue and pure white highlights. With a net attention of no one, the magical girl Tang shining brightly as she lands. Remember to give a follow. As her transformation completed, the crisp and pleasant sound of mechanical gears echoed, and a pink mechanical keyboard with wings was formed by magical energy leaping out and hovering beside her. Su Feng couldn't help but widen her eyes. Although things had gotten a bit awkward due to earlier events, magical girl Tang Tang's transformation was indeed as dazzling as she had imagined. How about it? Were you shocked by my magnificent transformation? Compared to yours, it's simply... Wait, her business smile had yet to fade. Lin Guang, however, showed no interest in watching her figure already transforming into a streak of fire charging into the crowd of approaching minion monsters. Kukuku. Zihan covered her right eye, emitting a low appreciative laugh. Then I must not fall behind. She transformed into a beam of purple light, plunging into the black mist. Buzz. In the next moment, radiance flashed, and Su Fong and Aylwin almost simultaneously completed their transformations, becoming two shooting stars, silver and blue, rushing forward. Only Tang Kier was left behind, standing there. You guys are really... In the next moment, she and her keyboard staff transformed into a pink shooting star, joining the four in their advance. 10 hours later. Only when night fell did this intense training finally come to an end. 3-story villa. First floor living room. At this moment, the girls were slumped at the table, their attire still somewhat neat, but their faces were filled with an indescribable sense of defeat and fatigue. Zihan, having reverted to her original form, buried her face into her sleeves, seemingly in a deep slumber. Su Fong was in a similar position, barely lifting her head to rest her chin on her arms, her emerald eyes glazed over, while her other hand was vigorously rubbing her sore calves, which felt nearly numb. I really feel like I'm going to die. The dual ponytail idol lay weakly on the table, no longer caring about her slightly smudged makeup, her golden eyes devoid of sparkle. Yet despite this, she was still scrolling through her phone screen, checking the battle footage and photos recorded earlier. Perhaps posting daily updates on her personal social media account had already become instinctual. Elwin, dressed in sharp attire, sat upright in the main seat, glanced at everyone, and finally spoke. Let's summarize. Most people's endurance is rather lacking. This person. At this, Tang Kier sprang up as if revived, her eyes filled with anger. Where am I lacking? In those 10 hours, she transformed 5 times consecutively, each time requiring a full hour to clear the minions, and on the 5th transformation, she had to fight those lower-tier dangerous species. She still vividly recalled how helpless she had felt earlier. Facing the lower-tier dangerous species, the manager puppet, which could have been easily defeated, she had struggled. At that time, her magic power was nearly exhausted, and she couldn't even cast a few basic light projectiles. Even normal explorations wouldn't have this level of intensity. She slammed the table, startling the dazed Su Fong and Zihan awake as she looked at them. Last time I reached the recorded white wasteland and turned back without being this helpless. Tang Kier pointed at the calm silver-haired girl, her face filled with anger. You claimed you wanted to ensure safety, but in the end you hardly lifted a finger. I think you were just making things difficult for me, wanting to see us embarrass ourselves. I need to correct you on 2 points. Elwin ignored her emotions. First, our goal is not ordinary exploration, but a clear expedition to locate the fragments of hope, so the requirements cannot be compared with the past. Secondly, if it were truly making things difficult, why is she unaffected? Following Elwin's gaze, the other 3 turned to the pink-haired figure. They saw the pink-haired girl sitting quietly, twisting the cap off of bottled water with 2 fingers, drinking silently, her demeanor, still calm, appearing almost unchanged from the outside. If not for the slight dimness in her eyes indicating her magic power was nearly depleted, one would hardly notice anything amiss. TSK. Tang Kier looked at Lin Guang, similarly showing an incredulous expression, yet still stubbornly retorted. She didn't cast any spells from start to finish, relying almost entirely on melee. Of course, her consumption is lower than ours. But in truth, Ming Xiang cleared 451 minions, while you only cleared 632. Moreover, she also single-handedly killed a mutated individual, a lower-tier dangerous species, Wild Carpenter. The end result is that almost all your magic power has been exhausted. Elwin remarked lightly, but the difference in magic power within you is certainly not just 1/3. Endurance is not solely about magic power, it also involves the rhythm of using magic techniques to conserve magic and the will to maintain combat effectiveness even in extreme conditions. From this perspective, her endurance is already qualified. GUH. Tang Kier let out a begrudgingly cute sound, completely unable to refute. This junior's magic power had always been only about 1/3 of her own, she was well aware of that. The level of magic power directly relates to the potency and endurance of a magical girl's attacks, even the speed of recovery. One could say that a magical girl's battles are essentially battles of magic power. However, the recent fight had nearly overturned everyone's previous perceptions of her. While everyone attempted large-scale ranged attacks, that crimson figure did not entertain any ideas of using magic that would consume a lot of power. She merely raised the red microphone staff in her hand, relying solely on her body, enhanced by magic, to charge into the enemy ranks. From start to finish, she relied on the riskiest, yet least consuming melee, astonishingly simple, yet remarkably efficient. Each strike targeted the vital points of those puppets, and each strike brushed past her closely. Although the magical girl's transformed attire wouldn't be easily pierced by minions watching, it was still nerve-wracking. Yet she maintained this tightrope act for a full 5 hours without a single mistake. She was no longer human. Yet at this moment, Lin Guang simply sat there with a composed demeanor, as if she did not find her actions particularly exaggerated. I can't believe I lost. Lost to her. GUH. Just give me a break. Tang Kier buried her face in her hands, emitting a sound akin to a distressed knight. Seeing her like this, Su Fang's heart softened, and she gently consoled her. Senior Tang Tang and Senior Ingzi are already very impressive, much stronger than I am. It's just that Senior Meng Meng Xiang is simply too formidable. I just don't want to be comforted like this. Su Fong, you did quite well today too. The silver-haired girl looked at Su Fong and nodded. Oh really? Su Fong blinked, but I was the only one who didn't manage to. Today she was indeed the only one among them who failed to defeat a lower-tier dangerous species while fatigued relying on Elwyn for the final blow. However, Elwyn showed no sign of reproach. Your innate magic power is the highest among us. Even though you've only awakened for 2 days, it is already quite considerable. According to my estimates and plans, in about 10 days you should be able to fully master your power. By then we should be ready to set off. For 10 days. As soon as this statement was made, even Zihan, who had returned to her uncommunicative state after transforming back, lifted her head to look at Elwyn. Her voice was soft. Isn't that too short? The girls present were not naive to the severity of the situation. Even Su Fong could sense the absurdity of this matter. On the surface, this number might not seem short, but considering they were about to embark on a journey to find the last scattered fragments of hope for the sacred tree and to liberate Wind Ming Town, frankly, it was far too short. No matter how quickly the prophecy girl grows, how much can she really achieve in 10 days? Among the magical girls present, none had awakened in less than 2.5 years. Elwyn gazed at the 4 pairs of eyes and shook her head. I know this is hard to believe, but this is already the most optimistic estimate. Her dark eyes swept over the faces of the 4 girls. The real burden lies with us and the sacred tree. The Phoenix told me that the Abyss will continuously send monsters to seek and attack the prophecy girl. She pointed to the greenish-yellow leaf that had always existed in Su Fang's hair. To completely conceal Su Fang's coordinates conceptually requires consuming the power of the sacred tree. If we want to hide Su Fang in the long term, the sacred tree cannot bear such a constant drain. Elwyn pointed to the night outside the tent and continued. In fact, while we train, the sacred tree does provide protection, but it only enters a conservation mode. In this mode, the Abyss can only vaguely sense whether the prophecy girl is inside or outside the boundary. When the Abyss senses that we are outside the boundary, it will not act as vigorously as it did yesterday by sending powerful monsters to attack the city barrier. Elwyn pointed to the ground beneath their feet, saying, when we return to the outpost to rest, the power of the sacred tree will completely conceal the existence of the prophecy girl through messages relayed by the Phoenix. In this way, the Abyss will be unable to perceive whether Su Fang is inside or outside the boundary, like a blind person who has lost their target, and thus will not take any action. The Abyss lacks a specific and clear intent. It only possesses a sort of vague consciousness, which is why this alternating concealment tactic can be effective. However, this is not a long-term solution. After all, the Phoenix must still leave some power for the sacred tree to support our future expeditions. After all, if we do not conceal her, as soon as the monsters sense the specific location of the prophecy girl, they will probably directly invade and attack together across their territories. The girls absorbed this information and fell into silence. But in that moment, a sweet yet indifferent voice rang out. I have a few questions. Elwyn nodded, indicating her to continue. Lin Guang raised her finger and asked earnestly, first about the classification of power. Monsters are classified into minions, dangerous types, and nightmare types. Is there a specific rating system for the power of magical girls? If there is, what are the criteria for judgment? Is it the amount of magical power, the strength of spells, or the precision of magical control? While questioning, her gaze was not just on Elwyn's face, but also on the panel that only she could see. Game character Meng Meng Xiang. Game character abilities: Magical Girl Transformation, C level magic power, D level magic aptitude, D overall evaluation, D the average level for ordinary people in the main world, is F. To be honest, Lin Guang was very sensitive to combat power systems and calculations. After all, an experienced player cannot be insensitive to data, especially when there are letter level indicators already present on the panel. Upon hearing Lin Guang's question, Elwyn did not seem surprised. It was indeed my oversight. You have amnesia and don't remember common knowledge, so I should explain. The silver-haired girl looked at Lin Guang and spoke calmly. The power classification of monsters has a clear hierarchy. Because there are indeed significant gaps between them, the differences between minions, dangerous types, and nightmare types are quite substantial. However, we magical girls do not have such classifications. The association does not have a clearly defined system akin to game levels. Elwyn continued to explain. Thus, the association usually evaluates based on achievements. Specifically, a magical girl's strength is determined by the level of monsters she has successfully defeated, the number of them, or how many of a certain level she can contend with. Elwyn pondered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the assembled crowd, seemingly organizing her words to assess the balance of power. Based on the achievements of those present, they can generally be classified as follows. She first looked at Tang Kier, who was eavesdropping on the conversation, and the still entranced Zihan. First, there are Tang Tang and the Seer of Purple. Although they are quite different in personality, they surprisingly complement each other well. The two have a record of jointly slaying 2 upper-level dangerous types, which counts as each having a solo kill record. Tang Kier revealed a proud expression. Elwyn added, as for the nightmare-level monster that was killed after being suppressed by the sacred tree's domain yesterday, that does not count. Truly unrestrained nightmare-level monsters are far from that level. As for you, the silver-haired girl hesitated unusually. Before your amnesia, you didn't even have a record of defeating dangerous types. You had very few minions killed. She immediately spoke words that seemed comforting. But it's okay, you already have one from the day before yesterday. Lin Guang. At this point Aelwyn's gaze sharpened. However, it is worth mentioning. Based on the spell you cast previously with an extremely long chant time, immense consumption, and the inability to move as a cost, its destructive power is sufficient to harm upper-level dangerous types. Although it is not flexible given your total amount of magical power, it is indeed an impressive trump card. Lin Guang fell into contemplation upon hearing this. Aelwyn's words combined with what she had seen and heard in the past few days as well as her mastery over her physical body seemed to give her some insights. E to E level undoubtedly corresponds to minion types. D to D should correspond to dangerous types. If optimistically estimated, the combat power of Tang Qiu and Zihan after transformation is approximately at D level. And the Crimson Fire Cannon she chanted last time could barely reach the edge of D in terms of attack power, though it can only be fired once. Going further up, it seems there are no references left. If dangerous types and nightmare types correspond to D and C respectively, then according to Aelwyn's statement, there is likely a huge gap between these two tiers. Although it is indeed quite deliberate to subjectively separate them like this, not having a clear power grading in her mind would make her feel quite uncomfortable. Lin Guang rested her chin on her smooth, delicate hand, her pink eyes revealing a contemplative expression. In summary, it's a classification where someone capable of soloing a level spirit can be rated as a level mage, right? Excluding the fact that some people despite being level 2 sorcerers were soloed by level 2 spirits, this classification is indeed acceptable. This matter is also recorded in my old phone, is a brain flower. And as for Su Fong, Aelwyn looked at Su Fong. I will do my best. Su Fong lowered her head and spoke softly. No, I said it before, you did very well today. Aelwyn looked at the somewhat nervous girl and continued, just considering your innate magical power, you are already close to the total magical power of those two. As long as you improve your combat experience and find ways to develop your abilities, it won't be difficult to solo upper-level dangerous types like them. How wonderful. Zihan softly chimed in, looking at Su Fong with Tang Qiu, her eyes filled with uncontainable envy. After all, this prophecy girl is already standing beside them, having gone through countless trials. The introduction seems to have come to an end, but Aelwyn suddenly noticed something. She saw that Lin Guang did not immediately ask the next question, but was quietly staring at her. Silence lingered as the silver-haired girl met her cherry-red gaze, then finally spoke. As for me, my situation is much the same as theirs. Lin Guang studied her for several seconds before giving a slow, solemn nod. This subtle tension seemed to unsettle the three girls beside them, already dulled by exhaustion. Yet before they could discern its source, Lin Guang's next question seized everyone's attention. So, within your plan, how do we grow strong swiftly? Su Fong blinked, startled. Weren't we supposed to train for a few more days first? A mere few days of training is plainly insufficient. Lin Guang turned calmly toward Aelwyn. You said it yourself. The fragments of hope are guarded almost exclusively by formidable monsters. With our current strength, could we truly defeat a fully empowered nightmare beast? Afraid now. Tang Qiu gazed at Lin Guang, her delicate features flickering with complex emotion. So now you realize which monsters you shouldn't have provoked. She chided Lin Guang briefly, then straightened, voice sharp and authoritative as she answered in Aelwyn's stead. Let me spell it out clearly. For this clueless amnesiac. Her idol-like visage hardened instantly. It is impossible. She sat upright, crossing her long black-stockinged legs, and drew a deep breath, her expression turning grave and unyielding. Even if all 5 of us stand together, encountering a true low-rank nightmare beast would count as success if we escaped with our lives intact. Zihan added quietly, her voice trembling with lingering dread. Last time Tang and I nearly trespassed into a nightmare beast's territory. We were this close to death. Tang Qiu fell silent for a moment, evidently still haunted by the memory. If you hadn't charged in faster than anyone else after transforming, none of that would have happened. I'm sorry. Tang Qiu looked at Lin Guang and Su Fong. The 2 nightmare beasts subdued yesterday inside the domain had their power suppressed to less than 30% of their true strength. Out beyond the boundary, however, nightmare beasts reign as sovereign lords over entire regions, and rarely fight alone. Su Fong's confidence chilled rapidly. Then if the fragments of hope are guarded by nightmare beasts, doesn't that mean? That is precisely why she asked that question. Tang Qiu fixed her gaze on Lin Guang. But as it happens, I do know. If there were truly no hope, I'd never agree to march out to our deaths. A faint, enigmatic smile touched her lips. Under normal circumstances, magical energy grows only through repeated transformation, active use of abilities, and gradual natural accumulation over time. No shortcuts exist. Reaching one's natural peak through time inevitably coincides with maturation, meaning we'd outgrow the sacred tree's domain and graduate from boundary investigators forever. Tang Qiu smiled softly and winked. But that is the normal case. There is in fact another way to rapidly elevate one's strength within a short span. It lies in recovering the fragments of hope, a method documented in the memoirs of past magical girls. Su Fong and Lin Guang both gasped, eyes widening in unison. Aelwyn took up the thread, for the fragments of hope are part of the sacred tree's own power. If that power can awaken magical girls, it can likewise strengthen them. Ordinarily, the sacred tree refrains from such intervention. It remains bound by equivalence. To enhance an active magical girl consumes energy that would otherwise nurture future awakenings in Fengming Town, potentially severing hope entirely. But if we recover a fragment of hope, everything changes. Excitement gleamed in Tang Kumar's eyes. Once a fragment restores part of the sacred tree's power, it bestows a sacred blessing, purifying the magical girl's very body, dramatically elevating her magical energy tier and refining both mastery and control over her abilities. Many legendary magical girls of old, renowned for confronting, even defeating nightmare beasts, achieved greatness precisely this way. Of course, such ascension has its limits, determined solely by the magical girl's innate potential ceiling. Tang Kuer's expression softened into wistful reverence. Legend says that once magical energy surges past a certain threshold, one may grasp the true essence of being a magical girl, becoming a radiant, transcendent idol of magic. That goal has driven me across the boundary for years, searching tirelessly for fragments of hope, and now at last dawn breaks. Lin Guang's eyes flickered with quiet intensity. The true essence. What was it? Lin Guang swiftly synthesized the information, then turned to Elwin. I see. I understand the plan now. Begin with weaker monsters, retrieve fragments of hope, invoke the sacred tree's blessing to empower ourselves, then advance to stronger foes, building momentum like an avalanche. Thus we may end this ordeal as swiftly as possible. Su Feng's mouth parted slightly, overwhelmed, dazed by the sheer weight of revelation. Elwin nodded. Precisely. At present it remains our sole viable path. Rising, she added, still, that comes only after we've fully synchronized as a team. Rest early tonight. She paused, then added firmly, and rise at 6 tomorrow morning. Departure for boundary training at 6:30 sharp. You truly wish me dead, don't you? Nightfall. 3rd floor. A private bedroom. The cherry-haired girl emerged from the in-soot bathroom, freshly washed. Standing beside her bed, she slipped delicate lace undergarments over her slender, graceful form, then wrapped herself in an endearing plush sleepwear set. Click. The lights dimmed. Lin Guang lay in bed, wearing Su Feng's pajamas, sanitary pad properly secured, staring up into the darkness of the ceiling. Today, for the first time, she had bathed unobserved. No need to expose her unique CG to others. The relief was profound. Fatigue seeped in gradually, yet did nothing to dull the ceaseless, meticulous review unfolding within her mind, each detail parsed, analyzed, and indelibly etched into memory. Ever since acquiring the precision operation engine and soul link, Lin Guang sensed her memory had expanded dramatically. Nothing escaped retention so long as she chose to remember. Otherwise, within this trial, a world indistinguishable from reality, prolonged immersion might slowly erode her true purpose, her very identity. Lin Guang tilted her head, then stilled. Footsteps approached, soft yet deliberate, halting just outside her door, followed by a gentle knock. Su Feng's voice drifted through the wood. Senior sister, Meng Mengxiang. I can't fall asleep. May I stay with you tonight? I'll be perfectly quiet. I won't disturb your rest. A pause followed. Lin Guang sighed, genuine, weary, and tender, as she watched the petite girl curl against her like a sleeping octopus, tension melting away into peaceful slumber, utterly spent. Magical girls truly are troublesome. Time slipped like sand through fingers. 10 days vanished in the blink of an eye. On the 11th day, a dawn mist still clung to the forest floor, while morning light pierced the canopy, casting ethereal tendalite patches upon the leaves. Before the solitary apartment of the forward outpost, the air hung with a crisp, bittersweet chill, a unique blend of dew and parting. Elwin wore a black sleeveless top and a fitted jacket. Her silvery gray hair was drawn into a high-taut ponytail reminiscent of a kendo prodigy. Her slender snow-pale legs were bare, encased only in sleek black tactical boots. She stood before the apartment door, turning the key again and again until the lock clicked shut, then hung the key back onto its hook beside the entrance. Though her attire radiated sharp efficiency and unyielding poise, it contrasted strikingly with her flawlessly delicate face, luminous silver hair, and a figure that had long shed adolescent softness, now graceful, mature, and statuesque, evoking the serene, enigmatic aura of a three-no ice maiden, silent, emotionless, expressionless. Having finished, Elwin turned and strode toward the four who had been waiting by the waymark. From within her coat, she withdrew a golden leaf and held it aloft for all to see. All supplies for this mission have been stored within this. Palm-sized and exquisitely veined, the leaf emitted a gentle, soothing warmth, resembling an ornate bookmark rather than mere foliage. It bore no trace of the faint yellowing seen in earlier versions, clearly belonging to a far superior tier. Su Feng and Lin Guang fixed their gazes upon it, curiosity flickering in their eyes. Even Tang Kuer, who had just been sketching her eyebrows before a compact mirror with built-in ring light, let out a soft, admiring murmur. It's so large this time. Back when I first joined, mine was barely thumb-sized. Aside from Lin Guang, the one whose memories had been erased, and Su Feng, who had only recently awakened her powers, everyone present was intimately familiar with this leaf. It was an indispensable artifact carried by every extra-realm investigator. As widely known, the extra realm was nearly lifeless, a wasteland devoid of sustenance. Monsters, needless to say, were not edible. Yet expecting magical girls to haul dozens of kilograms, or more, of survival gear on every sortie was equally impractical. Even without transformation, their physical prowess far surpassed that of ordinary humans. But such burdens would drain stamina, and severely compromise agility during sudden combat, rendering them ill-suited for extra-realm expeditions where stealth and operational efficiency reigned supreme. Historically, certain magical girls of Fengming Town had indeed conjured everyday provisions, candies, cakes, chocolates, through raw magic. Yet clearly a far more elegant solution existed. That solution was the sacred tree, the divine arbiter of miracles. If the sacred tree could manifest material abundance ex nihilo for Fengming Town, then food, water, and all essential supplies naturally followed. Tents, cookware, spare rations, and purified water could all be summoned anew through divine intervention, and upon return the leaf would guide its bearer unerringly toward Fengming Town. Though outwardly resembling a leaf, it was in truth a crystallized manifestation of the sacred tree's power. This one was specially crafted by Phoenix, Elwyn explained, imbued with greater potency and additional functions beyond our standard issue. While the first fragment lies relatively close, as per Su Feng's description, and the opposition appears manageable, overnighting beyond the boundary is almost inevitable. It can fully conceal the precognitive maiden's location, and should we recover a fragment of hope, it will instantly absorb its essence, granting us immediate augmentation. With that, Elwyn extended the golden leaf toward the girl clad in a black sailor uniform, her obsidian eyes holding the other's gaze. This expedition began with you. Therefore you shall bear it. Su Feng accepted the featherlight leaf with both hands, her expression solemn, and though weightless it seemed to settle upon her palm with profound gravity. She tucked it carefully into the inner pocket of her blouse. There, where flawless makeup perfected hairstyle impeccable. Tang Kuer finished her brows, gave her fringe one final check in the ringlet compact mirror, then smoothed any stray creases from her Lolita-style dress. Satisfied, she swayed her twin braids, snapped the mirror shut, and offered a radiant, idol-perfect smile toward Lin Guang's clear cherry-red eyes. Dying unattractively means losing fans, so we must remain dazzling always. That's the essential discipline of every magical girl idol. You must die beautifully. Only then does your final strike burn with true, transcendent power. Though uttering the most illumined words imaginable, Tang Kuer spoke with effortless levity, her tone as light and casual as debating lunch options. Lin Guang in turn nodded thoughtfully, as if absorbing profound wisdom. Zihan shrank slightly, whispering timidly, "Please don't say such unlucky things. I don't want to die, and I absolutely refuse to let you or Ming Mingxiang perish." Tang Kuer instantly broke character, delivering a playful chop to her forehead. "Shut up. You can't tell I'm inverting the flag. This is Sugar Tang's desperate, glittering struggle for survival." Oh. Elwyn watched their banter in quiet stillness, saying nothing. Just as the group prepared to depart, Su Feng suddenly produced a compact instant camera. "Everyone, just a moment please." Holding the camera gently, she flushed faintly, her winered hair lifted softly in the morning breeze, her gaze clear and earnest. "Since we're setting off, shouldn't we take a photograph?" Zihan instinctively hunched her shoulders, trying to bury her face deeper into the oversized collar of her sportswear. A photo. She was, after all, the only one dressed so plainly, utterly out of place. Yes. Su Feng meant no jest. She nodded firmly, retrieving a small tripod from nearby and setting it steadily upon the ground. "I want to preserve all of you, exactly as you are. No matter what lies ahead, at least right now we stand together. Not as a grim memento, but as proof of this fleeting, vibrant aliveness." At the threshold of a world shrouded in death and black mist, this photograph was her quiet, fierce testament to existence itself. "Well, you leave me no choice." Tang Kuer sighed, yet her lips curved into a lovely, knowing smile. The idol stepped effortlessly to Lin Guang's side, then nudged Zihan, half hidden behind a tree, with her foot. "Hey, no sneaking transformations. How many transformed group shots have we already taken?" Zihan stiffened, then reluctantly shuffled forward, still half concealing her face in her collar, yet her timid eyes at last remained fixed on the lens. Elwyn stood at the outer edge, arms crossed, gazing directly into the lens. "Everyone, look here." Su Feng placed the camera on the tripod and adjusted its angle, striving to frame all four faces within the tiny viewfinder. Her voice trembled with quiet excitement. "Senior Ming Mingxiang, could you strike that pose?" "Yes, the one you always do right after transforming." Lin Guang. "No." And she refused with startling crispness. "And having served as your pillow for 10 days was already more than generous." This junior disciple was clearly overstepping her bounds. "Oh dear, how disappointing." Su Feng feigned mild dejection, then instantly broke into another radiant smile. "Then senior, all you need to do is smile." Setting the timer on the shutter, the girl darted back into the crowd and threw her arms around Lin Guang, squeezing in among the others. "And say cheese." Click. And the flash erupted, piercing the morning mist, forcibly extracting this single moment from the cyclical river of time. The photograph slowly emerged from the camera. Su Feng pinched one corner of the developing print and gently shook it. The image bloomed, color bled softly into the monochrome. Tang Kuer struck a textbook idol's grin, radiant, poised as though bathed in the spotlight of 1,000 adoring eyes. And Zihan hunched her shoulders, her gaze flickering evasively. Yet she did not flee. Elwyn gazed at the lens with quiet resignation, tilting her body ever so slightly. Su Feng beamed brighter than anyone else, her emerald eyes reflecting a light named hope. When the group's gaze converged upon the cherry-haired girl at the photo's center, even Elwyn, the calmest among them, found herself momentarily entranced. At the instant the shutter clicked, she was smiling. Yet this smile bore no resemblance to the resolute confidence she wore at the onset of her transformation, nor to the blazing brilliance that crowned its conclusion. The cherry-haired girl's lips had merely curved upward, a faint crescent moon arc easily missed if unobserved. Yet it resonated like the delicate crystalline shiver of ice fracturing beneath still water. It was an exceedingly subtle, tender smile. Yet, even as the others stood transfixed, Lin Guang had already smoothed her expression, turned, and strode purposefully beyond the landmark stone, her voice serene. Let's go. Elwyn nodded and fell into step behind her. Not bad at all. Tang Kuder gave a satisfied nod, pivoted, and joined the two ahead. Her skirt fluttered lightly in the breeze as she chirped, let's go. Let's wrap this up quickly. On the way back, I'm treating myself to the limited edition matcha parfait at that shop beside the association. Only 50 servings per day, and they sell out fast. Zihan trailed behind, murmuring softly, her voice drifting in the wind. I want chocolate pancake. And me too. I'll take the large portion. Ns Yufeng carefully slipped the still damp photograph into her pocket, closer to her heart than even that leaf, and called out cheerfully. Like a group of high school girls on a weekend excursion to a neighboring town brimming with youth and vitality, they laughed and chattered their way across the threshold. In an instant, their figures vanished from this world, symbolizing peace, leaving only the landmark stone standing in solemn silence. This was a journey destined to be solitary. And yet, for this fleeting moment, they remained vibrantly, fiercely alive, youth incarnate, as if their unrestrained laughter alone could dispel every shadow haunting this world. Hours later, Na's slender, graceful figure moved swiftly and silently through the eternal night, and her footsteps were light, nearly soundless. From the moment she crossed the landmark, Lin Guang's vision had remained unchanging, swirling black mist and warped forests, endless ascents and descents repeating infinitely like a hall of recursive echoes. Only the markedly increased density and shifting varieties of clawborn indicated they were gradually leaving behind the training grounds of the past 10 days. Lin Guang's toes barely grazed the ground, her long crimson hair streamed behind her like living flame, her entire form dissolving into a phantom blur, moving with astonishing speed. The physical prowess of magical girls in this world rivaled that of legendary heroines from certain tales, those infused with celestial nebulae or bound by ancient shinobi oaths. And their lithe, youthful bodies adapted effortlessly to treacherous terrain, far surpassing any cumbersome mechanical conveyance. And this advantage stemmed not from raw physical strength. Indeed, Lin Guang had deliberately tested this during the past days when consciously relaxed, her dazzling youthful form was as soft and supple as any peer's, delicately smooth, yielding instantly to fingertip pressure, even more tender and flawless than average. Yet the moment she focused her will, an invisible barrier seemed to enfold her, requiring at least clawborn-level force to breach. It was a field spontaneously generated by the searing magic coiled within her. 10 days of intensive training had deepened Lin Guang's attunement to this body, so much so that the field now manifested continuously even without transformation, enhancing all her attributes. Such a field appeared to be standard equipment for a qualified magical girl. And at this very moment, all 5 remained in their transformed states. Leading the formation, Su Feng gripped twin pistols, her eyes shimmering with steady azure light, as she sensed their destination through some unseen resonance. Even in the impenetrable gloom of these woods, the vanguard girl navigated flawlessly, never stumbling, her sapphire tresses whipping wildly behind her as she made constant minute course corrections. Tang Kuder's sweet voice floated softly. How much farther? Nsu Feng replied quietly. We've already covered over 3/4. Already 3/4. She sounded genuinely surprised. Excluding our brief rest, we've only been running for about 8 hours. Has no one ventured this far before? It's not about distance alone. Nelwyn's voice cut in calmly. Rule 4 of the Outer Realm Investigator's Code. The nature of the abyss defies mundane logic. Even spatial distance itself is inherently unstable beyond the boundary. And, without Su Feng's guidance, our chances of stumbling upon it by blind search would be vanishingly remote. TCH. As if I didn't know that. I was just making an observation. Nin, the next breath, Zihan, who had remained silent until now, spoke up unexpectedly. A pack of clawborn ahead. Na's silvery flash streaked past Lin Guang's side. Injung, Inboom. A phantom blade unsheathed, its arc cleaving through 2 clawborn puppets in an instant, while crimson flames ignited moments later, blazing briefly in the forest gloom and obliterating 2 more clawborn skulls. The quintet paused only fleetingly before surging forward once more, and for the first stretch the path remained unusually clear, thanks to their deliberate cleansing of this route over the past 10 days. But as they advanced, deeper monster density steadily rose. And to conserve every ounce of magical energy and stamina, and avoid drawing the abyss's attention, the magical girls adopted a strategy of evasion. Clawborn were ignored unless encountered heat-in. Occasionally, a few lower-tier hazardous beasts, keen-sensed and unavoidable, were met with breathtaking coordination and overwhelming power. Often before they could utter a sound, they lay reduced to silent, lifeless husks. Lin Guang extinguished the flame atop her staff mid-stride and murmured, monsters are increasing, and the forest is thinning. No one nodded. The terrain is leveling out. A spark of renewed focus surged through the group. Just an hour earlier, they'd taken a brief respite, leaving them sharp, energized, and primed to face whatever lay ahead at near-peak capacity. Indeed, not long thereafter, The surrounding trees grew sparse, the slope vanished, and though the black mist persisted, visibility surged dramatically. Su Fong drew a deep breath, the azure light flickered in her eyes, and her voice trembled with excitement. It's just ahead, exceedingly close. Then abruptly she halted. The other three followed suit, freezing in place. Before them the forest ended abruptly, giving way to an entirely new vista. A desolate, lifeless plain stretched into the distance, vast, silent, and eerily open. The black mist here was less dense than within the woods, yet still clung stubbornly to their vision, obscuring anything beyond several hundred meters, where only faint starlight pierced the gloom. The barren sand-like earth bore countless dark brown stains, shattered stone statues, and broken weapons littered the ground, radiating an aura of grim, ancient warfare, as if this were the scarred remnant of a forgotten battlefield. At the far edge of sight stood a tightly packed army of humanoid stone figures, modest in scale, yet unervingly numerous. Hundreds wore somber stony armor, standing rigid and aligned with military precision. Their faces bore human features, yet their waists hung fractured longswords, and longbows rested across their backs. Most stood at ordinary human height, mere foot soldiers it seemed. Yet three loomed conspicuously taller, each over 2.5 meters tall, clad in gleaming silver plate armor, gripping broad-bladed greatswords in one hand and tower shields in the other. And at the very heart of the formation rose a colossal silver-black armored figure, 4 meters tall, headless, its hollow neck pulsing with eerie blue flame. From its massive sword dripped viscous black liquid, solidified mist itself, while its tattered crimson cloak billowed silently, as though stirred by an unseen wind, embodying the commanding presence of a general who once led legions into war. Though utterly devoid of life, the formation exuded an oppressive martial aura, and waves of churning magical energy pressed down like suffocating weight. Even the surrounding black mist warped and thickened, coalescing as if solidifying under that overwhelming presence. The sheer visual impact was staggering. Su Fong inhaled sharply, her voice edged with tension. I can sense it. The fragment is here. Tang Kier frowned faintly, her fingers instinctively tapping the keys of her floating keyboard staff, producing crisp percussive clicks, while her rose-pink eyes swept swiftly across the battlefield ahead. The common statues are minion tier, armed with bows capable of ranged assault. The three silver-armored ones are low-tier, hazardous entities. And judging by the resonance of magical fluctuations, her gaze locked onto the headless, crimson-cloaked colossus, and her expression hardened with gravity. The largest is unquestionably a high-tier hazardous entity, possibly enhanced by battlefield formations or other unique abilities. It will be formidable in close combat, and undoubtedly skilled in command. TCH. Alone manageable, but together, too many. And we can't ascend high here, complicated. Beyond the sacred tree's domain, the abyss's influence severely curtailed the flight altitude of magical girls, even those capable of aerial movement. For adepts like Tang Kier and Zihan, ascent rarely exceeded 20 or 30 meters before magical resistance became insurmountable. Moreover, the black mist absorbed and disrupted magical energy, causing ranged attacks to decay exponentially with distance. Thus, hovering safely above and raining down destructive spells was impractical. Closing the distance was inevitable. Su Fong paused in thought, her expression turning contemplative. An army, a general, enhancement. Could it be? Cuckoo. At that moment, a deliberately subdued yet unmistakably exhilarated chuckle rang out. To sever the enemy commander's head amidst 10,000 troops, thereby shattering their resolve without battle, is that your intent? A most astute observation. Cuckoo. Silent until now, the violet-haired magical girl stepped forward, half her face veiled her sides, half striking the ground with a resonant thud. Her uncovered violet eye gleamed fiercely. Then the stage is set, for the veiled violet, the hidden one, to make her entrance. I am the arbiter who walks the corridors of shadow. This art of stealth and assassination is my sovereign domain, crafted precisely for the veiled violet. Over these 10 days, everyone's capabilities had become thoroughly familiar. The veiled violet's signature ability allowed her to briefly transmute her physical form into mist, rendering her nearly imperceptible and invulnerable to most detection and attacks, enabling silent lethal approach. At the moment of emergence, the reveal strike, her magical energy erupted explosively, granting near-total immunity to control effects, even bypassing special abilities such as taunts from soldier statues. She offered the group a smug, self-assured smile. My apologies, comrades. Though you too yearn for glory, this opening triumph shall be claimed by this reaper's sickle. Take your seats among the spectators and savor my dark waltz. Tang Kier sighed, exasperated. Let me translate. You intend to charge your reserves to the limit here, burning half your mana, then slip through mist form and deliver a single decisive strike. Can you pull it off? Cuckoo. Even if I fail to kill it outright, this soul-harvesting scythe will cripple its mana flow, leaving it grievously impaired. Then matters grow far simpler. Su Fong blinked, momentarily stunned. That might actually work. Naturally. Zihan turned away, violet mana swirling around her as she began gathering power. Wait. Lin Guang suddenly spoke, halting her. Zihan paused, glancing back with mild curiosity. What is it, accomplice? Do you possess the capacity for 2 consecutive mist formations, eh? Lin Guang asked, his tone measured. Cuckoo. You wish me to retreat immediately after delivering judgment? Cuckoo. With the commander gravely wounded, the minion statues pose no threat. I could withdraw calmly. No necessity. Yet as she met Lin Guang's unyielding crimson gaze, she relented. If I prepare in advance during the first mist phase, yes, it's possible. But the strike's potency would drop by at least half. Already only a chance. Now all but impossible to instantly slay a high-tier hazardous entity. Trust me, Lin Guang said simply. Zihan's expression shifted. Her eyes sharpened, her posture stilled. Gazing at the motionless crimson-cloaked general, he murmured, I have a feeling. A being so clearly of command rank, guarding a hope fragment undiscovered for centuries, must possess extraordinary abilities. Perhaps it isn't that no magical girl ever found it, but rather, Zihan looked at the cherry-haired girl before her, a proud smile once again curling at the corners of her lips. Kukuku, do not worry, before my blade, all laws shall be rewritten. Tang Kier could no longer maintain her business smile, across appearing on her forehead. This guy really doesn't listen after transforming. However, my dear friend Ming Mengxiang, since it is your request, I shall reluctantly agree. Edge. This time not only Tang Kier, who knew her best, but even AI Erwin couldn't help but blink. Did this guy really take it in? She walked to the edge of the cliff, her back to the crowd, the bat wings behind her fluttering in the wind, leaving a handsome and beautiful silhouette. After all, you two are one abandoned by the world. I promise that before you find your true self, I will shatter all obstacles for you. So, just wait in peace. Purple light dots began to gather continuously on her body. About 30 seconds later, the girl's body suddenly disintegrated. The light effect was not glamorous. She transformed into a barely noticeable purple-black mist, like a drop of ink merging into the darkness, silently sliding toward the army of death ahead. The mist deftly passed through the outer stone soldiers, standing like trees, raising no suspicion, ultimately slithering like a poisonous snake behind the massive demonic general. Kneel before me. The shadows suddenly coalesced, and a graceful figure wielding a giant scythe surged forth, the purple giant scythe, precisely slashing at the joint seams of the demon's armor. Buzz! In an instant, a massive purple cutting light streaked across the enemy formation, like a narrow purple eye, even tearing the black mist apart. And this was under only half of its power. Yet at that moment, the exposed pupil of her eye suddenly constricted. When? There was no dull sound of blades cutting into metal. The moment the scythe's blade and that light mark touched the massive armor, a strange recoil surged back along the long handle. Zihan felt a heat in her palm, as if striking upon an immovable iron mountain, and the giant scythe nearly slipped from her grasp. She couldn't help but exclaim, what a joke. Even the previous low-level nightmare creature, being outside the realm and unaffected by the barrier, could have lost at least 1 or 2 scales from that strike. Yet before her stood merely a rank 1 dangerous species. The disparity in power was like heaven and earth. But that strike left not even a mark. Just as Zihan thought this, the soldier statue closest to the headless armor was suddenly bisected. All eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Guang's eyes narrowed, thoughts racing, realizing something. Could it be? In that instant, the originally motionless massive armor suddenly flared with eerie blue soul fire, as if a cold giant torch had been ignited. Whoosh! In an instant, it completed the transition from stillness to action at an unbelievable speed. For its size, the enormous sword that had been propped on the ground was grasped by the massive gauntlet, and then swiftly raised, sweeping horizontally. Boom! Clearly the sword's edge had dulled somewhat, yet it unleashed a wailing akin to a vengeful spirit, instantly closing in on the girl. Off! Su Fong nearly screamed. However, at that moment, Zihan's eyes narrowed, and without any warning, her figure transformed back into mist, vanishing from sight. Yet the pressure from the swing of the sword did not dissipate. A visible black crescent-shaped sword energy shot forth, spreading several dozen meters like a black wall, pushing outwards, harming no statues, but slicing through the black mist. Zihan staggered beside the others, taking a few deep breaths, as if she could still scent the impending end of life. She looked at Lin Guang with a dry gaze. Thanks. Really, she had nearly died, just a hair's breadth away. If it weren't for her earlier preparations and reserves, this reaction time of less than 0.5 seconds would not have allowed her to mystify again. The silver-haired magical girl softly said, it's still too early to rest easy. It's coming. Zihan was slightly taken aback, then the others turned to look at the army. They saw clusters of eerie blue flames beginning to light up on the plain, the cold divine light igniting in the eyes of the statues. Rumble, 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 rumble. The sound of grinding that made one's teeth ache echoed across the wilderness. That was the sound of hundreds of statue joints moving in unison. They uniformly raised the bows in their hands, the heavy force seemingly shaking the very ground beneath them. These cold divine lights turned with the headless massive armor, and hundreds of gazes devoid of any emotion except for chilling, killing intent wrapped the battlefield in a dense atmosphere of blood and iron, like tangible arrows shot towards the 5 on the cliff. Undoubtedly, this sleeping army awakened completely due to this fierce ambush. None of the 5 present were too dull to understand what had just happened. The soldier statue that had been severed was like a wooden dummy serving as a substitute, clearly having taken the damage of the previous blow. The silver-haired girl unsheathed her sword without hesitation, layers of sword light scattering in the air like the phantoms of the drawn blade. That was damage transfer. Damage transfer. Quite simple and easily understood description. However, the look of disbelief on Zihan's face still could not fade. A rank 1 dangerous species whose magic power hasn't even broken through that barrier. How could it possibly transfer my strike completely? The battle between magical girls and abyssal creatures fundamentally revolved around magic power. The intensity of magic power essentially equated to what is known as priority or position. All sorts of special abilities or mechanisms are based on this foundation. Without the support of magic power, no matter how formidable the special ability, it could not be effective, at least significantly weakened. However, how could a rank 1 dangerous species with magic power barely differing from none completely transfer her strike? This was utterly unreasonable. But at this moment, there was no time for them to ponder. At the neck of the formidable high armor, the massive, eerie blue torch burned fiercely, as if fully awakened, spreading its roar. Roar. That was a terrifying roar, absolutely unreplicable, by vocal cords directly originating from the chest cavity of that massive armor. The next moment, the earth trembled. The formidable tall, massive general displayed an astonishing and terrifying strength and speed. It took a step forward. First walking, then running, and then charging. It began to charge with the sword. The enormous silver-black figure cast a haunting blue shadow in the dim light, each step leaving a deep pit in the hard wasteland as soil and shattered stones erupted behind it. The silent torrent behind immediately surged forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 3 lower-ranked dangerous beings clad in silver-heavy armor followed closely, while hundreds of stone soldiers moved in perfect unison, their heavy stone feet stomping repeatedly, causing the rubble on the ground to jump wildly. The sound of armor scraping and the thud of footsteps resonated endlessly. A swirling cloud of dust and black mist was kicked up by the charging soldiers, obscuring the already dim sky, as it rushed towards 5 young girls 100 meters away. Though there were only a few hundred, they exuded a sense of oppression far greater than that of 1,000 troops. Su Fong took a deep breath, her face pale as paper, her hands gripping her twin guns trembled uncontrollably. How terrifying. In terms of momentum, it was no less formidable than the colossal beasts that invaded that day. Yet in the next moment, a pink figure stood before her. Faced with this formidable army, Tang Qier squinted slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. What does it matter if they can die in my place? She grasped her keyboard staff. Just get rid of all this trash, right? Feel the fury of an absolutely adorable idol. Su Fong. The girl immediately snapped back to her senses, raising her twin guns. Yes. In the next moment, Tang Qier's fingers turned into a blur. The sound of rapid keystrokes filled the air, and a dazzling pink light illuminated the keyboard. Her voice echoed with magical resonance, spreading against the charging army. Max bitrate. Maximum streaming signal. Magical girl Tang Tang was best at large-scale AoE. With a thud, as she heavily pressed the enter key, a massive heart-shaped magical projectile, glowing with neon light, poured forth like a torrential downpour, nearly illuminating the entire battlefield. Along with it appeared a similarly formidable barrage of blue energy orbs. Su Fong tightened her grip on the trigger, crossing her twin guns, as they spewed forth a torrent of brilliance. The two-colored brilliance intertwined into a dense barrage resembling a sky full of shooting stars aimed at the army. Yet in almost an instant, the running stone soldiers had already drawn their unstrung bows. The upper bodies of the hundreds of stone statues remained steady, as if carved from a single mold, uniformly performing the motion of drawing bows. The black mist coalesced into strings with this action, transforming into arrows. Meanwhile, the giant headless general once again gripped his enormous sword. Then, as if issuing a command, he swung it. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, a torrential downpour of black arrows accompanied by a terrifying crescent-shaped black sword energy appeared before the military formation, instantly tearing a huge gap in the barrage. Boom. The explosive turbulence immediately spread across the battlefield, the black mist rippling with a third of the remaining barrage, falling among the army, most being countered by the rain of arrows, ultimately shattering only a few ordinary statues. The tremendous sword energy, undiminished, swept over 100 meters directly towards the crowd. But the phantom-like silver crescent also shone brightly in response. Holding swords in both hands, AI Irwin similarly unleashed 2 massive sword energies. Clang, clang. The first sword's energy barely countered each other. The second sword scattered the dozens of black mist arrows that followed the sword energy. Yet the army's charge showed no signs of slowing down. Tang Tang furrowed her brow, waving her hand to dispel the magical ripples that came through. Tisk, this power indeed has the characteristic of army reinforcement, where the more there are, the stronger they become. The more soldiers there are, the stronger the commander, and the stronger the commander, the easier it is to protect the soldiers, undoubtedly a very troublesome trait. Moreover, this general's strange mechanism of transferring damage made it impossible to easily decapitate. It was like stepping on one's own foot. Su Fong Tang Tang prepared to suppress fire while flying. AI Irwin stepped forward, her phantom sword emitting a clear sword sound as her silver eyes fixed on the enormous silver-black armor and the 3 centurions following closely behind. Zihan, get ready to come with me. The purple-haired girl immediately gripped her massive scythe, tightly frowning. Undoubtedly, the key to this battle was that someone had to be able to momentarily entangle the opponent's strongest charge, allowing the rest to begin clearing out the archers. Yet in the face of that giant sword, even a mere graze could severely injure the fragile magical girl. AI Irwin took a deep breath, Meng Meng Xiang. However, she had not finished her words when everyone almost momentarily froze. For suddenly, accompanied by a drumbeat, a rhythmic and dynamic symphony filled the air, soaring and grand, carrying an indescribable uplifting spirit. And the source of that music was Senior Ming Ming Xiang. Su Fang couldn't help but exclaim. She instinctively reached out to grab that fleeting red figure, but only grasped the wind. Before them was a crimson blazing figure shooting towards the army like a meteor. Hey, what are you doing? Tang Tang almost lost her composure in an instant, even more so than Su Fang come back. Do you want to die? The army surged like a raging tide, and the slender figure charging towards the formation seemed like a reckless piece of floating grass. However, Lin Guang continued to sprint at high speed, her expression unwavering. The scarlet flames burned fiercely in Lin Guang's eyes, and the exhilarating melody resonated from the tip of her staff as the magic flames coalesced with her breath. This was the sign that the magic power within her was on the verge of boiling. In that moment, the world in Lin Guang's eyes began to undergo dramatic changes. In her vision, this moment was elongated as if the entire world had pressed the slow-motion button, revealing the hundreds of stone soldier statues attempting to draw their bows again while running. The 3 centurions in heavy armor behind, and the general in the lead lifting his giant sword once more the trajectory of his billowing cape. At this very moment, everything seemed to slow down. Allow yourself to be the core engine linking and perfectly mastering all humanoid constructs. You can rationally discard all fear and hesitation during Operation Exponentially, unleashing various abilities. It seemed complex, yet its effect could be summarized in a single sentence. Lin Guang was always in a state known as flow. This meant that as long as her body could keep up and her vision was clear, she would never make a mistake and would always perform beyond her limits. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. As if time were stretched, the two continued to draw closer. Lin Guang could see the black mist condensing on the blade as the giant sword was gripped and swung by the massive gauntlet, the black mist swirling to form a colossal sword aura that shattered the air, sweeping toward Lin Guang's body. The shrieking shockwave from the sword aura transformed into a deep, monstrous sound. The speed at the end of the 3-meter-long giant sword was such that even the body of this magical girl could not possibly keep up. But there was no need to keep up. It was enough to be prepared in advance. In the next moment, just as the giant sword was about to strike, Lin Guang's body suddenly leaned back, sliding forward with the force of inertia. In an instant, the serrated edge of the sword swept past her nose just 3 centimeters away, forcefully blocked by the spiritual field of her gear, even severing a few strands of her flowing red hair. Boom! The sword aura of the giant sword roared past her ears, yet Lin Guang's movements showed no signs of stopping as she slipped through the monster general's legs, her microphone staff rising up to strike forcefully at the joint of the armored leg. This strike should have had no effect against the defenses of a high-level dangerous creature. However, for some reason, as Lin Guang struck, the nearest stone soldier seemed to be crushed by an invisible hand, crumbling into rubble without warning. Then, wait, could it be? Is this damage transfer forced? Su Fang suddenly realized something. No matter the strength, it will transfer. Her blue eyes sparkled brighter. So originally powerful attacks that could have severely injured it are completely transferred, but even weak attacks that wouldn't harm it could still take effect, killing its minions. As she spoke, another 3 stone soldiers shattered. The girl, enveloped in flames, rapidly struck her fists against its body, creating afterimages, while the general's giant armor and those 3 massive armored bodies seemed to become a burden, lacking the agility of the slender red figure. It was clear. As the cost of maintaining such powerful abilities, the general's giant armor found it difficult to leave its army, so it could not abandon its troops to directly ambush the remaining magical girls, having to deal with the intruding enemies first. Yet Lin Guang moved like a red swift through the storm, dancing as a peerless performer on a tightrope with the music. Though her attack power was negligible, the enemies simply could not touch her. The giant general was stuck fast. How wild, how elegant. I said, how could such a powerful special ability without cost possibly appear on a mere high-level dangerous creature? No matter what, it should at least be a nightmare creature. Zihan's smile grew proud again as she raised her scythe, beginning to gather power into mist. Very well, my dear friend, I shall come to aid you immediately. Alwyn also raised her phantasmal sword, her silver eyes shining with brilliance. 1 second later, the silver and purple shadows transformed into meteors charging into the battlefield. Tisk, this reckless fool. Does she really think she won't make a mistake? Tang here suddenly snapped back to reality, watching the halted army, biting her lip, her toes lightly tapping as her fingers flew over the keyboard. Undoubtedly, this was indeed the best way to handle it. But if it goes wrong, the cost would be death. How dare she? She had been such a timid person before. She took a deep breath. Su Fang. Okay. Tang Kier wrapped her arms around Su Fang's slender waist, the pink magical power swirling around them, and in an instant they shot up to over 20 meters, beginning to store energy for a barrage. Su Fang's dual guns once again shone as they began to charge. In the next moment, the intertwining blue and colorful light took shape, angling around the position of that red figure aimed at the rear army. Boom, 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 boom. The silver and purple lights danced within the army formation. The silver phantoms and purple slashes spread in an instant within the formations like a storm of sword energy, causing the minion stone soldiers to fall like wheat. The 4 giant armors surrounding Lin Guang immediately reacted, sending 3 to intercept them. Only Lin Guang remained entangled with the massive general. At that moment, the repeated provocations and the numerous crises faced by it seemed to further stimulate this giant armor. Roar. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of its soul erupted, and the bluish flames at its neck surged once more. The giant sword already slashing down suddenly accelerated now faster by 30% swiftly approaching Lin Guang, who seemed unable to react. The sword aura coalesced into a massive black crescent stirring up a storm of black mist on the battlefield almost instantaneously aiming to engulf her slender figure. Su Fong holding her dual guns in the air, unleashing energy bullets felt her heart leap to her throat, "Senior." Yet at the moment the giant sword was about to strike, the crimson gaze remained devoid of panic. When, boom. At the center of the storm, the red magical power violently exploded in a chemical reaction with the black mist while the red figure used the shockwave to retreat, elegantly resembling a scarlet dandelion spinning back closer. The pink-haired magical girl widened her eyes, unable to suppress her sweat. In that fleeting moment, the red microphone staff had already positioned itself in the trajectory of the giant sword, forcefully dissipating that enormous power at the moment of collision. The stark contrast in size between the two sides created an intensely strong visual disparity. The rhythm of their attacks and defenses accelerated once again. The former tall giant armor swung its massive sword like a door, the general's giant sword sweeping and cleaving with a destructive momentum, every strike wrapped in the terrifying power capable of splitting mountains, yet still unable to touch that red figure. Seeing this scene, Zihan, who was entangled with the three lower-level dangerous creatures in silver armor, brightened her gaze. "As expected of you. Then I too must go all out." She gripped her scythe tightly, the purple-black magical tide rising once more. Then she swung it out. She enunciated each word: cut, split. A massive purple cutting light spread from the scythe, slashing towards the three silver-armored figures. Amidst the painful sound of cutting, one enormous silver armor was instantly bisected diagonally, while the remaining two bore deep scars. Meanwhile, AI Irwin transformed into a silver storm, unleashing countless phantom-like sword energies. The barges in the sky fell like rain. The efficiency of clearing the minions instantly elevated to a new level. Roar! The demon general was furious, suddenly lifting its right foot to stomp the ground, sending a circle of black shockwaves spreading out for dozens of meters. Lin Guang, however, leaped high and advanced her long, beautiful legs, delivering a heavy kick to its shoulder, using the momentum to flip and evade its massive fist and storm. Bang! In the distance, a soldier statue raising a shield towards Zihuan suddenly had its helmet explode, its body wobbling before collapsing. As time passed, the number of stone soldiers on the battlefield sharply decreased. In the sky, Su Fong, tightly grasping dual guns, suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. So familiar. 11 days ago, facing a similarly dangerous nightmare in the center of Winming Town, Senior Ming Xiang had done the same. But that time at least Senior AI Irwin was also using rapid and phantom swords to create disturbances, allowing Senior Ming Xiang to get close and entangle. Yet now, without anyone to share the burden, she boldly faced the terrifying demons' earth-shattering assaults all on her own. That crimson figure, despite having the least total magic power among them, bore the heaviest pressure and responsibility as the opponent's massive sword pressed down, carving deep furrows into the ground. The red magical girl weaved between these deadly cracks, each dodge more perilous than the last. There were even several times when Zihuan and AI Irwin wanted to intervene, yet she showed no sign of retreat, gracefully dancing to the rhythm of the resounding battlefield music. The flames ignited by her every movement resembled the flowing tassels extending from her magnificent magical outfit, exuding breathtaking beauty. Senior, truly. Su Fong exerted all her strength to pull the trigger, the power and precision of the azure energy bullets nearly rivaling the barges launched by Tankir. Her eyes revealed an uncontrollable intense yearning. So beautiful. Can a magical girl really be this beautiful? The dance in the center of the battlefield continued, yet the battle was nearing its end. Blast it, miss. Taking a deep breath, Tankir, flying alongside Su Fong, raised her hand and forcefully pressed the enter key. Magic rapidly coalesced, and a massive pink star fell from the sky, like a mountain pressing down, overwhelming the two lower-tier dangerous beings that were still struggling under Zihuan. At the same time, the last stone soldier shattered into debris under Su Feng's bullets. In that instant, the number of stone soldier statues plummeted, with all three silver heavy armors being slain. An invisible connection in the air snapped. The demon general let out an unprecedentedly shrill howl from its chest. With its abilities broken, it seemed to be backlashed as cracks appeared in its armor for the first time, with azure flames leaking out from the fissures. Now was the moment. Lin Guang jumped, twisting her waist in midair, with all her magic converging on the staff in her hand. The music emanating from the staff instantly reached its most intense chapter. She declared her final statement. "It's time for you to take a bow." Surrounded by flames, the crimson microphone staff, like a falling meteor, plunged the 5-point star tip into the ghostly blue flames at the general's neck. The previously solid protective barrier became incredibly fragile, and merely holding it off for a moment allowed her to pierce through. Lin Guang stood on its shoulder, her sweet, yet cold voice resonating across the battlefield like a chant. "Ignite, open." Boom. The blue flames seeping from the cracks instantly turned red. Its struggling movements halted in that moment. With a tremendous roar, the massive armor collapsed, transforming into countless black fragments. As the music from the microphone ceased, only a pool of thick black ashes remained on the ground. Confirming the enemy had completely dissipated, the red microphone staff in Lin Guang's hand finally slipped to the ground. She lowered her head, seeing her slender hands trembling slightly, the skin around her palms having already cracked with blood dripping from her fingertips. Alongside this came intense muscle soreness. Lin Guang showed no signs of surprise in her eyes, her expression calm. This was the necessary price for blocking that creature. Though equipped with the 6, the precision operation engine, she could maneuver with the most perfect angle and magic power to achieve a flawless release of force. However, it is well known that to move 1,000 pounds, one must have the foundation of 1,000 pounds. The opponent's attacks inherently carried magic power capable of piercing through her magical outfit's defenses, and considering that it was an upper-tier dangerous species empowered by additional strength, each block was a maximum burden on her current magical power and physical condition. Falling behind in magic power ultimately led to significant disadvantages. Ming Xiang Sr. In the next moment, a blue figure rushed over with an excited voice. Su Fong dashed in front of Lin Guang, carefully cradling the girl's bloodied hands, her azure eyes instantly filling with tears of concern as she gazed at the split in the palm. Senior, you've lost so much blood. It's fine. Last week during her menstrual period, she bled even more than this. Being a girl is truly bothersome. Lin Guang suppressed the urge to voice this thought, suddenly noticing Su Fang's eyes shining. She quickly reached into her bosom and pulled out a small golden leaf emanating a soft glow, then cradled it with both hands, softly praying. Please grant me something to stop the bleeding. In the next moment, as if responding to Su Fang's call, gentle golden ripples appeared on the small leaf. The ripples quickly coalesced in the air, and in the blink of an eye, a roll of pure white bandages emitting a faint medicinal fragrance appeared in her palm. Su Fang grabbed the bandages, unwrapped them, and gently yet swiftly helped Lin Guang wrap her wound. The bandages seemed to carry some magical healing power. As soon as they touched the skin, the burning pain from the residual magic power diminished considerably. Does it hurt? It must hurt a lot. Su Fang spoke with concern as she bandaged. In a flash of pink light, Tang Qier in the sky descended beside them in a flustered manner. Idiot. Are you a super big idiot? Just as foolish and stubborn as before. She quickly scanned Lin Guang's entire body, her tense expression finally easing upon confirming that only her palm was injured. What followed was the same unrelenting reprimand she had displayed when Lin Guang first saw her. Tang Qier placed her hands on her slim waist, staring into Lin Guang's eyes. Even if you are truly confident, shouldn't we first discuss our tactical cooperation and probe the situation? Charging in without saying a word, what if your judgment is wrong? What if it has additional abilities? Do you want us to just watch you turn into minced meat? Though her words were fierce, her somewhat chaotic breathing and slightly reddened eyes betrayed her emotional state. But soon there was a bizarre and disturbing laugh. Kukuku. Still in her transformed state, Zihan emerged from the shadows, adjusting her. I masked her gaze at Lin Guang, filled with utmost satisfaction, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Good, very good, exceptionally good. Truly deserving of you to enjoy this deadly waltz so much. Your dance is simply marvelous. I must commend you greatly. If it weren't for your dance, this battle wouldn't have ended so easily. Tang Qier directly grabbed a keyboard and smacked it against her head, nearly causing her protective barrier to manifest furious. You idiot, why are you pouring oil on the fire? You almost died just now, right? I see you two are cut from the same cloth. Of course, that's how companions are. But, Zihan rubbed her head, suddenly serious. The suggestion you made saved my life. As fellow slayers of the Demon King, I hope you can listen to our advice. Lin Guang fell into thought silently, allowing Su Fang to bandage her wounds. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke. Since I can keep up with its speed and respond to its attacks, and I do not have any particular strengths in long-range combat, then it should be my responsibility to entangle it. She glanced at AI Irwin and turned her head. Moreover, aside from me, none of you should be able to hold it down so easily. Her tone carried a sense of inevitability, her crimson eyes devoid of emotion, as if it hadn't been her dancing with death just moments ago. Facing everyone's gaze, Lin Guang said calmly, since you will face the same dangers by going up, and someone must do this, why can't it be me? Because I can do it, I will. Not doing so would be unreasonable, wouldn't it? Everyone fell silent. Tang Qier pursed her lips. You were like this before your memory loss, and you are still like this after. What's the difference between this and self-destructive behavior, actively seeking death? It has nothing to do with self-destruction. Lin Guang looked at her, his expression cold. I want to become a true magical girl. This statement caused everyone's expressions to turn peculiar. What are you talking about? Lin Guang felt somewhat bewildered under their gazes, unable to help but blink in confusion. Isn't it standard for magical girls to step up in times of crisis? In the work she had seen before, it was always portrayed this way, and Su Fang had said the same. Could it be that she had misunderstood? Only AI Irwin, transformed, showed a slight flicker in her silver eyes, her lashes quivering. Tang Qier paused for 3 seconds, ultimately seeming to be both angered and amused, letting out a deep sigh. Alas. What nonsense are you spouting? She stepped forward, took the bandages, and along with Su Fang gently wrapped her other hand, her movements surprisingly tender. Has amnesia messed up your brain? You're already a magical girl. Hurry, turn your hand over. AI Irwin looked at Lin Guang for a moment, then turned and walked straight towards the pile of dark ashes left by the giant armor. She bent down, disregarding the filth, and rummaged through the pile of ash-like debris, then stood up holding an irregular shard, as black as ink, devoid of luster. She walked in front of Su Fang, handing over the seemingly ordinary black shard, This is our trophy. The eyes of the several girls instantly focused on the shard, their breaths becoming somewhat hurried. Though it appeared just like a piece of roadside coal, now AI Irwin's attitude led everyone to guess what it truly was. Su Fong extended her right hand, laying it flat in the center of her palm, then grasped it. Without needing AI Irwin's reminder, her Buddhist memories and the teachings from her special training prompted her to instinctively react, closing her eyes, channeling the magical energy that had just calmed within her, and slowly infusing it into the shard. Buzz, a miracle blossomed at that moment. A dazzling brilliance indescribable in its splendor erupted from the gaps in Su Fang's fingers. The next moment she opened her hand again, revealing a crystal the size of a fingernail, exuding a luster like glazed glass. It appeared crystal clear, shimmering, with a rainbow-like halo radiating a sacred warmth that starkly contrasted with the desolate grayness of the outside world. It was as if she had returned to Fengming Town. This is the Shard of Hope. Su Fong gazed at her palm, momentarily dazed. The blue gem at her chest also flickered, as if it were resonating with the shard, the meaning of prophecy girl reflecting in her mind more clearly than ever. The previous timidity and unease finally seemed to melt away like something being dissolved, transforming into an indescribable sense of mission. It truly exists. Tang Qier looked at the crystal with extreme complexity. 18 years. It had been 18 years since anyone had brought this back from the outside world. In terms of significance, this was more than just a shard. It proved the authenticity of the prophecy girl. That was the clarion call for humanity's counterattack. The only evidence that this despairing world still had hope. We did it. It was unclear who shouted first. In the next moment, Su Fong could no longer control her emotions, hugging Lin Guang, tightly, laughing and crying. Zihan let out her bizarre laugh, pulling the two into an embrace, also dragging Tang Qier beside them into the warmth. AI Irwin Sr. Su Fong raised her head from within the embrace, her eyes still glistening with tears as she looked towards the silver-haired girl, standing a few steps away, extending her hand, without hesitation. Come over here. Moi. AI Irwin was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting to be invited. Before she could react, Su Fong and Zihan had already reached out and forcibly pulled her into their warm circle. The silver-haired girl's body seemed to stiffen for a moment, but quickly relaxed. She gently sighed and extended her arms, softly embracing the girls. Half an hour later, the transformed girls sat around a campfire. At this moment, a small campsite had materialized from nothing on the plain. All essential supplies had been conjured from that leaf. Spacious military tents, warm sleeping bags, a complete set of pots and pans, barrels of pure water, and even fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats, along with a large pile of dry firewood. That leaf was like a treasure bag. Tang Qier and AI Irwin, both seasoned investigators, had each wished upon it for quite some time, conjuring a whole bunch of items before its light dimmed slightly. A golden barrier rose, enveloping a small area and dispelling the dark mist, while shielding against the perception of the abyss and demonic creatures. The warmth of the campfire was preserved, bringing the girls an indescribable sense of security. After tidying everything up, the five of them finally sat around the campfire and relaxed completely. The girls' pretty faces inevitably bore signs of fatigue. Although the battle just now was brief, the depletion of magical energy was significant. However, aside from AI Irwin, everyone directed their curious gazes towards Su Fong. She naturally understood the implication. Su Fong extended her hand, carefully taking out the resplendent crystal from her bosom, cradling it as if it were the most fragile treasure. By the flickering light of the campfire, Lin Guang and the others examined the miracle in Su Fang's palm. Observing it up close, the Shard of Hope appeared even more enchanting. Inside it, countless seemingly active points of light danced, and with the slight movement of Su Fang's hand, a magnificent halo of colors flowed out. Though they did not directly touch it, just being in proximity allowed them to feel a warmth enveloping them. It's truly beautiful. They say it's the smallest among the 5 shards, but according to records, this size has surpassed most of the fragments collected by predecessors. Tang Qier's golden eyes reflected the rainbow-like light. If this color and texture could be reproduced for my captain's merchandise, my captain number would surely set an unprecedented record. If it's made like this, the cost would be much more than $100 to get you on the ship. The governor would definitely not break even. Zihan, staring at the shard, timidly spoke. Tang Qier, flustered with anger, replied, "Shut up. Can't the association cover it? That Phoenix guy should stop loafing around and do something. Let it help with the manual work. I'm already annoyed every time I hear it call itself this lady. Having a conflicting attribute can be deadly for an idol." Oh, Lin Guang and Su Fong quietly stared at the Shard of Hope. From a perceptual standpoint, the shard before them seemed to possess an undeniable presence. Yet upon closer inspection, it felt as if it was something illusory. This was a wonderfully paradoxical feeling. AI Irwin seemed to have noticed their confusion and softly explained, "After all, this is the core power of the sacred tree, a divine miracle of a higher dimension. We cannot utilize it on our own." She looked at Su Fong. "So, let's proceed as we did in the past." As we did in the past. In other words, like the former magical girls. Without further ado, Su Fong nodded, immediately her expression becoming solemn. Still cradling the resplendent crystal in one hand, she reached into her bosom with the other and retrieved the golden leaf, slowly bringing the two closer. The moment the Shard of Hope touched the veins of the golden leaf, a miraculous scene unfolded. A stream of colorful light overflowed from the once hard crystal, slowly seeping along the veins of the leaf. The golden leaf, which originally emitted a faint warm light, suddenly burst forth with a grand, yet gentle golden radiance. In the next moment, the shard, after contacting the leaf, seemed to have received some guidance, gaining sentience and vitality, and after spinning a few times shot upwards, breaking through the small barrier and transforming into a swift stream of light. It was likely returning to its original form. Meanwhile, the blessing of light from the leaf had already spread within the barrier, transforming into countless golden raindrops, gently falling on each person. Lin Guang bathed in this golden rain, instinctively closing her eyes. The feeling was very similar to when she began her transformation, with magical energy surging in from all directions, yet it held a deeper thrill. A continuous flow of heat surged from within her body, and the feeling of fullness was intoxicating. She felt that the amount of magical energy within her, which had not been abundant, began to rise at an incredible speed. The flowing heat was far more abundant than before, coursing through her flesh and soul, like a river thawing from ice, with every cell breathing as if spring buds were bursting forth. The bandages on her hands fell away on their own, and the wounds at the base of her thumbs had started to heal. However, due to the residual magical energy, the searing sensation in the wounds was instantly banished, leaving the new skin as pristine as the surrounding area, delicate to the extreme. The process of clearly feeling her own strength increase was truly the most wonderful experience in the world, making her somewhat unable to resist getting lost in it. Uncertain how much time had passed, the golden rain gradually thinned and finally dissipated. Lin Guang slowly opened her eyes, taking a deep breath of the fresh and pure air within the barrier, feeling completely refreshed. Aside from some lingering fatigue deep within her body and spirit from the intense battle, her condition could be said to have returned to its peak, perhaps even surpassing her previous state. With a thought, a light blue system panel appeared on her retina. Game character Meng Meng Xiang. Game character abilities: Magical Girl Transformation, C. Magical Energy, ED, Magical Energy Aptitude, DD. Overall Evaluation, DD. Lin Guang's eyes widened, and she clenched her fist, feeling the surging power within her. Even her usually indifferent face couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Both her magical energy and magical energy aptitude had advanced, with her magical energy jumping directly to D. It should be noted that when this body had an overall evaluation of D, its magical energy was only at E, meaning she had jumped 2 small levels in a single breath. The most direct manifestation is, Lin Guang had been in the trial for over 10 days. Her operations had become increasingly proficient, yet even with such arduous training, she felt that her magical energy had only increased by about 1% of its original base. And now the magical energy that was originally scarce, which barely allowed her to use a skill once, had more than doubled. Using a somewhat inappropriate metaphor, Lin Guang's current level rating probably wasn't an ordinary D, but rather a European and American D, which is larger, stronger, and more potent than the Japanese version. It could be called a half-step D. Just a single shard of Hope's blessing directly helped her improve by so much. This was undoubtedly a tremendous stroke of good fortune. Given the circumstances, Lin Guang indeed felt that defeating powerful enemies with extreme operations would be more fulfilling, but that didn't mean she disliked crushing values. The key was that she had no choice. Her values were too low, forcing her to compensate with skill, leaving her with no choice but to walk a solitary path. The magical girl, named Meng Meng Xiang, likely had no talent, but if there were enough hope shards to support her, perhaps the importance of talent would be greatly diminished. And at that moment, Lin Guang suddenly heard Tang Qier's excited voice beside her. My magical energy has actually increased by 1/3, and there's not a hint of awkwardness at all. I feel the same way, Zihan said timidly. AI Erwin gently clenched her fist, a silver light sparkling in her eyes. 1/3. Lin Guang was taken aback, looking at Su Fang. The girl with emerald green eyes also opened her eyes, gazing at Lin Guang, revealing a slightly shy smile. I have also gained 1/4. However, in Lin Guang's perception, the increase in their magical power was roughly the same as his. For them, there was no qualitative change. Lin Guang. As expected, the disparity in talent still existed. For him, it was a qualitative improvement, yet in their eyes, it was merely an embellishment. Fortunately, this fragment adds a fixed value rather than a percentage. If this continues, the gap will only become smaller. Tang Qier took out a makeup mirror and looked at her face. By the way, it seems like my skin has improved. Oh, really? Su Fang touched her own face and hands, suddenly leaning very close to Lin Guang, inch by inch, tracing her already stunningly beautiful face, then reaching out to caress her delicate thigh. After a long touch, she shyly stuck out her tongue. Hee, you can't tell or feel it, can you? Lin Guang. Because senior skin is inherently incredibly smooth, fair, and tender. After everyone had a little fun, AI Erwin clapped her hands, bringing those immersed in the joy of becoming stronger back to reality. Next, we need to discuss our itinerary. The expressions of everyone finally became serious again. Lin Guang looked at AI Erwin. Should we return? AI Erwin did not answer immediately. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned to Su Fang. Among the remaining 4 fragments, how far is the largest one, the one closest to us, or rather to the sacred tree barrier? Su Fang was taken aback, though she did not understand why. She obediently nodded, closed her eyes, and placed her hands crossed over her chest. Buzz! The azure warm glow lit up on the soul gem at her chest. Moments later, Su Fang opened her eyes, her gaze becoming clear and resolute. She raised her hand and pointed straight ahead. In that direction, the feeling is very clear. In terms of distance, it is about twice as far from the barrier to our current position. Twice, huh? Lin Guang nodded as well. In other words, if we hurry, it would take just over a day. AI Irwin nodded thoughtfully. A few seconds later, she raised her head and made a decision that surprised everyone. I think we do not need to go back for now. The magical power granted to us by the sacred tree does not require extra effort to master. We have already become adept at it. AI Irwin's voice was calm, yet firm. After a brief rest here, we will set off directly to recover the second fragment. Everyone paused, but instead of being surprised, they showed thoughtful expressions. Expeditions are not child's play. During the 10 days of training, AI Irwin had already explained various matters to them. Even if the existence of the prophetic girl can be temporarily shielded, it does not mean that once the fragments of hope are collected, the sacred tree's own anomalies will not be sensed by the abyss. The abyss has no specific will or clear entity. It can be understood as a natural phenomenon, a disaster, or a gigantic slow-moving creature that acts solely on instinct. This is evident from the fact that it does not actively collect fragments of hope, but rather allows magical creatures of varying strengths to occupy them. The abyss is a whole, but is also very dispersed. What exactly will happen when such a vast abyss becomes agitated is not without precedent in history. Almost every retrieval of a fragment of hope represents an attack by the abyssal creatures on the domain of the sacred tree and on Fengming Town. It will target the visible enormous anomaly of the sacred tree. And the closer it gets to complete restoration, the more intense this targeting is likely to become. AI Irwin had already made this assumption before setting out. I believe this is a good opportunity. If the abyss focuses its attention on the sacred tree, we might be further overlooked, making our journey easier. The silver-haired girl spoke softly. Although it might be a bit sad, we must admit that with our current strength, even if the 5 of us return, we wouldn't be able to help much against the nightmare species attack. However, if we can further find the fragments of hope and enhance the powers of the sacred tree in ourselves, we could provide better support to the sacred tree and our seniors. Even if we can't collect all the fragments, it won't be too late to return later. Moreover, from another perspective, the quicker we resolve all this, the smaller the risks faced within the sacred tree's domain will naturally become. AI Irwin's black eyes scanned the circle. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. It won't be enforced. So in the end, it's still up to you to decide. Everyone fell into contemplation. We will now begin voting. Those willing to continue the expedition, please raise your hands. 3, 2, 1. Without any hesitation, 3 hands shot up simultaneously, and 4 pairs of eyes looked at AI Irwin together. Tankir's golden eyes showed no fear. Even if the next guard is a nightmare species, I'm not afraid. We are super strong now. Zihan remained silent, her purple left eye silent, yet resolute. I also. Su Fang's emerald green eyes flashed with a hint of realization. I miss my mom, but protecting her is more important than just going back to see her. However, in the next moment, the 3 suddenly realized that apart from AI Irwin, who had already made her decision, only one person had not raised her hand. That cherry-haired figure sat quietly, her gaze as calm as ever. I abstain. 3 Su Fang spoke uneasily. Ming Xiang Sr. Tang Qiu revealed a somewhat complicated expression. You don't want to go. Afraid. That's fine. Looking at their differing gazes, Lin Guang shook her head no. The flickering light reflected in the cherry-red pupils of the girl. She softly said, going back or not means nothing to me. Wherever you go, I will go. The cherry-haired girl sat there calmly, stating the reality, yet her slender figure exuded an indescribable sense of loneliness in their eyes. Apart from the few people in front of her, she had almost no memories or bonds in Fengming Town. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. The girls did not know how to comfort her. But perhaps, from the interactions over this period, she did not need, nor did she care for comfort at all. She charged fearlessly to the most dangerous position today. Perhaps the reason was simpler than anyone thought. She had not yet had the chance to form too many ties with this world, and thus felt no attachment to it. AI Irwin looked at Lin Guang, also gazing for a long time. Her black eyes slightly lowered as she softly spoke. Then at least for now, let's rest well. One thing at a time, being well-fed and taking a good sleep is the most important thing. The main dish was fish soup and grilled fish. AI Irwin handled these tasks with the finesse of a professional chef. She deftly knocked out the live fish produced by the power of the sacred tree, scraped off the scales with a small knife, gutted it, removing the internal organs and black membrane, and then washed away the blood with clean water. Next, she skillfully made incisions on the fish, thoroughly coated it with sea salt and spices, skewered it with sharpened twigs, and set it beside the fire to slowly roast. Meanwhile, the remaining fish head and bones were thrown into a pot along with seasonings and clean water to simmer. Before long, the pot began to bubble with a gudoo sound as the milky white fish soup churned and a rich aroma wafted across the cold wilderness. I'm digging in. After more than 10 hours of tense exploration beyond the realm, enjoying a steaming bowl of delicious fish soup was simply delightful. The grilled fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the skin crunchy and the flesh sweet. Paired with simple seasonings, it tasted better than any dish from a high-end restaurant. After finishing the main course, it was finally time for the much-anticipated dessert. Tang Qiu proudly pulled out several small boxes from the pile of resources made from leaves. This is... Su Fang paused slightly as she received the icy box from Tang Qiu, her face revealing a look of surprise, her voice rising several pitches. The limited edition matcha parfait of the lost children. It really is the limited edition. Even the complimentary guitar pick is included. Zihan's eyes lit up, and she obediently took the box of chocolate muffin, her eyes narrowing in delight as she took a bite, showing a cat-like expression of happiness. Tang Kier distributed several boxes to everyone, including AI Irwin, before sitting back down in her folding chair. The power of the sacred tree is truly useful. This is what it feels like to be alive. She opened the box and eagerly scooped a large spoonful of strawberry cake into her mouth, her eyes squinting with happiness, her whole body melting into the chair. I was thinking about this bite while fighting earlier. It feels like all the hardships before were worth it. Looking at Su Fang's astonished expression, Tang Kier proudly puffed out her rather ample chest. If I can create these things, there's no reason I couldn't make desserts. AI Irwin replied calmly. Processed foods undoubtedly consume more than raw materials. They aren't essential like tents. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't recommend it. Tang Kier retorted. How does conjuring a live fish consume less than making a parfait make any logical sense? The silver-haired girl quickly changed her tone. But just now, having been replenished by fragments of hope, this leaf of the sacred tree can indeed ignore that extra consumption. Lin Guang opened the packaging without hesitation and began to eat. What's wrong with processed food? It quickly replenishes stamina, and gaining weight isn't something she was concerned about. Long live the seniors. Su Fang cheered. Soon after a hearty meal, the girls around the campfire fell silent once more. The fatigue from the intense consumption of battle and magic began to surface. The blessing from the sacred tree earlier had enhanced their limits, granting them power they could wield without familiarization, yet it did not dispel the sense of fatigue. The black mist outside thickened, almost condensing into tangible drops of black water. The howling wind never ceased, as if countless vengeful souls were crying out beyond the barrier, battering against the thin golden membrane. The membrane did not isolate everything. Those faint undercurrents made the current tranquility feel even more precious. After a simple wash-up, everyone had already laid down in their tents. Darkness enveloped the small tent. Crackle. The sound of sparks exploding in the campfire gently drifted in from outside. Mingming Xiang-senpai, are you okay? A cautious voice suddenly came from beside her. Lin Guang, already in her sleeping bag, turned slightly to look at the girl's clear green eyes. Su Fang was now lying like a caterpillar in a light yellow sleeping bag pressed closely against Lin Guang. Their breaths were clearly audible. Even here, she still wanted to sleep together. However, in the wild, inexperienced individuals could indeed find it hard to sleep, which might affect their state for the next battle, so Lin Guang reluctantly agreed. Lin Guang nodded, her voice calm, yet sweet. I'm fine, I've become much stronger. That's not what I meant. Su Fang revealed a somewhat conflicted expression. She had already noticed earlier. The amnesiac senior before her, though fearlessly sharp in battle, had become quite dull in other respects. If she spoke too indirectly, the senior wouldn't understand anything. It was better to be straightforward. Su Fang pondered for a moment and softly spoke. Earlier we saw in the footage that the reason the senior became an investigator beyond the realm was the belief that there were fragments of hope near the barrier. Actually, I've been wanting to ask this for the past 10 days. In this private space, she finally found the courage to ask. After hearing the result, didn't you feel sad at all? Su Fang looked at Lin Guang, her green eyes revealing an unmistakable sympathy and sadness. Lin Guang stared at her with a blank expression, remaining silent for a while. This time she understood Su Fang's meaning. Mingming Xiang continued to charge towards the realm despite being battered and bruised, wanting to fill in the gaps for other magical girls to seek those fragments of hope that might be overlooked because they were hidden within weak magical creatures. That was the vision of a magical girl saving the world and the last stubbornness of an ordinary girl. However, according to Su Fang's perception, the remaining fragments were all located quite far from the barrier. Based on the size of the fragments, the Guardians were formidable magical creatures that were no less powerful than the earlier Legion. With just the past timid Mingming Xiang, no matter how hard she tried, even 100 times or 1,000 times, it would be meaningless. Perhaps all her previous efforts and struggles, those repeated injuries, and burning herself to the point of her soul being shattered, were all in vain. All her hopes and expectations were mere fragile illusions that could be shattered at the touch of the truth. This might be the cruelest thing in the world. The hope and meaning of existence she desperately tried to prove had never existed from the very beginning. Lin Guang slightly lowered her head, her expression blank. From a results-oriented perspective, the original Mingming Xiang's efforts were in vain. Perhaps they were indeed wasted. But I never considered it wasted. Lin Guang raised her head and calmly met her gaze, saying, because today I have already found it. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Whether it takes 100 tries or 1,000, it may seem useless, but perhaps it is precisely because of those attempts that today has come to be. For truly high-level players, talent may indeed be crucial, but having a heart that never gives up is the most important. Without all the efforts from her past deaths, Lin Guang wouldn't have even been able to hold out until Su Fang and AI Irwin arrived. Hence the past Mingming Xiang was the same. Persevering until the end is itself a kind of significance. Perhaps if any link in that chain were missing, things would not have developed this way. Lin Guang concluded with her last sentence, so it doesn't matter how many times I try. After saying this, she closed her eyes and fell silent, drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, in the neighboring tent, AI Irwin, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, finally closed her black eyes. No matter how many times she tries, how heavy a realization it is. Time flows. The eternal night beyond the realm seems unchanged. A small golden barrier appears and disappears above the plain, leaving only the gradually cooling campfire and and the remnants of daily supplies. The brief peace comes to an end. A radiant light flashes as 5 beautiful girls don their spiritual outfits, once more transforming into 5 colors of magical girls, and then they set off again towards the direction guided by Su Fang. After leaving the ancient battlefield site guarded by the demon general, a gray wasteland stretches endlessly within visibility ahead. The earth presents a lifeless ashen hue, with the mounds resembling graves endlessly repeating in their frantic motion. However, this time the journey isn't as easy as before. The black mist remains dense, yet lacks the effective concealment of the previous forest. In such an open terrain, the figures of the magical girls running appear as conspicuous as candles in the night, leaving no room for stealth or hiding, and the density of demons here is even higher than in the previous forest. Even though their main focus remains on traveling, the frequency and intensity of battles forced upon them by lesser dangerous species and numerous minions have significantly increased. The consumption of magical power has likewise increased. However, after receiving the blessing of the holy tree, the girls' magical energy has undergone considerable change. Though the long journey included only a few short breaks, the group managed to endure much longer than before finally nearing their limit. After a full 15 hours, bang! On the gray-white wasteland, a blue energy blast shattered the last of the minions, resembling a hungry wolf. It staggered and fell, black mist and blood oozing from its severed mouth. Huff! Huff! It's just ahead, about half an hour's journey. Su Fang lowered her gun, panting heavily. That aura is very intense. At this moment, everyone could see the gem brooch on her chest shimmering with high-frequency blue light, resembling a signal light. The silver-haired girl glanced at the increasingly dense black mist ahead, where visibility had dropped to an extremely low level, and breathed a sigh of relief. Let's take a break here. This time, let's rest properly. No one raised any objections. Even the previously active and impulsive Zihan quietly put away her scythe. Everyone understood that while the journey had been arduous and exhausting, what lay ahead was the real main event, leaving no room for carelessness. Before long, the golden leaves were activated once again, and a warm hemispherical barrier expanded in this desolate wasteland, isolating the endless disturbances and black mist from the outside. With Elwyn's wish, the campfire and tent rose again, accompanied by many supplies. Huff were alive again. Tang here took a large sip of hot cocoa, stretching her fingers that had stiffened from typing, feeling the flow of magical energy, and revealed an elegant smile. Though this journey has been exhausting, the enhancement brought by that fragment is tangible. The recovery speed of magical power is much faster than before. Another nap will allow us to revive immediately. The silver-haired girl who was cooking with a pile of pots and pans by the campfire nodded and said softly, "According to Su Fang's perception, this fragment is considerably larger than the one we just retrieved. Considering the distance to the holy tree and the size of the fragment, the probability that its holder is a lesser nightmare species is quite high." The group showed serious expressions. A fully powered lesser nightmare species, and in the realm beyond, may have other demons as its subordinates. For ordinary people, that is a natural disaster. For magical girls, it is equally a nightmare. If that is the case, its strength far surpasses that of the previous headless general. Be mentally prepared, do not let your guard down. No worries. Zihan, who had yet to revert from her transformation, was confidently hammering the stakes that supported the tent into the ground with the handle of her scythe, declaring, "My blade thirsts for blood once more." A wicked grin spread across her lips. Her left eye filled with joy. Since we have arrived at the doorstep of one of the 4 heavenly kings, we must conserve our strength and deliver a splendid finale. Lin Guang, who was setting up the tent beside her, cast a silent glance at her. There were still 4 remaining fragments, and she had referred to the demons guarding them as the 4 heavenly kings. To be honest, Lin Guang felt that this comparison was not particularly good in various ways. Either the one they were about to face was actually the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings, or there were 5 in total. In any case, it did not seem auspicious. However, considering that there shouldn't be any similar references in this world, she let it go for now. Su Fang nodded, as well, her azure eyes shimmering with determination. We will win. She seemed somewhat different after this journey. The retrieval of that fragment of hope seemed to have brought not only a boost in power, but also provided this once naive prophetic girl with the confidence she desperately needed. The demons from beyond are not invincible. As long as they work together, perhaps they really can achieve it. 10 hours later, the light curtain gradually dissipated, and everyone's spirit reached its peak. Without the need for any words, 5 figures like 5 colored ribbons once again plunged into the mist ahead. The ground beneath remained gray and white sand, but this time they encountered no significant obstacles. The surrounding idle demons seemed to fear something, not daring to approach this area, as if it were the territory of some existence. After about 20 minutes of travel, a sweet, yet rotten odor suddenly permeated the air, causing considerable discomfort. Elwyn frowned and raised her hand to signal. The group's footsteps immediately slowed. In the next moment, the black mist strangely began to thin. Abruptly, a ruined structure appeared on the desolate plain, materializing just a few dozen meters away from them. Tang Kier murmured, "This is..." Before them lay a vast ruined courtyard surrounded by severely rusted black railings and broken walls tightly entwined by withered vines. The internal structure seemed utterly destroyed. The once magnificent contours were barely discernible, now reduced to crumbling walls and ruins, rendering it unrecognizable. The entire building emanated a chilling silence with only the grand door standing wide open facing the group. A chilling surge of magical energy was emanating unabashedly from that door. It was a strange, twisted malice that seemed to shred one's sanity, yet it bore an inviting quality, as if faint laughter could be heard from the thin black mist, though it felt like an illusion when listened to closely. The silver-haired girl said softly, "Indeed. It is a lesser nightmare species. The fragment is inside there." Su Fong halted, her azure eyes reflecting the shadows deep within the courtyard. "But it seems we can't ascertain its exact location without going in." Zihan tightened her grip on the giant sickle and laughed wildly. "Cuckoo. It means it is inviting us. This manor seems very eager to take my life." Tang Kier took a deep breath, raised her hand, and pressed it against the keyboard with flapping wings. The glow in her pink pupils intensified. "It seems being too popular is also a kind of trouble." The idol girl revealed a faint smile. "But that's fair, as I want it too." No further words were spoken. The red magical girl expressionlessly grasped the flame-wreathed staff and strode boldly into the depths. The silver-haired girl followed closely behind. The other three followed suit. The five of them silently traversed the withered garden. The gravel beneath their feet emitted faint crunching sounds amplified in the deathly silence. All of their weapons and pupils grew increasingly bright, indicating that the magic energy within them was becoming highly active. As they gathered strength slowly and painfully, the magical girls finally reached the deepest part of the courtyard. Then, everyone's pupils contracted. A pristine white round table was abruptly placed atop a pile of rubble 100 meters away. On the round table sat a complete tea set, and beside it was a frail figure. It was a girl dressed in the most luxurious gown. The hem of her gown was embroidered with intricate patterns and beautiful bows, its originally dreamy and vibrant yellow hue appearing particularly garish against the dark backdrop. Her figure was petite and slender, with white lace thigh-high socks and white round-toed shoes, exuding a delicate and adorable young girl vibe. However, there was no head or features atop her neck. What remained was a mass of golden threads writhing and twisting in chaos, resembling a vile scrawl drawn by a brush or a chilling tangle of chaotic fibers. Behind her, two strange figures served her like attendants. The one on the left had silver long hair, wore a neat black suit, and held a silver needle, so large it could be described as a sword. The one on the right had black long hair, wore a white shirt and black skirt, and carried a pair of sharp blue scissors on her back. Both had a mass of indistinguishable colored threads on their heads, constantly writhing and contracting, barely forming the shape of a head. The two behind are upper-tier dangerous species. Elwyn's silver eyes flickered, her hand already gripping the sword's hilt, the silver gem on the crossguard glimmering. The one in front is a lower-tier nightmare species. In truth, there was no need for her reminder. The immense magic power condensed within that small body already sent chills down the spines of everyone present. "That's disgusting." Tang Kier frowned. "My claustrophobia is acting up." It seemed she had sensed the arrival of guests. The girl seated in the main position slightly lifted her head, and the thread-like mass of her head emitted an eerie sound akin to singing. Under the sudden tension of everyone, she did not launch a direct attack. The attendant behind stepped forward, poured a cup of black liquid from the pristine white teapot. The girl raised the exquisite gold-rimmed porcelain teacup, elegantly toasting to everyone, then gently took a sip. Glug! A clear sound of swallowing exploded in everyone's minds. In an instant, the world changed. It was as if a drop of colorful paint fell into gray water, the colors exploding outward centered on the girl. The originally dark and gloomy sky was instantly painted a highly saturated sky blue. The oppressive black fog in the sky transformed into massive pink and white cotton candy in the blink of an eye, slowly swirling in the air as if ready to drizzle syrup at any moment. A rainbow bridge shimmering with neon light illogically spanned across the sky, seeming not to belong to the same layer as the clouds. Countless vividly green blades of grass pierced through the ground, their unnatural green hue exuding a cheap crayon-like quality, dotted with bizarre flowers that bore smiling faces. Broken columns morphed into giant cream cakes, and collapsed walls turned into towering piles of macarons and teacups. In the blink of an eye, the dilapidated and decaying courtyard vanished, as if it were an illusion. It was replaced by a tea party scene filled with fairy tale illustrations, yet exuding madness and disharmony. Ha! The air even carried faint sounds of laughter and eerie music. In an instant, the only normal-looking beings left were the five magical girls. What is this? Even though Su Fong was prepared psychologically, she still felt a deep-seated chill. All five had solemn expressions. Nightmare species. If it had to be described, it indeed resembled a nonsensical nightmare. Everything before them felt as though they were in a fairy tale wonderland, yet every inch seemed to harbor countless pairs of watching eyes concealing deadly threats. Nightmare species could even be called monster lords in the depths of the abyss. In the fragmented words of the magical girl predecessors, the territories of very few special existences sometimes indeed manifested in this alternate space. Whether called inherent barriers, mental landscapes, domain expansions, or barriers, the names varied, but the effects remained the same. In simple terms, the group was no longer on the desolate plains outside the boundary, but had been captured into the territory and main stage of the magical creatures. Unless an exceptionally powerful magic could forcibly break the barrier would only open upon the death of the released magical creature. Undoubtedly, This was the prelude to a true life-and-death struggle. Yet at this moment, the omnipresent eerie strings were suddenly diluted by some uplifting sound, the stirring prelude and euphoric main melody resonating among the five. It was the music emanating from Lin Guang's microphone. The crimson magical girl gripped her staff, standing at the forefront of the group expressionless, as she gazed at the head formed of golden threads belonging to the girl monster, the fire in her eyes growing ever fiercer. Who allowed you to steal the BGM? Su Feng had already raised her dual guns, the blue light at the gun muzzles rippling like water, and she gathered the barrage alongside Tang Qier. Zihan wore a wild smile, her hands gripping the sickle as purple light shimmered. Lin Guang and Elwin had also slightly leaned forward, seemingly gathering strength. Then, 5 streaks of different colored meteors shot forth with tremendous momentum. 2 torrents of barges shielded the approaching melee trio. Yet at that very moment, the girl's slender fingers lowered the teacup. The instant the bottom of the cup touched the bone china saucer. Ding! That mass of golden threads around her neck, which had only been slowly writhing, suddenly burst open. In an instant, the pupils of the attacking group reflected the dazzling golden light. The golden threads wildly extended and branched in midair, weaving and hardening at an unbelievable speed, quickly solidifying into a tangible form. In the blink of an eye, the once empty courtyard was shrouded in a golden shadow. Thousands of exquisitely designed golden flintlock guns floated in the air, their bodies engraved with intricate rose patterns with ruby inlays on the gun stocks. The dark gun muzzles turned in unison like a beehive, locking onto the crowd below that was currently launching a fierce assault. Time seemed to stand still. Tang Qier displayed an expression of disbelief. Su Feng's pupils constricted. Wait a moment, this range, this magical fluctuation. How is this possible? 3 shooting meteors had barely covered half the distance, yet simultaneously thousands of hammers descended from above. Clack! Clack, 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 clack. Boom, 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 boom. That was the roar of pure magic being detonated. In the courtyard, golden pellets fell like a torrential rain. Each golden pellet, seemingly only the size of a thumb, triggered violent magical turbulence upon contact with any solid object. The continuous explosion sounds were deafening, the ground trembled in lament, and immense gusts of air along with visible golden shockwaves spread out in all directions. As each pellet left the gun's muzzle, the flintlock disintegrated into golden motes of light, as if it had completed its mission, yet this was not the end, for new flintlocks continued to be generated. In just 1 second, the vast courtyard was enveloped by golden explosions and shockwaves, drowning not only the 5 young girls' figures, but also causing the entire barrier to tremble incessantly in the terrifying sound waves and air currents, as if there were an earthquake. Saturation bombardment. If this were in Wind Sound Town, half a block of buildings would likely be destroyed in a very short time. Yet in the next moment, pink radiance stubbornly emerged from within the golden onslaught. Hundreds of pink and blue magical projectiles surged like rivers of light, roaring upwards to meet the golden rain falling from the sky. Bullet barrage loading, all bullets launch. Don't underestimate idols. Tang Qier stood firm, her voice almost breaking as the pink light shone like the sun, her hand striking the floating keyboard, leaving after images. Su Feng's energy projectiles became almost like a straight line due to their high firing speed. Their shouts were drowned out by the explosions, but the barrage, fired with their magic output at its limit, forcefully tore open a gap amidst the dense rain of bullets. In that instant, within the gap, 2 meteoric figures flashed past again. 1 red and 1 silver silhouette advanced side by side. Boom, 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 boom. Elvin's phantom sword had almost completely lost its form, and the raging sword curtain, accompanied by silver brilliance, opened a path once more through the golden tide. With every swing of her sword, a crimson staff beside her conjured a blazing red barrier, flawlessly blocking the remaining light projectiles. The colors in everyone's eyes reached their limits. The imminent threat of death drove the young girls to channel their magic to the utmost, recklessly resisting this terrifying saturation bombardment. Otherwise, if even one projectile hit, it was very likely they would be killed by a series of attacks. The shockwave carrying the golden magical torrent rushed towards them, but the 4 of them worked together to cleave it apart. It was as if they were stirring and parting a tumultuous sea. The silver and red meteors continued to advance unwaveringly towards each other. In the 10th second, just as the golden explosion waves began to gradually fade, Su Feng and Tang Qier also felt exhausted, a trace of blood oozing from their mouths and noses, and the light in their eyes dimming. It was not that their magic had run out, but rather that the output had reached an almost extreme load in a short time, necessitating a brief pause. Meanwhile, the 2 colored meteors were almost upon their opponent. The girls, 2 figures behind, rushed forward with ghostly speed. From the right, the black-haired servant demon leaped high, wielding a giant pair of scissors that cut through the air towards Elvin. Swoosh! Elvin's expression turned cold. At the moment a golden pellet exploded at her feet, she used the resulting gust to roll sideways, her phantom sword precisely wedged at the pivot of the scissors. Sizzle! The intense metal friction produced a dazzling spark, and with a flick of her wrist, Elvin used her strength to forcefully redirect the scissors, slamming them down towards the ground. The 2 immediately became entangled. Meanwhile, on the left, Lin Guang had also collided with the silver-haired demon. Bang! The red microphone staff struck hard against the long needle wielded by the silver-haired demon, then both were repelled simultaneously. Their powers were similar, but the magic was slightly inferior. Lin Guang's eyes blazed with intensity as she squinted slightly. The blazing staff swung horizontally, sending a burst of flames shooting forth from a fleeting rainbow light rushing towards it. The movements of the silver-haired demon were astonishingly quick and powerful, twisting around Lin Guang's staff and swinging the long needle. Swish! A cold gleam sliced through Lin Guang's magical barrier, grazing her face, leaving a thin line of blood on her delicate skin as the invasion of magic brought intense pain. If the previous evasion had been delayed by a mere tenth of a second, that long needle would have pierced Lin Guang's eye. However, in the next moment, at the cost of that wound, she retaliated with a spinning kick that was impossible to dodge. It tried its best to twist its body, but that flaming whip kick still solidly struck its shoulder, covering it with a layer of visibly charred flesh. Lin Guang then also leaned back like a specter, calmly dodging the silver needle that came from below. Missing the target, the lead in magic, was meaningless. At that moment, as both sides exchanged blows, a wisp of purple smoke swiftly traversed the two battlefields, arriving at the round table. The ever-mystified figure of the purple recluse silently appeared behind the opponent, and the purple glow in its left eye shone to its fullest extent. Now's the time. There was no need for verbal communication. The suppressed rage erupted in that instant. It should be noted that everyone had already received a blessing from the sacred tree. Their power was incomparably greater than before, and even on paper, they were absolutely not inferior to an ordinary low-tier nightmare species. Even so, faced with this bombardment, Su Feng and Tang Qier were overloaded with magic, while Lin Guang and Elvin exerted their utmost to block, barely tearing open a portion of the barrage. Even with Zihan maintaining her mystification, a skill that could be said to be nearly perfect defense, she had still lost a significant amount of magic. 1 against 5, yet in the first round of confrontation the pressure was immense, almost leading to casualties. Clearly this saturation-style bombardment could not possibly be a conventional skill even for a lower-tier nightmare creature. Rather, it existed as a formidable ultimate move. From the suddenly waning magical aura, it was highly probable that it was now in the phase where old power had faded and new power had yet to arise. Thus now was the perfect opportunity. Cut! The purple-black scythe viciously descended upon the creature that had nearly taken on a human form. However, in the face of this scene, the girl composed of threads did not even rise. She did not look at the scythe descending from above, but instead slightly raised her right hand, forming a playful gun gesture. The thread-like head seemed to be looking towards the direction behind the onlookers. This action was so understated that it sent a chill down one's spine. Lin Guang's heart skipped a beat, and her high-speed vision caught an ominously foreboding sign. She saw the girl's fingertips tremble lightly, as if a child had pulled the trigger while playing. A fine golden thread shot forth from her fingertip, crossing 100 meters in an instant at a speed invisible to the naked eye, targeting Su Feng, who was in overload mode. In that moment, when everyone failed to react, a golden honey cake mark simultaneously appeared in the void above both the Tea Party girl and Su Feng. Puff! Then Zawan's scythe had solidly struck the shoulder of the Tea Party girl. The sharp blade sliced through the elegant dress, deeply embedding itself within, splattering golden blood, even revealing the frantically writhing golden threads within the wound. But at the same moment, Su Feng, who was trying to raise her twin guns again from a distance, trembled violently. Puff! A cloud of blood mist abruptly exploded from her previously unharmed shoulder. It was as if an invisible giant had struck her shoulder fiercely with a chisel. The spiritual garment at Su Feng's shoulder instantly tore apart, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining half of her blue skirt. The immense impact sent her body lurching backward, her feet leaving the ground, and her twin guns nearly slipping from her grasp. The girl fell heavily to the ground, her expression still one of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why she had suddenly suffered such a grievous injury despite being so far away. Only at that moment did the excruciating pain finally strike her. Su Feng. The pink-haired girl immediately rushed to support her, only to see the girl in her arms open her mouth, yet unable to voice a sound due to the agonizing pain. She could only emit fragmented gasps. Tang Qier looked at her and hurriedly said, "Hold on, don't cancel your transformation. Use your magic to stop the bleeding immediately. The spiritual garment's force field can halt bleeding and relieve pain. We've trained for this. Just maintain the flow of magic." Elwin and Lin Guang, entangled with two upper-tier dangerous creatures, had also clearly seen what had occurred. Upon witnessing this scene, Zawan's pupils constricted sharply. Could this be? She realized something. However, in an instant the girl's thread-like head writhed and dozens of golden flintlock guns once again formed behind her, their golden brilliance illuminating the air. The target was Elwin, who was entangled with the familiar in the distance. Zihuan immediately retracted her scythe, rushing to shield the target. Boom, 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 boom. The purple figure forcefully used her scythe to slice through those golden projectiles, retreating somewhat awkwardly amidst the golden explosions. Even if it was merely a trivial fraction of the power from the recent saturation bombardment, it counted as the opponent's normal attack. But if it wasn't vaporized, blocking it Hedon would be more than enough to give her a serious headache. Ugh! Su Feng slumped in Tang Qier's arms, her face pale as paper, large beads of cold sweat rolling down her forehead, breathing heavily, yet the blue light in her eyes shone fiercely once more, and the flow of blood suddenly slowed. Her innate magical power finally manifested at this moment, forcefully halting the surging blood, allowing her to breathe deeply. The wound was terrifyingly deep, nearly severing the girl's collarbone, causing her to tremble uncontrollably in pain. Is this also damage transfer? Looking at Su Fang's injury and the cake mark above her head, Tang Qir's face was filled with concern and shock. Zihuan struck that guy, but the wound appeared on Su Fang. Is it a skill similar to that of the general creature? Su Fang took a deep breath, her voice distorted by pain, yet she stubbornly sat up. No, it's different. The five of them focused their gaze on the marks above and on each other's bodies. The Tea Party girl also bore the cake mark on her head, and the wound on her shoulder had not disappeared, it had merely lightened a bit, with golden blood still flowing. While Su Fang's injury looked horrific, it did not possess the lethal power that Zihuan's strike should have had. Had all the damage from that scythe been transferred, Su Fang's entire arm along with half of her chest should have been cleaved open. It's that mark. Lin Guang dodged a silver needle once again, delivering a punch to the silver-haired, suit-wearing familiar's thread-woven head, driving it back. Her voice, amplified by the increased magical power, echoed throughout the area. Her tone remained calm, yet her words were rapid. Those marked by that symbol have their damage forcibly shared. At this moment, the honey cake marks above the girl, and Su Fang flickered twice before slowly fading away. The Tea Party girl elegantly stood up. Her tattered dress quickly repaired itself under the golden threads, concealing the injured and bleeding thread-like body beneath, as if the earlier grievous injury was merely a minor scratch. For non-human monsters, this might indeed be a minor injury, even allowing for rapid self-healing, but for magical girls it obviously was not. Moreover, the magical girls present clearly lacked the healing skills possessed by previous generations. All were specialized in violent output. However, when the output values do not exceed the coverage range of the mechanism, then everything becomes extremely troublesome. The girl gently pinched the hem of her skirt with her free hand, slightly bowing to the crowd. The gesture was impeccably standard yet rife with silent mockery and provocation. In that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty. With the speed of that recent mark, there was simply no way to evade, and the release speed and intervals of the mark remained a complete mystery. Now they even dared not attack the main body of that nightmare creature. Damn, my blade has actually harmed a comrade. Amidst the roaring air currents and magical fluctuations, Zihuan grit her teeth in guilt, continuously fending off the flintlock's attacks, forcefully blocking this wave of onslaught, her grip on the scythe creaking. Yet deep inside her there was a hint of indescribable relief. The Tea Party girl's head was too bizarre. She had not aimed the scythe at its head, otherwise Su Fang would have already. What? In full view of everyone, the Tea Party girl once again raised her hand, striking that spine-chilling gun pose. The slender index finger, like the crosshairs of death, slowly traced the air before finally pointing at AI Irwin, who was entangled in a fierce battle with the black-haired familiar. Again there was a silent shot. A red thread shot out from the fingertip, instantly piercing into AI Irwin's chest like a venomous snake. A red teacup mark appeared above the heads of the Tea Party girl and AI Irwin. AI Irwin's figure suddenly froze, her originally fierce sword momentum becoming sluggish, as if she had suddenly sunk into a quagmire. A chilling scene unfolded once more. Streams of silver light continuously oozed from AI Irwin's pores, rapidly flowing along the red thread towards the body of the Tea Party girl. The phantom-like silver sword light dimmed as if it had lost its strength, suppressed by the sharp brilliance of the scissors. My magic power is depleting at an alarming rate. AI Irwin furrowed her brow, retreating in the face of the ruthless scissors, having to switch from offense to defense, stepping back cautiously. In contrast, the girl who had previously been low on magic power, due to unleashing large-scale gunfire, suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light. The once waning aura around her rapidly swelled, although it had not returned to its peak, it had recovered significantly. As thoughts raced, everyone suddenly understood what the red teacup mark represented. It was also a sharing, but on the level of magic power. Or rather a forced plunder. In the next moment, the girl raised her hand again, her head twitching violently, countless golden threads shooting out. Clang, 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 clang. The air resonated with the dense sound of metal clashing. It was the crisp sound of hundreds of golden flintlock guns being reloaded simultaneously. The two familiars immediately retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Without giving anyone a moment to breathe, another round of torrential golden rain was about to descend. Damn it, it's using our magic power against us. Zihuan immediately gritted her teeth. That's all AI Irwin's magic power. AI Irwin returned to Tang Qir and once again unleashed the phantom sword light, loudly reminding, hold on. My total magic power can never compare to hers. Even if it's shared and drawn, it won't be much. This time the power cannot be compared to before. The first shot is already overloading for her. It can't be repeated. As soon as the words left her mouth, the golden projectiles rained down once more. Boom, 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 boom. The golden explosions and waves surged again. Silver, red, and purple brilliance lit up, with three weapons standing like rocks to block the initial impact for the two behind. Tisk. In an instant, Lin Guang, AI Irwin, and Zihuan found themselves in a somewhat awkward position. This time the golden projectiles shot from those gun muzzles were indeed less suffocating in density and power than the first time, but now everyone was gathered to protect the incapacitated Su Fang, making the area they needed to aim at even smaller. In and out, this caused the pressure on everyone to barely decrease. I can't. I need to. Don't move. Tang Qir's pink-dyed twin tails surged wildly in the airwaves, her pink pupils lighting up again as she cradled the still immobile Su Fang, pressing her hands back on the keyboard staff. It's just a few hundred broken guns, watch me push back with a barrage. She felt her magic power surge violently, her hands striking the floating keyboard, leaving behind afterimages. With the heavy strikes on the keyboard, countless pink light spots gathered frantically above her head, forming a massive star that shimmered with neon colors. She aimed to push them all back with one shot. However, just as that star was about to fully form, everyone saw the Tea Party girl slowly raise her right hand through the gaps of the golden waves. She did not make the playful gun gesture again, but extended her index and middle fingers to form a V. Yet at this moment the gesture held no hint of cuteness. Those two fingers seemed to be calipers measuring life and death, the index finger locking on a Tang Qier, while the middle finger pointed straight at Su Fong in her arms. Z. Two golden threads shot out simultaneously from her fingertips, crossing the space. In an instant, the golden honey cake mark almost appearing simultaneously above Su Fong and Tang Qier's heads. Lin Guang's eyes widened in alarm. Watch out. At the same time, Su Fang's body trembled violently. The intense pain that had nearly caused her to faint in her shoulders strangely vanished, by half replaced by a light, floating numbness. Su Fong felt no joy as she abruptly raised her head, her pupils trembling. She knew this meant her injuries would be distributed to the one who was gathering power. Tang Qier, focusing on channeling her magic, did not immediately notice the mark above her head, just as she was about to hit the enter key to launch the star. Uffed! The spirit equipment shattered. Blood gushed from Tang Qier's right shoulder like a fountain, the pain causing her body to shake violently. The massive star that had formed began to flicker with the disruption of magic power. My! Tang Qier let out a muffled groan that she couldn't suppress. The magic power was about to backfire. Losing control of the gathered magic power was extremely fatal for a magical girl. Once this vast magic power exploded around her, even if Tang Qier did not die, she would be very close to it, and even Su Fong would be in danger. I told you. However, this idle girl gritted her teeth, her face contorted in extreme pain, but the pink light in her eyes burned fiercely. The gushing blood was forcefully stopped by the spirit equipment field. She used her trembling right hand to smash down on the enter key. Don't underestimate me. Boom. Even with the magic power and chaos, that unstable pink star was still pushed out by her sheer will, using her final stubbornness to block all the incoming projectiles. And as if exhausted again, the bombardment came to a stop once more. The magical girls were safe. For now. A gap appeared again. The Tea Party girl's golden threaded head tilted slightly, seeming to be puzzled by the struggle of that pink ant. Then her hand adorned with lace gloves raised again, her index finger mimicking an elegant gun gesture, trembling slightly. Golden threads shot out, instantly connecting to Zihan. The mark of the honey cake appeared for the third time. Zihan, don't move. Tang Qier shouted loudly despite the pain. The current damage will be shared. Facing this strange link, Zihan's eyes held no fear, instead surging with a hint of reckless madness. Huh. Do you wish to bind my soul with the chains of causality? Zihan's lips curled into a manic arc, and to everyone's astonishment, she actually gripped the scythe in her hand, the sharp blade ruthlessly cutting into her own arm. Are you crazy? Tang Qier exclaimed. A small wound measuring 5 centimeters long and 1 centimeter deep appeared on her hand. Blood splattered. Zihan, however, didn't even furrow her brows, staring intently at the girl across the tea party. 1 second. 2 seconds. The creature remained elegantly seated, showing no signs of injury. As expected. Zihan frowned, licking the blood oozing from her arm, and lamented with a hint of regret, self-harm won't work. But what if you attack me? Or if they do? Her words made everyone's hearts tremble. Su Fong struggled to stand up, and asked Zihan, what are you planning to do? Friends, this is no time for hesitation. As the barrage of arrows ended, 2 higher-tier, dangerous minions charged again. She took the initiative to leap forward, confronting the maid wielding the massive scissors, her eyes filled with a frenzied glint. Perhaps this is the only chance we have. As she spun around, the scissors lightly grazed her collarbone. Her magic attire was torn, blood seeping out, yet the girl seated at the tea table also bore the same scratch on her collarbone. For a moment, the 2 minions hesitated, then they charged towards the 4 at the back, intercepted once again by Lin Guang and AI Irwin. This attitude brightened Zihan's eyes as she murmured, indeed, it's feasible. Even though that girl was a nightmare creature with astonishing magical power, the magical girl's abilities were certainly not to be underestimated. Since it wasn't a complete, overwhelming situation, this ability couldn't possibly be invincible. The battle of magical girls is a battle of magical power. This has been the consensus of all magical girls in Fengming Town throughout the ages. In situations where the gap isn't overwhelming, this mark cannot be invincible enough to be used continuously. There must be intervals, and it perhaps cannot be used on the same person repeatedly. Perhaps these connections indeed revealed a glimmer of hope amidst this cruel situation. However, everyone simultaneously realized one thing. What is more brutal than this situation is? This hope may require someone to trade their life for it. Hurry, we're running out of time. Bang. Yet there was an eerie silence. No one attacked Zihan, instead they silently defended against the 2 minions, while the incoming golden light bullets were forcibly neutralized by Su Fong and Tang Qier. A silent refusal to personally inflict a deadly attack on a friend. At this moment, no one could make that decision. TSK. Zihan was momentarily stunned before rejoining the battle, helping to fend off the 2 minions. In the next moment, the mark on her head silently vanished. The mark rotated again, but this time everyone carefully controlled their actions and magical energy. The situation appeared to be at a standstill once more. But everyone knew. If after a few more rotations they still couldn't break the deadlock, then even if this nightmare creature would lose its combat ability, the remaining two higher-ear dangerous beings would still have the capacity to completely wear them down. Listen to me. Taking advantage of the brief pause in the Tea Party Girl's bombardment, Lin Guang, who was still relatively unharmed, spoke up. I have a plan, but it's a one-time opportunity. She quickly said a few words. Various emotions flashed across the girl's eyes, and finally a look of realization emerged. Tang Kier, while firing her barrage, asked with a complicated expression. You remember all this and can keep track of it? AI Irwin's dark eyes flickered as she nodded. Perhaps it's possible. Yes. Then there's hope. I know that if we don't go all out, we won't even have the chance to go all out. In the center of the ruins, the Tea Party Girl seemed to grow weary of this cat-and-mouse game, raising her other hand again. Her slender fingers slowly spread apart, forming a casual scissor hand towards the void. Two strands of different colored threads shot out once more. Representing magical power, sharing a red teacup appeared above the Tea Party Girl and Su Fong, while a honey cake, representing injury, sharing appeared above the Tea Party Girl and Zihan. Ugh. Su Fong groaned as her magical power began to surge uncontrollably, azure liquid seeping from her body towards the Tea Party Girl. Want my magical power? Then I'll give you an empty shell. The girl's eyes bore a hint of ferocity as she raised her dual guns and crazily pulled the trigger at the flintlock gun coalescing in the air. Bang, 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 bang. She unleashed her firepower without regard for the consequences, even though her shooting angle wasn't ideal. Her magical energy reserves quickly dwindled, but it also made the magical power flowing towards the Tea Party Girl extremely thin, while helping to alleviate pressure on Tang Kier. On the other side, Zihan looked at the honey cake mark above her head, her hands gripping the scythe, trembling slightly. She hadn't sustained many injuries, only a few tolerable blood streaks. Due to the previous rounds of sharing, the Tea Party Girl's injuries had mostly healed, and even if connected, there were no injuries to transfer. At this moment, the Tea Party Girl used this mark merely to restrict Zihan, the strongest single-target attacker, from executing a decapitation tactic. But this was precisely the opportunity. Zihan felt a surge of intense magical energy, purple mist swirling beneath her feet, as she gathered strength, her fingers tightly gripping the scythe, her lips moving slightly, as if silently counting something. 26, 25, 24. Lin Guang's words unconsciously flashed through her mind. 27 seconds. I counted. Every mark will disappear after 27 seconds. All marks are no exception. Before she raises her hand to make that gesture again, it's our only chance to kill the witch and ensure everyone survives. 15, 14. Zihan, you are the strongest in single-target attack, and you alone have the ability to move beside the opponent without any control. No matter what happens, just slash down with all your might. All we other have to do is hold on and distract the opponent's attention. 10, 9, 8, fool. No matter what happens, you must slash down with all your might. 5, 4, 3. In that moment, the girl's left eye suddenly widened, purple light bursting forth. Charge. Lin Guang kicked the suit-wearing minion away, shouting lowly. She melted into a mass of black mist shooting out of her companion's barrage like a bolt from the blue. The Tea Party Girl seemed to sense the killing intent, directing all the flintlock guns to turn their muzzles. Bang, bang, bang. The golden bullets rained down on the rapidly approaching black mist, failing to penetrate on a physical level, but upon contact with the black mist triggered violent magical fluctuations. Under the misty state, Zihan felt her magical power rapidly declining, accompanied by the pain experienced during the first round of volleys. However, the dark mist showed no sign of slowing down. In fact, it sped up even more. 2, 1. At that very moment, the black mist suddenly coalesced behind her. The marks above both parties disappeared simultaneously. 0. At this moment, it had already raised its hand, seemingly about to launch the mark again in a very short interval. This is the last chance. Zihan raised her scythe high, the dark blade entwined with all the magical power she had left. Give it to me, sever it. The moment the fierce cut resembling a purple eye glimmered. It was as if the world was pressed to slow motion at that instant. Zihan distinctly felt the sensation of the scythe cutting into flesh. It was not smooth at all, rough like slicing through countless tangled steel wires. The scythe's blade advanced from her right shoulder toward the lower left, slicing through the elegant dress of the Tea Party Girl, severing the protective layer of magical power inch by inch, tearing into her slender body. Its struggles and desperate cries of impending death seemed almost tangible as they resonated from the other end of the scythe, echoing in Zihan's mind. In other words, did they win? But at that moment, before the complete severance, its slender fingers had already lifted with the last of its strength. In the slowed time, Zihan, gripping the scythe, looked at her opponent with a somewhat dazed expression in her left eye. The radiance coalescing from its fingertips pointed toward AI Irwin, who was ensnared by the black-haired familiars and had no chance to evade. Then it fired. Zihan's mind went blank. There was no time left. However, in the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Unbeknownst to her, a silent crimson figure had already stood in front of AI Irwin, right in the trajectory of those two threads. The two golden threads struck the crimson figure without any surprise. The connection was established. Almost simultaneously, the scythe in Zihan's hand finally severed the Tea Party Girl's waist diagonally, cleaving her in two. Sizzle. Half-cut. Golden blood gushed out violently. But at the same time, the damage sharing had already activated. The golden threads composing the Tea Party Girl's body began to reconnect at a speed akin to time reversing. On the other side of the battlefield came a gut-wrenching tearing sound. Uft. Under AI Irwin's intense gaze, the crimson-haired girl who shielded her from the threads suddenly halted. From her right shoulder down to the lower left corner of her waist it appeared as if an invisible giant scythe had sliced through, causing the sturdy red and white idol spirit garment to shatter in an instant. From the gaping, grotesque wound blood poured out rapidly, and one could vaguely see her organs. Her bones were nearly completely severed as well. She stood still, frozen in place. The two familiars did not attempt to attack the crimson-haired girl standing there, but instead bypassed her to launch an assault on others. Those marked beings would share the damage, so they naturally could not attack their master in disguise. Moreover, for magical girls this was already a grievous wound enough to be fatal. The nightmare species and human physiology are not the same. Senior. Su Fang's eyes were blank. Meng. Tang Qier's lips moved, the rationality in her eyes, the idle act she desperately maintained, vanished in an instant, turning into an expression of disbelief. Zihan gazed at all of this with lifeless eyes, maintaining the posture of wielding her blade to finish the task, ignoring the tea party girl who was slowly turning her head, filled with immense malice, seemingly mocking her. A tremendous fear and guilt combined with the exhaustion akin to nearing death from the complete depletion of her magical power gripped her heart. It is my fault. It's all my fault. Only AI Irwin continued to forcefully fend off the attacks of the two dangerous species, with phantom-like, sword-light perilously on the brink of collapse. However, in this silence and despair, the tea party girl suddenly turned her head in confusion, looking at the crimson figure. Then, the crimson magical girl suddenly swayed and stepped forward again. The little blood that had seeped out suddenly stopped, and the organs that were about to fall out were forcibly pressed back inside by the spirit garment's force field. Step. She was walking. Tang Qier, Zihan, and Su Fang widened their eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Can such a small amount of magical power stop the bleeding? How is that possible? How can she still walk? Why can she still hold the microphone? Her spine was diagonally cut, and her lower body and right arm should have completely lost control. Could it be that she was forcibly using magic to manipulate her body like a puppet? What kind of willpower, what kind of magical control ability is required to maintain one's ability to act under such circumstances? In Zihan's eyes it was even clearer. The girl's sweet face was as pale as paper, yet her expression was devoid of emotion, as if she couldn't feel the excruciating pain of being disemboweled. Only the flames in her eyes burned ever more fiercely as they stared at the tea party girl, carrying an indescribable disdain and contempt. Indeed, anger appeared for the first time in so many days. So this is how it is. I have seen through your ridiculous secret. The passionate music from the microphone staff came to a halt, but the next moment it resumed a new performance. This time it was an unprecedented grand symphony. O ruler, at this moment a hoarse voice resonated in the center of the venue, making both powerful familiars feel an indescribable sense of danger. Yet they stared at the double marks above the crimson-haired girl's head as if instinctively falling into confusion. Su Fang and AI Irwin suddenly remembered something. This chant is the mask of flesh and blood. Lin Guang stepped forward toward the girl, the staff in her hand glowing with a cerulean blaze. All phenomena. The scorching heat spread within her body like an electric current, forcibly connecting her left half of the body, which was almost about to fall. Sir Hai, in the name of humanity. However, the girl's chanting and steps showed no signs of stopping, and the little magical power she had left continued to rise, endlessly tugging towards the tip of the staff. She should not have been able to complete this chant, as the magical power sustaining her life was about to be entirely depleted. Yet at this moment the tea party girl suddenly let out an incomprehensible scream of terror. Like a tide, golden magical power was forcibly extracted from the tea party girl's body, merging into Lin Guang.